Dhalgren, by Samuel R. Delany, narrated by Rawlins.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
You have confused the true and the real. George Stanley, in Conversation. Dhalgren, Chapter 1, Prism, Mirror, Lens. To wound the autumnal city, so howled out for the world to give him a name. The in-dark answered with wind. All you know, I know, careening astronauts and bank clerks glancing at the clock before lunch, actresses cowling at light-ringed mirrors, and freight elevator operators grinding a thumbful of grease on a steel handle. Student riots. Know that dark women in bodegas shook their heads last week because in 6 months prices have risen outlandishly. How coffee tastes after you held it in your mouth cold a whole minute. A whole minute he squatted, pebbles clutched with his left foot, the bare one, listening to his breath sound tumble down the ledges. Beyond a leafy arras, reflected moonlight flittered. He rubbed his palms against denim. Where he was still. Somewhere else, wind whined. The leaves winked. What had been wind was a motion in brush below. His hand went to the rock behind. She stood up, 24 feet down and away, wearing only shadows the moon dropped from the viney maple, moved, and the shadows moved on her. Fear prickled one side where his shirt, 2 middle buttons gone, bellied with the breeze. Muscle made a band down the back of his jaw. Black hair tried to paw off what fear scored on his forehead. She whispered something that was all breath, and the wind came for the words and dusted away the meaning. Ah! From her. He forced out air. It was nearly a cough. From her again. And laughter, which had a dozen edges in it, a bright snarl under the moon. Which had more sound in it than that, perhaps was his name even, but the wind. She stepped. Motion rearranged the shadows, bearing one breast. There was a lozenge of light over one eye. Calf and ankle were luminous before leaves. Down her lower leg was a scratch. His hair tugged back from his forehead. He watched hers flung forward. She moved with her hair, stepping over leaves, toes spread on stone, in a tiptoe pause to quit the darker shadows. Crouched on rock, he pulled his hands up his thighs. His hands were hideous. She passed another, nearer tree. The moon flung gold coins at her breasts. Her brown aureoles were wide, her nipples small. You? She said that softly, 3 feet away, looking down, and he still could not make out her expression for the leaf-dappling, but her cheekbones were orientally high. She was oriental, he realized, and waited for another word, tuned for accent. He could sort Chinese from Japanese. You've come. It was a musical Midwestern standard. I didn't know if you'd come. Her voicing, a clear soprano, whispering, said that some of what he'd thought was shadow movement might have been fear. You're here. She dropped to her knees in a roar of foliage. Her thighs hard in front, softer, he could tell, on the sides, a column of darkness between them, were inches from his raveled knees. She reached, 2 fingers extended, pushed back plaid wool and touched his chest, ran her fingers down. He could hear his own crisp hair. Laughter raised her face to the moon. He leaned forward. The odor of lemons filled the breezeless gap. Her round face was compelling, her eyebrows unorientally heavy. He judged her over 30, but the only lines were 2 small ones about her mouth. He turned his mouth, open, to hers, and raised his hands to the sides of her head till her hair covered them. The cartilages of her ears were hot curves in his palms. Her knees slipped in leaves. That made her blink and laugh again. Her breath was like noon and smelled of lemons. He kissed her. She caught his wrists. The joined meat of their mouths came alive. The shape of her breasts, her hand half on his chest and half on wool, was lost with her weight against him. Their fingers met and meshed at his belt. A gasp bubbled in their kiss. His heart was stuttering loudly, was blown away. Then air on his thigh. They lay down. With her fingertips, she moved his cockhead roughly in her rough hair, while a muscle in her leg shook under his. Suddenly, he slid into her heat. He held her tightly around the shoulders when her movements were violent. One of her fists stayed like a small rock over her breast, and there was a roaring. At the long, surprising come, leaves hailed his side. Later, on their sides, they made a warm place with their mingled breath. She whispered, "You're beautiful, I think." He laughed without opening his lips. Closely, she looked at one of his eyes, looked at the other. He blinked, looked at his chin. Behind his lips he closed his teeth so that his jaw moved, then at his forehead. He liked her lemon smell. "Beautiful," she repeated. Wondering was it true, he smiled. She raised her hand into the warmth with small white nails, moved one finger beside his nose, growled against his cheek. He reached to take her wrist. She asked, "Your hand?" So he put it behind her shoulder to pull her nearer. She twisted. "Is there something wrong with your—" He shook his head against her damp hair, cool, licked it. Behind him the wind was cool. Below hair, her skin was hotter than his tongue. He brought his hands around into the heated cave between them. She pulled back. "Your hands!" Veins like earthworms wriggled in the hair. The skin was cement dry. His knuckles were thick with scabbed callus. Blunt thumbs lay on the place between her breasts like toads. She frowned, raised her knuckles toward his, stopped. Under the moon on the sea of her, his fingers were knobbed peninsulas. Sunk on the promontory of each was a stripped-off, gnawed-back, chitinous wreck. "You—" he began. No, they were not deformed, but they were ugly. She looked up. Blinking, her eyes glistened. "Do you know my—" His voice hoarsened. "Who I am?" Her face was not subtle, but her smile, regretful and mostly in the place between her brow and her folded lids, confused. "You," she said, full voice and formal, but the wind still blurred some overtone, "have a father." Her hip was warm against his belly. The air which he had thought mild till now was a blade to pry back his loins. "You have a mummer." That was his cheek against her mouth, but she turned her face away. "You are—" She placed her pale hand over his great one. Such big hands for a little ape of a guy, someone had kindly said. He remembered that. On her ribs. "Beautiful. You've come from somewhere. You're going somewhere." She sighed. "But—" He swallowed the things in his throat. He wasn't that little. "I've lost something." "Things have made you what you are," she recited. "What you are will make you what you will become. I want something back." She reached behind her to pull him closer. The cold well between his belly and the small of her back collapsed. "What don't you have?" She looked over her shoulder at him. "How old are you?" 27. "You have the face of someone much younger." She giggled. "I thought you were 16. You have the hands of someone much older." "And meaner?" "Crueler than I think you are." "Where were you born?" "Upstate New York. You wouldn't know the town. I didn't stay there long." "I probably wouldn't. You're a long way away." "I've been to Japan and Australia." "You're educated?" He laughed. His chest shook her shoulder. "1 year at Columbia, almost another at a community college in Delaware. No degree." "What year were you born?" 1948. I've been in Central America, too. Mexico. I just came from Mexico, and I— "What do you want to change in the world?" She continued her recitation, looking away. "What do you want to preserve? What is the thing you're searching for? What are you running away from?" Nothing, he said. And nothing, and nothing, and nothing, at least that I know. You have no purpose? I want to get to Bologna and... He chuckled. Mine's the same as everybody else's in real life anyway, to get through the next second, consciousness intact. The next second passed. Really? She asked. Real enough to make him realize the artificiality of what he'd said, thinking it is in danger with the passing of each one. Then be glad you're not just a character scrawled in the margins of somebody else's lost notebook. You'd be deadly dull. Don't you have any reason for going there? To get to Bologna and... When he said no more, she said, You don't have to tell me. So you don't know who you are? Finding that out would be much too simple to bring you all the way from upper New York State by way of Japan, here. Ah. And she stopped. What? Nothing. What? Well, if you were born in 1948, you've got to be older than 27. How do you mean? Oh, hell, she said, it isn't important. He began to shake her arm slowly. She said, I was born in 1947, and I'm a good deal older than 28. She blinked at him again. But that really isn't it. He rolled back in the loud leaves. Do you know who I am? Night was some color between clear and cloud. You came here to find me. Can't you tell me what my name is? Cold spread down his side, where she had been, like butter. He turned his head. Come. As she sat, her hair writhed toward him. A handful of leaves struck his face. He sat, too. But she was already running, legs passing and passing through Moondapple. He wondered where she'd got that scratch. Grabbing his pants, he stuck foot and foot in them. Grabbing his shirt and his single sandal, rolled to his feet. She was rounding the rock's edge. He paused for his fly and the twin belt hooks. Twigs and gravel chewed his feet. She ran so fast. He came up as she glanced back, put his hand on the stone, and flinched. The rock face was wet. He looked at the crumbled dirt on the yellow ham and heel. There, she pointed into the cave. Can you see it? He started to touch her shoulder, but no. She said, Go ahead, go in. He dropped his sandal, a lisp of brush. He dropped his shirt. That smothered the lisping. She looked at him expectantly, stepped aside. He stepped in, moss on his heel, wet rock on the ball of his foot. His other foot came down, wet rock. Breath quivered about him. In the jellied darkness, something dry brushed his cheek. He reached up, a dead vine, crisp with leaves. It swung. Things rattled awfully far overhead. With visions of the mortal edge, he slid his foot forward. His toes found a twig with loose bark, a clot of wet leaves, the thrill of water. Next step, water licked over his foot. He stepped again. Only rock. A flicker. Left. Stepped again, and the flicker was orange, around the edge of something, which was the wall of a rock niche, with shadow for ceiling. Next step. Beyond a dead limb, a dish of brass, wide as a car tire, had nearly burned to embers. Something in the remaining fire snapped, spilling sparks on wet stone. Ahead, where the flicker leaked high up into the narrowing slash, something caught and flung back flashings. He climbed around one boulder, paused. The echo from breath and burning cast up intimations of the cavern's size. He gauged a crevice, leaped the meter, and scrambled on the far slope. Things loosened under his feet. He heard pebbles in the gash complaining down rocks, and stuttering and whispering, and silence. Then a splash. He pulled in his shoulders. He had assumed it was only a yard or so deep. He had to climb a long time. One face, 15 feet high, stopped him a while. He went to the side and clambered up the more uneven outcroppings. He found a thick ridge that, he realized as he pulled himself up it, was a root. He wondered what it was a root to, and gained the ledge. Something went eek softly, 6 inches from his nose, and scurried off among old leaves. He swallowed, and the prickles tidling along his shoulders subsided. He pulled himself the rest of the way and stood. It lay in a crack that slanted into roofless shadow. One end looped a plume of ferns. He reached for it. His body blocked the light from the brazier below. Glimmer ceased. He felt another apprehension than that of the unexpected seen before, or accidentally revealed behind. He searched himself for some physical sign that would make it real, quickening breath, slowing heart. But what he apprehended was insubstantial as a disjunction of the soul. He picked the chain up. One end chuckled and flickered down the stone. He turned with it to catch the orange glimmer. Prisms. Some of them, anyway. Others were round. He ran the chain across his hand. Some of the round ones were transparent. Where they crossed the spaces between his fingers, the light distorted. He lifted the chain to gaze through one of the lenses, but it was opaque. Tilting it, he saw pass, dim and inches distant in the circle, his own eye, quivering in the quivering glass. Everything was quiet. He pulled the chain across his hand. The random arrangement went almost 9 feet. Actually, 3 lengths were attached. Each of the 3 ends looped on itself. On the largest loop was a small metal tag. He stooped for more light. The centimeter of brass, the links bradded into the optical bits were brass, was inscribed Producto do Brasil. He thought, what the hell kind of Portuguese is that? He crouched a moment longer, looking along the glittering lines. He tried to pull it all together for his jean pocket, but the 3 tangled yards spilled his palms. Standing, he found the largest loop and lowered his head. Points and edges nipped his neck. He got the tiny rings together under his chin and fingered, thinking, like damned clubs, the catch closed. He looked at the chain in loops of light between his feet. He picked up the shortest end from his thigh. The loop there was smaller. He waited, held his breath even, then wrapped the length twice around his upper arm, twice around his lower, and fastened the catch at his wrist. He flattened his palm on the links and baubles, hard as plastic or metal. Chest hair tickled the creasing between joint and joint. He passed the longest end around his back. The bits lay out cold kisses on his shoulder blades. Then across his chest, his back once more, his belly. Holding the length in one hand, it still hung down on the stone, he unfastened his belt with the other. Pants around his ankles, he wound the final length once more around his hips, and then around his right thigh, again around and again. He fastened the last catch at his ankle. Pulling up his trousers, he went to the ledge, buckled them, and turned to climb down. He was aware of the bindings, but, chest flat on the stone, they were merely lines, and did not cut. This time he went to where the crevice was only a foot wide, and stepped far of the lip. The cave mouth was a lambda of moon mist, edged with leaf lace. The rocks licked his soles. Once, when his mind wandered, it was brought back by his foot in cold water, and the links were warm around his body. He halted to feel for more heat, but the chain was only neutral weight. He stepped out onto moss. His shirt lay across a bush, his sandal sole up beneath. He slipped his arms into the wool sleeves. His right wrist glittered from the cuff. He buckled his sandal. The ground moistened his knee. He stood, looked around, and narrowed his eyes on the shadows. "Hey!" He turned left, turned right, and scratched his collarbone with his wide thumb. "Hey, where—" Turning right, turning left, he wished he could interpret scuffs and broken brush. She wouldn't have wandered down the way they'd come. He left the cave mouth and entered the shingled black. Could she have gone along here, he wondered, 3 steps in, but went forward. He recognized the road for moonlight the same moment his sandaled foot jabbed into mud. His bare one swung to the gravelled shoulder. He staggered out on the asphalt, one foot sliding on flooded leather, took a hissing breath, and gazed around. Left, the road sloped up between the trees. He started right. Downward, they would take him toward the city. On one side was forest. On the other, he realized after a dozen slippery jogs, it was only a hedge of trees. Trees dropped away with another dozen. Behind, the grass whispered and shushed him. She was standing at the meadow's center. He brought his feet, one strapped and muddy, one bare and dusty, together. suddenly felt his heart beating, heard his surprised breath shush the grass back. He stepped across the ditch to ill-mowed stubble. She's too tall, he thought, nearing. Hair lifted from her shoulders. Grass whispered again. She had been taller than he was, but not like... Hey, I got the... She was holding her arms over her head. Was she standing on some stumpy pedestal? Hey! She twisted from the waist. What the hell are you doing here? At first he thought she was splattered with mud all up her thigh. I thought you... But it was brown as dried blood. She gazed down at him with batting eyes. Mud? Blood? It was the wrong color for either. Go away. He took another entranced step. What are you doing here? Go away. Were the blotches under her breasts scabs? Look, I got it. Now, can't you tell me my... Leaves were clutched in her raised hands. Her hands were raised so high. Leaves dropped about her shoulders. Her long, long fingers shook, and brittle darkness covered one flank. Her pale belly jerked with a breath. No, she bent away when he tried to touch her, and stayed bent. One arm, branched and branching 10 feet over him, pulled a web of shadow across the grass. You was the word he tried. Breath was all that came. He looked up among the twigs of her ears. Leaves shucked from her eyebrows. Her mouth was a thick, twisted bowl, as though some foot-wide branch had been lopped off by lightning. Her eyes, his mouth opened as he craned to see them, disappeared. First one, up there, then the other, way over there, scabby lids sealed. He backed through stiff grass. A leaf crashed his temple like a charred moth. Rough fingers bludgeoning his lips, he stumbled, turned, ran to the road, glanced once more where the twisted trunk raked 5 branches of the moon, loped until he had to walk, walked, gasping, until he could think. Then he ran some more. It is not that I have no past. Rather, it continually fragments on the terrible and vivid ephemera of now. In the long country cut with rain, somehow there is nowhere to begin. Loping and limping in the ruts, it would be easier not to think about what she did, was done to her, done, trying instead to reconstruct what it is at a distance. Oh, but it would not be so terrible had one calf not born. If I'd looked close, it would have been a chain of tiny wounds with moments of flesh between. I've done that myself with a swipe in a garden past a rose. That scratch. The asphalt spilled him onto the highway's shoulder. The paving's chipped edges piled visions off his eyes. A roar came toward him he heard only as it passed. He glanced back. The truck's red rear eyes sank together. He walked for another hour, saw no other vehicle. A Mack with a double van belched 20 feet behind him, sagged to a stop 20 feet ahead. He hadn't even been thumbing. He sprinted toward the opening door, hauled himself up, slammed it. The driver, tall, blond, and acneed, looking blank, released the clutch. He was going to say thanks, but coughed. Maybe the driver wanted somebody to rap at. Why else stop for someone just walking the road? He didn't feel like rapping, but you have to say something. What are you loading? Artichokes. Approaching lights spilled pit to pit in the driver's face. They shook on down the highway. He could think of nothing more except, I was just making love to this woman, see, and you'll never guess. No, the Daphne bit would not pass. It was he who wanted to talk. The driver was content to dispense with phatic thanks and chatter. Western independence? He had hitched this sector of country enough to decide it was all manic terror. He leaned his head back. He wanted to talk and had nothing to say. Fear passed. The archness of it forced the architecture of a smile his lips fought. He saw the ranked highway lights 20 minutes later and sat forward to see the turnoff. He glanced at the driver, who was just glancing away. The brakes wheezed and the cab slowed by lurches. They stopped. The driver sucked in the sides of his ruined cheeks, looked over, still blank. He nodded, sort of smiled, fumbled the door, dropped to the road. The door slammed and the truck started while he was still preparing thanks. He had to duck the van corner. The vehicle grumbled down the turnoff. We only spoke a line apiece. What an odd ritual exchange to exhaust communication. Is that terror? What amazing and engaging rituals are we practicing now? He stood on the roadside, laughing. What torque and tension in the mouth to laugh so in this windy, windy, windy... Underpass and overpass knotted here. He walked proudly? Yes, proudly by the low wall. Across the water the city flickered. On its dock front down half a mile flamed roiled smoke on the sky and reflections on the river. Here not one car came off the bridge, not one went on. This toll booth, like the rank of booths, was dark. He stepped inside. Front pane shattered, stool overturned, no drawer in the register, a third of the keys stuck down, a few bent. Some were missing their heads, smashed by a mace, a mallet, a fist. He dragged his fingers across them, listened to them click, then stepped from the glass-flecked rubber mat over the sill to the pavement. Metal steps led up to the pedestrian walkway, but since there was no traffic, he sauntered across 2 empty lanes. A metal grid sunk in the blacktop gleamed where tires had polished it. To amble the broken white line, sandaled foot one side, bare foot the other. Girders wheeled by him left and right. Beyond, the burning city squatted on weak, inverted images of its fires. He gazed across the whale of night water, all wind-runneled, and sniffed for burning. A gust parted the hair at the back of his neck. Smoke was moving off the river. "Hey, you!" He looked up at the surprising flashlight. "Huh?" At the walkway rail, another and another punctured the dark. "You going into Bologna?" "That's right." Squinting, he tried to smile. One and another, the lights moved a few steps, stopped. He said, "You're leaving?" "Yeah, you know it's restricted in there." He nodded. "But I haven't seen any soldiers or police or anything. I just hitchhiked down." "How were the rides?" "All I saw was 2 trucks for the last 20 miles. The second one gave me a lift." "What about the traffic going out?" He shrugged. "But I guess girls shouldn't have too hard a time, though. I mean, if a car passes, you'll probably get a ride." "Where are you heading?" "2 of us want to get to New York. Judy wants to go to San Francisco." "I just want to get someplace." A whiny voice came down. "I've got a fever. I should be in bed. I was in bed for the last 3 days." He said, "You've got a ways to go, either direction." "Nothing's happened to San Francisco? Or New York?" "No." He tried to see behind the lights. "The papers don't even talk about what's happening here anymore." "But Jesus, what about the television or the radio?" "Stupid. None of it works out here. So how are they going to know?" "But, oh, wow." He said, "The nearer you get, it's just less and less people, and the ones you meet are funnier." "What's it like inside?" One laughed. Another said, "It's pretty rough." The one who'd spoken first said, "But like you say, girls have an easier time." And they laughed. He did, too. "Is there anything you can tell me? I mean, that might be helpful, since I'm going in?" "Yeah, some men came by, shot up the house we were living in, tore up the place, then burned us out." "She was making this sculpture," the whiny voice explained, "this big sculpture of a lion, out of junk metal and stuff. It was beautiful, but she had to leave it." "Wow," he said. "Is it like that?" One short, hard laugh. "Yeah, we got it real easy." "Tell him about Calkins? Or the Scorpions?" "He'll learn about them." Another laugh. "What can you say?" "You want a weapon to take in with you?" That made him afraid again. "Do I need one?" But they were talking among themselves. "You're going to give him that?" "Yeah, why not? I don't want it with me any more." "Well, okay, it's yours." Metal sounded on chain while one asked, "Where you from?" The flashlights turned away, ghosting the group. One in profile near the rail was momentarily lighted enough to see she was very young, very black, and very pregnant. "Up from the south." "You don't sound like you're from the south," one said who did. "I'm not from the south, but I was just in Mexico." "Oh, hey." That was a pregnant one. "Where were you? I know Mexico." The exchange of half a dozen towns ended in disappointed silence. "Here's your weapon." Flashlights followed the flicker in the air, the clatter on the gridded blacktop. With the beams on the ground, and not in his eyes, he could make out half a dozen women on the catwalk. What? A car motor thrummed at the end of the bridge, but there were no headlights when he glanced. The sound died on some turn-off. Is it? What'd they call it? An orchid. Yeah, that's what it is. He's walked over, squatted in the triple beam. You wear it around your wrist, with the blade sticking out front, like a bracelet. From an adjustable metal wristband, 7 blades from 8 to 12 inches curved sharply forward. There was a chain and leather harness inside to hold it steady on the fingers. The blades were sharpened along the outside. He picked it up. Put it on. Are you right or left-handed? Ambidextrous, which in his case meant clumsy with both. He turned the flower. But I write with my left, usually. Oh. He fitted it around his right wrist, snapped it. Suppose you were wearing this on a crowded bus, you could hurt somebody, and felt the witticism fail. He made a fist within the blades, opened it slowly, and behind curved steel rubbed 2 blunt and horny crowns on the underside of his great thumb. There aren't too many buses in Bologna. Thinking, dangerous, bright petals bent about some knobbed, half-rooted root. Ugly thing, he told it. Not them. Hope I don't need you. Hope you don't either, one said above. I guess you can give it to somebody else when you leave. Yeah, he stood up. Sure. If he leaves, another said, gave another laugh. Hey, we better get going. I heard a car. We're probably going to have to wait long enough anyway. We might as well start. South. He didn't make it sound like we were going to get any rides. Let's just get going. Hey, so long. So long. Their beam swept by. And thanks. Artichokes? But he could not remember where the word had come from to ring so brightly. He raised the orchid after them. His gnarled hand, caged in blades, was silhouetted with river glitter stretching between the bridge struts. Watching them go, he felt the vaguest flutter of desire. Only one of their flashlights was on. Then one of them blocked that. They were footsteps on metal plates, some laughter drifting back, rustlings. He walked again, holding his hand from his side. This parched evening seasons the night with remembrances of rain. Very few suspect the existence of this city. It is as if not only the media, but the laws of perception themselves have redesigned knowledge and perception to pass it. Rumor says there is practically no power here. Neither television cameras nor on-the-spot broadcasts function. That such a catastrophe as this should be opaque and therefore dull to the electric nation. It is a city of inner discordances and retinal distortions. Beyond the bridge mouth, the pavement shattered. One live street lamp lit 5 dead ones, 2 with broken globes. Climbing a 10-foot tilted asphalt slab that jerked once under him, rumbled like a live thing, he saw pebbles roll off the edge, heard them clink on fugitive plumbing, then splash somewhere in darkness. He recalled the cave and vaulted to a more solid stretch, whose cracks were mortared with nubby grass. No lights in any near buildings, but down those waterfront streets beyond the veils of smoke. Was that fire? Already used to the smell, he had to breathe deeply to notice it. The sky was all haze. Buildings jabbed up into it and disappeared. Light? At the corner of a 4-foot alley, he spent 10 minutes exploring, just because the lamp worked. Across the street, he could make out concrete steps, a loading porch under an awning, doors. A truck had overturned at the block's end. Nearer, 3 cars, windows rimmed with smashed glass, squatted on skewed hubs like frogs gone marvelously blind. His bare foot was calloused enough for gravel and glass, but ash kept working between his foot and his remaining sandal to grind like finest sand, work its way under, and silt itself with his sweat. His heel was almost sore. By the gate at the alley's end, he found a pile of empty cans, a stack of newspapers still wire-bound, bricks set up as a fireplace with an arrangement of pipes over it. Beside it was an army mess pan, insides caked with dead mold. Something by his moving foot crinkled. He reached down. One of the orchid's petals snagged. He picked up a package of bread. The wrapper was twisted closed. Back under the street lamp, he balanced it on his fingers through the blades and opened the cellophane. He had wondered about food, he had wondered about sleep, but he knew the paralysis of wonder. The first slice had a 10-penny nail head of muzzy green in the corner, the second and third the same. The nail, he thought, was through the loaf. The top slice was dry on one side. Nothing else was wrong except the green vein, and it was only that penicillium stuff. He could eat around it. I'm not hungry. He replaced the slices, folded the cellophane, carried it back, and wedged it between the stacked papers. As he returned to the lamp, a can clattered from his sandal, defining the silence. He wandered away through it, gazing up for some hint of the hazed-out moon. Breaking glass brought his eyes to street level. He was afraid, and he was curious, but fear had been so constant, it was a dull and lazy emotion now. The curiosity was alive. He sprinted to the nearest wall, moved along it, rehearsing his apprehensions of all terrible that might happen. He passed the doorway, noted it for ducking, and kept on to the corner. Voices now, and more glass. He peered around the building edge. 3 people vaulted from a shattered display window to join 2 waiting. Barking, a dog followed them to the sidewalk. One man wanted to climb back in. Did. 2 others took off down the block. The dog circled, loped his way. He pulled back, free hand grinding on the brick. The dog, crouched and dancing 10 feet off, barked, barked, barked again. Dim light slathered canine tongue and teeth. Its eyes, he swallowed hard, were glistening red, without white or pupil, smooth as crimson glass. The man came back out the window. One in the group turned and shouted, "Muriel!" It could have been a woman. The dog wheeled and fled after. Another street lamp, blocks down, gave them momentary silhouette. As he stepped from the wall, his breath unraveled the silence, shocked him as much as if someone had called his name. Pondering, he crossed the street toward the corner of the loading porch. On tracks under the awning, 4- and 6-foot butcher hooks swung gently, though there was no wind. In fact, he reflected, it would take a pretty hefty wind to start them swinging. "Hey!" Hands, free and flowered, jumped to protect his face. He whirled, crouching. "You down there!" He looked up with hunched shoulders. Smoke rolled about the building top, 8 stories above. "What are you doing, huh?" He lowered his hands. The voice was rasp-rough, sounded near drunk. He called, "Nothing," and wished his heart would still. "Just walking around." Behind scarves of smoke someone stood at the cornice. "What you been up to this evening?" "Nothing," I said. He took a breath. "I just got here, over the bridge, about a half-hour ago." "Where'd you get the orchid?" "Huh?" He raised his hand again. The street lamp dribbled light down a blade. "This?" "Yeah. Some woman gave it to me when I was crossing the bridge. I saw you looking around the corner at the hubbub. I couldn't tell from up here. Was it scorpions?" "Huh?" "I said, was it scorpions?" "It was a bunch of people trying to break into a store, I think. They had a dog with them." After silence, gravelly laughter grew. "You really haven't been here long, kid." And realized the repetition, "just got here." "You out to go exploring by yourself, or you want company for a bit?" The guy's eyes, he reflected, must be awfully good. "Company, I guess." "I'll be there in a minute." He didn't see the figure go. There was too much smoke. And after he'd watched several doorways for several minutes, he figured the man had changed his mind. "Here you go," from the one he'd set aside for ducking. "Name is Laufer, Tack Laufer. You know what that means, Laufer? Red Wolf, or Fire Wolf, or Iron Wolf." He squinted. "Hello. Iron Wolf?" "Well, yeah." The man emerged, dim on the top step. "Don't know if I like that one so much. Red Wolf, that's my favorite." He was a very big man. He came down 2 more steps. His engineer's boots, hitting the boards, sounded like dropped sandbags. Wrinkled black jeans were half stuffed into the boot tops. The worn cycle jacket was scarred with zippers. Gold stubble on chin and jaw snagged the streetlight. Chest and belly, bare between flapping zipper teeth, were a tangle of brass hair. The fingers were massive, matted. "What's your name?" But clean, with neat and cared-for nails. Well, I'll tell you, I don't know." It sounded funny, so he laughed. I don't know. Laufer stopped a step above the sidewalk and laughed too. Why the hell don't you? The visor of his leather cap blocked his upper face with shadow. He shrugged. I just don't. I haven't for a while now. Laufer came down the last step to the pavement. Well, Tack Laufer's met people here with stranger stories than that. You some kind of nut or something? You been in a mental hospital, maybe? Yes. He saw that Laufer had expected a no. Tack's head cocked, the shadow raised to show the rims of Negro-wide nostrils above an extremely Caucasian mouth. The jaw looked like rocks in hay stubble. Just for a year, about 6 or 7 years ago. Laufer shrugged. I was in jail for 3 months, about 6 or 7 years ago, but that's as close as I come. So you're a no-name kid. What are you, 17, 18? No, I bet you're even 27. Tack's head cocked the other way. Light topped his cheekbones. Neurotic fatigue. Do it every time. You notice that about people with serious depression, the kind that sleep all day? Hospital-type cases, I mean. They always look 10 years younger than they are. He nodded. I'm going to call you Kid, then. That'll do you for a name. You can be the Kid, huh? 3 gifts, he thought. Armor, weapon, title, like the prisms, lenses, mirrors on the chain itself. Okay. With the sudden conviction, this third would cost by far the most. Reject it, something warned. Only I'm not a kid. Really, I'm 27. People always think I'm younger than I am. I just got a baby face, that's all. I've even got some white hair, if you want to see. Look, kid. With his middle fingers, Tack pushed up his visor. We're the same age. His eyes were large, deep, and blue. The hair above his ears, no longer than the week's beard, suggested a severe crew under the cap. Any sights you particularly want to see around here? Anything you heard about? I like to play guide. What do you hear about us outside, anyway? What do people say about us here in the city? Not much. Guess they wouldn't. Tack looked away. You just wander in by accident, or did you come on purpose? Purpose. Good kid. Like a man with a purpose. Come on up here. This street turns into Broadway as soon as it leaves the waterfront. What is there to see? Laufer gave a grunt that did for a laugh. Depends on what sights are out. Though he had the beginning of a gut, the ridges under the belly hair were muscle-deep. If we're really lucky, maybe. The ashy leather, swinging as Laufer turned, winked over a circular brass buckle that held together a 2-inch-wide garrison. We won't run into anything at all. Come on. They walked. Kid. The Kid. Huh? Said Laufer. I'm thinking about that name. Will it do? I don't know. Laufer laughed. I'm not going to press for it, kid, but I think it's yours. His own chuckle was part denial, part friendly. Laufer's grunt in answer echoed the friendly. They walked beneath low smoke. There is something delicate about this iron wolf with his face like a pug-nosed Germanic gorilla. It is neither his speech nor his carriage which have their roughness, but the way in which he assumes them, as though the surface where speech and carriage are flush was somehow inflamed. Hey, Tack? Yeah? How long have you been here? If you told me today's date, I could figure it out, but I've let it go. It's been a while. After a moment, Laufer asked in a strange, less blustery voice, Do you know what day it is? No, The strangeness scared him. I don't. He shook his head while his mind rushed away toward some other subject. What do you do? I mean, what did you work at? Tack snorted. Industrial engineering. Were you working here before all this? Near here, about 12 miles down at Helmsford, there used to be a plant that jarred peanut butter. We were converting it into a vitamin C factory. What do you do? No, you don't look like you do too much in the line of work. Laufer grinned. Right? He nodded. It was reassuring to be judged by appearances when the judge was both accurate and friendly, and anyway, the rush had stopped. I was staying down in Helmsford, Laufer went on, but I used to drive up to the city a lot. Bologna used to be a pretty good town. Tack glanced at a doorway too dark to see if it was open or shut. Maybe it still is, you know. But one day I drove up here, and it was like this. A fire escape above a street lamp, pulsing slow as a failing heart, looked like charred sticks, some still aglow. Just like this? On a store window their reflections slid like ripples over oil. There were a few places the fire hadn't reached, a few more people who hadn't left yet. Not all the newcomers had arrived. You were here at the very beginning, then? Oh, I didn't see it break out or anything. Like I say, when I got here, it looked more or less like it does now. Where's your car? Sitting on the street with the windshield busted, the tires gone, along with most of the motor. I let a lot of stupid things happen at first, but I got the hang of it after a while. Tack made a sweeping gesture with both hands and disappeared before it was finished. They'd passed into complete blackness. 1,000 people are supposed to be here now. Used to be almost 2 million. How do you know? I mean, the population. That's what they publish in the paper. Why do you stay? Stay? Laufer's voice neared that other upsetting tone. Well, actually, I've thought about that one a lot. I think it has to do with... I got a theory now. Freedom. You know, here, ahead something moved. You're free. No laws to break or to follow. Do anything you want, which does funny things to you. Very quickly, surprisingly quickly, you become... They neared another half-lit lamp. What moved became smoke, lobbling from a windowsill set with glass teeth like an extinguished jack-o'-lantern. Exactly who you are. And Tack was visible again. If you're ready for that, this is where it's at. It must be pretty dangerous. Looters and stuff. Tack nodded. Sure, it's dangerous. Is there a lot of street mugging? Some. Laufer made a face. Do you know about crime, kid? Crime is funny. For instance, now in most American cities, New York, Chicago, St. Louis, crimes, 95%, I read, are committed between 6 o'clock and midnight. That means you're safer walking around the street at 3 o'clock in the morning than you are going to the theater to catch a 7:30 curtain. I wonder what time it is now. Sometime after 2, I'd gather. I don't think Bologna is much more dangerous than any other city. It's a very small city now. That's the sort of protection. A forgotten blade scraped his jeans. Do you carry a weapon? Months of detailed study on what was going on where, the movements and variations of our town. I look around a lot. This way. That wasn't buildings on the other side of the street. Trees rose above the park wall, black as shale. Laufer headed toward the entrance. Is it safe in there? Looks pretty scary. Tack nodded. Probably keep any criminal with a grain of sense at home. Anybody who wasn't a mugger would be out of his mind to go in there. He glanced back, grinned, which probably means all the muggers have gotten tired of waiting and gone home to bed a long time ago. Come on. Stone lions flanked the entrance. It's funny, Tack said. They passed between. You show me a place where they tell women to stay out of at night because of all the nasty, evil men lurking there to do nasty, evil things, and you know what you'll find? Queers. Tack glanced over, pulled his cap visor down. Yeah. The dark wrapped them up and buoyed them along the path. There's nothing safe about the darkness of this city and its stink. Well, I have abrogated all claims to safety coming here. It is better to discuss it as though I had chosen. That keeps the scrim of sanity before the awful set. What will lift it? What were you in prison for? Morals charge, Tack said. He was steps behind Laufer now. The path, which had begun as concrete, was now dirt. Leaves hit at him. 3 times his bare foot came down on rough roots. Once his swinging arm scraped lightly against bark. Actually, Tack tossed back into the black between them. I was acquitted. The situation, I guess. My lawyer figured it was better I stayed in jail without bail for 90 days, like a misdemeanor sentence. Something had got lost in the records. Then at court he brought that all out, got the charge changed to public indecency. I'd already served sentence. Zipper jingling suggested a shrug. Everything considered, it worked out. Look. The carbon black of leaves shredded, letting through the ordinary color of urban night. Where? They had stopped among trees and high brush. Be quiet. There. His wool shushed Tack's leather. He whispered, Where do you... Out on the path, sudden, luminous, and artificial, a 7-foot dragon swayed around the corner, followed by an equally tall mantis and a griffin. Like elegant plastics, internally lit and misty, they wobbled forward. When dragon and mantis swayed into each other, they meshed. He thought of images, slightly unfocused, on a movie screen, lapping. "Scorpions," Tack whispered. Tack's shoulder pushed his. His hand was on a tree trunk. Twig shadows webbed his forearm, the back of his hand, the bark. The figures neared. The web slid. The figures passed. The web slid off. They were, he realized, as eye-unsettling as pictures on a three-dimensional postcard, with the same striations hanging like a screen just before, or was it just behind them? The griffin furthest back flickered. A scrawny youngster with pimply shoulders in the middle of a cautious, bow-legged stride, then griffin again. A memory of spiky yellow hair, hands held out from the freckled pelvic blade. The mantis swung around to look back, went momentarily out. This one, anyway, was wearing some clothes, a brown, brutal-looking youngster. The chains he wore for necklaces growled under his palm, while he absently caressed his left breast. "Come on, baby, get your ass in gear," which came from a mantis again. "Shit, you think they're going to be there?" from the griffin. Sure they're going to be there." You could have easily mistaken the voice from the dragon for a man's, and she sounded black. Suspended in wonder and confusion, he listened to the conversation of the amazing beasts. "They better be." Vanished chains went on growling. The griffin flickered once more. Pocked buttocks and dirty heels disappeared behind blazing scales. "Hey, baby, suppose they're not there yet." "Oh, shit. Adam?" "Now, Adam, you know, they're gonna be there," the dragon assured. "Yeah, how do I know?" "Oh, dragon lady, you're too much. Come on, the two of you shut up, huh?" Swaying together and apart, they rounded another corner. He couldn't see his hand at all now, so he let it fall from the trunk. What are they?" "Told you. Scorpions. Sort of a gang. Maybe it's more than one gang. I don't really know. You get fond of them after a while if you know how to stay out of their way. If you can't, well, you either join in, I guess, or get messed up. At least that's how I found it." "I mean the dragons and things. Pretty, huh? What are they?" "You know, what is it, a hologram? They're projected from interference patterns off a very small, very low-powered laser. It's not complicated, but it looks impressive. They call them light shields." "Oh." He glanced at his shoulder where Tack had dropped his hand. "I've heard of holograms." Tack led him out of the hidden niche of brush onto the concrete. A few yards down the path, in the direction the scorpions had come from, a lamp was working. They started in that direction. "Are there more of them around?" "Maybe." Tack's upper face was again masked. "Their light shields don't really shield them from anything, other than our prying eyes from the ones who want to walk around bare-assed. When I first got here, all you saw were scorpions. Then griffins and the other kinds started showing up a little while ago, but the genre name stuck." Tack slid his hands into his jean pockets. His jacket, joined at the bottom by the zipper fastener, rode up in front for non-existent breasts. Tack stared down at them as he walked. When he looked up, his smile had no eyes over it. "You forget people don't know about scorpions, about calkins. They're famous here. Bologna's a big city. Was something that famous in any other city in the country, why, I guess people in L.A., Chicago, Pittsburgh, Washington would be dropping it all over the carpet at the inn cocktail parties, huh? But they've forgotten we're here." No, they haven't forgotten. Though he couldn't see Tack's eyes, he knew they had narrowed. "So they send in people who don't know their own name, like you." He laughed sharply. It felt like a bark. Tack returned the hoarse sound that was his own laughter. "Oh, yeah, you're quite a kid." Laughter trailed on. "Where are we going now?" But Tack lowered his chin, strode ahead. "From this play of night, light, and leather, can I let myself take identity? How can I recreate this roasted park in some meaningful matrix? Equipped with contradictory visions, an ugly hand caged in pretty metal, I observe a new mécanique. I am the wild machinist, past destroyed, reconstructing the present." "Tack!" She called across the fire, rose, and shook back fire-colored hair. "Who'd you bring?" She swung around the cinder-block furnace and came on, a silhouette now, stepping over sleeping bags, blanket rolls, a lawn of reposing forms. 2 glanced at her, then turned over. 2 others snored at different pitches. A girl on a blanket with no shirt and really nice breasts stopped playing her harmonica, banged it on her palm for spit, and blew once more. The redhead rounded the harmonica player and seized Tack's cuff, close enough now to have a face again. "We haven't seen you in days. What happened? You used to come around for dinner practically every night. John was worried about you." It was a pretty face in half-light. "I wasn't worried." A tall, long-haired man in a Peruvian vest walked over from the picnic table. "Tack comes, Tack goes. You know how Tack is." Around the miniature flames reflected in his glasses, even in this light his tan suggested chemicals or sun lamps. His hair was pale and thin and looked as if day would show sun-streaks. "You're closer to breakfast time than you are to dinner right now." John tapped a rolled newspaper against his thigh. "Come on, tell me, Tack." She smiled, her face wedged with deeper shadows. "Who've you brought John and me this time?" While John glanced up, twin flames slid off his lenses for hints of dawn. Tack said, "This is the kid." "Kit?" she asked. "Kid. Kydd? I-D. D," she added with a tentative frown. "Oh, kid." If Tack had an expression, you couldn't see it. He thought it was charming, though something else about it unsettled. She reared her shoulders back, blinking. "How are you, kid? Are you new? Or have you been hiding out in the shadows for months and months?" To Tack, "Isn't it amazing how we're always turning up people like that? You think you've met everybody in the city there is to meet, and then suddenly somebody who's been here all along, watching you from the bushes, sticks his nose out." "That's how we met Tack," John said. To Tack, "Isn't it, Tack?" Tack said, "He's new." "Oh, well," John said, "we've got this thing going here. Do you want to explain it to him, Mildred?" "Well, we figure," Mildred's shoulders came officially forward, "we figure we have to survive together some way. I mean, we can't be at each other's throats like animals. And it would be so easy for a situation like this," he was sure her gesture at "this" included nothing beyond the firelight, "to degenerate into something, well, awful. So we set up, I guess you'd call it a commune, here in the park. People get food, work together, know they have some sort of protection. We try to be as organic as possible, but that's getting harder and harder. When new people come into Bologna, they can get a chance to learn how things operate here. We don't take in everybody, but when we do, we're very accepting." There was a tick somewhere, in him or her, he wasn't sure, and started worrying about it, like a nick in a wire pulled over an edge. "You are new? We're always glad when we get somebody new." He nodded while his mind accelerated, trying to decide. Him? Her? Tack said, "Show 'em around, Millie." John said, "Good idea, Mildred. Tack, I want to talk to you about something," tapping his newspaper again. "Oh, here, maybe you want to take a look at this?" "What?" "Oh." You couldn't worry so much about things like that. Often, though, he had to remind himself. "Thanks." He took the folded paper. "All right, Tack." John, with tact, turned away. "Now, when are you going to start those foundations for us? I can give you—" "Look, John." Tack put his hand on John's shoulder as they wandered off. "All you need is the plans, and you can—" Then they were out of earshot. "Are you hungry?" No. She was pretty. "Well, if you are, come, let's go over here. We start cooking breakfast soon as it gets light. That's not too far off." "You been up all night?" he asked. "No, but when you go to bed at sundown, you wake up pretty early." "I have. We do a lot of work here." She slipped her hands into her back pockets. Her jeans, torn short, were bunched high on her thighs during the day. "We don't just sit around. John has a dozen projects going. It's pretty hard to sleep with people hammering and building and what all." She smiled. "I've been up, but I'm not tired. When I am, I can sleep through anything." He looked down at her legs. As she walked light along them, closed and crossed. "Oh, we wouldn't mind if you really wanted to sleep. We don't want to force anybody, but we have to maintain some kind of pattern, you understand?" "Yeah, I understand that." He'd been flipping the newspaper against his own thigh. Now he raised it. "Why do you go around wearing an orchid?" she asked. "Of course, with the city and the state it's in, I guess it makes sense. And really, we do accept many lifestyles here, but some people gave it to me." He turned the rolled newspaper around. "Serious water." He let the tabloid fall loose. "Shortage threatens." The date said Tuesday, February 12th, 1995. "What the hell is that?" She looked concerned. "Well, there's not very many people around who know how to keep things running, and we've all been expecting the water to become a real problem any day. You've no idea how much they used when they were trying to put out the fires." "I mean the 1995. "Oh, that's just Calkins." On the picnic table sat a carton of canned goods. "I think it's amazing we have a newspaper at all." She sat on the bench and looked at him expectantly. "The dates are just his little joke." "Oh." He sat beside her. "Do you have tents here? Anything for shelter?" Still thinking. 1995? "Well, we're pretty outdoors-oriented." She looked around while he tried to feel the city beyond the leafy, fire-lit grotto. "Of course, Tack, he's promised to give John some simple blueprints for cabins. John wants Tack to head the whole project. He feels it would be good for him. You know, Tack is so strange. He feels somehow we won't accept him. At least I think he does. He has this very important image of himself as a loner. He wants to give us the plans. He's an engineer, you know, and let us carry them out. But the value of something like that isn't just the house or shack that results. It should be a creative internal thing for the builder, don't you think?" For something to do, he held his teeth together, hard. "You're sure you're not hungry?" "Oh, no." "You're not tired? You can get in a few hours if you want. Work doesn't start till after breakfast. I can get you a blanket if you'd like." "No." In the firelight he thought he might count 25 years in her firm, clear face. "I'm not hungry. I'm not sleepy. I didn't even know Tack was bringing me here. It's a very nice place. It really is. The community of feeling is so warm, if nothing else." "Probably only 20. The harmonica player played again. Someone in an olive-drab cocoon twisted beyond the fire. Mildred's tennis sneaker was a foot from the nearest sleeper's canvas-covered head. "I wish you wouldn't wear that," she laughed. He opened his big fingers under metal. "I mean, if you want to stay here, maybe then you wouldn't have to wear it." "I don't have to wear it," and decided to keep it on. The harmonica squawked. He looked up. From the trees, light brighter than the fire and green, lay leafy shadows over sleeping bags and blanket rolls. Then ballooning claws and barbed, translucent tail collapsed. "Hey, you got that shit ready for us?" A lot of chains hung around his neck. He had a wide scab, with smaller ones below it, on the bowl of his shoulder, like a bad fall on cement. Chains wound around one boot. He jingled when he walked. Come on, bring me the fucking junk." He stopped by the fireplace. Flames burnished his large arms, his small face. A front tooth was broken. "Is that it?" He gestured bluntly toward the picnic table, brushed tangled black hair half-braided from his shoulder, and came on. "Hello," Mildred said with the most amazing smile. "Nightmare, how have you been?" The scorpion looked down at her, wet lip high off his broken tooth, and said slowly, "Shit," which could have meant a lot of things. He wedged between them. "Get out of the—" Saw the orchid. "Fucking way, huh?" And lugged the carton of canned goods off the table edge against his belly, where ripe, wrinkled jeans had sagged so low you could see stomach hair thicken toward pubic. He looked down over his thick arm at the weapon, closed his mouth, shook his head. "Shit," again, and "What the fuck you staring at?" Between the flaps of Nightmare's cut-down vest, prisms, mirrors, and lenses glittered among dark cycle chain, bright stainless links, and hardware store brass. "Nothing." Nightmare sucked his teeth in disgust, turned, and stumbled on a sleeping bag. "Move, damn it!" A head shook loose from canvas. It was an older man who started digging under the glasses he'd probably worn to sleep, then gazed after the scorpion lumbering off among the trees. He saw things move behind Millie's face, was momentarily sure she was going to call goodbye. Her tennis shoe dragged the ground. Down her lower leg was a scratch. He frowned. She said, "That was Nightmare. Do you know about the scorpions?" "Well, Tack told me some. It's amazing how well you can get along with people if you're just nice. Of course, their idea of being nice back is a little odd. They used to volunteer to beat up people for us. They kept wanting John to find somebody for them to work over, somebody who was annoying us, of course, only nobody was." She hunched her shoulders. "I guess," he offered from the faulted structure of his smile, "you have trouble with them sometimes?" "Sometimes." Her smile was perfect. "I just wish John had been here. John's very good with them. I think Nightmare's a little afraid of John, you know. We do a lot for them, share our food with them. I think they get a lot from us. If they'd just acknowledge their need, though, they'd be so much easier to help." The harmonica was silent. The bare-breasted girl had gone from her blanket. "How'd you get that scratch?" "Just an accident, with John." She shrugged. "From one of those, actually." She nodded toward his orchid. "It isn't anything." He leaned to touch it, looked at her. She hadn't moved. So he lay his forefinger on her shin, moved it down. The scab line ran under his callus like a tiny rasp. She frowned. "It really isn't anything." Framed in heavy red, it was a gentle frown. "What's that?" She pointed. "Around your wrist?" His cuff had pulled up when he'd leaned. He shrugged. Confusion was like struggling to find the proper way to sit inside his skin. "Something I found." He wondered if she heard the question mark on his sentence, small as a period. Her eyebrows' movement said she had, which amused him. The optical glass flamed over his knobby wrist. "Where'd you get it? I've seen several people wear that kind of chain." He nodded. "I just found it." "Where?" Her gentle smile urged. "Where did you get your scratch?" Still smiling, she returned a bewildered look. He had expected it, and he mistrusted it. And the thought resolved some internal cadence. "Want to know about you." He was suddenly and astonishingly happy. "Have you been here long? Where are you from?" "Mildred." "Mildred what? Why did you come here? How long are you going to stay? Do you like Japanese food? Poetry?" He laughed. "Silence, water, someone saying your name." He saw she was immensely pleased. "Mildred Fabian, and people do call me Millie, like Tack does. John just feels he has to be formal when new people come around. I was here at State University, but I come from Ohio." "Euclid, Ohio?" He nodded again. "But State's got such a damn good poli-sci department. Had, anyway. So I came here and—" She dropped her eyes, brown, he realized with a half-second memory, as he looked at her lowered, corn-colored lashes, brown with a coppery backing, copper like her hair. "I stayed." "You were here when it happened?" "Yes." He heard a question mark there bigger than any in the type box. "What?" And when he said, "happened," he didn't want an answer. Her eyes widened, dropped again, her shoulders sank, her back rounded. She reached toward his hand in its cage, lying between them on the bench. As she took a shiny blade tip between two fingers, he was aware of his palm's suspension in its harness. "I've always— Well, could you make it—" She tugged the point to the side. He felt the pressure on his wrist and stiffened his hand. Released it. A muffled, "Oh." He was puzzled. "I was wondering," she explained, "if you could make it ring, like an instrument. All the blades are different lengths. I thought if they made notes, perhaps you could play them." "Blade steel? I don't think it's brittle enough. Bells and things are iron." She bent her head to the side. "Things have to be brittle if they're going to ring, like glass. Knives are hard, sure, but they're too flexible. She looked up after a moment. I like music. I was going to major in music at the State, but the poli-sci department was so good. I don't think I've seen one Japanese restaurant in Bologna since I've been in school here, but there used to be several good Chinese ones. Something happened in her face, a loosening, part exhaustion, part despair. We're doing the best we can, you know. What? We're doing the best we can. Here. He nodded a small nod. When it happened, she said softly, it was terrible. Terrible was perfectly flat, the way he remembered a man in a brown suit once say elevator. It's that tone, he thought, remembering when it had denuded tact speech. She said, we stayed. I stayed. I guess I felt I had to stay. I don't know how long. I mean, I'm going to stay for, but we have to do something. Since we're here, we have to. She took a breath. A muscle leaped in her jaw. You? Me? What? What do you like, kid? Someone saying your name? He knew it was innocent, and was annoyed anyway. His lips began a well, but only breath came. Silence? Breath became a hiss. The hiss became sometimes. Who are you? Where are you from? He hesitated and watched her eyes pick something from it. You're afraid because you're new here, I think. I'm afraid, I think, because I've been here an awfully long time. She looked around the campsite. Two long-haired youngsters stood by the cinder blocks. One held up his hands, either to warm them or just to feel heat. It is a warm morning. I do not recognize any protection in this leafy blister. There is no articulation in the juncture of object and shadow, no fixed angle between fuel and flame. Where would they put their shelters? Foundations sunk on ash, doors and windows sinking in cinders. There's nothing else to trust but what warms. Mildred's lips parted, her eyes narrowed. You know what John did? I think it was brave, too. We had just finished building that fireplace. There were only a few of us here then. Somebody was going to light it with a cigarette lighter, but John said, wait, then went off all the way to Holland Lake. That was when the burning was much worse than it is now. And he brought back a brand, an old, dried, burning stick. In fact, he had to transfer the fire to several other sticks on the way back. And with that fire, she nodded where one of the youngsters was now poking at the logs with a broken broom handle, he lit ours. The other waited with a chunk of wood in his arms. I think that was very brave, don't you? The chunk fell. Sparks geysered through the grate, higher than the lowest branches. Hey, Millie! Sparks whirled, and he wondered why they all spoke so loud, with so many sleeping. Millie, look what I found! She had put on a blue work shirt, still unbuttoned. In one hand was her harmonica, in the other a spiral notebook. What is it? Millie called back. As she passed the furnace, she swung the notebook through the sparks. They whipped into Catherine wheels and sank. Does it belong to anybody around here? It's burned on the cover. She sat with it between them, shoulders hunched, face in a concentrated scowl. It's somebody's exercise book. The cardboard was flaky black at one corner. Heat had stained half the back. What's in it? Millie asked. She shrugged. Her shoulder and her hip moved on his. He slid down the bench to give her room, considered sliding back, but instead picked up the newspaper and opened it. Blades tore one side. To the second page. Who ripped out the first pages? Millie asked. That's the way I found it. But you can see the torn edges still inside the wire. Neat handwriting. Can you make out what it says? Not in this light. I read some down by the park lamp. Let's take it over by the fire. The page he stared at flickered with backlight, the print on both sides visible. All he could make out was the Gothic masthead Bologna Times, and below it Roger Calkins, editor and publisher. He closed the paper. The girls had gone to the fireplace. He stood, left the paper on the bench, stepped, one after another, over 3 sleeping bags and a blanket roll. What does it say? Her harmonica was still in one fist. Her hair was short and thick. Her eyes, when she looked at him directly, were Kelly green. Propping the book on the crook of her arm with her free hand, she turned back the cardboard cover for him to see the first page. Remnants of green polish flecked her nails. In Palmer perfect script, an interrupted sentence took up on the top line, "To wound the autumnal city. So howled out for the world to give him a name." That made goosebumps on his flanks. The in dark answered with wind. All you know, I know. Careening astronauts and bank clerks glancing at the clock before lunch, actresses cowling at light-ringed mirrors, and freight elevator operators grinding a thumbful of grease on a steel handle. Student. She lowered the notebook to stare at him, blinked green eyes. Hair wisps shook shadow splinters on her cheek. "What's the matter with you?" His face tensed toward a smile. "That's just some, well, pretty weird stuff." "What's weird about it?" She closed the cover. "You got the strangest look." "I don't, but—" His smile did not feel right. What was there to dislodge it lay at the third point of a triangle whose base vertices were recognition and incomprehension. Only it was so— No, start again. But it was so— I know a lot about astronauts, I mean. I used to look up the satellite schedules and go out at night and watch for them, and I used to have a friend who was a bank clerk. "I knew somebody who used to work in a bank," Millie said. Then to the other girl, "Didn't you ever?" He said, "And I used to have a job in a theater. It was on the second floor, and we always had to carry things up in the freight elevator." These memories were so simple to retrieve. "I was thinking about him, the elevator operator, earlier tonight." They still looked puzzled. "It was just very familiar." "Well, yeah." She moved her thumb over the bright harmonica. "I must have been on a freight elevator at least once. Hell, I was in a school play and there were lights around the dressing room mirror. That doesn't make it weird. But the part about the student riots and the bodegas— I just came up from Mexico." "It doesn't say anything about student riots." "Yes, it does. I was in a student riot once. I'll show you." He reached for the book. She pulled back sharply from the orchid, spread his free hand on the page. She came forward again, her shoulder brushing his arm. He could see her breast inside her unbuttoned shirt. "Yeah." And read aloud, "Thumbful of grease on a steel handle. Student happenings with spaghetti-filled Volkswagens. Dawn in Seattle. Automated evening in L.A." He looked up, confused. "You've been in Seattle and Los Angeles, morning and night too?" Her green-eyed smile flickered beside the flames. "No," he shook his head. "I have. It's still not weird." Still flickering, she frowned at his frown. "It's not about you, unless you dropped it in the park. You didn't write it, did you?" "No," he said. "No, I didn't." Lost, it had been stronger and stranger than any déjà vu. The feeling harassed him. "But I could have sworn I knew." The fire felt hottest through the hole at his knee. He reached down to scratch. Blades snagged raveled threads. He snatched the orchid away. Threads popped. Using his other hand, he mauled his patella with horny fingers. Millie had taken the book, turned to a later page. The green-eyed girl leaned over her shoulder. "Read that part near the end about the lightning and the explosions and the riot and all. Do you think he was writing about what happened here? To Bologna, I mean? Read that part at the beginning about the scorpions and the trapped children. What do you suppose he was writing about there?" They bent together in firelight. He felt discomfort and looked around the clearing. Tack stepped over a sleeping bag and said to John, "You people want me to work too hard. You just refuse to understand that work for its own sake is something I see no virtue in at all." "Oh, come on, Tack." John beat his hand absently against his thigh, as though he still held the rolled paper. "I'll give you the plans. You can do what you want with them." "Hey, kid, how's it going?" Flames bruised Tack's bulky jaw, prized his pale eyes into the light, flickered on his leather visor. "You doing all right?" He swallowed, which clamped his teeth, so his nod was stiffer than he'd intended. "Tack, you are going to head the shelter-building project for us?" John's glasses flashed. Shit, Tack said, recalling Nightmare. Oh, Tack, Millie shook her head. I've been arguing with him all night, John said. Hey, he looked over at the picnic table. Did Nightmare come by for the stuff? Yep, brightly. How is he? She shrugged, less bright. He heard the harmonica, looked. Back on her blanket, the other girl bent over her mouth harp. Her hair was a casque of stained bronze around her lowered face. Her shirt had slipped from one sharp shoulder. Frowning, she beat the mouth holes on her palm once more. The notebook lay against her knee. Tack and me were looking at the place I want to put the shelters, up on the rocks. You've changed the location again? Millie asked. Yeah, Tack said, he has. How do you like it around here, kid? It's a good place, huh? We'd be happy to have you, John said. We're always happy to have new people. We have a lot of work to do. We need all the willing hands we can get. His tapping palm clove to his thigh, stayed. He grunted to shake something loose in his throat. I think I'm going to wander on. Oh, Millie sounded disappointed. Come on, stay for breakfast. John sounded eager. Then try out one of our work projects. See which one you like. Those are some strange streets out there. You don't know what you're going to find in 'em. Thanks, he said. I'm going to go. I'll take him back down to the avenue, Tack said. Okay, so long, you guys. If you change your mind, Millie called. John was beating his leg again. You can always come back. You might want to in a couple of days. Just come. We'll be glad to have you then, too. On the concrete path, he said to Tack, They're really good people, huh? I just guess He shrugged. Tack grunted. Yeah. The Scorpions, is that some sort of protection racket they make the people in the commune pay? You could call it that, but then they get protected. Against anything else except scorpions? Tack grunted again hoarsely. He recognized it for laughter. I just don't want to get into anything like that, at least not on that side. I'll take you back down to the avenue, kid. It goes on up into the city. The stores right around here have been pretty well stripped of food, but you never know what you're going to luck out on. Frankly, though, I think you'll do better in houses. But there you take your chances. Somebody just may be waiting for you with a shotgun. Like I say, there's maybe 1,000 left out of a city of 2 million. Only 1 out of 100 homes should be occupied. Not bad odds. Only I come near walking in on a couple of shotguns myself. Then you got your scorpions to worry about. John's group? The hoarse, gravelly laughter had a drunken quality the rest of Tack's behavior belied. I like them, but I wouldn't want to stick around them too much either. I don't. But I give them a hand, and it's not a bad place to get your bearings from for a day or two. No, I guess not. But it was a mulling no. Tack nodded in mute agreement. This park is alive with darkness's textures of silence. Tack's boot heels tattoo the way. I can envision a dotted line left after him, and someone might pick the night up by its edge, tear it along the perforations, crumple it, and toss it away. Only 2 out of 40-some park lights, he'd started counting, were working. The night's overcast masked all hint of dawn. At the next working light, within sight of the lion-flanked entrance, Tack took his hands out of his pockets. 2 pinheads of light pricked the darkness somewhere above his sandy upper lip. If you want, you can come back to my place. Okay. Tack let out a breath. Good. And turned. His face went completely black. This way. He followed the zipper jingles with a staggering lope. Boughs, black over the path, suddenly pulled from a sky gone gray inside a V of receding rooftops. As they paused by the lions, looking down a wide street, Tack rubbed himself inside his jacket. Guess we're about to get into morning. Which way does the sun come up? Laufer chuckled. I know you won't believe this. They walked again. But when I first got here, I could have sworn the light always started over there. As they stepped from the curb, he nodded to the left. But like you can see, today it's getting light. He gestured in front of them. There. Because the season's changing? I don't think it's changed that much, but maybe. Tack lowered his head and smiled. Then again, maybe I just wasn't paying attention. Which way is east? That's where it's getting light. Tack nodded ahead. But what do you do if it gets light in a different place tomorrow? Come on, you could tell by the stars. You saw how the sky was. It's been like that or worse every night and day. I haven't seen stars since I've been here. Moons or suns either. Yeah, but I've thought maybe it's not the season that changes. It's us. The whole city shifts, turns, rearranges itself all the time, and rearranges us. He laughed. Hey, I'm pulling your leg, kid. Come on. Tack rubbed his stomach again. You take it all too seriously. Stepping up the curb, Tack pushed his hands into his leather pockets. But I'm damned if I wouldn't have sworn morning used to start over there. Again he nodded with pursed lips. All that means is I wasn't paying attention, doesn't it? At the next corner he asked, What were you in a mental hospital for? Depression, but it was a long time ago. Yeah? I was hearing voices, afraid to go out, couldn't remember things, some hallucinations, the whole bit. It was right after I finished my first year of college, when I was 19. I used to drink a lot, too. What did the voices say? He shrugged. Nothing. Singing a lot, but in some other language, and calling to me. It wasn't like you'd hear a real voice. It was inside your head. Sometimes, when it was singing, but there'd be a real sound, like a car starting, or maybe somebody would close a door in another room, and you'd think somebody had called your name at the same time, only they hadn't. Then sometimes you'd think it was just in your mind when somebody had, and not answer. When you'd find out, you'd feel all uncomfortable. I bet you would. Actually, I felt uncomfortable about all the time. But really, that was years back. What did the voices call you when they called? At the middle of the next block, Tack said, Just thought it might work if I snuck up on it. Sorry. The clumsiness and sincerity of Tack's amateur therapy made him chuckle. Not that way. Got any idea why it happened? I mean, why you got depressed and went into the hospital in the first place? Tack asked. Sure. When I got out of high school, upstate, I had to work for a year before I could go into college. My parents didn't have any money. My mother was a full Cherokee, though it would have been worth my life to tell those kids back in the park the way everybody goes on about Indians today. She died when I was about 14. I'd applied to Columbia in New York City. I had to have a special interview because even though my marks in high school were good, they weren't great. I'd come down to the city and gotten a job in an art supply house. That impressed hell out of them at the interview. So they dug up this special scholarship. At the end of the first term, I had all B's and 1 D in linguistics. By the end of the second term, though, I didn't know what was going to happen the next year. I mean about money. I couldn't do anything at Columbia except go to school. They've got all sorts of extracurricular stuff, and it costs. If that D had been an A, I might have gotten another scholarship, but it wasn't. And like I said, I really used to drink. You wouldn't believe a 19-year-old could drink like that, much less drink and get anything done. Just before finals, I had a breakdown. I wouldn't go outside. I was scared to see people. I nearly killed myself a couple of times. I don't mean suicide, just with stupid things like climbing out on the window ledge when I was really drunk, and once I knocked a radio into a sink full of dishwater. Like that. He took a breath. It was a long time ago. None of that stuff bothers me, really, anymore. You Catholic? No. Dad was a little ballsy, blue-eyed Georgia Methodist. That memory's vividness surprised him, too, when he was anything. We never lived down south, though. He was in the Air Force most of the time when I was a kid. Then he flew private planes for about a year. After that, he didn't do much of anything, but that was after Mom died. Funny. Tack shook his head in self-reproach. The way you just assume all the small, dark-complected brothers are Catholic. Brought up a Lutheran myself. What'd you do after the hospital? Worked upstate for a while. DVR, Division of Vocational Rehabilitation, was going to help me get back in school as soon as I got out of Hillside, but I didn't want to. Took a joyride with a friend once that ended up with me spending most of a year cutting trees in Oregon. In Oakland, I worked as a grip in a theater. Wasn't I telling you about— No, that was the girl in the park. I traveled a lot, worked on boats. I tried school a couple more times just on my own. Once in Kansas for a year, where I had a job as a super for a student building. And then again in Delaware. How far on did you get? Did fine the first term, each place. Fucked up the second. I didn't have another breakdown or anything. I didn't even drink. I just fucked up. I don't fuck up on jobs, though. Just school. I work, I travel, I read a lot. Then I travel some more. Japan, down to Australia, though that didn't come out too well. Bumming boats down around Mexico and Central America. He laughed. So you see, I'm not a nut. Not a real one, anyway. I haven't been a real nut in a long time. You're here, aren't you? Tack's Germanic face with its oddly negroid nose mocked gently. And you don't know who you are. Yeah, but that's just 'cause I can't remember my— Home again, home again. Tack turned into a doorway and mounted the wooden steps. He looked back just before he reached the top one. Come on. There was no lamp-post on either corner. At the end of the block, a car had overturned in a splatter of glass. Nearer, two trucks sat on wheelless hubs, a Ford pickup and a GM cab, windshields and windows smashed. Across the street, above the loading porch, the butcher hooks swung gently on their awning tracks. Are we going in the way you came out? The smoke around the building tops was luminous with dawn. Don't worry, Tack grinned. You'll get used to it. I remembered you being on the other side of the— He looked across again at the 3-foot concrete platform that stretched beneath the awning along the building opposite. Come on. Tack took another step. Oh, one thing. You'll have to park your weapon at the door. He pointed vaguely at the orchid. Don't take offense. It's just a house rule. Oh, sure. Yeah. He followed Tack up the steps. Here, just a second. Put it behind there. Tack indicated 2 thick asbestos-covered pipes inside the doorway. It'll be there when you come back. He unsnapped the wristband, slipped his fingers from the harness, bent to lay the contraption on the floor behind the pipes. Tack, already at the head of a dim stairwell, started down. He stood up and hurried after. 15 steps. Tack was already invisible below him. It's pretty dark, so you better count. There was no banister, so he kept one hand on the wall. His wrist prickled where the orchid's collar had been. Hairs, drying now, pulled, tickling from his skin. Every other step, his bare foot hit the stair edge, heel on gritty marble, ball and toes hanging. Tack's boots thudded below. 13, 14. The last step still surprised him. Back this way. He followed through the dark. The cement under his bare foot was very warm. The steps ahead changed timbre. Steps up now. He slowed. Don't get lost. This time he found a rail. He could anticipate landings from the variations in Laufer's gait. After the 3rd flight, faint lines near head height indicated doors. Rhythm is the only thing secure. In this darkness, rising, I recall the Pacific stars. This ritual ascendance goes on in a city that has erased them and blurred its sun out altogether. Iron Wolf has something. I want it without the bother of definitions. The dangerous illumination, the light in the exploding eye, is not for this other city. Last flight. They had come up 9 landings. And here we are. A metal door grated in its frame. As Tack stepped before him onto the tarred roof, he turned his head away from the cloud-colored dawn. After darkness, it was still too bright. Face scrunched against the light, he stopped on the sill, one hand on the jamb, the other holding back the ribbed and riveted door. Smoke lay waist-high on the air. He relaxed his face, blinking a lot. Beyond the brick balustrade, roofs and roofs checkered into the mist. The gap there must have been the park. Beyond it was a hill, scaly with housing. Jesus! He squinted in the other direction. I didn't realize this place was so far from the bridge. I'd just come off it when you called to me down in the street. Tack chuckled. No, you'd wandered pretty far. I can just get a glimpse, he stood on tiptoe, of the river, and lowered himself. I thought it was just 2-3 blocks away. Tack's chuckle became a full laugh. Hey, how'd you lose one sandal? Huh? He looked down. Oh, I was being chased by dogs. That sounded funny, too, so he laughed. Yeah, I really was. He picked up his foot, rested it above his knee to examine the caked and calloused sole. The horny edge was cracked to both sides. His ankle, knob and hollow, was grit-gray. Heel, ball, instep, and each dusty toe were gun-barrel black. He wiggled his toes. Grit ground. I guess it was, he looked up, frowning, maybe a couple of days ago, and put his foot down. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning. It was raining. No cars, so I took a nap on somebody's porch. About 5, when it was getting light, I went back out on the road to hitch, but it was still raining. So I figured, hell, I'd go back and catch another hour or two, 'cause there weren't any cars. Only when I got back, there was this damned dog who'd been sleeping under the porch all the time I'd been snoozing topside. He was awake now, and he started barking. Then he chased my ass down to the road. I ran, he ran. My sandal broke and went into a ditch somewhere. I just about didn't notice. While I was running, this old blue car pulled up. Big old lady driving, with her skinny husband and the back seat full of children. I jumped in out of the rain, and we drove right across the border into Louisiana. They were all off to spend the day with some other kid of hers who was at some army base. He stepped from the sill. Bought me a good breakfast, too. The door creaked closed behind him. But I guess that's when I first noticed I couldn't remember my name. She asked me for it, and I couldn't tell her. But I don't think I've known it for a long, long time. And he was almost used to the light. I mean, you don't go around thinking about yourself by your own name, do you? Nobody does, unless somebody calls to you by it or asks you what it is. I haven't been around people who know me for a while now. It's just something I haven't thought of for a long time, and somehow it's, I guess, just slipped my mind. He looked at the tops of his feet again, both filthy, one crossed with straps, one bare. It doesn't bother me. I'm missing a sandal, I mean. I go barefoot a lot of the time. Like a hippie? He shrugged. Yeah, when I'm in a hippie-type town. Again, he looked around the misty horizon. You sleep up here? Come on. Tack turned. A breeze swung one jacket flap from his belly, pressed the other against him, neck to hip. That's my house. It had probably been built as a maintenance shack, put on the roof for tool storage. Bamboo curtains backed recently puttied panes. The door, tar paper had ripped in one place from grade pine, was ajar. They walked around a skylight. Tack hit the door with his hand heel. Like he expected to surprise somebody? The door swung in. Tack stepped inside. Click. Lights went on. Come on, make yourself at home. He followed the engineer across the sill. Hey, this is pretty nice. Tack stooped to peer into a crackling kerosene heater. It's comfortable. Now I know I didn't walk out of here and leave this thing going. Someday I'm going to come back home and find this whole place just a pile of ashes. Of course, in Bologna, that could happen whether I left it on or not. He stood up, shaking his head. Gets a little chilly here in the morning. I might as well leave it go. Christ, you've got a lot of books. Shelves covered the back wall, floor to ceiling, filled with paperbacks. And is that a shortwave setup? Part of one. The rest is in the next room. I could just sit in bed and CQ all over the place, if I could get anything but static. Interference around this place is something terrible. Then it may be something's wrong with my set. I've got my own power supply, a couple of dozen acid batteries in the back, and a gasoline charger. He stepped to the desk in the corner, shrugged his jacket down the gold rug of his back, and hung it on a wall hook. He still wore his cap. Blurred in blonde, his forearm bore a dragon, his bicep some naval insignia. On one shoulder a swastika had been tattooed, then, not very efficiently, removed. "Have a seat." Tack pulled a swivel chair from the desk, turned it around, and sat. Knees wide, he slid his hand under his belt to arrange himself where his genitals bagged the denim. "Take the bed. There." An incongruous fur throw lay on the board floor. An India print draped down over what he thought was a daybed. But when he sat on it, he realized it was just a very thin mattress on the top of some built-out cabinet, or at any rate just plank. Still, the place looked comfortable. "You're doing a little better than those kids in the park." Tack grinned, took off his cap, and dropped it on the desk blotter. "I guess I am, but then that's not too difficult." The military short hair jarred with his unshaven jaw. The desk, except for the cap, was bare. Shelves above it held binoculars, slide rules, drafting compasses and pens, 2 pocket calculators, French curves and templates, colored pentels, several cut and polished geodes, a row of ornamental daggers on display stands, a pile of plastic parts boxes, a soldering gun. "Hey," Tack slapped one knee, "I'm going to make some coffee. Got some canned ham, too, real good ham, and bread." He stood up and went to a door, hung like the windows with tan splints. "You just relax, take it easy. Take your clothes off and stretch out if you want." By his boot, the bubbling heater picked out what still glowed in the scuffed leather. "I'll be back in a minute. Glad you like the place. I do, too." He ducked through bamboo. On one wall, he had only glanced till now, were 3 yard-high, full-color photographic posters. On one, some adolescent weightlifter, Germanic as tack, wearing only boots and a denim jacket with no sleeves, leaned against a motorcycle, stubby hands flat against his naked legs. On the second, a muscular black, in what could have been Tack's jacket, cap, and boots, stood against some indistinct purple background, legs wide, one fist before his bared thigh, one against his bare hip. On the third, a dark youth, Mexican or Indian perhaps, shirtless and shoeless, sat on a boulder under a stark blue sky, his jeans pushed down to his knees. Their bared genitals were huge. The photographs had been taken from crotch level, too, to make them look even larger. From the other room he heard pans clinking. A cabinet opened and closed. By the head of the bed, on a table near a tent or lamp, books were piled irregularly. A bunch on the Hells Angels, Thompson and Reynolds McClure, 4 cheaply bound $2 paperbacks, Angels on Wheels, and Weekend in Hell, a true story of the Angels as told by Millicent Brash. He read the first paragraph of ill-lined type, shook his head, and put it down. A book called Bike Bitch was apparently the sequel to, same cover, different author, Bike Bastard. Under that was The Poems of Rimbaud, with English at the bottom of the pages. Then a paperback, Selected Letters of Keats. Next, Dickey's Deliverance, a green hardcover book of logs and trigonometric functions, place held by a white enamel circular slide rule. There was sundry science fiction by Russ, something called The Female Man, Zelazny, and Dish. The last book he picked up had a purple and gold reproduction of Eleanor Feeney for cover, Evil Companions. He opened it in the middle, read from the top of the left-hand page to the bottom of the right, closed it, frowning, went to the bamboo, and pushed it aside. "You ever see one of these in somebody's house before?" Tack thumped the gray cabinet with his elbow. "It's a microwave oven. They're great. You can roast a whole rib roast in 10-20 minutes. Cost about $600. At least that's what the price tag said in the store I lifted this one from. Only I don't like to run it because it uses up so much power. Someday, though, I'm going to give a dinner party for 30 or 40 people. Hold it outside on the roof for all my friends in the city. I'll knock their eye out with what this thing can do." He turned to the counter. On 2 burners of a 3-burner camp stove, pale flames from canned heat licked an enameled coffee pot and an iron skillet. Along the back of the counter were several gallons of wine, white and red, and a dozen bottles of whiskies, liqueurs, and brandies. "This is sort of my workroom." Back muscles shifted under hairy flesh. "Probably spend more time here than in the front." More bookshelves here, more shortwave components. A workbench slagged with solder, strewn with spaghetti wire, bits of pegboard in which dozens of small, colorful transistors, resistors, and capacitors had been stuck, several disassembled chassis. A single easy chair with stuffing pushing between worn threads across the arms made the room cluttered. Above the tin sink, the bamboo had been pushed back from the glass. The putty can stood open on the sill, a kitchen knife stuck in it. The panes were spotless, save a few puttied fingerprints. Outside, 2 pairs of jeans and a lot of socks hung from a line. "Are you looking for the John kid? I just used the roof. There's a coffee can upside down outside with a roll of toilet paper under it. There's no drain. Everything goes right over the edge." "No, that's okay." He stepped through. Bamboo clicked and clicked behind him. "I guess here, in a place like Bologna, you can have about anything you want. I mean, you just walk in and take it out of stores and things." "Only," Tack put a handful of something in the skillet, "I don't want very much." Steam, hissing, made the room smell and sound very good. "Figured while I was at it, I'd make us up a full breakfast. I'm starved." "Yeah." At the pungence of thyme and fennel, the space beneath his tongue flooded. "I guess if you liked, you could live here about as well as you wanted." And rosemary. On a cutting board by the stove, a loaf of mahogany-colored bread sat among scattered crumbs. "Fresh food is hard as hell to come by, meat especially, but there's canned stuff in the city enough to last." Tack frowned back over his hirsute shoulder. "Truth is, I don't know how long it'll last. I lucked out on a couple of pretty well-stocked places nobody else seems to have found yet. You'll discover, by and large, people are not very practical around here. If they were, I guess they wouldn't be here. But when somebody else eventually does stumble on one of my classified, top-secret, hush-hush food sources, in a place like Bologna, you can't very well say go away or I'll call the cops. There aren't any cops to call. Have a piece of bread. Another thing I lucked out on. Ran into this woman who bakes loaves and loaves of the stuff every week, just gives it away to anyone who comes by. For some reason I do not quite understand, she won't use any sugar or salt, so good as it looks, it takes a bit of getting used to. But it's filling. She lives in the lower Cumberland Park area. Talk about nuts. She's very nice, and I'm glad I know her, but she visits all sorts of people, many of whom are simply not in." Tack finished cutting a slice, turned and held it out. "Margarine's over there. Haven't found any frozen butter for a while. Good plum preserves, though. Homemade, in somebody's cellar last fall." He took the bread, picked up a kitchen knife, and removed the top from a plastic butter dish. "That should hold you till breakfast, which," Tack swirled a spatula in the skillet, "is 3 minutes off." Under the jelly and the margarine, bread crumbled on his tongue, oddly flat. Still, it goaded his appetite. Chewing, he looked through the newspapers piled to one side of the cluttered workbench. Bologna Times, Saturday, April 1st, 1919. Bologna Times, Wednesday, December 25th, 1933. Bologna Times, Thursday, December 25th, 1940. Bologna Times, Monday, December 25th, 1879. The headline for that one, "Robert Louis Stevenson Quits Monterey for Frisco." "Calkins has a thing for Christmas?" "That was last week," Tack said. "A couple back. Every other issue was 1984. The next half-dozen papers went from July 14th, 2022 to July 7th, 1837. Headline, "Only 100 years till the death of Harlow." It's a real event when he brings out 2 papers with consecutive dates. They're never 2 in a row with the same year, but sometimes he slips up and Tuesday actually follows Wednesday. Or do I have that backward? Well, I'm just surprised people don't take bets. Trying to pick the next date for the Times could be the Bologna equivalent to playing the numbers. Oh, he's got real news in there. Articles on evacuation problems, scorpions terrorizing remaining citizens, what's happening in the poorer communities, pleas for outside help, even an occasional personality article on newcomers. Tack gave him a knowing nod. You read it, but it's the only paper around to read. I read it up here. John, Wally, Mildred, Johnny, they read it down in the park. Still, it makes me incredibly hungry to see a real paper, you know, just to find out how the rest of the world is getting on without us. Did Tack's voice veer once more toward that unsettling tone? Only by suggestion, he realized, and realized, too, the longer he stayed, the less of that tone he would hear. Whatever request for complicity in whatever labyrinth of despair it made of the listener, whatever demand for relief from situations which were, by definition, unrelievable, these requests, these demands, could only be made of the very new to such labyrinths, such situations. And time, even as he munched flat bread, was erasing that status. The rest of the country, it's fine. Tack turned with the knife. He jumped, even though he knew Firewolf was only in the midst of some domestic slicing. Yesterday, I think it was, I got a ride with a guy who had an L.A. paper in his car. Nothing's wrong on the West Coast. Then later 2 women picked me up, and they had a Philadelphia paper. The Eastern Seaboard's all okay. He looked down at the papers on the bench again, watched his thick, nail-gnawed fingers grub there, leaving crumbs, margarine tracks, jelly stains. This is the only place where— He shrugged, wondering if Tack took his news as good, bad, or even believed it. I guess. Why don't you pour some coffee, Tack said. Okay. He stepped around the armchair, lifted the enameled pot from the burner. The handle stung his knuckle as he poured. In the cups, one after another, glistening discs rose, black without translucence. We'll eat inside. Above the plates of eggs, ham, and bread, 2 amber ponies rose on the tray between Tack's gripping thumbs. As Tack turned to the bamboo, the brandies ran with light. Inside, sitting on the bed again, he lay his plate on his clamped knees till it burned. Lifting it by one edge, then the other, he speared ham chunks from the gravy, or pushed them on his fork with his thumb. It's amazing what Worcestershire will do for dehydrated eggs, Tack said through a mouthful of food. Thank God. He bit a tiny die of garlic. In his stinging mouth the scrambled flavors bloomed. The confusion of tastes recalled many good things, but gave no basic flavor. His plate was half clean already, to which he could fix his tongue. Since this is supper as well as breakfast, seated at the desk, Tack poured himself another glass. I guess brandy is all right. He nodded, the amber bulb lost in his outsized fingers. It's really good. He looked back at his plate and wished there was a vegetable, even some lettuce. You have any plans where you'll go? Tack finished his second pony, poured another, and extended the bottle. He shook his head to the drink and shrugged at the question. You can catch some sleep here. Idly, he thought, artichokes. Then he looked at the posters. You're really into the S&M thing, huh? He hoped the food in his mouth would muddle the comment. Tack's coffee chattered as he sipped. It depends on who I'm with. He put his cup on the desk, opened the side drawer, reached in. You ever see one like this? It was an orchid. The blades, twice as long as his, with greater curve, were brass. On the ornate band, brass leaves, shells, and claws gripped the bases of the damask knives. Tack placed the points around his left nipple, pressed, winced, let the weapon drop to his lap. Not your thing, huh? In the yellow hair, flushed points ringed his breast. It's a beautiful object. He smiled, shook his head, and put it back in the drawer. Can I put my brandy in my coffee? You can do anything you like. Oh, yeah. He spilled the glass over the steaming black. Thanks. He raised the cup. Brandy fumed about his face. A deep breath made his tongue stagger in his throat. It's a very nice breakfast. Squinting eyes observed his from beyond the cup's bottom. He drank, set the cup on the floor, thumbed the last of the ham onto his fork. Still chewing, he set the plate down by the cup. More brandy? No, thanks. Come on. Tack poured himself a third glass. Relax. Take your shirt off. He'd known what was coming since he'd accepted the invitation in the park. Another time he would have had some feelings about it. But feelings were muted in him. Things had drifted to this without his really considering. He tried to think of something to say, couldn't, so unbuttoned the 3 buttons, pulled the tails from his pants. Tack raised his eyebrows at the optical chain. "Where'd you get that?" "On my way here." "Outside the city?" "It says made in Brazil, I think." Tack shook his head. "Bologna has become a city of strange—" he burlesqued the word with a drawl— "craftsmen. The notions that are engineered here. Orchids, light shields, that chain you're wearing, are local folk art. I'm not going to take it off." The conviction surprised him. Its articulation astounded him. Tack laughed. "I wasn't going to ask you to." He looked down at his chest, ran his forefinger in the hair from one pink dot to the next, still visible where he'd pressed the orchid prongs. "You've got some nerve thinking you were ever any crazier than anybody else." His shirt lay beside him on the bed. He pulled his hands together into his lap, fingers and knuckles twisted around one another, scratched his dark, creased stomach with his thumb. "Look, about being nuts." He felt self-righteous and shy, looked at the doubled fist of flesh, hair, horn, and callus pressed into his groin. It suddenly seemed weighted with the bones in it. "You're not, and you never have been. That means what you see and hear and feel and think. You think that is your mind, but the real mind is invisible. You're less aware of it while you think than you are of your eye while you see, until something goes wrong with it. Then you become aware of it with all its dislocated pieces and its rackety functioning, the same way you become aware of your eye when you get a cinder in it, because it hurts. Sure, it distorts things, but the strange thing, the thing that you can never explain to anyone, except another nut, or, if you're lucky, a doctor who has an unusual amount of sense, stranger than the hallucinations or the voices or the anxiety, is the way you begin to experience the edges of the mind itself, in a way other people just can't." He pushed his shirt down to the foot of the bed, pushed his sandal free of his foot with his other toes. "You see?" He was far more conscious of the texture of the floorboards with the foot that had been bare. "All right." Tack spoke gently and appeasingly. "Why don't you take the rest of your clothes off? Look, I'm awful dirty, man." He raised his eye. "I probably stink like hell. If you don't want—" "I know just what you stink like," Tack said. "Go on." He took a breath, suddenly found it funny, lay back on the hard pallet, unhooked his belt, and closed his eyes. He heard Tack grunt. One, then another boot thumped the floor and fell over. A moment later a warm hip pressed his. Palms and fingers pressed his stomach. The fingers spread. Tack slid his hands to the jeans waist, tugged. Heels and shoulders pressed on the hard pad. He raised his buttocks. Tack slid the jeans down and— "Jesus Christ, man, what's the matter with you? That stuff all over your dick." "What? Huh?" He opened his eyes, propped his elbows under him, looked down at himself. "What are you—" Then he grinned. "Nothing's the matter. What's the matter with you? You got dandruff in your crotch?" "That's not dandruff. I was with a woman just before I met you, only I didn't get a chance to wash." "Was she sick?" "No. Didn't you ever fuck a woman?" Tack had a strange expression. "I'll be honest, I can count the attempts on the fingers of one hand." He narrowed his already thin mouth. "If my goddamn feet didn't turn you off, that's sure not going to hurt you." He reached to brush off his rough growing hair. "It's just like dried cum or something." The chain glittered across it. "It happens with some women when they're very wet. It's nothing wrong." He stopped brushing, let himself back down on his elbows. "I bet it turns you on." Tack shook his head, then laughed. "Go on," he said. Tack lowered his head, looked up once with bright blue eyes. "It turns you on, doesn't it?" He reached down from the hairy shoulder, pressed. "Go on." Thick arms joined under his waist. Once Tack, twice full fist between their groins, ground his stubbed chin against his neck. He pushed Tack away. The chunky head rolled down his chest and belly. The heated ring of Tack's mouth fell down his cock engorged. The ring rose and fell down again. Tack's forehead butted low on his stomach. He had to cross his ankles and strain, his mouth open, his eyes closed, the chain tightening on his chest. Think of her. It would be easy. Tack's face pressed glass bits into his groin hair. The insides of his lids were moon-silvered, run with cracks like branches. A memory of blowing leaves suddenly became hair moving from her face, eyes clamped, mouth taking tiny breaths. He gasped at the welling heat, and came. A moment later Tack raised his head, grunted, "Yeah," and moiled his wet, sensitive genitals. He clamped his teeth. Tack elbowed up beside him, turned on his back. His forehead pressed Tack's arm. From his left eye, Laufer's chest was a heaving meadow. His right was closed against flesh. "You want me to do anything?" He didn't feel like doing anything. He was tired. Tack scooped up his head and pulled it against him. Chest hair ran between his fingers. "Bite my tit," Tack said. "The right one. Hard." "Okay. Where is—" "Oh." He gripped the knoblet in his teeth. Tack pushed his hand to the outsized scrotum, squeezed his fingers to the full wrinkled flesh. "Go on. Really hard." Tack's fist fell and fell on his hand heel. It took a long time. He ground Tack's nipple in his teeth, chin and nose rubbing in hair. He squeezed Tack's testicles a few times, tightening his grip as much as he could. Tack's rhythm quickened, and his own mouth was salty. He didn't want to see if it was blood. Something hot splattered his hip and rolled down between them. He let go with teeth and fingers, closed his eyes, and turned over. A heavy arm slid around his chest. Tack's chin knocked his shoulder a few times, seeking a position on the thin pillow. He squeezed Tack's forearm once, leaned sleepily and comfortably into the cradle of Tack's body, and slept. Now and again he felt Tack turning and turning on the single bed. Once he awoke fully to a hand rubbing his shoulder, but slept again before the motion halted. At one point he was aware that Tack was not in the bed. At another, felt him climbing back in. Through it all, he had not moved, but lay facing the wall, lids closed, head on his forearm, one knee drawn up, one foot off the mattress bottom, surfacing and submerging in sleep. Later, he woke with heat behind his groin. As he blinked, sexuality resolved into an urge to pee. He rolled to his back, pushed himself to his elbows. Laufer, probably unable to get comfortable with two in so cramped a space, sat deep in the swivel chair, knees wide, head lolling forward on one matted shoulder, hands curled on snarled thighs. Plate on the desk, books scattered on the table, plate and coffee cup on the floor, as well as Tack's boots, his own sandal, and both their pants. The room, before fairly neat, looked disordered. When he sat up, his foot carried the print spread to the floor. There was no sheet on the mattress pad. Rings of stain overlapped on the ticking. He kicked the cloth loose, looked at the chain fastened on his ankle, spiraling his calf, groin, stomach, and thigh. He touched, in the hollow of his collarbone, the catch fastening the chain around his neck. He extended his arm, turned it back and forth. Light jumped from glass to glass at the loops there, joined around his wrist. Then he hunched to examine one of the mirrors against his belly. It was silvered on both sides. Bent over on the bed, he felt his bladder burn. He stood up, went out the door. Warm, gray. Smoky gauzes tore on his body as he walked toward the balustrade. He dug two horny fingers at the inner corners of his eyes for sleep grains. The retaining wall hit him mid-thigh. Without looking down, he let his water go. It arched away, perfectly silent, while he wondered if there was any traffic. From a building a block away, astounding billows raised a lopsided tower. Finished, he leaned across the splattered stone. The alley was a torrent of gray in which he could see no bottom. Licking his coated teeth, he walked back to the shack, stepped sideways through the tar-papered door. "Hey, you can have your bed back. I'm gonna—" In the shadowed room, Tack's chest rose evenly in a subvocal growl. "I'm going to go now," but spoke it more softly. He took a few steps toward the naked engineer, asleep in the chair. Tack's long toes spread the boards. Between his knuckles, a stumpy cock with its circumcised helmet was nearly hidden in hair above a long, heavy scrotum rivaling those on the posters. The single belly crease just above his navel smoothed with each breath. He looked for scab at the nipple. There was none. "Hey, I'm gonna go." The desk drawer was slightly open. Inside, in shadow, brass glinted. He leaned down to look at Tack's slack lips, the broad nostrils flaring each breath, and his teeth jarred together. He stepped back, wanted to go forward, stepped back again. His heel hit a coffee cup, cold coffee spread round his foot. He still didn't look away. In his lowered face, Tack's eyes were wide. Without white or pupil, the balls were completely crimson. Mouth still closed, he heard himself make a muffled roar. His left flank glittered with goose-flesh. He did look again, leaning forward violently, almost hitting Tack's knee. Laufer continued his quiet breathing, scarlet-eyed. He backed away, stepped on wet fur, tried to work his throat loose. Goose-flesh at face, flank, and buttocks crawled across him. He was in his pants when he got outside. He stopped to lean on the wall while he fumbled his sandal strap closed. As he sidestepped the skylight, he punched one arm down one woolen sleeve, pulled back the metal door, and went into the dark well, working his other fist down the other. With darkness in his eyes, the red memory was worse than the discovery. On the third landing, he slipped and fell, clutching the rail, the whole next flight, and still did not slow. He made it through the corridors at the bottom, warm concrete under his bare feet, on kinesthetic memory. He tore up the banisterless stair, slapping at the wall, till he saw the door ahead, charged forward. He came out under the awning, running, and almost impaled himself on the dangling hooks. Averting his face, he swung his arm against them. Two clashed, trundling away on their rails. At the same time, his bare foot went off the porch's concrete edge. For one bright instant, falling, he thought he was going to do a belly whop on the pavement 3 feet down. Somehow he landed in a crouch, scraping one hand and both knees, the other hand waving out for balance, before he pushed up to stagger from the curb. Gasping, he turned to look back up at the loading porch. From their tracks under the awning, the 4- and 6-foot butcher hook swung. Blocks away, a dog barked, barked again. Still gasping, he turned and started walking toward the corner, sometimes with his sandaled foot on the curb, mostly with both in the gutter. Nearly there, he stopped, raised his hand, stared at the steel blades that curved from the plain wristband to cage his twitching fingers. He looked back at the loading porch, frowned. He looked back at the orchid on his hand. He felt the frown, from inside, a twisting in his facial flesh he could not control. He remembered snatching up his pants, and his shirt, and his sandal. He remembered going down the dark stair. He remembered coming up and out on the porch, hitting at the hooks and falling. But nowhere in the past moments did he recall reaching behind 2 asbestos-covered pipes, fitting his fingers through the harness, clamping the collar to his wrist. He reviewed. Pants, shirt, sandal, the dark stair, down, across, up, light from the door, the racketing hooks, his stinging palm. He looked at his free palm. Scraped skin was streaked gray. He looked down the block. There were no vehicles anywhere on the street. No. Go back. Warm concrete under his foot, his sandal clacking, slapping the wall, coming up, seeing the doorway, seeing the pipes. They were on the left-hand side of the doorway. The blistered covering was bound with metal bands. On the thicker one near the ceiling, hadn't there been some kind of valve? And had rushed past them, onto the concrete, nearly skewered himself, hit with his forearm. It was still sore. He was falling. He was turning, missed the curb, staggered, shook his head, looked up. The street sign on the corner lamppost said, Broadway. Goes up into the city and— Someone had said that. Tack? But no. Seeing the light, ran out the door. The hooks. The muscles in his face snarled on chin and cheekbones. Suddenly tears banked his eyes. He shook his head. Tears were on his cheek. He started walking again, sometimes looking at one hand, sometimes at the other. When he finally dropped his arms, blades hissed by one jean thigh. "No," he said that out loud, and kept walking. Snatched his clothes from the floor, jammed his feet into his pants, stopped just outside the shack, leaning against the tar paper wall, for his sandal. Around the skylight, one sleeve, into the dark, the other, running down steps, and he'd fallen once. Then the bottom flight, the warm corridor, coming up, slapping. He'd seen light before he'd reached the top, turned and seen the day-bright doorway, the big pipe and the little pipe to one side, run forward, out on the porch, beat at the hooks. Two trundled away as his bare foot went over. For one bright moment he fell. He looked at his hands, one free, one caged. He looked at the rubble around him. He walked. He looked at his hands. A breath drained roaring between tight teeth. He took another. As he wandered, blurred block after blurred block, he heard the dog again, this time a howl that twisted, rose, wavered, and ceased. Chapter 2. The Ruins of Morning. Here I am, and am no I. This circle in all, this change, changing in winterless, a dawn circle with an image of, an autumn change with a change of mist. Mistake two pictures, one and another. No, only in seasons of short light, only on dead afternoons. I will not be sick again. I will not. You are here. He retreated down the halls of memory, seething. Found with final and banal comfort. Mother? Remembered the first time he realized she was 2 inches taller than his father, and that some people thought it unusual. Hair braided, Mother was tolerant severity, was easier to play with than his father, was trips to Albany, was laughter, was dead, when they went for walks through the park, was dark as old wood. More often she was admonitions not to wander away in the city, not to wander away in the trees. Father? A short man, yes, mostly in uniform. Well, not that short. Back in the force again. Away a lot. Where was Dad now? In one of 3 cities, in one of 2 states. Dad was silences, Dad was noises, Dad was absences that ended in presence. Come on, we'll play with you later. Now, leave us alone, will you? Mom and Dad were words, lollying and jockeying in the small, sunny yard. He listened and did not listen. Mother and Father, they were a rhythm. He began to sing. That had something of the fall of words around. Now what are you going on like that for? Ain't seen your mom in 2 weeks. Be a good boy and take it somewhere else. So without stopping, he took his humming down the path beside the house, where hedge leaves slapped his lips and tickled them so that he took a breath, and his sound snagged on laughter. Roar and roar, roar. He looked up. The plains made ribs across the sky. The silver beads snagged sun. The window wall of his house blinded him so. He made his noise and gave it the sound of the plains all up and down the street, walking and jogging with it in his sneakers, and went down the steps at the side of the street, crossed over. His sound buzzed all the mask of his face. Shadows slid over him. He changed sound. Shadows slid away. He changed it back. The sun heated the bony spots above his eyes. That changed it again. And again, when the birds, he had wandered into the woods that lapped like a great tongue 5 blocks into town, soon he had been in them for a quarter of an hour, collided in the leaves, then flung notes down. One note was near enough. He caught it with his voice, and it thrust him toward another. Sun and chill, spring had just started, cuffed and pummeled him, and he sang, getting pine needles inside his canvas shoes, no socks, and the back of his neck tickling from hair when the wind came. He climbed the rocks. His breath made windy pauses in the sound, and that was interesting, so that when he reached the top, he pushed the leaves away and made each note as low as the green whisper. 3 of the 5 were naked, which stopped him, and one girl was wearing only a little cross around her neck, the silver tilted on the inner slope of one breast. She breathed. He blinked and whispered another note. Silver broke up the sun. The man, still in pants, pushed one fist up into the foliage. Pants undone, his belt lay free of half its loops away from his hip, pushed his other hand down to scratch, twisting his hips so that more and more, stretching in the green. The girl, who was darker even than his mother, rolled to her side. Someone else's yellow hair fell from her back and spread, and her hands on the man's face were suddenly hidden by his hands on hers. In the pile of clothing he recognized another uniform, but blue-black where his father's was green. And she was moving against him now, and there was a grass blade against her calf that slipped first one way, then the other. He held his breath, forgot he was holding it. Then it all came out in a surprising at once that was practically not a note at all. So he got more air back in his lungs and began another. "Hey, look!" from the other naked one, on elbows and laughing. "We got company!" and pointing. So his sound, begun between song and sigh, ended in laughter. He ran back through the brush, pulling a music from their laughing, till his was song again. He cantered down the path. Some boys came up the path. This part of the wood was traveled as any park, thumbs in their jeans, hair all points and lines and slicks. 2 of them were arguing. Also he saw as they neared, one of the boys was a girl, and one with carroty hair and small eyes glared at him. He hunched intently and didn't look back at them, even though he wanted to. They were bad kids, he decided. Dad had told him to stay away from bad kids. Suddenly he turned and sang after them, trying to make the music stealthy and angular till it became laughter again. He had reached the playground that separated the woods from town. He mixed his music with the shouting from the other side of the fence. He rippled his fingers on the wire and walked and looked through. Children clustered at the sliding board, but their scuffle had turned to shouts. Beyond that were street sounds. He walked out among them and let his song pick them up. Cars and 2 women talking about money, and something banging in the big building with the corrugated walls. Emerging from that, foot rhythms. Men in construction helmets glanced at him. That made him sing louder. He walked up a hill where the houses got bigger, with lots of rock between. Finally, he had been flipping his fingers along the iron bars of the gate. He stopped to really look in, now going and at the grass marked with tile squares, and a house that was very big and mostly glass and brick. A woman sat between 2 oaks. She saw him, cocked her head curiously, smiled. So he sang for her. She frowned. He ran down the street, down the hill, singing. The houses weren't so big any more. The ribs of day cracked on the sky, but he didn't look up at the plains this time, and there were lots more people. Windows, and on top of the windows, signs, and on top of the signs, things that turned in the wind, and on top of those, blue where wind you couldn't see went, "Hey, watch it!" He staggered back from a man with the dirtiest wrists he had ever seen. The man repeated, "Watch where you're goddamn going," to nobody, and lurched away. He drew his song in till it bubbled around his mouth. He was going to turn and run down the next street. The brick were cracked. A plank had come away from the window, trash heaped beside the door. No wind, and warm. The street was loud with voices and machinery, so loud he could hardly catch rhythm for his song. His sounds, long and lulling over his tongue now, were low, and he heard them under, not over, the noise. "Hey, look out! What the— Hey, did you see that?" He hadn't. "What are you—" People turned. Somebody ran past him close, slapping black moccasins on the stone. "Those bastards from the reservation. That's one of their kids, too." He wasn't, and neither was his mother. She was from— Anyway, he tried to sing that too, but was worried now. He turned the corner into an alley crowded with warm-weather loungers. 2 women, bony and delighted, stood in the doorway. One, "Did you see that?" The other laughed out loud. He smiled. That changed his sound again. From the next doorway, fat and ragged, face dirty as the drunkard's wrists, she carried a cloth bag in one fist, with the other beat at the trash. She turned, lumbering in the heap, blinked at him. His music stuttered, but took it in. He hurried onto the avenue, dodged around 7 nuns, started to run, but turned to watch them. They walked slowly and talked quickly, with sharp, small voices. Falls of white broke at breast and knee, black scuffed toes, wrinkled white hems. People stepped around them. "Good morning, sisters." Sisters nodded and smiled, probably because it was afternoon. They walked straight, brushing and brushing. He tried to fit the rhythm of their walk into his music. He glanced around the street, hurried on, making his sounds longer and longer, hurried till he was running, and each note took half a block, ran around another corner, and all his breath came hissing between his teeth. The man's palm lifted, his fingertips stayed down to draw wet lines on the pavement, before he rolled over to show most of the wound. The one standing swayed and sweated. When the woman at the other corner began to call out, oh, my God, help!" the standing man ran. He watched him run and screamed a little, twice. The man on the street was grunting. Someone running joggled him, and he stepped back with another sound. Then he ran too, and what had begun as music was now a wail. He ran until he had to walk. He walked until he had to stop singing. Then he ran again. Throat raw, he wailed again. Once he passed a clutch of unshaven men. One pointed at him, but another put a bottle in the hand, shucked with purple. He ran. He cried. He cut across the corner of the woods. He ran some more. He ran on the wide street under a ribbon of evening. Lights came on like twin necklaces, suddenly unrolled down the avenue, traffic and tail beacons between. He shrieked and fled from the street because people were looking. This street was more familiar. Noise hurt his throat. Sharp lights in his eyes, hedges marred with darkness. And he was roaring now. "For God's sake!" He came up hard against her hands. "Mother," and he tried to hug her, but she was holding him back. "Where have you been? What is the matter with you shouting around in the street like that?" His mouth snapped. Sound to deafen built behind his teeth. "We've been looking for you nearly half the day." None of it escaped. He was panting. She took his arm and led him. "Your father," who was turning the corner now, "comes home the first time in 2 weeks, and you decide to go running off." "There he is. Where did you find him?" And his father laughed, and that at least was some sound. But not his. They received him with scolding affection. But more vivid was the scalding energy he could not release. Wanting to cry, he had been silent, chewed on his knuckles, the heels of his palms, his cuticles, and what was left of his nails. These memories intact solved little as those riddled with gaps. Still, he raised from them, reassured. He hunted over them for his name. Once, perhaps, his mother calling from across the street. No. And memory was discarded. How can I say that that is my prized possession? They do not fade, neither those buildings or these. Rather, what we know as real is burned away at invisible heat. What we are concerned with is more insubstantial. I do not know. It is as simple as that. For the 100th time, I do not know and cannot remember. I do not want to be sick again. I do not want to be sick. This lithic grin. Not on the lions he'd walked between last night with Tack. Vaguely, he thought he'd been wandering toward the river, but somehow chance or bodily memory had returned him to the park. Inside the entrance was ashy grass, dimmed trees forested the crest. He turned his forefinger in his nostril, put it in his mouth for the salt, then laughed and pressed his palm on the stone jaw, moved his hand. Stain passed between his fingers. The sky, he'd laughed, flung up his head, did not look infinitely far. A soft ceiling, rather, at some deceptive 120 feet away. Oh, yes, laughter was good. His eyes filled with the blurry sky and tears. He moved his hand on the pitted jaw. When he took his palm from the dense braille, he was breathing hard. No gushing breeze over this grass. His breath was thin, hoarse, suggestive of phlegm and obstacles and veins. Still, he'd laughed. The sculptor had dug holes for eyes, too deep to spot bottom. He dug his finger in his nose again, sucked it, gnawed it. A gusty chuckle, and he turned through the leonine gate. It's easy, he thought, to put sounds with either white, maybe the pure tone of an audio generator, and the other, its opposite, that was called white noise, black, large gongs, larger bells, or the primary colors, the variety of the orchestra. Pale gray is silence. A good wind could wake this city. As he wandered in, buildings dropped behind him below the park wall. He wondered what ill one had put it to sleep. The trees waited. This park stretches on racks of silence. In his mind were some dozen visions of the city. He jogged jaggedly among them. His body felt hip-heavy. His tongue lay down like a worm in his mouth. Breath in the cavity imitated wind. He listened to the air in his nose, since that was all there was to listen to. In its cage, his fist wilted, loose as a heavy flower. Mornings after sex usually gave him that "I've been eating the lotus again," that "oh, all soft and drifty," that hangover inside out, where pain is all in the world and the body tingling and good. Delayed, but here it was. The commune? Debating whether to hunt them or avoid them, he found the water fountain. He spat blood-laced amber clots. Water tugged them from the pebbly basin. The next were greenish and still gum-bloody. He frothed the water, bitter with what was under his tongue, through his teeth, and spat till he spat clear. His lips tingled. Yeah, and felt better. He left the fountain, gazing on gray, his belly cooler, blades whispering at his jeans. Across the damask of doubt and hesitation was unexpected joy, like silver. Something he'd survived. He pranced on the hill, happily oblivious to heart and bowels and the rest of the obstreperous machinery. This soft, this ecstatic gray, he swung through, in lop-looped chain, tasting the sweet smoke buoyed on dusty grass. The long metallic note bent, broke to another. Someone was playing the harmonica. Silver? Artichokes? Curiosity curved through, pressed down his mouth at both corners. Like some color outside this gray range, music spilled the trees. He slowed and walked wonderingly into them. His feet came down in hushing puddles of grass. He frowned left and right and was very happy. The notes knotted with the upper branches. In a tree? No, on a hill. He followed around the boulders that became a rise. The music came down from it. He looked up among leaf-gray and twig-gray. Picture, the harp leaving the lips, and the breath leaving the lips become laughter. "Hello," she called, laughing. "Hello," he said, and couldn't see her. "Were you wandering around all night?" He shrugged. "Sort of. Me too." While he realized he had no idea of her distance, she laughed again, and that turned back into music. She played oddly, but well. He stepped off the path. Waving his right hand, caged, grasping saplings with his left, free, he staggered on the slope. "Hey!" because he slipped, and she halted. He caught up balance and climbed. She played again. He stopped when the first leaves pulled from her. She raised her apple eyes, apple green. Head down, she kept her lips at the metal organ. Roots, thick as her arms, held the ground around her. Her back was against a heavy trunk. Leaves hid her all one side. She wore her shirt. Her breasts were still nice. His throat tightened. He felt both bowels and heart now, and all the little pains that defined his skin. It's stupid to be afraid of trees. Still, he wished he had encountered her among stones. He took another step, arms wide for the slant, and she was free of foliage, except for one brown leaf leaning against her tennis shoe. "Hi." A blanket lay beside her. The cuffs of her jeans were frayed. This shirt, he realized, didn't have buttons, silver eyelets on the cloth. But now it was half-laced. He looked at the place between the strands. Yes, very nice. "You didn't like the group last night?" She gestured with her chin to some vague part of the park. He shrugged. "Not if they're going to wake me up and put me to work." "They wouldn't have if you'd pretend to be asleep. They don't really get too much done." "Shit." He laughed and stepped up. "I didn't think so." She hung her arms over her knees. "But they're good people." He looked at her cheek, her ear, her hair. "Finding your way around Bologna is a little funny at first. And they've been here a while. Take them with a grain of salt, keep your eyes open, and they'll teach you a lot." "How long have you been with them?" Thinking, I'm towering over her, only she looks at me as though I'm too short to tower. "Oh, my place is over here. I just drop in on them every few days, like tack. But I've just been around a few weeks, though, pretty busy weeks." She looked out through the leaves. When he sat down on the log, she smiled. "You got in last night?" He nodded. "Pretty busy night." Something inside her face fought a grin. "What's your name?" "Lanya Colson." "Your name is Kid, isn't it?" "No, my name isn't Kid. I don't know what my name is. I haven't been able to remember my name since... I don't know." He frowned. "Do you think that's crazy?" She raised her eyebrows, brought her hands together. He remembered the remains of polish, so she must have redone them this morning. Her nails were green as her eyes. "To turn the harmonica. The Kid is what Iron Wolf tried to name me, and the girl in the commune tried to put on the other D, but it isn't my name. I don't remember my goddamn name." The turning halted. "That's like being crazy. I forget lots of other things, too. What do you think about that?" And didn't know how he would have interpreted his falling inflection, either. She said, "I don't really know." He said, after the silent bridge, "Well, you have to think something." She reached into the coiled blanket and lifted out the notebook. He recognized the charred cover. Biting at her lip, she began ruffling pages. Suddenly she stopped, handed it to him. "Are any of these names yours?" The list, neatly printed in ballpoint, filled 2 columns. Jeff Rivers, Kit Darkfeather, David Wise, Michael Roberts, Jerry Shank, Frank Yoshikama, Harold Redwing, Madeline Terry, Priscilla Meyer, George Newman, Ann Harrison, Thomas Sask, Arthur Pearson, Earlton Rudolph, Philip Edwards, Virginia Colson, Hank Kaiser, Gary Deesh, Alvin Fisher, Susan Morgan, William Dahlgren, Peter Weldon, Linda Evers, Preston Smith. "What is this shit?" he asked, distressed. "It says Kit, with that Indian last name." "Is that your name, after all?" No, it's not my name." "You look like you could be part Indian." "My mother was a goddamn Indian, not my father. It isn't my name." He looked back at the paper. "Your name's on here." "No." "Colson. My last name. But my first name's Lanya, not Virginia." "You got anybody in your family named Virginia?" "I used to have a great-aunt, Virgilia. Really. She lived in Washington, D.C., and I only met her once when I was 7 or 8. Can you remember the names of anybody else in your family? Your father's?" "No." "Your mother's?" "What they look like, but that's all." "Sisters or brothers?" "Didn't have any." After silence, he shook his head. She shrugged. He closed the book and searched for speech. "Let's pretend," and wondered what was in the block of writing below the lists, "that we're in a city, an abandoned city. It's burning, see? All the power's out. They can't get television cameras and radios in here, right? So everybody outside's forgotten about it. No word comes out. No word comes in. We'll pretend it's all covered with smoke, okay? But now you can't even see the fire." "Just the smoke," she said. "Let's pretend—" He blinked. "You and I are sitting in a gray park on a gray day in a gray city." She frowned at the sky. "A perfectly ordinary city. The air pollution is terrible here." She smiled. "I like gray days, days like this, days without shadows." Then she saw he had jabbed his orchid against the log. Pinioned to the bark, his fist shook among the blades. She was on her knees beside him. "I'll tell you what let's do. Let's take that off." She tugged at the wrist snap. His arm shook in her fingers. "Here." Then his hand was free. He was breathing hard. "That's—" He looked at the weapon still fixed by 3 points. "A pretty wicked thing. Leave it the fuck alone." "It's a tool," she said. "You may need it. Just know when to use it." She was rubbing his hand. His heart was slowing. He took another, very deep breath. "You ought to be afraid of me, you know." She blinked. "I am," and sat back on her heels. "But I want to try out some things I'm afraid of. That's the only reason to be here." "What," she asked, "happened to you just then?" "Huh?" She put 3 fingers on his forehead, then showed him the glistening pads. "You're sweating." "I was very happy all of a sudden." She frowned. "I thought you were scared to death." He cleared his throat, tried to smile. "It was like suddenly being very happy. I was happy when I walked into the park, and then all of a sudden it just—" He was rubbing her hand back. "Okay," she laughed. "That sounds good." His jaw was clamped. He let it loosen and grunted. "What kind of a person are you?" Her face opened with both surprise and chagrin. "Let's see. Brilliant, charming, 4 pounds away from being stunningly gorgeous. I like to tell myself. Family's got all sorts of money and social connections, but I'm rebelling against all that right now." "Okay." Her face was squarish, small, not gorgeous at all, and it was nice, too. "That sounds accurate." The humor left it, and there was only surprise. "You believe me?" "You're a doll." She kissed him suddenly on the nose, didn't look embarrassed exactly, rather as though she were timing some important gesture, which was to pick up her harmonica and hail notes in his face. They both laughed. He was astonished beneath the laughter and suspected it showed, while she said, "Let's walk." "Your blanket?" "Leave it here." He carried the notebook. They flailed through the leaves, jogging. At the path, he stopped and looked down at his hip. She looked over. "Do you," he asked slowly, "remember my picking up the orchid and putting it on my belt here?" "I put it on there." She thumbed some blemish on the harmonica. "You were going to leave it behind, so I stuck a blade through your belt loop. Really, it can be dangerous around here." Mouth slightly open, he nodded as side by side they gained the shadowless paths. He said, "You stuck it there." Somewhere a breeze, without force, made its easy way in the green. He was aware of the smoky odor about them for 2 breaths before it faded with inattention. "All by yourself? You just found those people in the park?" She gave him a you-must-be-out-of-your-mind look. "I came in with quite a party, actually. Fun. But after a couple of days they were getting in the way. I mean, it's nice to have a car, but if you're rendered helpless by lack of gasoline—" She shrugged. "Before we got here, Phil and I were taking bets whether this place really existed or not." Her sudden and surprising smile was all eyes and very little mouth. "I won. I stayed with the group I came in with a while. Then I cut them loose. A few nights with Millie, John, and the rest. Then I've been off having adventures, until a few nights ago when I came back, thinking, oh, you had some money when you got here?" "Phil." "Group I came with did. A lot of good it did them. I mean, how long would you wander around a city like this looking for a hotel? No, I had to let them go. They were happy to be rid of me." "They left?" She looked at her sneaker and laughed, mock ominous. "People leave here," he said. "The people who gave me the orchid, they were leaving when I came." "Some people leave," she laughed again. It was a quiet and self-assured and intriguing and disturbing laugh. He asked, "What kind of adventures did you have?" "I watched some scorpion fights. That was weird. Nightmare Strip isn't my bag, but this place is so small you can't be that selective. I spent a few days by myself in a lovely home in the Heights, which finally sent me up the wall. I like living outdoors. Then there was Calkins for a while." "The guy who publishes a newspaper?" She nodded. "I spent a few days at his place. Rogers set up this permanent country weekend, only inside city limits. He keeps some interesting people around." "Were you one of the interesting people?" "I think Roger just considered me decorative, actually, to amuse the interesting ones. His loss. She was pretty, in a sort of rough way. Maybe closer to cute." He nodded. "The brush with civilization did me good, though. Then I wandered out on my own again." "Have you been out to the monastery? Out by Holland?" "Huh? I've never been there either, but I've heard some very sincere people have set up a sort of religious retreat. I still can't figure out if they got started before this whole thing happened, or whether they moved in and took over afterward. But it still sounds impressive, at least what one hears." "John and Mildred are pretty sincere." "Touché." She puffed a cord, then looked at him curiously, laughed, and hit at the high stems. He looked, and her eyes, waiting for him to speak, were greener than the haze allowed any leaf around. "It's like a small town," he said. "Is there anything else to do but gossip?" "Not really." She hit the stems again. "Which is a relief, if you look at it that way." "Where does Calkins live?" "Oh, you like to gossip." I was scared for a moment. She stopped knocking the stalks. "His newspaper office is awful. He took some of us there, right to where they print it, gray and gloomy and dismal and echoing." She screwed up her face and her shoulders and her hands. "Ah, but his house—" Everything unscrewed. "Just fine. Right above the Heights, lots of grounds. You can see the whole city. I imagine it must have been quite a sight when all the street lights were on at night. A small screwing now. I was trying to figure out whether he's always lived there, or if he just moved in and took it over too. But you don't ask questions like that." He turned and she followed. "Where is his house?" "I think the actual address is on Brisbane South." "How'd you get to meet him?" "They were having a party. I was wandering by. Someone I knew invited me in. Phil, actually." "Well, that sounds easy." "Ah, but it was very difficult. You want to go up there and meet Calkins?" "Well, everything looks pretty scroungy down around here. I could wander up and see if somebody would invite me in." He paused. "Of course, you're a girl. You'd have an easier time, wouldn't you? To be decorative?" She raised her eyebrows. "Not necessarily." He glanced at her in time to catch her glancing back. The idea struck him as amusing. "You see that path behind the soccer posts?" "Yeah." "It exits right onto Brisbane North, which turns into Brisbane South after a while." "Hey!" He grinned at her, then let his head fall to the side. "What's the matter?" "I'm sad you're going. I was all set for a dangerous, exciting afternoon, wandering about with you and playing my harmonica for you." "Why don't you come?" Her look held both embarrassment and collusion. "I've been—" Hammering sounded behind them. To his frown she explained, "One of John's work projects. They've gotten back from lunch. I know there's food left. The guy who does the most of their cooking, Johnny, is a friend of mine. Do you want to eat?" "No." He shook his head. "Besides, I haven't decided if I want—" "Yes, you have. But I'll see you when you get back. Take this." She held out the notebook. "It'll give you something to read on the way." For a moment he let his face acknowledge that she wanted him to stay. "Thanks. All right." "That's one nice thing about this place," she answered the acknowledgment. "When you come back, I will see you." She raised her harmonica to her mouth. "You can't lose anybody here." In the metal, Her eyes and nostrils were immense darknesses, set in silvered flesh, cut through, without lid or lash or limit, by green and green. She blew a discord and walked away. As he left the eyeless lions, it occurred to him, you can't make that discord on a harmonica, not on any harmonica he'd ever had. He'd walked 3 blocks when he saw, in the middle of the 4th, the church. Visible were 2, of presumably 4, clocks around the steeple. Nearing, he saw the hands were gone. He scrubbed at his forehead with the back of his wrist. Grit rolled between skin and skin. All this soot. The thought occurred, I'm in fine shape to get myself invited into a house party. Organ music came from the church door. He remembered Lanya had said something about a monastery. Wondering if curiosity showed on his face, he stepped carefully, notebook firmly under his arm, into the tiled foyer. Through a second door in an office, 2 of the 4 spools on the aluminum face of an upright tape recorder revolved. There were no lights on. It only really registered as he turned away, and once registered, he had no idea what to do with the image. Thumbtacked above the office bulletin board was the central poster from Laufer's wall, the black man in cap, jacket, and boots. Another door, leading to the chapel itself, was ajar on darkness. He stepped back to the sidewalk. "Hey there!" The old man wore maroon bell-bottoms, gold-rimmed spectacles. Underneath a dull corduroy jacket, a bright red tank top, beard, beret. He carried a bundle of newspapers under one arm. "How you doing on this pearly afternoon?" "Hello." "Now, I bet you're wondering what time it is." The old man strained his ropey neck. "Let me see." He gazed at the steeple. "Let me see, that'd be about 11:25. His head came down in wheezy laughter. "How do you like that, huh? Pretty good trick, huh? You want a paper? Take one." "It is a trick. I'll show you how to do it." "What's the matter? Paper don't cost you." "You want a subscription?" "Under your beard. Where'd you get that thing around your neck?" "You mean—" The old man's free hand moved to the peppery hair that went without break from the top of his chest to his chin. He unfastened the necklace, which fell like a diamond snake. "This? Where'd you get yours?" He'd thought collar and cuff hid his own. "On my way here. It says it comes from Brazil." The old man held the end of the chain close to see. "Japan?" Then extended the end for him to look. On the tab of brass were stamped letters, Aid in Japan. Before ADE there was a squiggle, undoubtedly M. The old man got it around his neck again and finally managed to secure it with one hand. He looked down at the papers. He could read, just at the old man's crumpled cuff, Bellona Times, Wednesday, April 1st, 1979, New boy in town. He frowned at that. "I didn't see your chain," the man went on in unrequested explanation. "But you wouldn't have asked if you hadn't got one yourself now, would you?" He nodded, mainly to make the geezer continue, an urging not needed. "I guess it's like a prize for an initiation. Only you didn't know you were being initiated, and that sort of upset you, I bet." He nodded again. "My name's Faust," the old man said. "Joaquin Faust." "Joaquin?" "You're pronouncing it right. From your accent, though, I bet you wouldn't put the same letters in it I do." He reached for Joaquin's extended hand. Joaquin caught his up in a biker shake. "You say," Joaquin frowned before he let go, "you got yours on your way here? Outside Bellona?" "That's right." Joaquin shook his head and said, while a roaring that had been gathering seconds now broke overhead. They looked up. Nothing was visible in the haze. The jets lingered disturbingly long, then pulled away. The taped organ sounded soft after it. "On the clock," Joaquin said, "the front face, that little stub used to be the minute hand, so you can about figure out which way it's pointing." "Oh? What about the hour?" Joaquin shrugged. "I left the office around 11, least I guess it was 11. I haven't been gone that long." "What happened to the hands?" "The niggers. The first night, I guess it was.
When all that lightning was going on, they went wild, swarmed all over, broke up a whole lot of stuff around here. Jackson's just down there."
"Jackson?"
"Jackson Avenue is where most of the niggers live, used to live." "You knew?"
He nodded.
"See if you can get hold of the paper for that day. People say you never seen pictures like that before. They was burning, and they had ladders up and breaking in the windows. This guy told me there was a picture of them climbing up on the church and breaking off the clock hands. Tearing each other up, too. There's supposed to be one set of pictures of this big buck getting after this little white girl, and a whole lot of stink about them pictures. Rape is the nasty word they didn't use in the paper, but rape is what it was. People was saying Calkins shouldn't have printed them, but you know what he did?"
Joaquin's twisted face demanded answer.
"No."
"What?" He ceded warily.
"He went down and hunted up the nigger in the pictures and had somebody interview him, and he printed everything. Now, if you ask me, what he shouldn't have printed was that interview. I mean, Calkins is all interested in civil rights and things. He really is. The colored people in this town had it bad, I guess, and he was concerned with that, really concerned. But that nigger had the dirtiest mouth, and didn't use it to talk nothing but dirt. I don't think he even knew what a newspaper interview was. I mean, I know the colored people got it rough, but if you want to help, you don't print a picture of the biggest, blackest buck in the world messing up some little blonde-headed 17-year-old girl and then running 2 pages of him saying how good it was with every other word shit and fuck and woo-wee, how he's going to get him some more as soon as he can, and how easy it's going to be with no pigs around. I mean, not if you want to help, do you? And because of the article, Harrison, his name was George Harrison, is some sort of hero to all the niggers left over in Jackson. And you'd think just about everybody else, too, which shows you the kind of people we got.
But you didn't see it, though.
Faust waved that away. There's this other colored man up from the South, some civil rights militant person, Mr. Paul Fenster. He got here right around the time it happened. Calkins knows him, too, I guess, and writes about what he's doing a lot. Now, I would guess this guy probably has some decent intentions. But how's he going to do anything with all that George Harrison business, huh? I mean, it's just as well. He looked around. There's not too many people left to care anymore, or that many niggers left in Jackson.
He resolved annoyance and curiosity with the polite question, "What started it? The riot, I mean." Joaquin bent his head far to the side.
"Now, you know, nobody has the story really straight. Something fell."
"Huh?"
"Some people say a house collapsed. Some others say a plane crashed right there in the middle of Jackson. Somebody else was talking about some kid who got on the roof of the Second City Bank building and gunned somebody down."
"Somebody got killed?"
"Very. It was supposed to be a white kid on the roof and a nigger that got shot, so they started a riot."
"What did the paper say?"
"About everything I did. Nobody knows which one happened for sure. If a plane crashed, somebody would have known. This was back at the beginning. Things were a hell of a lot more confused then. A lot of buildings were burning, and the weather was something else. People were still trying to get out. There were a hell of a lot more people here, and they were scared."
"You were here then?" Joaquin pressed his lips till mustache merged with beard. He shook his head.
"I just heard about the newspaper article and the pictures."
"Where'd you come from?"
"Ah," Faust waggled a free finger in mock approval. "You have to learn not to ask questions like that. It's not polite. I didn't ask nothing about you, did I? I told you my name, but I didn't ask yours."
"I'm sorry." He was taken back.
"You're going to meet a lot of people who get all kinds of upset if you go asking them about before they came to Bologna. I might as well tell you so you don't get yourself in trouble, especially," Faust raised his beard and put a thumb beneath his choker, "people wearing one of these, like us. I bet if I asked your name or maybe your age or why you got an orchid on your belt, anything like that, I could really get your dander up, now couldn't I?"
He felt the discomfort, vague as remembered pain, in his belly.
Faust said, "I come from Chicago most recently, Frisco before that."
He reached down to hold out one leg of his belled pants.
A grandpa yippee, eh? I'm a traveling philosopher. Is that good enough for you?
I'm sorry I asked.
Think nothing of it. I heard Bologna was where it was at. Must be now. I'm here. Is that good enough?
He nodded again, disconcerted.
I got a good, honest job. Sold the Tribe on the corner of Market and Van Ness. Here I'm Bologna's oldest newspaper boy. Is that enough?
Yeah, look, I didn't mean...
Something about you, boy. I don't like it.
Say... Eyelids wrinkled behind gold-rimmed lenses.
You're not colored, are you? I mean, you're pretty dark, sort of full-featured. Now, I could say spade, like you youngsters, but where I was coming up, when I was coming up, they were niggers. They're still niggers to me, and I don't mean nothing by it. I want all the best for them.
I'm an American Indian, he decided with resigned wrath.
Oh,
Joaquin tilted his head once more to appraise.
Well, if you're not a nigger, you must be pretty much in sympathy with the niggers.
He came down heavy on the word for any discomfort value it still held.
So am I. Only they won't ever believe it of me. I wouldn't either if I was them. Boy, I got to deliver my papers. Go on. Take one. That's right. There you go.
Faust straightened the bundle under his arm.
You interested in writing niggers, and just about everybody is.
The aside was delivered with high theatricality.
You go look up those early editions. Here's your paper, Reverend.
He strode across the sidewalk and handed another paper to the black minister in pavement-length cassock, who stood in the church door.
Thank you, Joaquin.
The voice was contralto. There was a hint of breasts beneath a dark robe. The face was rounded, was gentle enough for a woman. The minister looked at him now as Joaquin marched down the street.
Faust and I have a little game we play.
It was she, explained to his bemusement. You mustn't let it upset you. She smiled, nodded, and started in.
Excuse me, Reverend.
She turned.
Yes?
Intensely curious, he could focus his curiosity on no subject. What kind of church is this here? He settled on that, but felt it hopelessly contrived. What he wanted to ask about, of course, was the poster. She smiled. Interfaith, interracial. We've been managing to have services 3 times a week for a while now. We'd be very happy if you were interested in coming. Sunday morning, of course. Then again, Tuesday and Thursday evenings. We don't have a very large congregation yet, but we're gathering our flock. You're Reverend Amy Taylor. I'm a lay preacher, actually. This is a project I've taken on myself. Working out quite well, too, everything considered. You just sort of moved into the church and took it over? After the people who were here abandoned it. She did not brush her hands off. She extended one. It might have been the same gesture. I'm glad to meet you. He shook.
Glad to meet you.
I hope you come to our services. This is a time of stress for everybody. We need all the spiritual help we can get, don't you think? Her grip, like Joaquin's, lingered, and it was firmer. Hey, do you know what day it is? She looked down at the paper. Wednesday.
But how do you know when it's Sunday?
She laughed. It was very self-assured laughter. Sunday services happen when the paper says Sunday. Mr. Calkins confuses dates, I know, but there's never more than one Sunday every 7 days, or one Tuesday either. Now, Thursdays slip up. I went to see him about that, a very polite man, and very concerned about what goes on in this city, despite what some people find a trying sense of humor. I had noticed about the frequency of Sundays myself. He explained about Tuesdays, but he held out for arbitrary Thursdays. He quite nicely offered to declare a Thursday any time I asked, if I would give him 24-hour notice. Her perfect seriousness ruptured with a smile, and she dropped his hand. The whole business is funny. I feel as strange talking about it as you must hearing it, I'm sure. Her natural hair, her round brown face. He liked her. Will you try and come to our services? He smiled. I'll try. He was even vaguely sorry to lie. Good. Reverend Taylor? Her sparse eyebrows raised as she looked back. Does this street go toward Mr. Calkins? Yes, his home is about a mile up. You have to cross Jackson. 2 days ago, some brave soul had a bus running back and forth along Broadway. Only one bus, but then it doesn't have any traffic to fight. I don't know if it's still going, but that would take you to the newspaper office anyway, not his home. I suppose you could walk. I did. Thanks. He left her, smiling after him from the doorway. No, he decided, that probably wasn't the monastery. He pictured the tape winding and winding as the music dimmed, chord after chord falling from glimmering reels. Jackson Avenue was a wide street, but the crowded houses, blurred with noon smoke, were mostly wood. Trolley wires webbing the intersection were down in a snarl on the corner pavement. 2 blocks off, wreckage fumed. Billows cleared charred beams, then rolled to. A block in the other direction, a heavy figure with a shopping bag paused mid-trek between corner and corner to watch him watching. Though it was an arbitrary Wednesday afternoon, the feel was of some ominous Sunday morning. There is no articulate resonance. The common problem, I suppose, is to have more to say than vocabulary and syntax can bear. That is why I am hunting in these desiccated streets. The smoke hides the sky's variety, stains consciousness, covers the Holocaust with something safe and insubstantial. It protects from greater flame. It indicates fire, but obscures the source. This is not a useful street. Very little here approaches any eidolon of the beautiful. This is what a good neighborhood in Bellona looks like. The ground-floor windows were broken in the white house there. Curtains hung out. The street was clean. Barefoot and sandal, he watched the pavement's grain slip beneath him. A door beside him stood wide. He kept walking. Easier to think that all these buildings are inhabited than that their vacancy gives me license to loot where I will. Not loot. Borrow. Still, it's unnerving. Laufer had said something about shotguns. But he was hungry after all, and he was going to borrow food soon. He broke a window with a stick he had found wedging back a garage door, 8 jars of instant coffee on the kitchen shelf, and sat at the Formica dinette table to eat a cold can opener in the drawer, of Campbell's pepper pot. Easy. Marveling between fingerfuls of undiluted soup, salty, he looked from the paper he'd taken from Faust to the notebook he'd gotten from Lanya, made himself a cup of coffee with hot water. After running 10 seconds, it was steaming and spitting from the tap. Finally, he opened the notebook at random and read, in the terribly neat ballpoint, "It is not that I have no future. Rather, it continually fragments on the insubstantial and indistinct ephemera of now. In the summer country, stitched with lightning, somehow there is no way to conclude." He looked up at Creakings, but it was only some slight architectural shift. Nobody, he sub-vocalized, lives here now. The kitchen was very clean. Without particularly understanding what he'd read, or not understanding it for that matter, the notes by the absent journalist, coupled with the creak, made the back of his neck tingle. Déjà vu is a thing of the eye. This was like reading lines that echoed some conversation he might have followed idly once on a crowded street. The book hinted he'd pay attention to part of his mind he could not even locate. He read, "Lability, not affectation, a true and common trait. But if I tried to write down what I say as I move from speech—" He flipped more pages. There was only writing on the right-hand ones. The left-hand ones were blank. He closed the book. He put the coffee cup in the sink, the can in the empty garbage pail. When he caught himself doing it, he laughed out loud, then tried silent justification. He could always stay here, make this place nicer than Tax. That made the back of his neck tingle again. He closed the notebook, and with the paper tucked beside it, climbed back out the window. He scratched himself on broken glass, but only noticed it a block away when he looked down to see a drop of blood had trickled across the notebook cover, red-brown on the char. He nudged at the new purple-red scab with the blunt of his thumb, which just made it itch, so he forgot about it and hurried on up Brisbane. It was only a scratch. Distance or destination? He had no idea what to expect of either. These lawns and facades needed sunlight, or at least light rain, to be beautiful. The corner trees might be clear green, but mist blurred them now. Odd that the elements of pleasure were so many grays, so much fear, so many silences. That house there, gaping through drear drapes with intimations of rugs still out in July, someone had lived there. A doctor sign hung beside the door of that one. He mulled on the drugs closeted behind the Venetian blinds. Well, maybe on the way back. Charcoal, like the bodies of beetles, heaped below the glittering wall on the far corner. The sharpness of incinerated upholstery cut the street's gritty stink. Through a cellar window, broken, a grey eel of smoke slithered the sidewalk to vaporize in the gutter. Through another, intact, flickerings. The singular burning among the dozens of whole buildings was the most uncanny thing he'd seen. He crossed quickly to the next block. The loose rhythm of the day carried him through the streets. Once it occurred to him that he was tired. Later he looked for the tiredness and found it had dispersed, like the eel. This had to be the Heights. He trudged on up the sloping street by a window full of brass, 3 layers of glass doors in a foyer, the head of a white statue behind a high hedge. All the vulnerable, gloomy elegance bothered him. Break in for another cup of coffee? He wondered why the images of shotguns behind the curtains were stronger here, but laughed at them anyway. He moved, and the movement was a rush of sound among his body's cavities. He slapped the paper and bloody notebook on his thigh, thinking of Lanya, of Millie, of John. From his other hip the orchid swung. Chained in points of view, he loped along, an uneasy vandal, suffering for the pillage his mind wreaked among the fabulous facades. He moved, a point of tension, by homes that would have been luxurious in sunlight. He was not sure why he decided to explore off the avenue. In the center of the alley was an oak, set in a circle of cobbles, ringed in a decorative fence. His heart beat fast. He passed it. The backside of the trunk was ash. Instead of heavy greenery, the rear leaves were shriveled black. Eyes wide at the vision, he turned as he passed it to back away. Then he looked at the houses. On both sides of him walls were sundered on smashed furniture, beams, and piled masonry. The demarcation between lawn and street vanished beneath junk. 20 feet on, the cobbles were upturned. He felt his face squinch against the destruction. Bulldozers? Grenades? He could not imagine what had caused this. Paving stones were smashed, loose, or upside down in raw earth, so that he was not even certain where the next street began. Frowning, he wandered in the debris, stepped over a pile of books, vaguely seeking the source of a smoke plume waving 50 feet away, then, suddenly, not seeing it. He picked up a clock. The crystal flaked out, tinkling. He dropped it and picked up a ballpoint pen, wiped the ashes against his pants, clicked the point in and out. Half under plaster was a wooden chest, slightly larger than an attaché case. With the toe of his sandal, he nudged up the lid. White powder swirled above forks, spoons, and knives, bound in grey ribbon, then settled to the purple velvet. He let the lid clack and hurried to the avenue. He practically ran Brisbane's next 3 blocks, past houses empty and elegant. But now he was aware of lawn poles askew, of shapeless heaps between them, of windows which, beyond pale curtains, were light as the sky behind them. He was still clicking the ballpoint pen, so he put it in his shirt pocket. Then at the next corner he took it out again and stood very still. If a wind came now, he thought, and caused any sound on this drear street, he would cry out. There was no wind. He sat down on the curb, opened to the notebook's first page. "To wound the autumnal city," he read once more. Hastily he turned the page over to the clear side. He looked down the 4 streets, looked at the corner houses. He sucked a breath through closed teeth, clicked the point out, and began to write. In the middle of the 3rd line, without taking pen off paper, he swept back to cross it all out. Then, carefully, he recopied 2 words on the next line. The second was I. Very carefully now, word followed word. He crossed out 2 more lines, from which he salvaged you, spinner, and pave, dropping them into a new sentence that bore no denotative resemblance to the one from which they came. Between lines, while he punched his pen point, his eye strayed to the writing beside his. He read, "It is our despair at the textural inadequacies of language that drives us to heighten the structural ones toward—" Out loud. There was not a pretty word in the bunch. Roughly, he turned the notebook back around the paper to avoid distraction. Holding the last 2 lines in his head, he looked about at the buildings again. Why not live dangerously? He wrote the last lines hurriedly, notating them before they dispersed. He printed at the top, Brisbane. Lifting his pen from the N, he wondered if the word had any other meaning than the name of the avenue. Hoping it did, he began to recopy in as neat a hand as he could what he had settled on. He altered 1 word in the last 2 lines, cannot became can't, and closed the book, puzzled at what he had done. Then he stood. Struck with dizziness, he staggered off the curb. He shook his head, and finally managed to get the world under him at the right angle. The back of his legs were cramped. He'd been in a near-fetal squat practically half an hour. The dizziness gone, the cramp stayed with him for 2 blocks. As well, he felt choked up in his breathing. That put him in touch with a dozen other little discomforts that he had ignored till now, so that it was not for another block after that he noticed he wasn't afraid. The pulling in the back of his right shin, or the mental disquiet. He gave up pondering the preferable, looked at a street sign, and noticed that Brisbane North had become Brisbane South. Click, 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 click. Realizing what he was doing, he put the pen in his shirt pocket. Along the street beside him was a stone wall. The houses across from him, porched and lawned and spacious and columned, all had broken windows. The car, a blunt maroon thing at least 20 years old, grumbled up behind. He jumped in surprise, turning. It passed, leaving no impression of the driver. But 2 blocks ahead it turned in at a gate. Willow fronds draped the brick above him. Walking again, he ran 2 fingers along the mortared troughs. The gate was verdigrised brass, spiked at the top and locked. 10 yards beyond the bars, the road got twisted up in the shaggiest pines he'd ever seen. The brass plate, streaked pink with recent polish, said, "Roger Calkins." He looked through at the pines. He looked back at the other houses. Finally, he just walked on. The street ended in brush. He followed the wall around its corner into bushes. Twigs kept jabbing beneath his sandal straps. His bare foot went easier. In the clearing, someone had piled 2 crates, one on another, against the brick. Children after fruit, or mischief. As he climbed, notebook and paper left on the ground, 2 women behind the walls laughed. He paused. Their laughter neared, became muffled converse. A man guffawed sharply. The double soprano recommenced and floated off. He could just grasp the edge. He pulled himself up, elbows winging. It was a lot harder than movies would make it. He scraped at the brick with his toes. Brick rasped back at knees and chin. His eyes cleared the top. The wall was covered with pine needles, twigs, and a surprising shale of glass. Through spinning gnats he saw the blunt pine tops and the rounded, looser heads of elms. Was that gray thing the cupola of a house? "Oh, I don't believe it," an invisible woman cried and laughed again. His fingers stung, his arms were trembling. "What the fuck do you think you're doing, kid?" somebody behind him drawled. Shaking, he lowered, belt buckle catching a mortise once to dig his stomach. His toes hit at the thin ledges, then the crate. He danced around, and went back against the wall, squinting. Newt, spider, and some monstrous insect, huge and out of focus, glared with flashbulb eyes. He got out an interrogative, "What?" but could choose no defining final consonant. "Now you know," the spider in the middle extinguished. The tall redhead dropped one freckled hand from the chain's looping neck to belly. "Damn well you ain't supposed to be up there." His face was flat, his nose wide as a pug's, his lips overted, his eyes like brown eggshells set with tarnished gold coins. His other hand, freckles blurred in pale hair, held a foot of pipe. "I wasn't climbing in." "Shit," came out of the Newt on the left in a black accent much heavier than the redhead's. "Sure you weren't," the redhead said. His skin, deep tan, was galaxied with freckles. Hair and beard were curly as a handful of pennies. "Yeah, sure, I just bet you weren't." He swung the pipe, snapping his arm at the ark's end. Neck chains rattled. "You better get down from there, boy." He vaulted, landed with one hand still on the crates. The redhead swung again. The flanking apparitions came closer, swaying. "Yeah, you better jump." "All right, I'm down." "Okay?" The scorpion laughed, swung, stepped. The chain boot mashed the corner of the notebook into the mulch. The other tore the newspaper's corner. "Hey, come on!" He pictured himself lunging forward, but stayed still, till he saw that the pipe, neck swing, was going to catch him on the hip, was lunging forward. "Watch it! He's got his orchid on!" He slashed with his bladed hand. The scorpion dodged back. Newt and beetle spun. He had no idea where they were under their aspects. He jammed his fist at the scaly simulation. His fist went through and connected jaw-staggeringly hard with something. He slashed with his blades at the retreating beetle. The spider rushed him. He staggered in rattling lights. A hand caught him against the cheek. Blinking, he saw a second, sudden black face go out under Newt's scales. Then something struck his head. "Hey, he cut you, Spit, man." That was the heavy black accent very far away. "Oh, hey, wow, Spit, he really cut you. Spit, you all right?" He wasn't all right. He was falling down a black hole. "The motherfucker, I'm going to get him for that." He hit bottom. Pawing across that leafy bottom, he finally found the remnants of a thought. His orchid had been hanging from his waist. No time had he reached down to, you all right?" Slip his roughened fingers into the harness, fasten the collar about his knobby wrist. Someone shook him by the shoulder. His hand gouged moist leaves. The other was suspended. He opened his eye. Evening struck the side of his head so hard he was nauseated. "Young man, are you all right?" He opened his eyes again. The throbbing twilight concentrated on one quarter of his head. He pushed himself up. The man in blue serge sat back on his heels. "Mr. Fenster, I think he's conscious." A little ways away, a black man in a sports shirt stood at the clearing's edge. "Don't you think we should take him inside, look at his head?" "No, I don't think we should." The black put his hands in the pockets of his slacks. He shook his head, only once, because it hurt that much. "Were you attacked, young man?" He said, "Yes," very thickly. A nod would have made it cynical, but he didn't dare. The white collar between the serge lapels was knotted with an extraordinarily thin tie. White temples below gray hair. The man had an accent that was disturbingly near British. He picked up the notebook. The newspaper slid off onto the leaves. "Is this yours?" Another thick, "Yes." "Are you a student?" "It's terrible, people attacking people right out in the open like this. Terrible." "I think we better get inside," the black man said. "They'll be waiting for us." "Just a minute," came out with surprising authority. The gentleman helped him to sitting position. "Mr. Fenster, I really think we should take this poor young man inside. Mr. Calkins can't possibly object. This is something of an exceptional circumstance." Fenster took dark brown hands from his pockets and came over. "I'm afraid it isn't exceptional. We've checked. Now come on back inside." With surprising strength, Fenster tugged him to his feet. His right temple exploded 3 times en route. He grabbed the side of his head. There was crisp blood in his hair and wet blood in his sideburn. "Can you stand up?" Fenster asked. "Yes." The word was dough in his mouth. Thanks for my—" He almost shook his head again, but remembered. "My notebook." The man in the tie looked sincerely perplexed. With a very white hand he touched his shoulder. "You're sure you're all right?" "Yes," automatically. Then, "Could I get some water?" "Certainly." And then to Fenster, "We can certainly take him inside for a glass of water." "No," Fenster spoke with impatient resignation. "We can't take him inside for a glass of water." It ended with set jaw, small muscles there defined in the dark skin. "Roger's very strict. You just have to put up with it. Please, let's go back in." The white man, 55, 60, finally took a breath. Then he just turned away. Fenster, 40, 45, said, "This isn't a good neighborhood to be in, young fellow. I'd get back downtown as fast as I could. Sorry about all this." "That's all right," he got out. "I'm okay." "I really am sorry." Fenster hurried after the older gentleman. He watched them reach the corner, turn. He raised his caged hand, looked at it between the blades. Was that why they had— He looked back toward the street. His head gave a gratuitous throb. He collected the paper and the notebook, mumbling profanity, and walked out. They'd apparently gone back through the gate, and locked it. Motherfuckers, he thought. The gloom was denser now. He began to wonder how long he'd been away from the park, 4 or 5 hours. His head hurt a lot, and it was getting dark. Also, it looked like rain, but the air was dry and neutral. Brisbane South had just become Brisbane North when he saw, a block away, 3 people run from one side of the avenue to the other. They were too far to see if they wore chains around their necks. Still, he was overcome with goose-flesh. He stopped with his hand on the side of a lamp-post. The globe was an inverted crown of ragged glass points about the smaller, ragged collar of the bulb. He felt his shoulders pull involuntarily together. He looked at the darkening sky, and the terror of the vandal-wrecked city assailed him. His heart pounded. His armpits grew slippery. Breathing hard, he sat with his back to the post's base. He took the pen from his pocket and began to click the point. He hadn't put the orchid on. After a moment, he stopped to take the weapon from his wrist and put it through his belt loop again. Moving armed through the streets might be provocative. He looked around again, opened his notebook, turned quickly past Brisbane to a clean page, halfway or more through. "Charcoal," he wrote down in small letters, like the bodies of burnt beetles heaped below the glittering black wall of the house on the far corner. He bit at his lip and wrote on. The wet sharpness of incinerated upholstery cut the general gritty stink of the street. From the rayed hole in the cellar window, a gray eel of smoke wound across the sidewalk, dispersed before, at which point he crossed out the last 2 words and substituted, vaporized at the gutter. Through another window, and crossed that window, still intact, something flickered. This single burning building in the midst of dozens of other whole buildings was— Stopped and began to write all over again. Charcoal, like the bodies of beetles heaped below the glittering wall. The sharpness of incinerated upholstery cut the street's gritty stink. Then he went back and crossed out the bodies of, and went on. From a broken cellar window, a gray eel wound the sidewalk to vaporize at the gutter. Through another, intact, something flickered. This burning building, crossed that out to substitute, the singular burning in the midst of dozens of whole buildings, and without breaking the motion of his hand, suddenly tore the whole page from the notebook. Pen and crumpled paper in his hand, he was breathing hard. After a moment he straightened out the paper, and on a fresh page began to copy again. Charcoal, like beetles heaped under the glittering wall. He folded the torn paper in 4 and put it back in the notebook when he had finished the next revision. On the back, the former owner of the notebook had written, "First off, it doesn't reflect my daily life. Most of what happens hour by hour is quiet and still. We sit most of the time." Once more, he made a face and closed the cover. The mist had turned evening blue. He got up and started along the street. Several blocks later he identified the strange feeling. Though it was definitely becoming night, the air had not even slightly cooled. Frail smoke lay about him like a neutralizing blanket. Ahead, he could see the taller buildings. Smoke had gnawed away the upper stories. Stealthily, he descended into the injured city. It does not offer me any protection, this mist, rather a refracting grid through which to view the violent machine, explore the technocracy of the eye itself, spelunk the semicircular canal. I am traveling my own optic nerve, limping in a city without source, searching a day without shadow. Am I deluded with the inconstant emblem? I don't like pain. With such disorientation, there is no way to measure the angle between such nearly parallel lines of sight when focusing on something at such distance. "There you are!" She ran out between the lions, crossed the street. He turned, surprised, at the lamp-post. She seized his hand in both of hers. "I didn't think I would see you again before—" "Hey, what happened?" Her face twisted in the shadow. She lost all her breath. "I got beat up." Her grip dropped. She raised her fingers, brushed his face. "Ow! Well, you'd better come with me. What in the world did you do?" "Nothing," vented some of his indignation. She took his hand again to tug him along. "You did something. People just don't get beat up for nothing at all." "In this city," he let her lead, "they do." "Down this way." "No, not even in this city." "What happened? You've got to get that washed off. Did you get to Calkins?" "Yeah." He walked beside her. Her hand around his was almost painfully tight. Then, as though she realized it, the grip loosened. "I was looking over the wall when these scorpions got at me." "Oh," that seemed to explain it to her. "Oh, what?" "Roger doesn't like snoopers." "So he set scorpions to patrol the battlements?" "I wouldn't be surprised. Sometimes he asks them for protection." "Hey!" He pulled loose. She swung around. In shadow, her eyes glaring up were empty as the lion's. He tried to fix his tongue at protest, but she merely stepped to his side. They walked again together, not touching, through the dark. "In here." "In where?" "Here." She turned him with a hand on his arm, and opened a door he hadn't realized was beside them. Someone in flickering silhouette said, "Oh, it's you. What's the matter?" "Look at him," Lanya said. "Scorpions." "Oh." Leather jacket, cap, and leather pants. Long fingers pulled close the door. "Take him inside, but don't make a big thing, huh?" "Thanks, Teddy." There were voices from the end of the hall. The flakes of light on nail-thin Teddy's attire came from candles in iron candelabras. He followed her. At the end of the bar, a woman's howl shattered to laughter. 3 of the men around her, laughing, shed away like bright black petals. 4/5 present wore leather amidst scattered denim jackets. The woman had fallen into converse with a tall man in a puffy purple sweater. The candlelight put henna in her hair and blacked her eyes. Another woman, holding on to a drink with both hands, in workman's greens and construction boots, stepped unsteadily between them, recognized Lanya, and intoned, "Honey, now where have you been all week? Oh, you don't know how the class of this place has gone down. The boys are about to run me ragged," and went unsteadily off. Lanya led him through the leather crush. A surge of people toward the bar pushed them against one of the booth tables. "Hey, babes," Lanya leaned on her fists. "Can we sit here a minute?" "Lanya?" "Sure," Tack said, then recognized him. "Jesus, kid, what the hell happened to you?" He pushed over in the seat. "Come on, sit down." "Yeah." He sat. Lanya was edging off between people. "Tack, kid, I'll be right back." He put the notebook and the paper on the wooden table, drew his hands through the shadows the candles dropped from the iron webs, drew his bare foot through sawdust. Tack, from looking after Lanya, turned back. "You got beat up?" The visor still masked his upper face. He nodded at Tack's eyeless question. Tack's lips pressed beneath the visor's shadow. He shook his head. "Scorpions?" "Yeah." The young man across the table had his hands in his lap. "What'd they get from you?" Tack asked. "Nothing." "What did they think they were going to get?" "I don't know. Shit, they just wanted to beat up on somebody, I guess." Tack shook his head. "No,
That doesn't sound right. Not scorpions. Everybody's too busy trying to survive around here just to go beating up on people for fun.
I was up at the Calkins place, trying to look over the wall. Lanya said he keeps the bastards patrolling the damn walls.
Now there. Laufer shook a finger across the table. That's like I was telling you, Jack. It's a strange place, maybe stranger than any you've ever seen. But it still has its rules. You just have to find them out. Shit, he repeated, indignant at everybody's questioning of the incident. They beat hell out of me.
Looks like they did. Tack turned across the table. Jack, want you to meet the kid here. Jack just pulled into town this afternoon. Kid got in yesterday. Jack pushed himself forward and reached out to shake. Hi. He shook Jack's small, sunburned hand.
Jack here's a deserter from the Army.
At which Jack glanced at Tack with dismay, then covered it with an embarrassed smile.
Oh, hello, he said with a voice out of Arkansas.
His short-sleeved sports shirt was very pressed. Army shorn, his skull showed to the temple.
Yeah, I'm a goddamn deserter, like you says.
That's nice. Then realized how flipped that sounded and was also embarrassed.
Tack here's been trying to tell me about how to get along in this place, Jack offered.
He had either not taken offense or just not heard.
Tack's a lot smarter than I am, you know. It's pretty funny here, huh?
He nodded.
I was going to go to Canada, but somebody told me about Bologna, said it was a pretty swinging place, you know. So I thought I'd stop off here on the way.
I looked round the bar. The woman howled again. The purple Angora had abandoned her. The howl moved predictably once more toward laughter, and she sat alone, shaking her dark red hair over her drink.
I ain't ever seen a place quite like this, have you?
Jack offered the conversation back to him.
Oh, I bet you ain't, Tack intercepted. Now, the kid here, you know, he's my age. You probably would have thought he was younger than you are. Jack here's 20. Now, seriously, how old would you say the kid here is?
I don't know, Jack said, and looked confused. He wanted to look at the engineer's shadowed face again, but not yet.
Where the hell did you run off to this morning, anyway?
A dog barked somewhere in the bar. About to turn and answer Tack, he looked toward the noise. Claws scrabbled, then, bursting between the legs of the people next to them, the black muzzle and shoulders. He snatched his arm up from the barking. At the same time, Lanya arrived.
Hey, come on, girl.
Others had turned to watch the beast bark up at their table.
Come on, quiet down.
Lanya's hand strayed on the shaking head, played on the black snout.
Be quiet, quiet now.
The dog tried to pull its head away. She grabbed its lower jaw and shook it gently.
What you making so much noise about? Shh, you hear me? Shush.
The dog turned its brown eyes from the table to Lanya, back to the table. Bright pricks from the candles slid on the black pupils. It licked her hand.
There now, be quiet.
In the other was a wad of wet paper towels. She sat down, put them on the table. They trickled on the wood. Jack's hands were back in his lap. Tack pushed up his cap. The shadow uncovered his large blue eyes. He shook his head and sucked his teeth in general disapproval.
Come on now, Lanya said once more to the dog.
He waited beside the table, panting. He reached out toward the dark head. The panting stopped. He passed his fingers over the rough hair, the wiry brows. The dog turned to lick the ham of his thumb.
Yeah, he said, you just be quiet.
Is Muriel bothering you people? Purple Angora sucked a sighing breath.
I tell her, he gestured toward the woman at the bar, she shouldn't bring her in here. Muriel is just not that well trained. She gets so excited, but she will bring her in here every night. I hope she hasn't annoyed you.
Lanya reached again to rough the dog's head. She's an old dear. She didn't bother anybody.
Well, thank you.
Purple Angora bent to drag Muriel back to the bar by the collar. Once he glanced back, frowned at them. See if you can wipe some of that stuff off your face, Lanya said, wrinkling hers.
Huh?
Oh,
yeah.
He picked up a towel and held it to his temple, which stung. Water rolled down. He rubbed the blood off his cheek, picked up another towel, the first now purple to the rim, and wiped his face again.
Hey, Jack said, I think you're...
with a vague gesture.
Lord, Lanya said.
I'll get some more towels.
Huh? Am I bleeding again?
Tack took him by the chin and turned his face. "You sure are," and pressed another towel against his head. "Hey," he reached across for Lanya's arm. "Look, let me just go to the men's room. I'll fix it up." She sat again. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I'll be back in a little while." With one hand he held the paper to his face, with the other he picked up the notebook. "What happened to him?" Tack was asking Lanya, and Lanya was leaning forward to answer. He pushed through the people next to them toward where the men's room ought to be. Behind him, music began, staticky as an old radio, more like somebody's wind-up Victrola. He turned in front of the restroom door. Neon lights had come on in a cage hung up behind the bar. The redhead's face, 45, 50, was soap yellow in the glare. "Muriel, now Muriel, be quiet." The fugitive barking stilled, and the purple sweater sat up once more. Through the black curtain stepped a boy in a silver lame G-string. He began to dance in the cage, shaking his hips, flicking his hands, kicking. His ash-pale hair was flecked with glitter. Glitter had fallen down his wet brow. He grinned hugely, open-mouthed, lips shaking with the dance, at customers up and down the bar. His eyebrows were pasted over with silver. The music, he realized through the static, was a medley of Dylan played by something like the Melocrino Strings. The boy was anywhere between 15 and an emaciated 35. Around his neck hung glittering strands of mirrors, prisms, lenses. He pushed into the bathroom as a big man in an army jacket came out fingering his fly. He locked the door, put his notebook on the cracked porcelain tank — he'd left the paper on the table — looked at the mirror and said, "Christ!" Tap turned full. The cold water only trickled over the tear-shaped stain. He pulled paper towels, rasping from their container, and let them soak. Minutes later the sink was awash with blood. The battleship linoleum was speckled with it, but his face was clear of gore and leakage. Sitting on the toilet, pants around his shins, shirt open, he turned up a quarter-sized mirror on his belly and gazed down at a fragment of his face with an eye in it. Water beaded his eyelashes. He blinked. His eye opened to see the drop, pink with dilute blood, strike the glass and spread to the gripping callus. He let go, took the notebook from the toilet tank, turned it back on his thighs, and took out his pen. The coil pressed his skin. He wrote Muriel, Murielle. He doubted the spelling, but wrote on. Seen through blood, her clear eyes. He crossed out clear methodically till it was a navy bar. He frowned, reread, rewrote clear, and wrote on. He stopped long enough to urinate, and reread again. He shook his head, leaned forward. His penis swung against cold porcelain, so he wiggled back on the seat, rewrote the whole line. Once he looked up. A candle by the painted-over window was guttering. Remembering, he wrote, by candle what I'd seen by moon, frowned, and substituted a completely different thought. "Hey," pounding at the door made him look up. "You all right in there, kid?" "Tack? You need some help in there? Lanya sent me to see if you'd fallen in. You all right?" "I'm okay. I'll be out in a minute." "Oh, okay. All right." He looked back at the page. Suddenly he scribbled across the bottom, "They won't let me finish this goddamn—" Stopped, laughed, closed the book, and put the pen back in his pocket. He leaned forward on his knees and relaxed. The length and splash surprised him. There wasn't any toilet paper, so he used a wet towel. Light glittered on the dancer's hips, his shaking hair, his sweating face, but people had resumed their conversations. He pushed through, glancing at the cage. "Well, you certainly look a lot better," Lanya said. Jack said, "Hey, I got you and your girlfriend a beer, one for you too, see, because I didn't want you to think, well, you know." "Oh," he said, "sure, thanks. I mean, Tack ain't let me buy anything all evening, so I thought I'd get you and your girlfriend a beer." He nodded and sat. "Thanks." "Yeah, thanks," Lanya said. "She's a very nice girl." Lanya gave him a small, "well, what can you do?" look across the table, and drank. The music growled to a stop in the middle of a phrase. People applauded. Jack nodded toward the cage where the dancer panted. "I swear I've never been in a place like this. It's really too much, you know.
You got a lot of places like this in Bologna? Teddy's here's the one and only, Tack said. No other place like it in the Western world. Used to be a straight bar back before. Improvements not to be believed. Sure is pretty unbelievable, Jack repeated. I've just never seen anything like it. Lanya took another swallow from her bottle. You're not going to die, after all? She smiled. He saluted her with his and emptied it by a third. Guess not. Tack suddenly twisted in his seat. Ain't this a bitch? Hot as it is in this goddamn place. He shrugged out of his jacket, hung it over the bench back, then leaned one tattooed forearm on the table. Nah, that's a little more comfortable. He furrowed the meadow of his chest and looked down, sweating like a pig. He slid forward, stomach ridged by the plank, and folded his arms. Yeah, that's a little better. He still wore his cap. Jesus, Jack said, looking around. They let you do that in here? They'd let me take my pants down and dance on the fucking table, Tack said, if I wanted. Wouldn't they, Lanya, babes? You tell 'em. Tack, Lanya said, I'd like to see that. I really would. She laughed. Jack said, wow. The dancer was climbing from the cage down to the bar. He made a joke with somebody below. Somebody else gave him a hand, and he leaped lightly away. At the doorway, a group had just come in. A couple of men in leather had gone up to a tall black with a khaki shirt. Even by candlelight, sweat stained his shirt flanks. Other black men around wore suits and ties. People were putting tables together. The redhead's laughter carried her across the bar. She took the black's beam-broad khaki shoulders. He embraced her. She struggled, still laughing. Muriel barked about their knees. Sepulchral Teddy, like some leather-sheathed plant, set bottles down, held back chairs. The tall black fell into his seat. His fists cracked open like stone on the table. Others sat around him. He reared back, stretched his arms, and caught the woman in coveralls with one, and the sparkling dancer with the other. Everyone laughed. The woman tried not to spill her drink and pushed at the rough, dark head. The dancer squealed, ooh. His G-string broke. He pulled the cord across his white hip, yanked the whole pouch away, and spun from the circling arm. A black hand smacked the chalky buttocks. The dancer dodged forward, threw back an evil look that ended with a wink, flipped the silver strap over his shoulder, and stalked off, cheek grinding cheek. Jesus, Jack said from the other side of the table. The rabbity tuft above the dancer's bobbing genitals had been dusted with glitter. Teddy moved about the joined tables, pouring. Other people were coming up to talk, leaving to drink. Lanya explained to his puzzled look, That's George Harrison. Do you— He nodded. Oh. Jesus, Jack repeated. You got all sorts of people in a place like this, you know. I mean all kinds. Now, that wouldn't happen where I come from. It's— He looked around. Pretty nice, huh? He drank more beer. Everybody's so friendly. Tack put his boot up on the bench and hung his arm across his knee. Until they start to tear the place apart. He turned up his bottle to waterfall at his wide mouth. Hey, y'all want to come up to my place? Yeah, why don't y'all come on back with me? He put the beer down. Jack, Lanya, you too, kid. He looked across at her to see if she wanted to go, but she was drinking beer again. Yeah, come on. Tack pointed at her so that when her bottle came down from her mouth, she looked at the engineer and frowned. You're not going to sit around this place all night and fight off the horsewomen of Dry Gulch Canyon, are you? Lanya laughed. Well, if you really want me, all right. Tack slapped the table. Good. Then he leaned over and stage whispered, You know, she's a real stuck-up bitch. Back when she used to hang out here, she wouldn't be caught dead with the likes of me. But after we got to know each other, she turned out not to be so bad. He grinned across the table. Tack, I'm not stuck up. I always spoke to you. Yeah, so's your old man. Tack pointed with a thumb. Is he your old man now? Then he laughed. Come on, late supper at Tack Laufer's. Tack Laufer's going to give a party. Jack, you were saying how hungry you were. Gene, Jack said, I don't know if— Lanya suddenly turned to him. Oh, come on. Now you have to come with us. You've just gotten here. Tack wants to show you around. She positively beamed. Well, Jack grinned at the table, at Tack, at the candelabra. I'll give you something to eat, Tack said. Hell, I'm not that.
"Oh, come on," Lanya insisted. He moved his hands over the notebook, stained with blood and charcoal, to where the newspaper stuck out from the sides. Lanya reached across and laid one fingertip on his gnawed thumb. He looked up. Tack was standing to leave. "Jack." "Well, all right," finishing up his beer. Tack pulled his coat from the bench back. Lanya rose. He picked up the paper and the notebook and stood beside her. Jack and Tack, he remarked again the juxtaposition of sounds, went ahead. She pressed his arm and whispered, "I'd say I just earned my supper, wouldn't you?" They skirted the Harrison party. "Hey, look at there go, old Wolf." Harrison grinned up from a hand of cards. "Go drown yourself, ape," Tack jabbed back, "or I'll tell everybody you're holding." Harrison pulled his cards away and rumbled into laughter, when suddenly the silver-haired dancer bounced into their midst, G-string mended. He grabbed Lanya's arm. "Darling, how do you always manage to leave her with all the beautiful men? Come on, everyone. A big smile for your mother. Fabulous. Can I come too?" Tack swung his jacket and the silver head ducked. "Get out of here." "Oh, now, with that big old hairy chest of hers, she thinks she's just too." But they pushed toward the door. The red-headed woman and purple Angora were talking quietly by the wall. Muriel, panting, lay between their feet. The flickering candles kept gouging lines in the woman's yellow face. She was not that made up, he realized as they passed, nor that old, but the roughness of her skin under the unsteady light suggested misplaced artifice. Over her jacket, he had not seen it before and wondered how he had missed it, unless simple profusion had misled him to think it was something else, were loops and loops and loops of the strange chain Faust, Nightmare, the dancer, indeed, he himself as well, wore. Muriel barked. He pushed into the hall behind Lanya in front of Jack. Teddy smiled at them like a mechanical skull beneath his cap and held the door. The very blonde girl at the sidewalk's edge bit at her knuckle and watched them intently. The cool was surprising. He had reached down to make sure that the orchid still hung in his belt loop when she said, "Excuse me, I'm terribly sorry to bother you, but was—" Her face held its expression unsteadily. "George Harrison in there?" Then lost it completely. Her gray eyes were very bright. "Huh? Oh, yeah, he's inside." Her fist flew back against her chin and she blinked. Behind him, Jack was saying, "Jesus, will you look at that?" "Now that is something," Tack said. "You say he is in there? George Harrison, the big colored man?" "Yeah, he's inside." At which point Lanya tugged his arm. "Kid, look at that. Will you?" "Huh? What?" He looked up. The sky, he heard footsteps, lowered his eyes. The blonde girl was hurrying down the street. Frowning, he looked up again. Streamed with black and silver. The smoke, so low and limitless before, had rattled into billows, torn and flung by some high wind that did not reach down to the street. Hints of a moon struck webs of silver on the raveling mist. He moved against Lanya's shoulder. She too had glanced after the girl, all warm down his side. Her short hair brushed his arm. "I've never seen it like that before." And then louder, "Tack, has it ever been like that before?" Someday I'm going to die, he thought irrelevantly, but shook the thought away. "Damn," Laufer took off his cap. "Not since I've been here." He was holding his jacket over his shoulder by one finger. "How do you like that, Jack? Maybe it's finally breaking up." They started to the corner, still staring. "That's the first time here I've seen the—" Then Lanya stopped. They all stopped. He swallowed hard. With his head back, it tugged uncomfortably at his Adam's apple. Through one rent the lunar disk had appeared. Then, as the aperture moved with the wind, he saw a second moon. Lower in the sky, smaller, it was in some crescent phase. "Jesus," Jack said. The smoke came together again, tore away. "Now wait just a goddamn minute," Tack said. Once more the night was lit by the smaller but distinctly lunar crescent. A few stars glittered near it. The smoke closed here, opened there. The gibbous moon shone above it. Before the bar door another group had gathered, craning at the violated night. Two, pulling a bottle back and forth, came loose, came close. "What the hell?" The sky cleared again under two lights, crescent and near full. "Is that?" Tack demanded. Someone else said, "What do you think it is, a sun?" "The moon," one gestured with his foaming bottle. "Then what's that?" One pulled the bottle from the other's hand. "That's another. That one's George." They reeled off, spilling liquor. In the gathered group, people laughed. "You hear that, George? You got a goddamn moon named after you." And out of the laughter and chatter, a louder laugh rose. Lanya shrugged closer beneath his arm. "Jesus," Jack whispered again. "Not according to them," Tack said. "Come on." "What is it?" Lanya asked again. "Maybe it's some kind of reflection." He flexed his fingers around on her small shoulder. "Or one of those weather balloons, like they used to think were flying saucers." "Reflected from what? Onto what?" Tack asked. Flakes of smoke spun over. One or the other, and occasionally both moons, showed. There was a breeze now. The sky was healing. Over half the sky, clouds had already coalesced. Voices came from in the bar doorway. "Hey, we got a moon, and we got a George. Shine on, harvest, George." "Oh, man, June and George don't rhyme." "Tack and Jack do," Lanya whispered, giggled, and pulled her harmonica from her pocket. "But you remember what he do to that little white girl." "Oh, shit, was that her name?" Lanya blew harmonica notes in his ear. He pulled away. "Hey!" and came back to her, perturbed. She reached up and held his forefinger. Something tickled his blunt knuckle. She was brushing her lips across the ruin of his thumb's first joint. The shoutings died behind them. Overhead, the lights blurred in returning clouds. She played lazy music by his chest, following the ex-soldier and the ex-engineer. Her motion pulled him. She paused to tell him, "You smell good." "Huh? Yeah, I guess I stink," and cringed. "I mean it. Good. Like a pear somebody soaked in brandy." "That's what happens when you bum around for 3 weeks and can't get a bath." She nuzzled the forking of his arm. He thought she was funny, and liked her funniness, and realized that it was because she made it easier to like, whoever he was, and came out of the thoughts trying not to smile. She played randomly. He beat the paper and notebook on his thigh till he remembered John, whom he did not like, and stopped. Look for shadow in this double-lit mist, a dark communion in the burning streets between the landscape and the smarting senses suggests more sterile agonies. Clouds out of control, decocked anticipation. What use can any of us have for 2 moons? The miracle of order has run out, and I am left in an unmiraculous city where anything may happen. I don't need more intimations of disorder. It has to be more than that. Search the smoke for the fire's base. Read from the coals neither success nor despair. This edge of boredom is as bright. I pass it into the dark rim. There is the deceiving warmth that asks nothing. There are objects lost in double light. With the jollity of their progress through the night streets, the repeated exclamations and speculations at the twin satellites, moments into Tack's dark stairway, footsteps pummeling around him, down, across, then pummeling up. He realized he had no memory of the doorway through which they'd just entered out of the night, save the memory of his exit that lingered from the morning. A great idea! Lanya behind was breathing heavily. A full George party. "If George was the full one," Tack said. "Excuse me. Gibbous." "How far up do you live?" Jack asked ahead. The orchid jogged on his hip. Notebook and newspaper, he'd read none of the paper yet, was still clamped in clammy fingers. "We'll be there in one more—" "Nope, I miscounted," Tack called down. "We're here already. Come on. It's party time." Metal creaked on metal. Both Lanya behind and Jack ahead were laughing. Above is light. What else does this city cast up on its cloudy cover, from ill-functioning streetlights, from what leaks tentatively out of badly shaded doors and windows, from flame? Is it enough to illuminate another bright, brief, careening, but less than standard body? He put the wine bottle on the roof's thigh-high wall. Below, the street lamp was a blurred pearl. He searched the dense and foggy distances, was lost in them. "What are you looking at?" She came up, surprising, behind. "Oh," the night was thick with burnt colors. "I don't know." She picked up the bottle and drank. "All right," and put it down, and then said, "You're looking for something. You've got your eyes all squinched up. You were craning way out and— Oh, you can't see anything down there for the smoke." "The river," he said. She looked again. "I can't see the river." "What river?" "When I came off the waterfront across the bridge. This place, it was like 2 blocks away, maybe. And then when I first came up here, you could just see the water, as though suddenly the river was a half-mile off. It was right through there, but now I can't see." Craning again. She said, "You couldn't see the river from here. It's nearly— I don't know exactly, but it's quite a way." "I could this morning." "Maybe, but I doubt it." Then she said, "You were here this morning?" He said, "There isn't any smoke over there. I can't even make out the lights from the bridge or anything, even the reflections from the places on the waterfront that are burning, unless they've gone out. If they've gone out, the electricity's gone on somewhere else." Suddenly she pulled her shoulders together, gave a little shiver, sighed and looked up, and said eventually, "The moon." "What?" "Do you remember," she asked, "when they got the first astronauts to the moon?" "Yeah," he said. "I saw it on TV. A whole bunch of us were over at my friend's house." "I missed it until the next morning," she said, "but it was funny." "What?" She pulled her lips in between her teeth, then let them pop. "Do you remember the next time you were outside and you looked up and saw the moon in the sky instead of on television?" He frowned. "It was different, remember? I realized that for the last 50,000 science fiction novels it had still been just a light hanging up there. Now it was a place." "I just figured somebody had taken a shit up there, and why weren't they telling?" He stopped laughing. "But it was different. Yeah. Then tonight," she looked at the featureless smoke, "because there was another one that you don't know if anybody's walked on. Suddenly both of them were just lights again. Or," she nodded, "something else." Leaning, her elbow touched his arm. "Hey," Jack said from the doorway, "I think I better go now. Maybe I better go." He looked round the roof. The mist had wrapped them in. He said, Tack's awful drunk, He's sorta— "He isn't going to hurt you." Lanya poised her quick laugh at the rim of amusement, started back, and entered the cabin. He picked up the wine and followed. "Now here," Tack announced, coming from the bamboo curtain. "I knew I had some caviar. Got it on the first day up here." He grimaced. "Too much, huh? But I like caviar. Imported." He held up the black jar in his left hand. "Domestic." He raised the orange one in his right. His cap was on the desk with his jacket. His head seemed very small on his thick torso. "I got more stuff in there than you can twitch the proverbial stick at." He set the jars down among a dozen others. "Isn't this sort of late?" Jack's voice trailed off in the doorway. "Christ," Lanya said, "what are you going to do with all this junk, Tack?" "Late supper. Don't worry, nobody goes hungry up at the Fire Wolf's." He picked up a small jar, cut glass in scarred, horny flesh. "Spiced honey spread." "Oh, yeah." Tack arranged the breadboard on the edge of the desk. "I even tried some of that before. It's good." He swayed above pickled artichoke hearts and caponata, deviled ham, herring, pimento, rolled anchovies, guava paste, pâté. "And another glass of—" He raised the bottle and splashed the liquid around inside. "Jack, some for you?" No, it's getting pretty late." "Here you go." He pushed the glass into the boy's hand. Jack took it because it would have dropped otherwise. Thanks." "For me." Tack finished his and poured another. "Come on, everybody, now you help yourselves. You like pimento?" "Not just by its lonesome," Lanya protested. "With bread or cheese, here. Anchovies?" "Look," Lanya said, "I'll do it." Laufer gestured toward Jack. "Now come on, boy. You said you were hungry. I got all this damn caviar and stuff." "It's sorta—" Behind Jack, smoke filtered across the doorway.
Well, late. Tack? Hey, kid, here's a glass for you. Thanks. Tack? Yeah, kid, what can I do for you? That poster. From the center picture, the tall black glared out into the room, oiled teak belly gleaming under scuffed leather, his fist a dark and gouged interruption on a dark thigh. The light source had been yellow. That made brass hints in the nappy pubis. The scrotal skin was the color and texture of rotten avocado rind. Between the thighs, a cock, thick as a flashlight haft, hung dusty, black, and wormy with veins. The skin of the right knee intimated a marvelous machine beneath. The left ear was a coil of serpents. The brass light barred his leg, his neck slurred the oil on his nostrils. That's the spade who came into the bar, the one they named the Moon after. Yeah, that's George Harrison. Tack took the top off another jar, smelled it, scowled. Some of the boys at Teddy's got him to pose for that. He's a real ham. That ape likes to get his picture taken more than just about anything, you know. Long as he doesn't get too drunk, he's a great guy. Ain't he beautiful? Strong as a couple of horses, too. Wasn't there something about some pictures in the paper of him raping some girl? That's what the newspaper man told me this morning. Oh, yeah. Tack put down another jar, drank more of his brandy. Yeah, that business with a white girl in the paper during the riot. Well, like I said, George just likes to get his picture taken. He's a big nigger now. Might as well enjoy it. I would if I was him. What is this, Tack? Octopus? Lanya with the wrinkled nose bit. Sort of tough. It tastes all right. Jesus, Jack exclaimed, that's salty. Have some brandy, Tack reiterated. Spicy food is good with booze. Go ahead, drink some more. You know, he still considered the poster. I saw that thing hung up in a church this morning. Oh, Tack gestured with his glass. Then you were down at Reverend Amy's. Didn't you know? She's the chief distributor. Where do you think I got my copy? He frowned at the poster, frowned at Tack, who wasn't looking, frowned at the poster again. Eyes of ivory, velvet lips, a handsome face poised between an expression disdainful and embarrassing. Was it theatrical? Perhaps theatrical disdain. The background was a horizonless purple. He tried to put this rough face with his memory of the astounding second moon. "Try this," Lanya exclaimed. "It's good." It was. But mumbling through the tasteless crumbs under it, he stepped outside and breathed deep in the thick smoke. He couldn't smell it, but he felt his heart in his ears in a moment, very quick and steady. He searched for either blotted light. A rapist, he thought? An exhibitionist? He is approaching the numinous. Gossip, the printed word, portents. Thrilled, he narrowed his eyes to search the clouds for George once more. "Hey," Lanya said, "how are you feeling?" "Tired." "I left my blankets and stuff in the park. Let's go back." "Okay." He started to put his arm around her. She took his hand in both of hers. She cupped his from the wrist, her fingers like orchid blades. Blades closed, and she held his little finger, his forefinger, kissed the horny palm, and would not look at his confusion. She kissed his knuckles, opening her lips, and lay her tongue there. Her breath warmed in the hair on his hand's back. Her face was an inch away. He could feel the warmth of that, too. In his reiterate curiosity and his embarrassment, he offered obliquely, "You know, the moon?" She looked at him, still holding his fingers. "What moon?" "I mean, when we saw the two moons, and what you were talking about, their being different." "Two moons? Oh, come on now." He lowered his hand, hers lowered with it. "Remember when we came out of the bar?" "Yes." "And the night was all messed up and streaked?" He glanced at the enveloping sky, fused and blurred. "Yes." "What did you see?" She looked puzzled. "The moon." "How—" Something awful at the base of his spine. "Many," clawed to his neck. Her head went to the side. "How many?" "We were all standing outside the bar, and in the sky we saw—" But she laughed, and laughing dropped her face to his hand again. When she looked up, she halted the sound to question. "Hey," and then,
Hey, I'm kidding you. Oh, he said. But she saw an answer that confused. No, really, I'm just kidding. What were you going to say about it? Huh? You were about to say something. No, it's nothing. But don't do that again. Don't kid like that. Not here. She looked around, too, when he said that, then pushed her face against his hand again. He moved his fingers between her lips. I won't, she said, if you'll let me do this, and slid her mouth around his wrecked thumb. As expression releases the indicated emotion, as surface defines the space enclosed, he felt a strange warmth. It grew behind his face and made his breath shush out. All right, he said, and okay, and then yes, each more definite in meaning, each more tentatively spoken. Tack pushed the door back hard enough to make the hinges howl. He walked up to the balustrade, fingering his fly and mumbling, "Shit," saw Lanya and stopped. "Sorry, I gotta take a leak." "What's the matter with you?" she asked the swaying Laufer. "What's the matter? Tonight's trick isn't gonna put out. Last night's is all caught up with the biggest fag hag in the city." His zipper hissed open. "Come on, I want to take a leak." He nodded to Lanya. "You can stay here, sweetheart, but he's got to go away. I got this hang-up. I'm piss-shy in front of men." "Fuck off, Tack," he said, and started across the roof. She caught up, her head down, making a sound he thought was crying. He touched her shoulder, and she looked up at him in the midst of a stifled giggle. He sucked his teeth. "Let's go." "What about Jack?" she said. "Huh? Fuck Jack. We're not going to take him with us." "Oh, sure, I didn't mean—" and followed him toward the stairwell. "Hey, good night, Tack," he called. "I'll see you around." "Yeah," Laufer said from the cabin door, going in. The hair on his shoulder and the side of his head blazed with backlight. "Good night," Lanya echoed. The metal door grated. A flight into the dark, she asked, "Are you mad at Taff? About something?" Then she said, "I mean, he's a sort of funny guy sometimes, but I'm not mad at him." "Oh." Their footsteps perforated the silence. "I like him." His tone spoke decision. "Yeah, he's a good guy." The newspaper and the notebook were up under his arm. She slipped her fingers through his in the dark. To keep from dropping the notebook, he had to hold her near. At the bottom of the next flight, she asked suddenly, "Do you care if you don't know who you are?" At the bottom of the next, he said, "No." Then he wondered, from the way her footsteps quickened, his quickened to keep up, if that, like his hands, excited her. She led him quickly and surely through the basement corridor. Now the concrete was cold, and up. "Here's the door," she said, releasing him. She stepped away. He couldn't see at all. "Just a few stairs." She moved ahead. He held the jamb unsteadily, slid his bare foot forward onto board. With his other hand he raised notebook and newspaper before his face, thrust his forearm out. Ahead and below, she said, "Come on." "Watch out for the edge," he said. His toes and the ball of his foot went over the board side and dangled. "And those damn meat hooks." "Huh?" Then she laughed. "No, that's across the street." "The hell it is," he said. "When I came running out of here this morning, I nearly skewered myself." "You must have gotten lost," she was still laughing, "in the basement. Come on, it's just a couple of steps down." He frowned in the dark, thinking, there was a lamp on this street corner. I saw it from the roof. Why can't I see anything? Let go the jam, stepped down to another board that squeaked. He still held his arm up before his face, feeling for the swaying prongs. "One of the corridors in the basement," she explained, "goes under the street and comes up behind a door to the loading porch across from here. The first few times I came to visit Tack, that happened to me, too. The first time, you think you're losing your mind." "Huh?" he said. "Under the street?" He lowered his arm. Maybe the possibility came as relieving as fresh air in these smoke-stifled alleys. He'd simply looked down from the roof on the wrong side, and that was why there was no street light. His semi-ambidextrousness was always making him confuse left and right. He came down 2 more board steps, reached pavement. He felt her take his wrist. "This way." She led him quickly through the dark, up and down curbs from complete to near-complete darkness, and back. It was more confusing than the basement corridors. "We're in the park now, aren't we?" he asked minutes on. Not only had he missed the entrance, but at the moment he raised from his reveries to speak, he realized he did not know how many minutes on it was. 3, 13, 30. "Yes," she said, wondering why he wondered. They walked over soft, ashy earth. "Here," she told him, "we've reached my place." The trees rustled. "Help me spread the blanket." He thought, how can she see? A corner of blanket fell across his foot. He dropped to his knees and pulled the edge straight, felt her pull go slack. "Take all your clothes off," she said softly. He nodded, unbuttoned his shirt. He had known this was coming too. Since when? This morning? New moons come, he thought, and all of heaven changes. Still we silently machinate toward the joint of flesh and flesh, while the ground stays still enough to walk, no matter what above it. He unbuckled his pants, slipped out of them, and looked up to notice that he could see her a little across the blanket, a blot moving furiously, rustling laces, jeans. A sneaker fell in grass. He pushed off his sandal and lay down naked on his back at the blanket's edge. "Where are you?" she said. "Here," but it sounded, shaking the mask of his face, more like a grunt. She fell against him, her flesh as warm as sunlight in the dark, slipped on top of him. Her knees slid between his. Happily his arms enclosed her. He laughed and rocked her to the side, while she tried to find his mouth with hers, found it, pushed her tongue into it. A heat whose center was just behind his groin, built layer around layer, till it seemed to fill him, knees to nipples. The bone behind her crotch hair moved on his hip while she clutched his shoulders, but he did not get an erection. They rocked, kissed. He touched, then rubbed her breasts. She touched, then rubbed his hands, rubbing her. They kissed and hugged 5, 10 minutes. He grew apologetic. "I guess this isn't, well, I mean for you." Her head pulled back. "If you're worried about it," she said, "you've got toes, a tongue, fingers." He laughed. "Yeah," and moved down. His feet, then his knees, went off the blanket into grass. With 2 fingers he touched her cunt. She reached down to press his hand against her. He dropped his mouth. She spread her fingers, her hair pressed out between them. The odor, like a blow against his face, brought back, was it from Oregon? An axe blade's first hack in some wet pine log. He thrust out his tongue, and his cock dragged against the blanketing, the tenderer oval pushed forward in the loose hood. She held his head hard with one hand, held his 2 fingers hard against her hip with her other. He mapped the folds that fell wetly out with his tongue, and the grisly nut in the folded vortex, and the soft granular trough behind it. She moved and held her breath for half a minute, gasped, held it again, gasped. He let himself rub against the blanket just a little, the way he used to masturbate when he was 9. Then he crawled up onto her. Both her hands, thrust between her thighs, caught his cock. He pushed into her. Her arms fought from beneath him to lock suddenly and tightly on his neck. Holding her shoulders, he pushed and retreated, and pushed again slowly, pushed again. Her hips rolled under his. Her heels walked up the blanket, ankles against his thighs. Finally she clutched his fist like a rock or a root knob, too big for her fingers, first out from them, hunching and hunching. He pressed the back of her hand into grass. Between her spread fingers, grass blades tickled his knuckles. Then as he panted and fell, and panted, she dragged it by jerks to the blanket, dragged up the blanket, and finally held it against her cheek, her mouth, her chin. His chin, wet and unshaven, slipped against her throat. He remembered how she had sucked his thumb before, and taking a curious dare, opened his fingers and thrust 3 into her mouth. The realization from her movement, her breaths were loud, long, and wet beside him, the underside of her tongue between his knuckles hot, that it was what she had wanted, made him, perhaps 40 seconds after her, come. He lay on her, shuddered. She squeezed his shoulders. After a while, she practically woke him with, "Get off. You're heavy." He lifted his chin. "Don't you like to be held afterwards?" "Yes," she laughed. "You're still heavy." "Oh." And he rolled, taking her with him. She squealed. The squeal became laughter as she ended up on top of him. Her face shook against his, still laughing. It was like something she was chewing very fast. He smiled. "You're not heavy," he said, and remembered her saying she was 4 or 8 pounds overweight. It certainly wasn't with fat. In the circle of his arms she snuggled down. One hand stayed loose at his neck. The contours of the ground were clear beneath his buttocks, back, and legs, and there was a pebble or something under the blanket, under his shoulder, or was it a prism on his chain? There. "You all right?" "Mm-hmm." He got it into a depression in the ground so it didn't bother him. "I'm fine." He was drifting off when she slid to his side, knees lapped with his shins, head sliding to his shoulder. She moved one hand on his belly beneath the chain. Her breath tickled the hair at the top of his chest. She said, "It's the kind of question you lose friends for, but I'm curious. Who do you like better in bed, Tack or me?" He opened his eyes, looked down at what would be the top of her head. Her hair brushed his face. He laughed into it shortly and sharply. "Tack's been telling tales?" "Back at the bar," she said, "while you were in the John." Actually, she sounded sleepy. "I thought he was joking. And then you said you'd been there in the morning." He nodded. "What did he say?" "That you were cooperative, but basically a cold fish." "Oh." He was surprised and felt his eyebrows and his lower lip raise. "What do you think?" She snuggled, a movement that went from her cheek in his armpit. He moved his arm around her, down through her chest. He could feel one breast slide on his chest. One was pressed between them so tightly he wondered if it wasn't uncomfortable for her. To her hips, his cock rose from between his thighs and fell against his belly. To her knees, he clamped his together around hers. To her feet, he pushed his big toe between two of hers, and she held it. "Intense," she said pensively, "but I like that." He put his other arm around her. "I like you better," and decided that he did. Suddenly he raised his head from the blanket, looked down at her again. "Hey, do you have any birth control stuff?" She began to laugh, softly at first. Her face turned into his shoulder, then out full, rolling away from him to her back, laughing in the dark. "What's so funny?" He felt the length where she'd been, as cold now as it had been warm. "Yes, I have taken care of the birth control stuff, as you put it." Her laughter went on, as light as a leaf tipping leaf. "It's just your asking," she told him at last. "Sounds so gallant, like manners from another age and epoch. I'm not used to it." "Oh," he said, still not quite sure he understood. And anyway, he felt himself drifting again. He wasn't sure if he actually slept, but came awake later with her arm moving sleepily against his. Aroused, he turned to her, and at his movement she pulled herself half on top of him. She'd been lying there, already excited. They made love again, and fell into sleep like stone, till one or the other of them moved, and once more they woke, clinging. So they made love once more, then talked about love, about moons. "You can't see them at all now," she whispered. "Isn't that strange?" About madness, and then made love again, and slept again, and woke, and made love, and slept. Chapter 3. House of the Axe. Beginning in this tone for us is a little odd, but such news stands out to your editor's mind as the impressive occurrence in our eccentric history. Ernest Newboy, the most notable English-language poet to emerge from Oceania, was born in Auckland in 1916. Sent to school in England at 21, he tells us, he came back to New Zealand and Australia to teach for 6 years, then returned to Europe to work and travel. Mr. Newboy has been 3 times shortlisted for the Nobel Prize, which, if he receives it, will make him one in a line of outstanding figures in the twin fields of diplomacy and letters, which includes Asturias, Sinjanpurs, and Sepharis. As a citizen of a comparatively neutral country, he has been visiting the United States at an invitation to sit on the United Nations Cultural Committee, which has just adjourned. Ernest Newboy is also the author of a handful of short stories and novellas, collected and published under the title Stones, vintage paperback, 434 pages, $1.95, including the often anthologized long story The Monument, a disturbing and symbolic tale of the psychological and spiritual dissolution of a disaffected Australian intellectual who comes to live in a war-ravaged German town. Mr. Newboy has told us that, though his popular reputation rests on that slim volume of incisive fiction, your editor's evaluation, he considers them essentially experiments of the 3 years following the close of the war, when he passed through a period of disillusionment with his first literary commitment, poetry. If nothing else, the popularity of Stones and The Monument turned attention to the 3 volumes of poems published in the 30s and 40s, brought together in Collected Poetry 1950, available in Great Britain from Faber and Faber. To repeat something of a catchphrase that has been echoed by various critics, while writers about him caught the despair of the period surrounding the war, Newboy, more than any other, fixed it in such light that one can lucidly see in it the genesis of so much of the current crisis. From his early 20s through today, Newboy has produced occasional literary and philosophical essays to fill several volumes. They are characterized by a precise and courageous vision. In 1969, he published the book-length poem Pilgrimage, abstruse, surreal, often surprisingly humorous, and for all its apparent irreverence, a profoundly religious work. After several more volumes of essays in 1977, the comparatively brief collection of shorter poems written in the 30-odd years since the war, Rictus, appeared. A quiet, retiring, scholarly man, Newboy has traveled for most of his life through Europe, North Africa, and the East. His work is studded with images from the Maori and the many cultures he has been exposed to and explored with his particular personal insight. Newboy arrived in Bellona yesterday morning and is indefinite about the length of his stay. His comment to us when asked about his visit was, after a reticent smile, "Well, a week ago I wasn't intending to come here at all, but I suppose I'm happy I did. We are honored that a man with such achievement in English letters and a figure of such world admiration should." "What are you doing?" she mumbled, turning from his side. "Reading the paper." Grass creased his elbows. He had wiggled free of the blanket as far as his hips. "Did it come out yet?" She raised her head in a haze of slept-in hair. "It isn't that late?" "Yesterday's." She dropped her head back. "That's the trouble with sleeping out. You can't do it past 5 o'clock in the morning." "I bet it's 8. He spread the wrinkled page bottom. "What?" Opened her eyes and squinted. "You reading about?" "Newboy, that poet." "Oh, yeah. I met him." "You did?" She raised her head again, then twisted, tearing blankets from his leg. "When?" "Up at Calkins." She pulled up beside him, hot shoulder on his. Under the headline, "New Boy in Town," was a picture of a thin, white-haired man in a dark suit with a narrow tie, sitting in a chair, legs crossed, looking as though there were too much light in his face. "You saw him?" "When I got beat up. He came out and helped me. From New Zealand. It sounded like he had some sort of accent." "Told you Bellona was a small town." She looked at the picture. "Hey, how come you didn't get inside then?" "Somebody else was with him who raised a stink. A Spade, Fenster. He's a civil rights guy or something." She blinked at him. "You really are out meeting everybody." "I wish I hadn't met Fenster," he snorted. "I told you about Calkins's country weekends, only he has them 7 days a week." "How does he get time to write for the paper?" She shrugged. "But he does, or get somebody to do it for him." She sat up to paw the blankets. "Where did my shirt go?" He liked her quivering breasts. "It's under there." He looked back at the paper, but did not read. "I wonder if he's ever had George up there." "Maybe." He did that interview thing. Lanya dropped back to the grass. Hell, it isn't past 5 o'clock in the morning. You know damn well it isn't. 8, he decided. Feels like 8:30, and followed her glance up to the close smoke over the leaves. He looked down again, and she was smiling, reaching for his head, pulling him, rocking by the ears, down. He laughed on her skin. "Come on, let me go," she hissed, slow. "Oh, I can for a while," caught her breath when his head raised, then whispered, "Sleep," and put her forearm over her face. He lost himself in the small bronze curls under her arm, and only loosened his eyes at faint barking. He sat puzzled. Barking pricked the distance. He blinked, and in the bright dark of his lids oily motes exploded. Puzzlement became surprise, and he stood. Blankets fell down his legs. He stepped on the grass, naked in the mist. Far away a dog romped and turned in the gap between hills. A woman followed. Anticipatory wonder caught in the dizzy fatigue of morning and sudden standing. The chain around his body had left red marks on the underside of his forearms and the front of his belly where he'd leaned. He got on his pants. Shirt open over tiers of jewels, he walked down the slope. Once he looked back at Lanya. She had rolled over on her stomach, face in the grass. He walked toward where the woman, the redhead from the bar, followed behind Muriel. He fastened one shirt button before she saw him. She turned on sensible walking shoes and said, "Ah, hello, good morning." Around her neck the jewels were a cluttered column of light. "Hi." He pulled his toes in the grass, shy. "I saw your dog last night at that bar." "Oh, yes, and I saw you. You look a little better this morning. Got yourself cleaned up? Slept in the park?" "Yeah." Where candlelight had made her seem a big-boned whore, smoke light and a brown suit took all the meretricious from her rough red hair and made her an elementary school assistant principal. "You walk your dog here?" An assistant principal with a gaudy necklace. "Every morning, bright and early. I'm going to the exit now." "Oh," and then decided her tentativeness was invitation. They walked, and Muriel ran up to snip his hand, nip at it. "Cut that out," she demanded. "Be a good dog." Muriel barked once, then trotted ahead. "What's your name?" he asked. "Ah," she repeated. "I'm Madame Brown. Muriel went over and barked at you last night, didn't she? Well, she doesn't mean anything by it." "Yeah, I guess not." "About all you need now is a comb," she frowned at him, "and a towel, and you will be back in shape." She released her shrill and astounding laughter. "There's a public john over there where I always see the people from the commune going to wash up." Then she looked at him seriously. "You're not with the commune there, are you?" "No." "Do you want a job?" "Huh?" "At least you're not a long hair," she said. "Not very long, anyway. I asked you if you wanted a job." "I wear sandals," he said, "when I put anything on my feet at all." "That's all right." "Oh, heavens, I don't care. I'm just thinking of the people you'd be working for." "What kind of work is it?" "Mainly cleaning up, or cleaning out, I suppose. You are interested, aren't you? They'll pay $5 an hour, and those aren't the sort of wages you can sneeze at in Bologna right through here." "Sure, I'm interested." He swallowed in surprise. "Where is it?" They approached Twin Lions. Madame Brown put her hands behind her back. Muriel brushed the hem of her skirt. The glut of chain and glass could catch no glitter in this light. "It's a family." "Do you know where the Labrie apartments are?" To his shaking head, "I guess you haven't been here very long. This family now, they're nice, decent people, and they've been very helpful to me. I used to have my office over there. You know, there was a bit of confusion at the beginning, a bit of damage. I heard about some of it. A lot of vandalism. Now that it's settled down some, they asked me if I knew some young man who would help them. You mustn't take the long hair thing seriously. Just clean yourself up a little, though it probably isn't going to be very clean work. The Richards are fine people. They've just had a lot of trouble. We all have. Mrs. Richards gets easily upset by anything strange. Mr. Richards perhaps goes a little too far in trying to protect her. They've got 3 very nice children." He pushed his hair from his forehead. "I don't think it's going to grow too much in the next couple of days." There, you do understand. It's a good job. Oh, it is. It certainly is. She stopped at the lions as though they marked some far more important boundary. That's the Labrie Apartments up on 36th. It's the 400 building, apartment 17E. Come up there any time in the afternoon. Today? Certainly today, if you want the job. Sure. He felt relief from a pressure invisible till now through its ubiquitousness. He remembered the bread in the alley. Its cellophane under the street lamp had flashed more than his or her fogged baubles. You have an office there. What do you do? I'm a psychologist. Oh, and didn't narrow his eyes. I've been to psychologists. I know something about it, I mean. You do? She touched the lion's cheek, not leaning. Well, I think of myself as a psychologist on vacation right now. Mocking him a little. I only give advice between the hours of 10 and midnight down at Teddy's. That's if you'll have a drink with me. But that mocking was friendly. Sure, if the job works out. Go on over when you get ready. Tell whoever's there that Mrs. Brown, Madame Brown is the nickname they've given me at Teddy's, and since I saw you there I thought you might know me by it, that Mrs. Brown told you to come up. Possibly I'll be there, but they'll put you to work. $5 an hour? I'm afraid it isn't that easy to find trustworthy workers now that we've got ourselves into this thing. She tried to look straight up under her eyelids. Oh, no, people you can trust are getting rarer and rarer. And you, straight at him, you're wondering how I can trust you? Well, I've seen you before, and you know we really are at that point. I begin really to think it's too much, really too much. Get your morning paper. Muriel. Oh, now, Muriel, come back here. Get your morning. Hey there, dog, quiet down. Down, girl. Muriel, come back here this instant. Down. There. Hey, Madam Brown, got your paper right here. Maroon bells flapping, Faust stalked across the street. Muriel danced widdershins about him. Hello, old girl. Good morning there, Madame Brown said. It is about time for you to be along, Joachim, isn't it? 11:30, by the hands on the old church steeple. He cackled. Hi there, young fellow, handing one paper, handing another. Madame Brown folded hers beneath her arm. He let his dangle while Faust howled to no one in particular, Get your morning paper, and went on down the street. Bye there, madame. Good morning. Get your paper. Madame Brown? He asked, distrusting his resolve. She was looking after the newspaper man. What are those? She looked at him with perfect blankness. I've got them. He touched his chest. And Joachim's got a little chain tight around his neck. I don't know. With one hand she touched her own cheek, with the other her own elbow. Her sleeve was some cloth, rough as burlap. You know, I'm really not sure. I like them. I think they're pretty. I like having a lot of them. Where did you get them? He asked, aware he broke the custom Faust had so carefully defined the day before. Hell, he was still uneasy with her dog, and with her transformation between smoke and candlelight. A little friend of mine gave them to me. She had the look, yes, of someone trying not to look offended. He shifted, let his knees bend a little, his toes go, nodded. Before she left the city. She left me, left the city, and she gave me these, you see. He'd asked, and felt better for the violence done, moved his arms from the shoulder. His laughter surprised him, broke out and became huge. Over it he heard her sudden high howl. With her fist on her chest, she laughed too. Oh, yes, squinting. She did, she really did. I was never so surprised in all my life. Oh, it was funny. I don't mean funny peculiar, though it certainly was. Everything was back then, but it was funny. She shook her laughing sound about her. She, almost still, brought them to me in the dark, people shouting around in the halls and none of the lights working, just the flickering coming around the edge of the shades and the terrible roaring outside. Oh, I was scared to death. And she brought them to me in handfuls, wound them around my neck, and her eyes— She laughed again, though that cut all smile from him. It was strange. She wound them around my neck, and then she left. There. She looked down over the accordion of her neck and picked through the loops. I wear them all the time. The accordion opened. "What do they mean?" She blinked at him. "I don't know. People who wear them aren't too anxious to talk about them. I'm certainly not." She leaned a little closer. "You're not either. Well, I'll respect that in you. You do the same." Now she folded her hands. "But I'll tell you something, and really there's no reason behind it, I suppose, other than that it seems to work. But I trust people who have them just a little more than those who don't." She shrugged. "Probably very silly, but it's why I offered you that job." "Oh, I suspect we share something." "Something happened," he said, "when we got them, like you said, that we don't like to talk about. Then again, it could be nothing more than that we happen to be wearing the same—" She rattled the longest strand. "Yeah," he buttoned another button. "It could be. Well, I'll drop in on you at the Richardses later in the afternoon. You will be there?" He nodded. 400 on 36th Street. "Apartment 17E, she finished. "Very good. Muriel?" The dog clicked back from the gutter. "We'll be going now." "Oh, okay. And thanks." Perfectly welcome, I'm sure." Madame Brown nodded, then ambled down the street. Muriel caught up to circle her, this time Diesel. He walked barefoot through the grass, expectation and confusion bobbling. Anticipation of labor loosened tensions in his body. At the fountain he let the water spurt in his eyes before he flooded and slushed with collapsing cheeks, water between filmed teeth. With his forearm he blotted the tricklings, squeegeed his eyelids with rough, toad-wide fingers, then picked up his paper and, blinking wet lashes, went back up to the trees. Lanya still lay on her belly. He sat on the drab folds. Her feet, toes in, stuck from under the blanket. An olive twist lay over the trough of her spine, shifting with breath. He touched her wrinkled instep, moved his palm to her smooth heel. He slid his first and second finger on either side of the tendon there. The heel of his hand pushed back the blanket from her calf, slowly, smoothly, all the way, till pale veins tangled on the back of her knee. His hand lay on the slope of her thigh. Her calves were smooth. His heart, beating fast, slowed. Her calves were unscarred. He breathed, and with it was the sound of air in the grass around. Her calves had no scratch. When he took his hand away, she made some in-slumber sound and movement, and didn't wake. He opened today's paper and put it on top of yesterday's. Under the date, July 17th, 1969, was the headline, "Mysterious Rumors, Mysterious Lights." Would your editor ever like some pictures with this one? We, unfortunately, were asleep, but from what we can gather, shortly after midnight last night, so far 26 versions of the story have come in, with contradictions enough to oblige our registering an official editorial doubt. The fog and smoke blanketing Bellona these last months was torn by a wind at too great an altitude to feel at street level. Parts of the sky were cleared, and the full or near-full moon was allegedly visible, as well as a crescent moon only slightly smaller, or slightly larger, than the first. The excited versions from which we have culled our own report contain many discrepancies. Here are some. The full orb was the usual moon, the crescent was the intruder. The crescent was the real moon, the full the impostor. A young student says that in the few minutes these downright Elizabethan portents were revealed, he made out markings on the full disk that prove it was definitely not our moon. 2 hours later someone came into the office, the only person so far who claims to have caught any of this phenomenon through an admittedly low-power telescope, to assure us the full disk definitely was the moon, while the crescent was bogus. In the 6 hours since the occurrence, as we write, into the dawn, explanations offered the Times have ranged from things so science-fiction-y we do not pretend to understand their arcane machinery, down to the all-purpose heat lightning and weather balloon perennial explanation for the UFO. I pass on as typical one comment from our own Professor Wellman, who was observing from the July gardens with several other guests. One, we all agreed, was nearly full, the other was definitely crescent. I pointed out to the Colonel, Mrs. Green, and Roxanne and Toby, who were with me, that the crescent, which was lower in the sky, was convexed away from the bright area of the higher moon. Moons do not light themselves. Their illumination comes from the sun. Even with two moons, the sun can only be in one direction from both. No matter which phases they are in, if they are both visible in the same quarter of the sky, both should be light on the same side, which was not the case here. To which your editor can only say that any agreement, certainty, or definiteness about these moons are cast into serious doubt, unless we are prepared to make even more preposterous speculations about the rest of the cosmos. No, we did not see it. Which leaves us finally in this editorial position. We are sure something happened in the sky last night, but to venture what it was would be absurd. Brand-new moons do not appear. In the face of the night's hysteria, we should like to point out quietly that whatever happened is explicable. Things are, though this, admittedly, is no guarantee we shall ever have the explication. What seems, both oddly and interestingly, to have been agreed on by all who witnessed, and must therefore be accepted by all who did not, is the name for this new light in the night, George. The impetus to appellation we can only guess at, and what we guess at we do not approve of. At any rate, on the rails of rumor, greased with apprehension, the name had spread the city by the time the first report reached us. The only final statement we can make with surety, shortly after midnight, the moon and something called George, easy enough to mistake for a moon, shone briefly on Bellona. "What are you doing?" she whispered through leaves. "Now?" Silent, he continued. She stood shedding blankets, came to touch his shoulder, looked down over it. "Is that a poem?" He grunted, transposed 2 words, gnawed his thumb cuticle, then wrote them back. She said, "Do you mean making a hole through something, or telling the future?" "Huh?" He tightened his crossed legs under the notebook. "Telling the future." A-U-G-U-R. Whoever wrote this notebook spells it different on another page. He flipped pages across his knees to a previous right-hand entry. A word sets images flying, from which auguries we read. Oh, he did spell it right. Back on the page where he had been writing, he crossed and recrossed his own cacograph till the bar of ink suggested a word beneath half again as long. "Have you been reading in there?" She kneeled beside him. "What do you think?" I mean, the guy who wrote that was strange." He looked at her. "I've just been using it to write my own things. It's the only paper I've got, and he leaves one side of each page blank." His back slumped. "Yeah, he's strange," but could not understand her expression. Before he could question it with one of his, she asked, "Can I read what you're doing?" He said, "Okay," quickly, to see what it would feel like. "Are you sure it's all right?" "Yeah, go on. It's finished, anyway." He handed her the notebook. His heart got loud, his tongue dried stickily to the floor of his mouth. He contemplated his apprehension. Little fears, at least, he thought, were amusing. This one was large enough to joggle the whole frame. Clicking his pen point, he watched her read. Blades of hair dangled forward about her face like orchid petals, till, "Stop that!" they flew back. They fell again. He put the pen in his shirt pocket, stood up, walked around, first down the slope, then up, occasionally glancing at her, kneeling naked in leaves and grass, feet sticking, wrinkled soles up, from under her buttocks. She would say it was silly, he decided, to show her independence, or she would oh and awe and how wonderful it to death, convinced that would bring them closer. His hand was at the pen again. He clicked it without taking it from his pocket, realized what he was doing, stalked, swallowed, and walked some more. Lines on her reading lines on her, he pondered as a future title, but gave up on what to put beneath it. That was too hard without the paper itself, its light red margin, its pale blue grill. She read a long time. He came back twice to look at the top of her head, and went away. He turned, makes me feel odd, Her expression was even stranger. "What," he risked, "does that mean?" And lost. It sounded either pontifical or terrified. "Come here?" "Yeah." Crouching beside her, his arm knocked hers, his hair brushed hers as he bent. "What?" Bending with him, she ran her finger beneath the line. "Here, where you have the words in reverse order from the way you have them up here, I think if somebody had just described that to me, I wouldn't have found it very interesting. But actually reading it, all 4 times, it gave me chills. But I guess that's because it works so well with the substance. Thank you." She closed the notebook and handed it back. Then she said, "Well, don't look so surprised. Really, I liked it. Let's see, I'm delighted at its skill and moved by its, well, substance, which is surprising because I didn't think I was going to be." She frowned. "Really, you are staring something fierce, and it makes me nervous as hell." But she wouldn't look down. "You just like it because you know me." That was also to see what it felt like. "Possibly." He held the notebook very tight and felt numb. "I guess," she moved away a little, "somebody liking it or not doesn't really do you any good." "Yeah, only you're scared they won't." "Well, I did." She started to say more, didn't. Was that a shrug? Finally, she looked from beneath the overhanging limbs. "Thank you." "Yeah," he said almost with relief. Then, as though suddenly remembering, "Thank you." She looked back, confusion working through her face, toward some other expression. "Thank you," he repeated, inanely, palms pressing the notebook to his denim thighs, growing wet. "Thank you." The other expression was understanding. His hands worked across each other like crabs, crawled round himself to hug his shoulders. His knees came up, the notebook dropped between them, to bump his elbows. A sudden welling of, was it pleasure? "I got a job." His body tore apart. He flopped spread eagle on his back. "Hey, I got a job." "Huh?" "While you were asleep." Pleasure rushed outward into hands and feet. "That lady in the bar last night, she came by with her dog and gave me this job." "Madame Brown? No kidding. What kind of job?" She rolled to her stomach beside him. "For this family, named Richards." He twisted because the chain was gnawing his buttocks. Or was it the notebook's wire spiral? "Just cleaning out junk." "Well, there's certainly enough junk." She reached down, tugged the book loose from beneath his hip. "Around Bologna to clean out." She lay it above his head, propped her chin on her forearms. "A pearl," she mused. Catherine Mansfield once described San Francisco in a letter to Murray as living on the inside of a pearl, because of all the fog. Beyond the leaves the sky was darkly luminous. "See?" Her head fell to the side. "I'm literate, too." "I don't think," he frowned, "I've ever heard of Catherine Mansfield." Then she raised her head. "Was the reference in the thing you wrote to that Mallarmé poem?" She frowned at the grass, started tapping her fingers. "Oh, what is it?" He watched her trying to retrieve a memory and wondered at the process. "Le Cantique de Saint-Jean. Was that on purpose?" "I've read some Mallarmé." He frowned. "But just in those Portuguese translations Editora Civilização put out. No, it wasn't on purpose, I don't think." "Portuguese." She put her head back down. "To be sure." Then she said, "It is like a pearl, I mean, here in Bologna, even though it's all smoke and not fog at all." He said, $5 an hour. She said, That's what they're going to pay me at the job." "What do you want with $5 an hour?" she asked, quite seriously, which seemed so silly he decided not to insult her by answering. "The Labrie Apartments," he went on, 436th Street, apartment 17E. I'm supposed to go up there this afternoon." He turned to look at her. "When I come back, we could get together again. Maybe at that bar." She watched him a moment. "You want to get together again, don't you?" Then she smiled. "That's nice. I wonder if it's late enough to think about going over there. Make love to me once more before you go." He scrunched his face, stretched. "No, I made love to you the last 2 times. He let his body go, glanced at her. "You make love to me this time." Her frown fell away before, laughing, she leaned on his chest. He touched her face. Then her frown came back. "You washed." She looked surprised. He cocked his head up at her. "Not very much. In the John down there I splashed some water on my face and hands. Do you mind?" "No. I wash myself quite thoroughly, twice, occasionally even 3 times a day. I was just surprised." He walked his fingers across her upper lip, beside her nose, over her cheek. Like trolls, he thought, watching them. Her green eyes blinked. "Well," he said, "it's not something I've ever been exactly famous for, so don't worry." Just as if she had forgotten the taste of him and was curious to remember, she lowered her mouth to his. Their tongues blotted all sound but breath, while for the fifth time, they made love. The glass in the right-hand door was unbroken. He opened the left. A web of shadows swept on a floor he first thought was gold-shot, blue marble. His bare foot told him it was plastic. It looked like stone. The wall was covered with woven orange straw. No, the heel of his palm said that was plastic, too. 30 feet away in the center of the lobby, lighting fixtures, he finally realized, a dozen gray globes hung, all different heights, like dinosaur eggs. From what must have been a pool, filled with chipped blue rock, a thin, ugly iron sculpture jutted. Passing nearer, he realized it wasn't a sculpture at all, but a young dead tree. He hunched his shoulders, hurried by. The straw-covered partitioning wall beside him probably hid mailboxes. Curious, he stepped around it. Metal doors twisted and gaped. Like 3 rows suddenly swung vertical, the thought struck with unsettling immediacy, of ravaged graves. Locks dangled by a screw or were completely missing. He passed along them, stopping to look at one or another defaced nameplate, bearing the remains of Smith, Franklin, Howard. On the top row, 3 from the end, a single box had either been repaired or never prized. Richards, 17E, white letters announced from the small black window. Behind the grill slanted the red, white, and blue edging of an airmail envelope. He came out from the other side of the wall, hurried across the lobby. One elevator door was half open on an empty shaft, from which drifted hissing wind. The door was coated to look like wood, but a dent at knee level showed it was black metal. While he squatted, fingering the edge of the depression, something clicked. A second elevator door beside him rolled open. He stood up, stepped back. There were no lights in the other car. Then the door on the empty shaft, as if in sympathy, also finished opening. Holding his breath and his notebook tight, he stepped into the car. 17 lit his fingertip orange. The door closed. The number was the only light. He rose. He wasn't exactly afraid. All emotion was in super-solution. But anything, he understood over his shallow breath, might set it in fantastic shapes. 17 went out. The door opened on dimness. At one end of the beige hall, an apartment door stood wide. Gray light smoked through. At the other, in the ceiling globe, at least one bulb worked. He passed 17B, 17C, 17D, nearing the globe. After the third ring, and practically a minute between, he decided to leave, and walk down the steps because the pitch-dark elevator was too spooky. "Hello, who is it?" Mrs. Brown sent me." "Oh." Things rattled. The door rasped on 2 inches of chain. A woman, perhaps just shy of 50, with shadowed hair and pale eyes, looked at him above the links. "You're the young man she said she'd send to help?" "Yeah." "Oh," she repeated. "Oh." Closed the door and opened it again without the chain. "Oh." He stepped in on green carpet. She stepped back to look at him. He began to feel uncomfortable and dirty and nervous. "Edna told you what we wanted?" "Cleaning," he said. "You've got some junk to move?" And moving, 2 thuds, and 2 men's loud laughing was joined by a woman's. They both looked down at the acrolan. "To an apartment higher up in the building," she said. "The walls of these buildings are so thin, everything goes through, everything." When she looked up, he thought, why is she so uncomfortable? Am I making her uncomfortable? She said, "We want you to help clear out the place upstairs. It's on the 19th floor at the other end of the hall. It has a balcony. We thought that would be nice. We don't have a balcony in this apartment." "Hey, Mama is—" He recognized her when she was half into the hall. "Yes, June?" "Oh, which wasn't recognition, though she held the wall and blinked at him. Her yellow hair swung to hit her shoulders. She frowned by the green wall, just paler than the carpet. "Is Bobby here?" "I sent him down for some bread." "Oh," again, and into her room. "I'm," pausing till he looked back at her, "Mrs. Richards. My husband Arthur will be here very soon now, but come in, and I'll explain just what we want done." The living room was all picture windows. Beyond half-raised Venetian blinds, a hill of patchy grass rolled between several brick high-rises. "Why don't you sit—" Her finger fell from her chin to point there. "I didn't get a chance to wash too well this morning, and I'm pretty messy." Then realized that was just the reason she'd picked that particular chair. "No, thanks." "You're living—" "In the park." "Sit down," she said. "Please, please, sit down." He sat and tried not to pull his bare feet behind his sandal. She balanced at the edge of the L-shaped couch. 19A, where we want to move, is, well, frankly, a mess. The apartment itself is in good condition, the walls, the windows. So many windows got broken. We wrote to the management, but I wouldn't be surprised if they've lost the letter. Everything's so inefficient. So many people have left. A rattling with thumps moved outside in the hall. Then someone punched the door. While he tried to fix his surprise, tattered whispers outside raveled with laughter. Mrs. Richards sat straight, eyes closed, small knuckles against her stomach, her other hand mashing the couch. The loose flesh between the ligaments over her collar pulsed either with slow heartbeats or quick breathing. "Ma'am?" She swallowed, stood up. They punched again. He could see the chain shake. "Go away." Her hands were claws now. "Go away! I said go away!" Footsteps, 3 or 4 pair, one high heels, chattered to echo. "Mother?" June rushed in. Mrs. Richards opened her eyes, her mouth, and took a breath. "They've done that," turning to him, "twice today, twice. They only did it once yesterday." June kept raising her knuckle to her mouth. Behind her the wall was covered with rough green paper, shelves of plants in brass pots unwaterably high. "We're going to move into another apartment." Mrs. Richards took another breath and sat. "We wrote to management. We haven't got an answer, but we're going to anyway." He put his notebook on the table beside the chair and looked at the door. "Who are they?" "I don't know. I don't know. I don't care. But they're about—" She paused to pull herself together. "About to drive me mad. I think they're children. They've gotten into the apartment downstairs. So many people have left. We're going to move upstairs." June kept looking over her shoulder. Her mother said, "It must be very difficult for you, living in the park." He nodded. "You've known Mrs. Brown a while? It's nice of her to send somebody to help. She goes out, meets people. Myself, I just don't feel safe walking around the city." "Mother hardly ever goes out," June said, very fast, yet still with the hesitancy he remembered from last night. "It isn't safe, and I don't see any reason for a woman to take that sort of chance. Perhaps if I was someone else, I wouldn't feel that way." She smiled. Her hair was salted brown, recently and simply done. "How long can you work?" "As long as you want, I guess." "I mean, how many hours? Today?" "The rest of the day, if you want. It's pretty late now, but I'll come earlier tomorrow." "I'm talking about the light." "Light?" "The lights aren't working in most of the apartments." "Oh, yeah, well, I'll work till it gets dark. What time is it now?" "The clocks—" Mrs. Richards turned up her hands. "The clocks have stopped." "Your electricity's out?" "All except one outlet in the kitchen, for the refrigerator, and that goes off too sometimes." "In the hall there's a light on, and the elevator's working. You could run a cheater in." Mrs. Richards looked puzzled. "An extension cord from the hall light into your apartment. That would give you some electricity." "Oh," lines deepened in her forehead. "But then we'd lose the hall light, wouldn't we? We'd have to have some light in the hall. That would be just too—" "You get a double socket. You put a bulb in one and run a cord from the other, under the door." "From the hall?" "Yeah, that's what I was talking about." "Oh," she shook her head. "But the hall lights aren't on our utilities bill." "Management wouldn't be very happy about that. They're strict here. You see, the hall lights, they're on another—" Her hands fluttered. Meet her? I don't think we could do that. If someone saw—" She laughed. "Oh, no, this isn't that kind of place." "Oh," he said. "Well, you're moving, so I guess you don't have to. The apartment you're going to has electricity?" "One of the things we have to find out. I don't know yet." Her hands went back together in her lap. "Oh, I hope it does." "I'll work till it gets dark, Mrs. Richards." "Very good. Oh, yes, that'll be fine. At least you'll be able to get started today." "Maybe you'd better ask your husband about the extension cord. I could do it for you. I used to be a super." "Did you?" "Yeah, and I could do it. No trouble." "I will." She pinched at her skirt, noticed, then smoothed it. "But I don't think management would go along with that. Oh, no, I don't think so at all." The doorbell rang twice. "That's Bobby," from June. "Ask who it is." "Who is it?" Muffled. "Me." The chain rattled. Loose. "Okay, I got your—" June interrupted him. "You know they came back and did it again. You didn't see anybody in the halls, did you?" "No." Bobby's questioning was toward the living room. "Who's he?" Bobby, 14, was holding a loaf of bread too tightly. Around his left wrist, in a bright bracelet, were half a dozen loops of the optical chain. "Come in, Bobby. This is a young man Edna Brown sent over." "Gee!" Bobby stepped into the living room. Blonde as his sister, where her features suggested shyness, his sharper nose, his fuller mouth hinted belligerence. Under his arm was a newspaper. "Are you just living out in the street, huh?" He nodded. "You want to use the bathroom or wash or something?" "Bobby," from June. "Maybe," he said. Mrs. Richards laughed. "Isn't it rather difficult for you? And dangerous?" "You have to keep your eyes open." That sounded inane enough. "We'll go upstairs and look around." "I want to stay and read the—" "We'll go together, Bobby, all of us." "Oh, Bobby," June said, "come on." Bobby stalked through the living room, threw the paper at the coffee table, said, "Okay," and went into the kitchen. "I have to put the bread away first." "Well, put it away," Mrs. Richards said. "Then we'll go." "I could only find half a loaf," Bobby called. "Did you ask for a whole one?" Mrs. Richards called. "I'm sure if you asked them politely for a whole loaf, they would have tried to find one, but there wasn't anybody in the store." "Oh, Bobby, I left the money." "But you should have waited for somebody to come back. Suppose someone had seen you going out. They wouldn't have known you." "I did wait. Why do you think I was gone so long?" "Hey, this has got mold in it." "Oh, no," Mrs. Richards cried. "Not a lot," from the kitchen. "Just a little spot on one corner." "Does it go all the way through?" "It's on the second slice, and the third—" "Oh, stop tearing in it," Mrs. Richards exclaimed, punched the cushion, stood, and followed her son into the kitchen. "Let me see." Perhaps it was a discomforting lucidity centered in the recapitulation. He said to June, "Last night, did you ever find—" Cellophane rattled from the kitchen. By the door-frame, June's eyes widened in recognition, finally. Her forefinger brushed her lips awkwardly for silence, brushed and brushed again, till it wiped all meaning from the gesture. She blinked. The cellophane rattled. Bobby came out, sat in front of the coffee table, and pulled the paper onto his lap. When he saw his sister, he cocked his head, frowning, then looked back at the paper, while June's hand worked down the front of her sweater to her lap. "It's through," announced Mrs. Richards. "All the way through." "Well, it isn't very large. Beggars can't be choosers." She came into the living room. "We can cut it out, and all have sandwiches with little rings in them. We are all beggars till this thing gets straightened out, you know." "Are you reading that again?" Mrs. Richards put a fist against her hip. Bobby did not look up. "What is it talking about today?" in a gentler tone. The fist dropped. Bobby read on. He said, "That whole business last night with the moons?" "What?" June offered. I told you, Mother, last night when I went out." "Oh, yes. And I told you, June, I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. We'd better go upstairs. Bobby?" who only grunted. "Some people said they saw 2 moons in the sky." He stood up from his chair. "They named one of them George," and didn't watch June, but the back of Bobby's head, and knew June reacted anyway. 2 moons in the sky?" Mrs. Richards asked. "Now who said they saw that?" "Calkins doesn't say," Bobby mumbled. "The guy who wrote the article didn't see them," he told Mrs. Richards. 2 moons?" Mrs. Richards asked again. "June, when you came in, you didn't say anything about—" June had left the room. "June, we've got to go upstairs." "Do I have to come too?" Bobby asked. "Yes, you have to." Bobby folded the paper loudly. "June," Mrs. Richards called again. He followed mother and boy to the door, where June waited, while Mrs. Richards opened first the upper, then the lower, at last the middle lock. June's eyes, perfectly round, swept his, implored, and closed. "There we are." All blinking for different reasons, they entered the hall. He followed till Mrs. Richards announced, "Now," and continued, "I want you—what is your name?—to walk up in front." It was surprisingly easy to say "Kid" as he stepped around the children. "Pardon?" Mrs. Richards asked. "Kid, like Captain Kidd." "Like Billy the Kid?" Bobby asked. "Yeah." "Neither of them were 2 terribly nice people," said June. "The Cisco Kid," Bobby said. Then with raised eyebrows and small smile, droll as an adult of 30, "Pow, pow!" "Bobby, stop!" He walked with Mrs. Richards. Her heels clunked, his sandal lisped, his bare foot hardly whispered. As they reached the elevators, there was noise above. They looked at the stairwell door with its wire-webbed glass and "Exit" in red letters across it. Trundling footsteps grew louder. His hand pressed against his leg across one turn of chain. Grew louder still, till shadows crossed the glass. The footsteps dropping below softened. Mrs. Richards' hand, grey as twigs from fire, hung against the wall by the elevator bell. "Children," she said. "It must be children. They run up and down the stairs, in the hall, banging on the walls, the doors. They don't show themselves, you know. That's because they're afraid." Her voice, he realized, was hoarse with terror. "They're afraid of us. They don't have to be. We're not going to hurt them. I just wish they wouldn't do that, that's all. I just wish they wouldn't." 2 separate elevators opened. From one a man said, "Oh," a little gruffly. "Honey, it's you. Scared me to death. Where you going?" From the other came a faint wind, from a long way up or a long way down. "Arthur. Oh, Arthur, this is Kid. Edna Brown sent him to help. We're taking him to see the new apartment." He shook the large, moist hand. "Pleased," Arthur Richards said. The closing door ka-chunked his shoulder, retreated, then tried to close again. "Edna sent him over to help us with the cleaning and the moving." "Oh, Edna coming over later?" "She said she'd try this afternoon, Mr. Richards." Ka-chunk. "Good. Hey, let's get in this thing before it knocks me down." Mr. Richards guffawed. His white collar made folds in his fleshy neck. His hair was so pale, possible white was lost in the gloom. "Sometimes I think this thing doesn't like me. Come in." Ka-chunk. They ducked before the door swung them into darkness. 19 hung orange on the black. "Arthur," Mrs. Richards said in the humming dark, "they've been running in the hall again. They came and beat on the door twice, once this morning and once right after Kid came. Oh, I was so glad he was there." "That's all right, honey," Mr. Richards reassured. "That's why we're moving." "Management has just got to do something. You say you have been down to the office and told them?" "I've been down. I told them. They said they're having difficulty right through here. You got to understand that, sweetheart. We're all having difficulty." June breathed beside him. She was the closest person to him in the elevator. "You know how upsetting it was if you ever heard it, Arthur. I don't see why you can't take a day off of work, just so you'd know." "I'm sure it's upsetting." The door opened. In the hall he could see 2 ceiling globes were working. Mrs. Richards looked across her husband's chest. "They wouldn't do it if Arthur was home." "Where do you work, Mr. Richards?" he asked as they got out. "MSE, Maitland Systems Engineering. Honey, I wish I could take off from work, but things are even more confused there than they are here. This just isn't a time for it. Not now." Mrs. Richards sighed and took out a key. "I know, dear. You're sure management said it would be all right?" "I told you, honey, I got the key from them." "Well, they never answered my letter. They answered in 2 days when I wrote them last year about the plaster in June's bedroom. The key went in with a sound like gravel. Anyway, she looked across Mr. Richards' chest again. This is where we're going to move to. She strode into the pale blue room through rattling mountains of brown paper. The lights, she said. Try the lights. Mr. Richards and June and Bobby waited in the doorway. He stepped inside, flicked the switch. The ceiling light flared, went psst, and out. June, behind him, let a small cry. That's only the bulb. At least you have some power. Oh, we can fix that, Mr. Richards said and came inside. Come on, kids, get inside now. June and Bobby squeezed through shoulder to shoulder, but remained sentinel at the jams. What else has to go beside this paper? Well, Mrs. Richards righted a cane-bottomed chair. There's the other rooms, furniture and stuff. Brown paper roared about her shins. All sorts of junk, and the dirt. And then, of course, we'll have to move our things. Blinds fallen from one fixture dangled their crushed aluminum slats to the floor. Just take those all down. It'll be a nice apartment when it's clean. Did you know the people who lived here before? No, Mrs. Richards said, no, we didn't know them. Now all you have to do is clean these out. She walked into the kitchen and opened a broom closet. Mop, pail, spick and span, everything. She came back. There's all sorts of things in the other rooms. What were they doing with all this paper? I don't know, Bobby said uneasily from the doorway. Stepping into the lichenous leaves, his bare foot came down on wood, wire, glass. Crack! He jerked his foot, kicking away paper. The break in the cover glass went through both faces, framed in black wood, husband and wife, bearded and coiffed, posed in 1900 clothing. He picked it up from the papers. The loose glass ground. What's that? Mrs. Richards asked, stepping around more overturned furniture. I guess I broke it, trying to feel without looking if he had cut his foot. Between the parents, in matching sailor suits, a sister and her 2 brothers, one younger, one older, looked serious and uncomfortable. It was just lying on the floor. Mrs. Richards took it from him. The hanging wire rattled on the cardboard backing. Isn't that something? Who do you suppose they are? The people who lived here before? June stepped up, then laughed. Oh, it couldn't be. It's so old. Daddy, Bobby said from the doorway. Yes? I think Kid wants to use the bathroom. June and Mrs. Richards both turned. I mean, Bobby said, he's been just living in the park and stuff. He's real dirty. Mrs. Richards sucked her teeth, and June only just did not say, Oh, Bobby. Mr. Richards said, Well, smiling, and then, well, sure. I am sort of scroungy, he admitted. I could use a wash-up after I finish work up here. Sure, Mr. Richards repeated heartily. I've got a razor you can use. Mary'll give you a towel. Sure. In this room, Mrs. Richards had leaned the photograph against the wall and was trying to open a door now. I don't know what they put in this room. He went to take the knob. Something scraped as he shoved the door in a few inches more, and he could peer. Furniture, ma'am. I think the whole room is filled up with furniture. Oh, dear. I can squeeze in there and get it out. Are you sure? Why don't you all just go downstairs? I can get started on this. It's got to be neat and clean. It's a mess now. There's not too much you have to show me. Well, I suppose. Come on, Mary. Let the boy get to work. He went back to the front room and began to push the paper over to one side of the room. Bobby, come on back from there. I don't want you getting in trouble. Mama. The door closed. The boy? Well, he was used to having his age misjudged. Where do they want me to put this crap? He turned around and with his sandal stepped on something else. He kicked back paper, a kitchen fork. He put his notebook on the chair Mrs. Richards had set right and began to fold the wrapping paper to yard-square packets. Out there on the balcony he could toss it over. Shit-colored angel flakes? And the furniture, crash. No, can't do that very well. Drag all that junk to the elevator, drop a traveling furnished room to the cellar. Punch around in the basement dark with it? Beating on the wall, thumping on the floor? Not that either. Put it all on one side of the room, sweep and scrub, then all to the other? Burn it in the middle? What does she expect? At any rate, in 10 minutes, half the floor was clear. On the black with white marbling vinyl, he'd already uncovered a saucer filled with dried coffee. Time, with a wrinkled cover he recognized from several years back, some paint-crusted rags. The knock made him jump. June called, "It's just me." When he opened the door, she stepped in with a bottle of Coke in one hand, in the other a plate with a sandwich. The sandwich had a hole at one side. She thrust them out and said, "Please, don't say anything about last night at the bar, please, please." "I didn't say anything to your mother." He took plate and bottle. "I wasn't going to get you in trouble." "They don't know anything about that. The paper had the pictures, but they didn't have my name, though everybody knows it anyway." "All right." "They looked at them, Mother and Daddy. They looked at them, and they didn't recognize me. Oh, I thought I was going to die. I cried. Afterward. She swallowed. Mother sent that up to you. She thought you might be hungry. Please, don't say anything." "I won't," and was annoyed. "It was like you were playing with me. That was awful." He took a drink. "Did you find him, George Harrison?" It was bubbly but tepid. She whispered, "No." "What did you want him for?" Her totally vulnerable look made him grin. He put the plate down on the chair, considering whether to accept what so resembled the once rejected. Then he took the sandwich and tore through the hole with his teeth. Spam and mayonnaise. "He was in there. You shouldn't have run off. He came out just a minute later." He swallowed. "Hey, you want a picture of him?" "Huh?" "I can get you a picture of him if you want, not like they had in the newspaper." "No, I don't want a picture of him." "What kind of picture?" "Big, full-color poster, buck naked." "No." She dropped her head. "You are playing with me. I wish you wouldn't. It's just awful." "Hey, He looked from sandwich to bottle. He wasn't hungry, but had eaten in complicity. Now he wished he hadn't. He said, "If you play by yourself, you're just going to lose. If I play with you, maybe you'll have a chance." Her hair swung. She looked up with a confusion he paid her the compliment of assuming feigned. "Tomorrow I'll get you the—" "You were supposed to wait for me," Bobby said from the doorway. "Mom said we were supposed to come up here together. Gosh, she almost got this room clean." June made shoulder motions, which Bobby did not exactly ignore, neither did he respond. Instead he said, "You got that stuff round your neck, like this." He held up his bright wristlet. "Yeah," he grinned. "Bet you won't tell me where you got yours." Bobby looked more surprised than he'd expected. "I told Mom and Daddy I just found them." June said petulantly, "You shouldn't wear them." Bobby put his hands behind his back and humphed, as though this were an exchange from a frequent argument. "Why shouldn't he?" Bobby said, "She thinks terrible things happen if you wear them. She's scared. She took hers off." June glared at him. "You know what I think?" Bobby said. "I think even worse things happen to people who wear them for a while and then take them off." "I didn't take it off." "You did." "I didn't." "You did." "It wasn't mine. And you shouldn't have said you found it. I bet really bad things happen to people who steal them." "I didn't steal it." "You did." "I didn't." "You did." "Oh!" In sibling frustration, she flung her hands out to end the antiphon. He took another bite of pulpy bread, swallowed it with warm Coke. Bad idea. He put both down. "I'm going back," Bobby said. "You better come too. We're supposed to be together," and marched out the door. She waited. He watched. Her hand moved in the side folds of her skirt, started to come up. Then she raised her head. "Maybe you better—" "Oh, he's going to go exploring." Contempt. "Why do you want to find George?" She blinked. A word lost itself in breath. I have to. I want to." Her hands tried to raise, each one in turn holding the other down. "Do you know him?" "I've seen him." For all her light-eyed, ash-like blondness, her expression was incredibly intense. "You just live out there?" "Yeah." He examined her face. "So far I haven't needed a—" Intense, but it told him little. "I haven't been here anywhere near as long as you have." He forced his shoulders down. They'd hunched to fend something he had not even consciously acknowledged an attack. "I hope you find him." It wasn't an attack. It was just that intensity. "But you've got a lot of competition." "What?" Her reaction to his realizing it was to suddenly lose all of it. "What do you want?" She sounded exhausted, looked as if she would repeat it with no voice at all. "Why did you come here?" "To clean up." "I don't know why." "To play, maybe." "Why don't you let me clean up?" "You'd better go back downstairs." He picked up another paper and folded it, growling and flapping, to manageable size. "Oh," and suddenly she seemed just a very young girl again. "You're just—" She shrugged and left. He finished the paper, put the revealed junk in the kitchen, uprighted more furniture, and thought about this family. They filled his mind while he finally shouldered into the packed room. He reached innumerable decisions about them, which he lost to scraping chair legs, collapsing bridge tables, drawers that would not fit in their chiffoniers. One thought, however, remained surfaced for the time it took to move 5 pieces into the swept front room. Trying to stay sane under that sort of madness drives us nuts. He contemplated writing it in his notebook, but none of the words, and he had taken out his pen, weighed enough to pull his hand to the paper. The thought vanished in the gritting hinges of the writing-board to a roll-top desk. Who had stuffed all this junk in here? Drive? Pressure? Effort? But was exerting too much of it, maneuvering a daybed on its end around a bureau. With slick underarms and gritty neck, he toiled, contemplating hours and wages, but it was difficult to judge slipping time while shuffling and arranging so much hollow dialogue. When he went out on the balcony, the sky was the color of dark stone. His nasal cavity stung. He thought he saw movement down in the grounds, but when he took the rail to look over, it was only smoke, and his forearms were sore. He went inside. He ate the rest of the sandwich. He drank the Coke, now flat as well as warm. Work till sunset in a city where you never see the sun? He laughed. Fuck them if they expected him to get all this stuff to the basement. He ambled, panting, through dressers, easy chairs, daybeds, and buffets. The thought occurred to put it in another apartment on the same floor. His next thought was, why not? He turned, gigantic, in the belly-high furniture forest. There was no one else for practical purposes in the building. Who would know? Who would care? His bladder suddenly warmed. He started down the hall. At the end of an alcove, a hint of tile over the door-sill identified the bathroom. Inside, he flipped a light switch. Lights stayed off. But as he turned, his shin bumped the toilet ring. It was pitch dark, but he thought, what the hell? The particular sound of his water, reiterated by sudden hot wetness against his foot, told him he'd missed. He varied his aim, without the rattle of water on water, to sing success. Stop his stream? The memory of the yellow burst of pain at the base of his penis. He'd mop later, and let it run. He lurched from the darkness and said, shit. His wet foot left its spreading print on the notebook where it lay outside the door. Had it crept after him for soiling? No. He remembered, black and white, no color, like some dreams, carrying it with the intention of writing something down. When the lights hadn't worked, he had dropped it there. It's me, kid. Oh, hey, just a second. The chain fell. The door opened. Behind her, candles flickered on the phone table. The light from the living room tossed unsteady shadows on the rug. A doorway up the hall let out wavering orange. Come on in. He followed June to the living room. Well, Mr. Richards peered above the Times, folded small. You worked on a good bit past sundown, I'd say. How's it going? Fine. There was a whole lot of broken glass in the back room. A vanity turned over. You got the furniture out? Mrs. Richards called from the kitchen. Everything's in the front room. I can do all the back floors tomorrow and get the rest of the stuff out of there for you. It's not going to be hard. That's good. Arthur? Oh, yes, Mr. Richards said. Mary's put out a towel for you. Go right in and run yourself a bath. Do you use an electric razor? No. I have one if you want. I put out a safety for you anyway. Blade's new. We'd like to invite you to stay for supper.
"Hey," he said, wanting to leave, "that's very nice. Thank you." "Bobby, you put candles in the bathroom?" Bobby went over his book. "Life by candlelight," Mr. Richards said. "It's really something, isn't it?"
"At least the gas isn't off," Mrs. Richards called in again. "That's something, too." She stepped to the door. "Bobby, Arthur, both of you, this isn't enough light to read by. You'll ruin your eyes."
"Bobby, put your book down. You heard your mother. You read too much anyway."
"Arthur, he can't read too much. It's just his eyes." She went back into the kitchen. On top of the bookcase by Mr. Richards's chair, neither he nor Bobby had ceased their reading. Between an edition of Paradise Lost that said Classics Club and Something Thick by Michener was a volume thinner than both, with white letters down a black spine, Pilgrimage, New Boy. He pulled the book loose. The candles flaked light across the cover. "Did Mrs. Brown ever come?" He turned the book over. From the case, black ceramic lions looked somewhere else and glistened. The back blurb was only 3 uninformative lines. He looked at the front again. Pilgrimage by Ernest Newboy. "She'll be here by the time we eat. She always is." June snickered, waiting for father and mother to object. Neither did. "That's by that poet they told about in the paper. Bobby got it from Mother from the bookstore yesterday." He nodded. "Ma'am?" He looked in the kitchen door. "May I look at this?" "Certainly," Mrs. Richards said, stirring at the stove. He went into the bathroom, probably laid out the same as the one he'd peed all over upstairs. 2 candles on the back of the toilet tank put 2 flecks on each tile, and there was another candle up on the medicine cabinet. He turned the taps, sat on the toilet top, and, with Newboy on his notebook, read at the prolegomena. The water rushed. After a page he skipped, reading a line here, a verse paragraph further on. At some he laughed out loud. He put down the book, shucked his clothing, leaned over the rim, and lowered his chained, grimy ankle. Steam kissed the sole of his foot, then hot water licked it. Sitting in the cooling tub, chain under his buttocks, he had scrubbed only a minute before the water was gray and covered with pale scalings. Well, Lanya had said she wouldn't mind. He let that water out and ran more over his feet, rubbing the gritty skin from his insteps. He'd known he was dirty, but the amount of filth in the water was amazing. He soaked and soaped his hair, rubbed his arms and chest with the bar till the chain tore it. He grounded the bald wash-rag beneath his jaw, and then lay back with his ears under water to watch the aisle of his belly shake to his heartbeat, each curved hair a wet scale like the shingled skin of some amphibian. Sometime during all this, Madame Brown's high laughter rolled into the hall, and a little on, her voice outside the door. "No, no, you can't go in there, Muriel. Someone's taking a bath." He let out the water and lay back, exhausted and clean, occasionally wiping at the tub line of grit, wider than Laufer's garrison. He pressed his back against porcelain. Water trapped there poured around his shoulders. He sat, wondering if one could will oneself dry, and slowly dried. He looked at his shoulder, peppered with pores, run with tiny lines he could imagine separated each cell, fuzzed with dark brown. He brushed his mouth on his skin, licked the desalted flesh, kissed it, kissed his arm, kissed the paler place where veins pushed across the bridge from bicep to forearm, realized what he was doing, with scowling laughter, but kissed himself again. He pushed to standing. Drops trickled the back of his legs. He was dizzy. The tiny flames wobbled in the tiles. He stepped out, heart knocking, to the sudden effort. He toweled roughly at his hair, gently at his genitals. Then, on his knees, he did a slightly better job washing away the hairs and grit and flaky stuff still on the bathtub bottom. He picked up his pants, shook his head over them. Well, they were all he had. He put them on, combed his moist hair back with his fingers, tucked in his shirt, buckled on his sandal, and came out into the hall. Behind his ears was cool and still wet. "How many baths did you take?" Mr. Richards asked. 3? 2.5, Kid grinned. "Hello, Mrs. Brown." "They've been telling me how hard you've worked." Kid nodded.
It's not that bad. I'll probably finish up tomorrow. Mr. Richards, you said you had a razor? Oh, yes. You sure you don't want to use my electric? I'm used to the other kind. It's just you'll have to use regular soap. Arthur, Mrs. Richards called from the kitchen, you have that mug of shaving soap Michael gave you for Christmas. Mr. Richards snapped his fingers. Now, I'd forgot. That was 3 years back. Never did open it. Grew a beard since, too. I had a pretty good-looking beard for a while, you know. It looked silly, Mrs. Richards said. I made him shave it off. Back in the bathroom, he lathered his jaw, then scraped the warm foam away. His face cooled under the blade. He decided to leave his sideburns half an inch longer. Now, in 2 distinct stages, they came well below his ears. For a moment, holding a hot washcloth across his face, he contemplated the patterns inside his eyes against the dark, but like everything in this house, they seemed of calculated inconsequence. From the kitchen, "Bobby, please come in and set the table. Now." Kid went into the living room. "Bet you'd hardly recognize me," he said to Madame Brown. "Oh, I don't know about that." "Dinner's ready," Mrs. Richards said. "Kid, you and Bobby sit back there. Edna, you sit here with June." Madame Brown went over and pulled out her chair. "Muriel, stay down there and be good. Hear me?" He squeezed between the wall and the table and took some tablecloth with him. "Oh, dear!" Madame Brown lunged to grab a tottering brass candlestick. In suddenly bared mahogany, the reflected flame steadied. By candlelight, her face had again taken on that bruised-eyed tawdriness she had last night in the bar. "Jesus," Kid said, "I'm sorry." He pulled the cloth back down across the table and began to straighten silverware. Mrs. Richards had put out a profusion of forks, spoons, and side plates. He wasn't sure if he got all of them in the right place, or which were his or Bobby's. When he finally sat, 2 fingers lingered on the ornate handle of a knife. He watched them rubbing, thick with enlarged knuckles and gnawed nails, but translucently clean. After baths, he reflected, when you're still alone in the John, is the time for all those things you don't want people around for, jerking off, picking your nose, and eating it, serious nail-biting. Was it some misguided sense of good manners that had kept him from any of these here? His thoughts drifted to various places he'd indulged such habits, not so privately. Seated at the far end of lunch counters, standing at public urinals, in comparatively empty subway cars at night, in city parks at dawn. He smiled. He rubbed. "Those were my mother's," Mrs. Richards said on the other side of the table. She set down 2 bowls of soup for Arthur and Madame Brown, then went back to the kitchen. "I think old silver is lovely," her voice came in, "but keeping it polished is awfully difficult." She came out again with 2 more bowls. "I wonder if it's that, what do they call it, that sulfur dioxide in the air, the stuff eating away all the paintings and statues in Venice." She set one in front of Kid and one in front of Bobby, who was just squeezing into place. More plates and silverware slid on the wrinkling cloth. Bobby pulled it straight again. Kid took his fingers from the tarnished handle and put his hand in his lap. "We've never been to Europe," Mrs. Richards said, returning from the kitchen with bowls for her and June. "But Arthur's parents went, years ago. The plates are Arthur's mother's, from Europe. I suppose I shouldn't use the good ones, but I do whenever we have company. They're so festive. Oh, no, don't wait for me. Just dig in." Kid's soup was in a yellow Melmac bowl. The china plate beneath bore an intricate design around its fluted lip, crossed by more intricate scratches that might have come from cleanser or steel wool. He looked around to see if he should start, caught both Bobby and June looking around for the same purpose. Madame Brown had a china bowl, but everyone else's was pastel plastic. He wondered if he, or Madame Brown alone, would have merited the spread. Mr. Richards picked up his spoon, skimmed up some soup, so he did too. With the oversized spoon bowl still in his mouth, he noticed Bobby, June, and Madame Brown had all waited for Mrs. Richards, who was only now lifting hers. From where he sat he could see into the kitchen. Other candles burned on the counter. Beside a paper bag of garbage, its lip neatly turned down, stood 2 open Campbell's cans. He took another spoonful.
Mrs. Richards has mixed, he decided, 2 or even 3 kinds. He could recognize no specific flavor. Under the tablecloth edge, his other hand had moved to his knee. The edge of his little finger scraped the table leg. First with 2 fingers, then with 3, then with his thumb, then with his foreknuckle, he explored the circular lathing, the upper block, the under rim, the wing bolts, the joints and rounded excrescences of glue, the hairline cracks where piece was joined to piece, and ate more soup. Over a full spoon, Mr. Richards smiled and said, "Where's your family from, kid?" "New York." He bent over his bowl. "State." He wondered where he had learned to recognize this as the milder version of the blunt, "What nationality are you?" which, here and there about the country, could create unpleasantnesses. "My people are from Milwaukee," Mrs. Richards said. "Arthur's family is all from right around the Bologna area. Actually, my sister lived down here, too. Well, she did. She's left now. And so has all of Arthur's family. It's quite strange to think of Mary Ann and June. We named our June after Arthur's mother. And Howard and your Uncle Al not here any more." "Oh, I don't know," Mr. Richards said. Kid saw him preparing to ask how long he'd been here, when Madame Brown asked, "Are you a student, Kid?" "No, ma'am," realizing it was a question whose answer she probably knew, but liked her for asking. "I haven't been a student for a while." "Where were you in school, then?" Mr. Richards asked. "Lots of places. Columbia, and a community college in Delaware." "Columbia University?" Mrs. Richards asked. "In New York?" "Only for a year." "Did you like it? I've spent a lot of time, Arthur and I have both spent a lot of time, thinking about whether the children should go away to school. I'd like for Bobby to go to some place like Columbia, though State right here is very good." "Especially the poli-sci department," Kid said. Mr. Richards and Madame Brown spooned their soup away from them. Mrs. Richards, June, and Bobby spooned theirs toward them. One, he remembered, was more correct, but not which. He looked at the ornate silverware handles diminishing in size either side of his plate, and finally simply sank his spoon straight down in the soup center. "And of course it's a lot less expensive." Mrs. Richards sat back with a constrained laugh. "Expense is always something you have to think about, especially today. Here at State—" 4 more spoonfuls, he figured, and the soup would be too low for his compromise technique. Mrs. Richards sat forward again. "You say the poli-sci department?" She tipped her soup bowl toward her. "That's what someone told me," Kid said. "Where's June going to go?" Mr. Richards tipped his away. "I don't know whether June has thought too much about that." Mrs. Richards said, "It would be very nice if June wanted to go to college." "June isn't too what you'd call, well, academic. June's sort of my old-fashioned girl." Mr. Richards, tipping his bowl, apparently couldn't get enough. He picked it up, poured the last drops into his spoon, and set it down. "Aren't you, honey?" "Arthur, really?" Mrs. Richards said. "It's very good, dear," Mr. Richards said. "Very good." "Yes, ma'am," Kid said. "It is," and put his spoon on his plate. It wasn't. "I'd like to go to college," June smiled at her lap, "if I could go someplace like New York." "That's silly." Mr. Richards made a disparaging gesture with his soup spoon. "It was all we could do to keep her in high school." "It just wasn't very interesting." June's bowl, pink Melmac, moved under her spoon to the plate's rim. She scented it again. "That's all." "You wouldn't like New York," Mr. Richards said. "You're too much of a sunshine girl. June likes the sun, swimming, outdoor things. You'd wither away in New York or Los Angeles with all that smog and pollution." "Oh, Daddy." "I think June ought to apply to the junior college next term." Mrs. Richards turned in mid-sentence from husband to daughter, "to get some idea if you liked it or not. Your marks weren't that bad. I don't think it would be such a terrible idea to try it out at the junior college." "Mom," June looked at her lap, not smiling. "Your mother went through college," Mr. Richards said. "I went through college. Bobby's going to go. If nothing else, it's a place to get married in." "Bobby reads more than June," Mrs. Richards explained. "He reads all the time, in fact, and I suppose he is more school-minded." "That junior college is an awful place," June said. "I hate everybody who goes there." dear," Mrs. Richards said. "You don't know everybody who goes there." Kid, with his middle finger, was exploring the counter sinking about some flathead screw, when Madame Brown said, "Mary, how close are we to the second course? Arthur up there looks like he's about to eat the bottom of his bowl." "Oh, dear me," Mrs. Richards pushed back in her chair. "I don't know what I'm thinking of. I'll be right in." "You want any help, Mom?" June said. "No." Mrs. Richards disappeared into the kitchen. "Thank you, darling." "Pass me your soup plates, everybody," June said. Kid's hand came up from under the tablecloth to join his other on the china plate to pass it, but stopped just below the table-clip. Knuckles, fingertips, and 2 streaks on the back of the hand were smudged black. He put his hand down between his legs and looked around. Anyway, people were keeping their plates and just passing their bowls. He passed his with one hand, his other between his knees. Then the other joined it, and he tried, without looking, to rub his fingers clean. Mrs. Richards came in with 2 steaming ceramic bowls. "I'm afraid we're vegetarian tonight." She went out, returned with 2 more. "But there's nowhere to get any meat that you can trust," and returned again. "You do that nice tuna fish casserole," Mr. Richards called after her. "That's very good." "Ugh," Bobby said. "Bobby," June said. "Yes, I know, Arthur." Mrs. Richards returned with a gravy boat, set it on the table, and sat. "But I just feel so funny about fish. Wasn't it a couple of years back all those people died from some canned tuna that had gone bad? I just feel safer with vegetables, though Lord knows they can go bad too." "Botulism," Bobby said. "Really, Bobby?" Madame Brown laughed, a hand against her sparkling chains. "Oh, I don't think we're doing so badly. Mashed potatoes, mushrooms, carrots," Mrs. Richards indicated one and another of the bowls, "and some canned eggplant stuff I've never tried before. When I went into that health food restaurant with Julia when we were in Los Angeles, she said they always use mushrooms and eggplants in place of meat. And I've made a sauce." She turned to her husband as though to remind him of something. "Arthur?" "What?" Then Mr. Richards, too, seemed to remember. "Oh, yes, Kid. Well, we've taken up this little habit of having a glass of wine with our meals." He reached down beside his chair, brought up a bottle, and set it beside the candle at his end of the table. "If it isn't something that appeals to you, you're perfectly welcome to have water." "I like wine," Kid said. Mrs. Richards and Madame Brown had already passed their wine-glasses up, so Kid did too, though the water-glass at the head of his knife seemed the better size for wine-drinking, as he was accustomed to it. Mr. Richards peeled away gold foil, pulled loose the plastic stopper, poured, passed back the glasses. Kid sipped. It was almost black in candlelight. At first he thought his mouth was burning. The wine was bubbly as soda pop. "Sparkling Burgundy." Mr. Richards grinned and doffed his glass. "We haven't tried this one before. 1975. I wonder if that's a good year for sparkling Burgundy." He sipped. "Tastes okay to me. Cheers." The candle flame staggered, stilled. Above and below the ornate label, green glass flickered. "I put a little wine in the gravy," Mrs. Richards said. "In the sauce, I mean. It was left over from last night's bottle. I like to cook with wine. And soy sauce. When we went to Los Angeles 2 years ago for Arthur's conferences, we stayed with the Harringtons. Michael gave Arthur that shaving soap. Julia Harrington, she's the one who took me to that health food restaurant, made absolutely everything with soy sauce. It was very interesting." "Oh, thank you, Arthur." Mr. Richards had helped himself to mashed potatoes and now passed the dish. So had Madame Brown. Kid checked his fingers. The rubbing had not removed any dirt, but it had divided it fairly evenly between both hands. The rough strips of nail back on the wide crowns were once more darkly ringed, as though outlined, nub and cuticle, with pen. He sighed, served himself when the dishes passed him, passed them on, and ate. His free hand, back beneath the tablecloth, found the table leg, again explored. "If you're not a student," Madame Brown asked, "what do you put down in your notebook?" None of us could help noticing it. It was inside, on the table by the chair. He could see it beyond her elbow. "I just write things down." Mrs. Richards hung her hands by the fingertips on the table edge. "You write? You're going to be a writer?" Do you write poetry? Yeah. He smiled because he was nervous. You're a poet. Mr. Richards, June, and Bobby all sat back and looked. Mrs. Richards leaned forward and beamed. Madame Brown reached down with some silent remonstrance to Muriel. He's a poet. Arthur, give him some more wine. Look, he's finished his glass already. Now go on, dear. He's a poet. I think that's wonderful. I should have known when you took that New Boy book. Arthur took Kid's glass, refilled it. I don't know too much about poetry. He handed it back with a smile that on a college football player would have purveyed sheepish goodwill. I mean, I'm an engineer. As he took his hand away, wine splashed on the cloth. Kid said, Oh, hey, Don't worry about that, Mrs. Richards cried, waving her hand, which knocked against her own glass. Wine splashed the rim, ran down the stem, blotched the linen. While he wondered if such a thing were done on purpose to put strangers at ease, thinking what an uncomfortably paranoid thought, she asked, What do you think of him? New Boy, I mean. I don't know. Kid moved his glass aside. Through the base he could see the diametric mold line across the foot. I only met him once. At the third second of silence he looked up and decided he'd said something wrong. He hunted for the proper apology, but like a tangle of string with a lost end, action seemed all loop and no beginning. You know Ernest Newboy? Oh, Edna, Kid's a real poet. And he's helping us, Arthur. I mean, move furniture and things. She looked from Mr. Richards to Madame Brown to Kid. Tell me, she spilled more wine, is New Boy's work just wonderful? I'm sure it is. I haven't had a chance to read it yet. I just got the book yesterday. I sent Bobby down to get it because of that article in the Times. We have this very nice little book and gift shop down the street. They have just everything like that. But after the article, I was afraid they were going to be all out. I think it's very important to keep up with current books, even if it's just bestsellers. And I'm really interested in poetry. I really am. Arthur doesn't believe me, but I do. I really do like it. Well, that's just because you went to that coffee shop with Julia in Los Angeles, where they were reading that poetry and playing that music. And I told you, Arthur, the evening we came back, though I don't pretend I understood it all, I liked it very much. It was one of the most, she frowned, hunting for the right description, exciting things ever heard. I don't know him very well, Kid said, and ate more mushrooms. That and the eggplant weren't bad. The mashed potatoes, instant, were pretty gluey, though. I just met him. Once. I'd love to meet him, Mrs. Richards said. I've never known a real writer. Mike Harrington wrote a book, Mr. Richards objected, and a very good book, too. Oh, Arthur, that was an instruction manual on stresses and strains and the uses of a new metal. It was a very good instruction manual. Mr. Richards poured more wine for Madame Brown and himself. Can I have some? Bobby said. No, Mr. Richards said. How long have you been writing poetry? Madame Brown asked helpfully. Kid looked up to answer. Madame Brown was waiting with a forkful of well-sauced eggplant, June with one of carrots. Mrs. Richards had a very small fluff of potato on the tine tips of her fork, when it struck him that he didn't know, which seemed absurd, so he frowned. Not very long, Kid had started to say. He had a clear memory of writing the first poem in the notebook, seated against the lamp-post on Brisbane Avenue. But had he ever written any poems before? Or was it something he'd wanted to do, but never gotten around to? He could see not remembering doing something. But how could you not remember not doing something? Not for very long, he finally said. Just a few days, I guess. And frowned again, because that sounded silly. But he had no more surety of its truth or falsity than he had of his name. No, not very long at all. He decided that was what he would say from now on to anyone who asked, but the decision simply confirmed how uncertain he was of its truth. "Well, I'm sure—" There was only one more fluff of mashed potatoes on Mrs. Richards' plate. "They must be very good." She ate it. "Did Mr. Newboy like them?" "I didn't show them to him." Somehow silverware, glasses, side plates, and candles didn't seem right for talking about scorpions, orchid fights, the invisible Calkins, and the belligerent Fenster. "Oh, you should," Mrs. Richards said. "The younger men in Arthur's office are always bringing him their new ideas, and he says they've been coming up with some Lulus lately. Didn't you, Arthur?" "Arthur's always happy to talk to the younger men about their new ideas. I'm sure Mr. Newboy would be happy to talk to you. Don't you think, Arthur?"
"Well," Mr. Richards reiterated, "I don't know too much about poetry."
"I'd certainly like to see some of what you'd written," Madame Brown said, and moved Mrs. Richards' wine-glass away from her straying hand. "Maybe some day you'll show us. Tell me, Arthur," Madame Brown looked over joined fingers, "what is going on at Maitland now? With everything in the state it's in, I'm amazed when I hear of anything getting done." "She's changing the subject," Kid thought with relief, and decided he liked her.
"Engineering," Mr. Richards shook his head, looked at Mrs. Richards. "Poetry," changing it rather bluntly back, "they don't have too much to do with one another."
Kid decided to give it a try himself. "I met an engineer here, Mr. Richards. His name was Laufer. He was working on, converting a plant. It used to make peanut butter. Now it makes vitamins."
"Most people who like poetry and art and stuff," Mr. Richards adhered, "aren't very interested in engineering."
Then he frowned.
"The vitamin plant? That must be the one down at Helmsford."
Kid sat back and saw that Madame Brown did too. Mrs. Richards' hands still spasmed on the table. Mr. Richards asked,
"What'd you say his name was?"
"Laufer."
"Don't think I know him."
Mr. Richards screwed up his face and dropped his chin over the smooth gold and mustard knot of his tie.
"Of course, I'm in systems. He's probably in industrial. Two completely different fields, two completely different professions, really. It's hard enough to keep up with what's going on in your own field, what your own people are doing. Some of the ideas our men do come up with, they're Lulus, all right, like Mary says. Sometimes I don't even understand them. I mean, even when you understand how they work, you don't really know what they're for. Right now, I'm just back and forth between the office and the warehouse. Lord only knows what I'm supposed to be doing."
"Just keeping up," Madame Brown said, and leaned one elbow on the table. As she moved, the candle flame drifted back and forth across her left eye. "At the hospital, it was all I could do to read 2 or 3 psychology bulletins a week, what with the behaviorists and the gestaltists." "Peaches?" said Mrs. Richards, leaning forward, knuckles like 2 tiny mountain ranges on the table edge. "Would anyone like some peaches for dessert?" Maybe, Kid thought, she really did want to talk about poetry, which would be fine, he decided, if he could think of anything to say. His own plate was empty of everything except the sauce and mashed potato swamp. "Sure." He watched the word hang over the table, silence on both sides. "I don't want any." Bobby's chair scraped. Both candlesticks veered. "Bobby!" Mrs. Richards exclaimed, while June caught one and Mr. Richards caught the other. Bobby was off into the living room. Muriel barked and ran after him.
"I'll have some, dear." Mr. Richards sat back down. "Let him go, Mary. He's all right."
"Muriel? Muriel?" Madame Brown turned back to the table and sighed. "Peaches sound lovely. Yes, I'll have some." "Yes, please, Mother," June said. Her shoulders were rather hunched, and she was still looking at her lap, as though considering something intensely. Mrs. Richards, blinking after her son, rose and went into the kitchen. "If I went to school," June blurted, looking up suddenly, "I'd go into psychology, like you." Madame Brown, slightly flattered, slightly mocking, turned to June with raised eyebrows. Mocking? Or, Kid wondered, was it simply surprise? "I'd like to work with mentally disturbed children, like you." June's fingertips were over the table edge too, but tightly together and even, so that you'd have to count to find where right fingertips ended and left began. In my job, dear, at the hospital, Madame Brown lifted her glass to sip. As she bent forward, loops of optic chain swung out like a glittering bib and back. I have more to do with the disturbed parents. June, now embarrassed by her outburst, was collecting plates. I'd like to help people, like a nurse or a doctor, or like you do. Kid passed his over. It was the last, with problems in their mind. He dragged his hands back across the cloth, spotted with sauce, soup, pieces of carrot, the purple wine blot, and let them fall into his lap. Mrs. Richards's place was nearly as messy as his own. I know it's a cliché, Madame Brown shook her head, but it really is true. The parents need the help far more than the children. Really, they bring their totally demolished child to us, and you know what they want in the first interview? It's always the same. They want us to say, what you should do is beat him. They come in with some poor 9-year-old they've reduced to a state of numb, inarticulate terror. The child can't dress itself, can't talk above a whisper, and then only in some invented language. It soils its clothing, and the only coherent actions it can make are occasional attempts at murder or, more frequently, suicide. If I said to them, beat her, hit him, they would glow with delight. When they discover we want to take the children away from them, they're indignant. Under all the frustration and apparent concern, what they actually come hoping is that we will say, yes, you're handling it all marvelously well, just be a little firmer. The reason I'm successful at my job at all, Madame Brown touched June's shoulder and leaned confidentially, as all I really do is pry the children loose from their parents, is because what I'm saying, underneath all my pleasant talk about how much better it would be for the rest of the family if they let little Jimmy or Alice come to us, is, wouldn't it be ever so much more fun to work on one of your other children for a while? Wouldn't it be ever so much more interesting to fight someone with a little more strength left than this poor half-corpse you've just brought in? Why not clear the field and start in on little Sister Sue, or Big Brother Bill, or maybe each other? Try to get an only child away from its parents once they've driven it practically autistic. Madame Brown shook her head. It's very depressing. I really think sometimes I'd like to change my field, do individual therapy. That's what I've always been interested in anyway. And since there's nobody at the hospital now anyway... But don't you need licenses or special examinations to do that, Edna? Mrs. Richards asked from the kitchen. I mean, I know it's your profession, but isn't fiddling with people's minds dangerous if you don't know what you're doing? She came in with 2 long-stemmed dessert dishes, gave one to Madame Brown and one to Mr. Richards. I read an article, she paused with her hands on the back of her chair, about those encounter group things, I think they call them. Julia Harrington was going to one of those 2 years ago, and the minute I read that article, I cut it out and sent it to her. It was just terrifying. About all those unskilled people leading them, and how they are driving everybody crazy, touching each other all over and picking each other up in the air and telling each other about everything. Well, some people just couldn't take it and got very seriously ill. Well, Madame Brown began some polite protest. I think it's all poppycock, Mr. Richards said. Sure, people have got problems, and they should be put away where they can get help. But if you're just indulging yourself, somebody telling you to straighten up and fly right may be what you need. A few hard knocks never hurt anybody. And who's in a better position to give out a few than your own parents, I say. Oh, I've never lifted a hand to my own. Mr. Richards lifted his hand, palm out, to his shoulder. Have I, Mary? At least, not since they were big. You're a very good father, Arthur. Mrs. Richards came back from the kitchen with 3 more dessert glasses, clutched together before her. No one would ever deny that. You kids just be glad your parents are as sane as they are. Mr. Richards nodded once more toward Bobby's empty chair and once toward June's. She was just sitting down in it after taking the plates into the kitchen. She put a cut glass bowl filled with white on the white cloth. "Here you are," Mrs. Richards said, passing Kid his fruit. In its long-stemmed dessert dish, the yellow hemisphere just cleared the syrup. Kid looked at it, his face slack, realized his lips were hanging a little open, so closed them. Beneath the table, he clutched the table leg so tight a band of pain finally snapped along his forearm. He let go, let out his breath, and said, "Thank you." "It's not terribly exciting," Mrs. Richards said, "but fruit has lots of vitamins and things. I made some whipped cream, dessert topping, actually. I do like cream. But this was all we could get. I wanted to flavor it almond. I thought that would be nice, with peaches. But I was out of almond extract or vanilla, so I used maple. Arthur, would you like some? Edna?" "Lord, no." Madame Brown waved the proffered bowl away. "I'm heavy enough as it is. Kid, will you?" The bowl came toward him between the candles, facets glittering. He blinked, working his jaw slowly inside the mask of skin, intent on constructing a smile. He spooned up a white mound, with the flame behind it. Its edges were pale green. Madame Brown was watching him. He blinked. Her expression shifted to a smile. He wondered what his own was. It was supposed to be a smile, too. It didn't feel like one. He buried his peach. White spiraled into the syrup. "You know what I think would be lovely," Mrs. Richards said, "if Kid read us one of his poems." He put half his peach in his mouth and said, "No," swallowed it, and added, "Thanks. I don't really feel like it." He was tired. June said, "Kid, you're eating with the whipped cream spoon." He said, "Oh." Mrs. Richards said, "Oh, that's all right. Everybody's had some who wants some." "I haven't," Mr. Richards said. Kid looked at his dish, half a peach splayed open in syrup and cream, looked at his spoon. The damasking went up the spoon itself, streaked with cream. At the bowl, above the faceted edges, gouges had been cut into the heaped white. "No, that's all right," Mr. Richards said. Glittering, the bowl moved off beyond the candle flames. "I'll just use my spoon here. Everybody makes mistakes. Bobby does that all the time." Kid went back to his peach. He'd gotten whipped cream on his knuckles, and 2 fingers were sticky with syrup. His skin was still wrinkled from the bath. The gnawed and sucked callus looked like he imagined leprosy might. Arthur Richards said something. Madame Brown answered something back. Bobby ran through the room. Mrs. Richards yelled at him. Arthur Richards said something else. Cream, spreading through the puddle in the bottom of his dish, finally met glass all the way around. "I think I'm going to have to go soon." He looked up. The gold knot of Mr. Richards' tie was 3 inches lower on his shirt. Had he loosened it when Kid was not looking? Or did he just not remember? "I have to meet somebody before it gets too late, and then," he shrugged, "I want to get back here to work early tomorrow morning." "Is it that late?" Mrs. Richards looked disappointed. "Well, I guess you need a good night's sleep after all that furniture moving." Madame Brown put her linen napkin on the table. Kid realized he had never put his in his lap. It lay neatly by the side of his stained and spotted place, a single drop of purple near the monogrammed R. "I'm feeling a little tired myself. Kid, if you could wait a minute, I wish you'd walk with me and Muriel." "Is there coffee, Mary?" "Oh, dear, I didn't put any up." "Then we might as well go now. Kid is anxious, and I certainly don't want to be out on the streets any later than I have to." Downstairs somebody laughed. The laughter of others joined it, till suddenly there were a series of thumps like large furniture toppling, bureau after bedstead after chiffonier. Kid got up from the table, held the cloth in place this time. His arm still hurt. "Mr. Richards, were you going to pay me now, or when I finished the whole job?" Getting that out, he was suddenly exhausted. Mr. Richards leaned back in his chair. His fists were in his suit coat pockets, the front chair legs lifted. "I imagine you could use a little right now." One hand came out and up. A bill was folded in it. He'd been anticipating the request. "Here you go." "I worked about 3.5 hours, I guess, maybe 4. But you can call it 3 if you want, since I was just getting started." He took the dark rectangle. It was a single $5 bill folded in 4. Kid looked at Mr. Richards questioningly, then at Madame Brown, who was leaning over her chair, snapping her fingers for Muriel. Mr. Richards, both hands back in his pockets, smiled and rocked. Kid felt there was something else to say, but it was too difficult to think of what. Thank you. He put the money in his pants pocket, looked around the table for June, but she had left the room. Good night, Mrs. Richards. He wandered across green carpet to the door. Behind him, as he clicked over lock after lock, there were so many, Madame Brown was saying, "Good night, Arthur. Mary, thanks for that dinner. June, June," she called now. "I'm on my way, dear. See you soon. Good night, Bobby." Oh, he's back in his room with that book, I bet, if I know Bobby. Muriel, come along, sweetheart. Right with you, kid. Good night again. The smoke was so thick, he wondered if the glass were opaque, and he only misremembered it as clear. "Well," Madame Brown pushed open the cracked door, "what do you think of the Richards after your first day on the job?" "I don't think anything." Kid stretched in the over-thick night. "I'm just an observer." "I take that to mean you've thought a great deal, but find it difficult or unnecessary to articulate." Muriel clicked away down the cement walk. "They are perplexing. I wish," Kid said, "he'd paid me for the whole day. Of course, if they're feeding me and stuff—" Another high-rise loomed before them, tier on tier of dark windows. $5 an hour is a lot. Smoke crawled across the facade. He had thought about them, of course. He remembered all his mulling while he worked in the upstairs apartment. And again she was right. He'd certainly reached no synopsizable conclusion. Madame Brown, hands behind her back, looked at the pavement, walked slowly. Kid, notebook before him in both hands. He'd almost forgotten it. Madame Brown had brought it to him at the door. Looked up and could make out practically nothing. "You're still working in that hospital?" "Pardon me?" "That mental hospital you were talking about." Walking revived him some. "With the children. Do you still go there every day?" "No." "Oh." When she said nothing more, he said, "I was in a mental hospital for a year. I was just wondering what happened with—" He looked around at building faces whose wreckage was hidden behind night and smoke. He could smell smoke here. "With yours." "You probably don't want to know," she said, walking a few more steps in silence. "Especially if you were in one. It wasn't pleasant." Muriel spiraled back and away. "You see, I was with the hospital's social service department. You must have gathered that. Lord, I got 22 phone calls at home in 2 hours about evacuation procedures. The phone went dead in the middle of the last one. Finally, we just decided, even though it was the middle of the night, we'd better go to the hospital ourselves, my friend and I. You see, I had a little friend staying with me at the time. When we got there, walking, mind you, it was just incredible. You don't expect doctors around at midnight in a place as understaffed as that. But there was not one orderly, one night nurse, one guard around. They just gone, like that." She flung up her hand in stark dismissal. "Patients were all up in the open night wards. We let out everybody we could. Thank God my friend found the keys to that incredible basement wing they first shut down 15 years ago, and have been opening up and shutting down regularly with not a bit of repair every 3 years since. You could see the fires out the windows. Some of the patients wouldn't leave. Some of them couldn't. Dozens were logy in their beds with medication. Others were shrieking in the halls. And if all those phone calls about evacuation did anything besides scare off whatever staff was around, I'm sure I didn't see it. Some rooms we just couldn't find keys to. I broke windows with chairs. My friend got a crowbar, and 3 of the patients helped us break in some of the doors. Oh, yes, did I mention somebody tried to strangle me? He just came up in his pajamas while I was hurrying down the second-floor corridor, grabbed me, and started choking. Oh, not very seriously, and only for about 2 or 3 minutes, before some other patients helped me get him off. Apparently, as I discovered, it takes quite a bit of effort to really choke somebody to death who doesn't want to be choked, and believe me, I didn't. But it was a doozer. I was recovering from that in the SS office when she came in with these. He heard Madame Brown finger the chains around her neck. It was too dark to see glitter. She said she'd found them, wound them around my neck. You could see them flashing in flickers coming from outside, around the window shades. Madame Brown paused. "But I told you about that," she sighed. "I also told you that was when she left, my friend. Some of the rooms, you see, we just couldn't get into. We tried. Me, the other patients, we tried. And the patients on the inside trying just as hard. Christ, we tried. But by then fire had broken out in the building itself. The smoke was so thick you could hardly—" She took a sudden breath. Did she shrug? "We had to leave. And, as I said, by that time, my little friend had left already." He could see Madame Brown beside him now. She walked, contemplating either the past or the pavement. Muriel wove ahead, barked, turned, ran. "I went back once," she said at last. "The next morning. I don't want to go again. I want to do something else. I'm a trained psychologist. Social service was never really my forte. I don't know if the patients who got out were finally evacuated or not. I assume they were, but I can't be sure." She gave a little humph. "Perhaps that has something to do with why I don't leave myself." "I don't think so," Kidd said after a moment. "It sounds like you and your friend were very brave." Madame Brown humphed again. "It's just—" He felt uncomfortable, but it was a different discomfort than at the table. "You made it sound, when you were talking about it at dinner, like you still worked there. That's why I asked." "Oh, I was just making conversation to keep Mary entertained. When people take the trouble to bring out the best in her, she's quite a handsome woman, with quite a handsome soul, even if the quotidian surface sits on it a bit askew. I imagine some people find that hard to see." "Yeah," he nodded. "I guess so." Half a block ahead, Muriel was a shifting dollop of darkness. "I thought—" On the curb he scraped his heel. "Hey, watch!" He staggered. I thought you said they had 3 children." "They do." They crossed the damp street. On cool pavement, his heel stung. "Edward, the oldest, isn't with them now, but it isn't a subject I'd bring up, especially with Mary. It was very painful for her." "Oh," he nodded again. They stepped up another curb. "If nothing's functioning around here," Kidd asked, "why does Mr. Richards go into work every day?" "Oh, just to make a showing, probably for Mary. You've seen how keen she is on appearances." "She wants him to stay home," Kidd said. "She's scared to death. I was pretty scared, too." Madame Brown considered a few moments. "Maybe he does it just to get away." She shrugged. It was light enough to see it now. "Perhaps he just goes off and sits on a bench somewhere." "You mean he's scared?" Madame Brown laughed. "Why wouldn't he be?" Muriel ran off. "But I think it's much more likely he simply doesn't appreciate her. That isn't fair of me, I know. But then it's one of those universal truths about husbands and wives you really don't have to be fair with. He loves her, in his way." Muriel ran up again, leaped to Madame Brown's hip. She roughed the beast's head. Satisfied, it ran off again. "No, he must be going somewhere, probably just where he says he is, to the office, the warehouse." She laughed. "And we've simply got far too poetic an imagination." "I wasn't imagining anything." But he smiled. "I just asked." In the light from a flickering window, a story above them, he saw, through faint smoke, she was smiling too. Ahead, Muriel barked. And what have I invested in interpreting disfocus for chaos? This threat. The only lesson is to wait. I crouch in the smoggy terminus. The streets lose edges. The rims of thought flake. What have I set myself to fix in this dirty notebook that is not mine? Does the revelation that, though it cannot be done with words, it might be accomplished in some lingual gap, give me right, in injury, walking with a woman and her dog, to pain? rather the long doubts, that this labor tears up the mind's moorings, that, though life may be important in the scheme, awareness is an imperfect tool with which to face it. To reflect is to fight away the sheets of silver, the carbonated distractions, the feeling that somehow a thumb is pressed on the right eye. This exhaustion melts what binds, releases what flows. Madame Brown opened the bar door for him. Kid passed by Vinyl Teddy, the bill in his fist. But while he contemplated offering her a drink, someone came screaming across the bar. Madame Brown screamed back. They staggered away. He sat down at the counter's end. The people whose backs he had seen along the stools as he leaned forward gained faces, but no tack, nor any lanya. He was looking at the empty cage when the bartender, rolled sleeves tying off the necks of tattooed leopards, said, "You're a beer drinker, ain't you?" "Yeah," he nodded, surprised. The bottle clacked the scarred counterboard. Come on, put it away, kid." "Oh." Wonderingly, he returned the money to his pocket. "Thanks." Under a haystack mustache, the bartender sucked his teeth. "What do you think this place is, anyway?" He shook his head and walked off. His hand had wandered to his shirt pocket to click the pen. He frowned down, paused above some internal turning. He opened the notebook, held his pen in the air, plunged. Had he ever done this before, he wondered? With pen to paper and the actual process occurring, it was as though he had never done anything else. But pause, even moments, and it was as if not only had he never done it, but there was no way to be sure that he ever would again. His mind dove for a vision of perfected anger, while his hand crabbed and crossed and rearranged the vision's spillage. Her eyes struck a dozen words. He chose one in the most relevant tension to the one before. Her despair struck a dozen more. He grubbed among them, teeth clamped against what cleared. And cleared. So gazed at the cage again, till the fearful distractions fell, then turned to her. An obtuse time later, he raised his hand, swallowed, and withdrew. He jabbed the pen back in his pocket. His hand dropped, dead and ugly, on the paper. His tongue worked in the back of his mouth while he waited for energy with which to copy. Sounds resolved from the noise. He blinked and saw the pyramided bottles against the velvet backing. Between his fingers he watched the curling ink line peeled off from meaning. He reached for the beer, drank a long time, put down the bottle, and let his hand drop on the paper again. But his hand was wet. He took a breath, turned to look left. Hello there," from his right. He turned right. "I thought it might be you when I was on the other side of the bar. Blue serge, narrow lapels, hair the color of white pepper. I really am glad to see you again, to know you're all right. I can't tell you how upset that whole experience left me, though that must be a bit presumptuous. You were the one who was hurt. It's been a long time since I've had to move through such suspicion, such restraint." The face was that of a thin, aged child, momentarily sedate. "I'd like to buy you a drink, but I was told that they don't sell the drink here. Bartender?" Walking his fists on the wood, the bartender came like some blonde gorilla. "Can you put together a tequila sunrise?" "Make my life easy and have a beer." "Gin and tonic?" The bartender nodded deeply. "And another for my friend here." The gorilla responded, finger to forehead. "Hey, I'm sort of surprised," Kid volunteered into the feeling of loss between them, "to see you in here, Mr. Newboy." "Are you?" Newboy sighed. "I'm out on my own tonight. I have a whole list of places people have told me I must see while I'm in town. It's a bit strange. I gather you know who I—" "From the Times?" "Yes." Newboy nodded. "I've never been on the front page of a newspaper before. I've had just enough of that till now to be rather protective of my anonymity. Well, Mr. Calkins thought he was doing something nice. His motives were the best. Bologna's a very hard place to get lost in." What Kid took for slight nervousness he reacted to with warmth. I'm glad I read you were here. Newboy raised his peppered brows. I've read some of your poem now, see? And you wouldn't have if you hadn't read about me? I didn't buy the book. A lady had it. Which book? Pilgrimage. Now Newboy lowered them. You haven't read it carefully, several times, all the way through? He shook his head, felt his lips shake, so closed his mouth. Good, Newboy smiled. Then you don't know me any better than I know you. For a moment I thought you had an advantage. I only browsed in it, he added, in the bathroom. Newboy laughed out loud and drank. Tell me about yourself. Are you a student, or do you write? Yes, I write. I'm a poet, too. That was an interesting thing to say, he decided. It felt quite good. He wondered what Newboy's reaction would be. Very good. Whatever Newboy's reaction, surprise was not part of it. Do you find Bellona stimulating, making you produce lots of work? He nodded. But I've never published anything. Did I ask if you had? Kid looked for severity. What he saw was a gentle smile. Or are you interested in getting published? Yeah. He turned half around on his stool. How do you get poems published? If I could really answer that, I would probably write a lot more poems than I do. But you don't have any problems now about getting things in magazines and things. Just about everything I write now, Newboy folded his glass in both hands, I can be sure will be published. It makes me very careful of what I actually put down. How careful are you? The first beer bottle was empty. I don't know. He drank from the second. I haven't been a poet very long, he confessed, smiling. Only a couple of days. Why'd you come here? Pardon? There was a little surprise there, but not much. I bet you know lots of writers, famous ones, and people in the government, too. Why did you come here? Oh, Bellona has developed an underground reputation, you call it? One never reads about it, but one hears. There are some cities one must be just dying to visit. In a theatrical whisper, I hope this isn't one of them. While he laughed, his eyes asked forgiveness. Kid forgave and laughed. I really don't know. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing, Newboy went on. I don't quite know how I did it. I certainly wasn't expecting to meet anyone like Roger. That headline was a bit of a surprise, but Bellona is full of surprises. You're going to write about it here? Newboy turned to his drink. No, I don't think so. He smiled again. You're all safe. You do know a lot of famous people, though, I bet. Even when you read introductions and fly-leaves and book reviews, you begin to figure out that everybody knows everybody. You get this picture of all these people sitting around together and getting mad or friendly, probably screwing each other. Literary intrigues? No, you're right. It's quite complicated, harrowing, insidious, vicious, and thoroughly fascinating. The only pastime I prefer to writing is gossip. He frowned. Someone else was talking to me about gossip. Everybody around here sort of goes for it. Lanya was still not in the bar. He looked again at Newboy. She knows your friend Mr. Calkins. It is a small city. I wish Paul Fenster had felt a little less, uptight. He gestured toward the notebook. I'd enjoy seeing some of your poems. Huh? I enjoy reading poems, especially by people I've met. Let me tell you right away, I won't even presume to say anything about whether I think they're good or bad. But you're pleasant in an angular way. I'd like to see what you wrote. Oh, I don't have very many. I've just been writing them down for, well, like I say, not long. Then it won't take me very long to read them. If you wouldn't mind showing them to me, sometime when you felt like it. Oh, sure, but you would have to tell me if they're good. I doubt if I could. Sure you could. I'd listen to what you said. That would be good for me. May I tell you a story? Kid cocked his head and found his own eager distrust interesting. Newboy waved a finger at the bartender for refills. Some years ago in London, when I was much younger than the time between then and now would indicate, my Hempstead host winked at me through his sherry glass and asked if I would like to meet an American writer staying in the city. That afternoon I had to see an editor of an Arts Council-subsidized magazine to which my host, the writer in question, and myself all contributed. I enjoy writers. They're personalities intrigue me. I can talk about it in this detached way because I'm afraid I do so little of it myself now that, though I presumptuously feel myself an artist at all times, I only consider myself a writer a month or so out of the year, on good years. At any rate, I agreed. The American writer was phoned to come over that evening. While I was waiting to go out, I picked up a magazine in which he had an article, a description of his travels through Mexico, and began the afternoon's preparation for the evening's encounter. The world is small. I had been hearing of this young man for 2 years. I had read his name in conjunction with my own in several places, but I had actually read no single piece by him before. I poured more sherry and turned to the article. It was impenetrable. I read on through the limpest recountings of passage, through pointless scenery and unfocused meetings with vapid people. The judgments on the land were inane. The insights into the populace, had they been expressed with more energy, would have been a bit horrifying for their prejudice. Fortunately, the prose was too dense for me to get through more than 10 of the 16 pages. I've always prided myself on my own ability to read anything. I feel I must, as my own output is so small, but I put that article by. The strange machinery by which a reputation precedes its source we all know is faulty, yet how much faith we put in it. I assumed I had received that necessary betrayal and took my shopping bag full of Christmas presents into London's winter mud. The editor in his last letter had invited me jokingly to Christmas dinner, and I had written an equally joking acceptance, and then come 2,000 miles, I believe, for a London holiday. Such schemes, delightful in the anticipation and the later retelling, have their drawbacks in present practice. I'd arrived 3 days in advance and thought it best to deliver gifts in time for Christmas morning and allow my host to rejudge the size of his goose and add a plum or so to his pudding. At the door, back of an English green hall, I rang the bell. It was answered by this very large, very golden young man who, when he spoke, was obviously American. Let me see how nearly I can remember the conversation. It contributes to the point. I asked if my friends were in. He said no, they were out for the afternoon. He was babysitting with their 2 daughters. I said I just wanted to leave off some presents, and could he please tell them to expect me for dinner, Christmas Day. Oh, he said, you must be... Well, I'm going to be coming to see you this evening. I laughed again, surprised. Very well, I said. I looked forward to it. We shook hands, and I hurried off. He seemed affable, and I gained interest in the coming meeting. First rule of behavior in the literary community: never condemn a man in the living room for any indiscretion he has put on paper. The amount of charity you wish to extend to the living-room barbarian because of his literary excellence is a matter of your own temperament. My point, however, is that we exchanged no more than 75 or 100 words. Virtually I only heard his voice. At any rate, back at Hempstead, as sherry gave way for redder wine, I happened to pick up the magazine with the writer's article. Well, I decided I shall give it one more chance. I opened it and began to read. Newboy glared over the rim, set down the glass without looking at it, and pressed his lips to a slash. It was lucid, it was vivid, it was both arch and ironic. What I had taken for banality was the most delicate satire. The piece presented an excruciating vision of the conditions under which the country struggled, as well as the absurdity of the author's own position as American and tourist. It walked that terribly difficult line between grace and pathos, and all I had heard was his voice. It was retiring, the slightest bit effeminate, with a period and emphasis oddly awry with the great object of fresh water, redwoods, and Rockies who spoke with it. But what simply had happened was that now I could hear that voice informing the prose, supplying the emphasis here or there to unlock for me what previously had been as dense and graceless as a telephone directory. I have delighted in all of this writer's work since, with exquisite enjoyment. Newboy took another sip. But there is a brief corollary. Your critics here in the States have done me the ultimate kindness of choosing only the work of mine I find interesting for their discussions, and those interminable volumes of hair-splitting which ensure a university position for me when the diplomatic service exhausts my passion for tattle They let by. On my last trip to your country, I was greeted with a rather laudatory review of the reissue of my early poems in one of your more prestigious literary magazines by a lady whom modesty forbids me to call incisive, if only because she had been so generous with her praise. She was the first American to write of me, but before she ever did, I had followed her critical writings with an avidity I usually have only for poets. A prolific critic of necessity must say many absurd things. The test is, once a body of articles has passed through her eye, whether the intelligence and acumen is more memorable than the absurdity. I had never met her. To come off a plane, pick up 3 magazines at the airport, and in the taxi to the hotel, discover her article halfway through the second, was a delight, a rarity, a pleasure for which, once in fantasy, I perhaps became a writer. And at the hotel she had left a letter, not at the desk, but in my door. She was passing through New York, was in a hotel 2 blocks away, and wanted to know if I would meet her for a drink that evening, assuming my flight had not tired me out. I was delighted. I was grateful. What better creatures we would be if such attention were not so enjoyable. It was a pleasant drink, a pleasant evening. The relation has become the most rewarding friendship in the years since. It is rare enough when people who have been first introduced by reputation can move on to a personal friendship, to remark it. But I noted this some days later when I returned to one of her articles. Part of the measured consideration that informed her writing came from her choice of vocabulary. You know the Pope couplet, "When Ajax strives some rock's vast weight to throw, the line too labours and the words move slow." She had a penchant for following a word ending in a heavy consonant with a word that began with one equally heavy. In my mind, I had constructed a considered and leisurely tone of voice, which, even when the matter lacked, informed her written utterances with dignity. Using the same vocabulary she wrote with, I realized on the evening we met, she speaks extremely rapidly, with animation and enthusiasm, and certainly her intelligence is as acute as I had ever judged it. But though she has become one of my closest friends, I have lost practically all enjoyment in reading her. Even as I reread what before has given me the greatest intellectual pleasure, the words rush together in her vocal pattern, and all dignity and reserve has deserted the writing. I can only be grateful that when we meet, we can argue and dissect the works before us till dawn, so that I still have some benefit of her astounding analytical faculty. He drank once more. "How can I possibly tell if your poems are good? We've met, I've heard you speak, and I have not even broached the convolved and emotional swamp some people are silly enough to call an objective judgment, but merely the critical distortion that comes from having heard your voice." Newboy waited, smiling. "Is that a story you tell to everybody who asks you to read their poems?" "Ah," Newboy raised his finger. "I asked you if I might be allowed to read them. It is a story I have told to several people who've asked me for a judgment." Newboy swirled blunted ice. "Everyone knows everyone. Yes, you're right." He nodded. "I wonder sometimes if the purpose of the artistic community isn't to provide a concerned social matrix which simultaneously assures that no member, regardless of honors or approbation, has the slightest idea of the worth of his own work." Kid drank his beer, resentful at the long-windedness, but curious about the man indulging it. "The aesthetic equation," Newboy mused. "The artist has some internal experience that produces a poem, a painting, a piece of music. Spectators submit themselves to the work, which generates an inner experience for them. But historically it's a very new, not to mention vulgar, idea that the spectator's experience should be identical to, or even have anything to do with, the artist's. That idea comes from an over-industrialized society which has learned to distrust magic." "You're here." Lanya seized his arm. "You look so bright and shiny and polished. I didn't recognize you." He pulled her against his shoulder. "This is Ernest Newboy," glad of the interruption. "This is my friend, Lanya." She looked surprised. "Kid told me you had helped him up at Mr. Calkin's." She and Newboy shook hands across Kid's chest. I'm staying there, but I was let out for the evening. I was there for days, but I don't think I ever got a night off. Newboy laughed. There is that to it, yes. And where do you stay now? We live in the park. You mustn't look astonished. Lots of people do. It's practically as posh an address as Roger's today. Really? Do the two of you live there together? We live in a little part all by ourselves. We visit people when we're hungry. Nobody's come to visit us yet, but it's better that way. Newboy laughed again. Kid watched the poet smile at her banter. I wouldn't trust myself to hunt you out of your hidden spot, but you must certainly come and see me some day during the afternoon. Then to Kid, and you can bring your poems. Sure. Kid watched Lanya be delightedly silent. When? The next time Roger decides it's Tuesday, why don't you both come around? I promise you won't have the same problem again. He nodded vigorously. All right. Mr. Newboy smiled hugely. Then I'll expect you. He nodded, still smiling, turned, and walked away. Close your mouth. Lanya squinted about. Oh, I guess it's okay. I don't see any flies. Then she squeezed his hand. In the cage, neon flickered. Music rasped from the speaker. Oh, quick, let's go. He came with her, once glanced back. The back of Newboy's blue serge was wedged on both sides with leather, but he could not tell if the poet was talking or just standing. What have you been doing all day? He asked on the cool street. She shrugged closer. Hanging out with Millie. I ate a lot of breakfast. Johnny is cooking this week, so I really had more than I wanted. In the morning I advised John on a work project, kibitzed on somebody's Chinese checker game. After lunch I took off and played my harmonica. Then I came back for dinner. Johnny is a love, but dull. How was your job? Strange. He pulled her close. She brushed his big knuckles with her small ones, pensive, bending, removed. Yeah, they're weird. Hey, Newboy asked us up there, huh? She rubbed her head against his shoulder and could have been laughing. Her arm moved under his hand. Do you want this back now? Oh, yeah, thanks. And took the orchid, stopping to fix the longest blade in his belt loop. Then they walked again. He did not demand a name. What does this confidence mean? Long in her ease and reticence, released from an effort to demand and pursue, there is an illusion of center. Already, pre-sounded, I am armed with portents of a disaster in the consciousness, the failure to suspect, to inspect. Is she free here, or concerned with a complex intimacy dense to me? Or I excuse myself from her, lacking appellation. Some mesh, flush, terminal, turned here through the larynx's trumpet. The articulate fear slips, while we try to measure, but come away with only the perpetual angle of distortion, the frequency of an amazed diffraction. In the half, or rather 4/5 dark, the lions looked wet. He brushed his right knuckles against the stone flank in passing. It was exactly as warm as Lanya's wrist, brushing his knuckles on the left. How does she find her way, he wondered. But 30 steps on, he realized he had anticipated the last dark turn himself. Distant firelight filigreed through near leaves. Lanya pushed them aside and said, Hi. A shirtless man holding a shovel stood knee-deep in a half-dug grave. Another man in a denim shirt, unbuttoned, stood on the lip. A young woman in a serape, her chin balanced on both fists, sat on a log, watching. Are you still at this? Lanya asked. You were this far along when I was here this morning. I wish you'd let me dig, the young woman said. Sure, the bare-chested man with the shovel said. He shook blond hair from his shoulders. Just as soon as we get it going. The woman dropped her fists between her patched knees. Her hair was very long. In the distant light, it was hard to see where its color was, between bronze and black. I wonder where John gets the ideas for these projects, the man in the denim shirt on the lip said. I was just as happy running off to squat in the bushes. The guy with the shovel made a face. I guess he's worried about pollution. I mean, look at all this. The shovel blade swung. But other than the dozen people standing or sitting over near the flaming cinder blocks, Kid could see nothing outside the bubble of night the flames defined. "Can you actually see what you're doing there?" Lanya asked.
"Enough to dig a goddamn latrine."
The shovel chunked into earth again.
"You know," the one on the lift said, "I could be in Hawaii right now. I really could. I had a chance to go, but I decided I'd come here instead. Isn't that too fucking much?"
As though she'd heard this too many times, the woman on the log sighed, palmed her knees, stood up, and walked off.
"Well, I really could."
He frowned after her, then back at the pile of dirt.
"Did your old lady really want to dig?"
"Nah." Another shovelful landed. "I don't think so." Slap, 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 slap went a rolled times against a thigh. John walked up, cutting out more light. Chunk shush went the shovel. "They're digging it awfully close to where everybody stays," Kid said to Lanya, "for a latrine." "Don't tell me," Lanya said. "Tell them." "I've been wondering about that, too," John said, and stilled his paper. "You think we're digging it too close, huh?"
"Shit,"
the one who wanted to be in Hawaii said, and glared at Kid.
"Look," Kid said, "you do it your way,"
then walked off. And immediately tripped over the foot of somebody's sleeping bag. Recovering himself, he just missed another's head. Millimeters beyond the circle of darkness were chiffon-robes, bureaus, easy chairs, daybeds, waiting to be moved from here to there to someplace else. He blinked in the fireplace's heat and put his hands in his back pockets. Standing just behind three others, he watched the curly-headed boy, Johnny, wrestle a barrel.
"Isn't this great, man? Oh, wow, look at this. When we found this, I just didn't believe it. It's flour, real flour, and it's still good. Oh, hey, thanks, Kid. Yeah, push it this way,
around the end of the picnic table. "Here?" Kid asked and grunted. The barrel weighed 200 pounds at least.
"Yeah."
Others stepped back a little more. Both grunting now, Kid and Johnny got it in place.
"You know," Johnny said, standing back, smiling and wiping his forehead, "if you're hungry around here, man, you should ask for something to eat."
Kid tried to figure out what that referred to when Millie and Lanya walked up. "It's awfully nice to see you here again and helping out," Millie said, passing between Kid and the fire. The hot places just above his eyes cooled in her shadow. She passed on. Lanya was laughing. "Why'd we come here?" he asked. "I just wanted to talk to Millie for a moment." "All done." She took his hand. They started walking through the blanket rolls and sleeping bags. "We'll go sleep back at my spot where we were last night." "Yeah," he said. "Your blankets still there?" "If nobody moved them."
"Hawaii," somebody said 10 feet off. "I don't know why I don't take off of there right now."
Lanya said, "John asked me if you wanted to take charge of the new commune latrine work project." "Jesus. He thinks you have leadership qualities." "And a feeling for the job," he finished. "I've got enough work to do." Blinking away after images of firelight, he saw that the blond-haired guy with no shirt now stood on the lip, shoveling dirt back in the hole. He moved with her into dark. Once more he wondered how she found her way, yet once more in the dark he stopped first when he realized they had arrived. "What are you doing?" "I hung the blanket up over a limb. I'm pulling it down." "You can see?" "No." Leaves roared. Falling, the blanket brushed his face. They spread it together. "Pull down on your left— no, your right corner." Grass and twigs gave under him as he lurched to the center on his knees. They collided, warm. "You know the Richards?" "Artichokes." He frowned. She lay down with him, opened her fist on his stomach. "They're stark, raving twits." "Really?" "Well, they're stark. They're pretty twitty, too. They haven't started raving, but that's just a matter of time." "Why do I have this job, anyway?" She shrugged against him. "I thought when you took it, you were one of those people who has to have one." He humphed. "Tack took one look at me and decided I'd never worked in my life. I don't need the money, do I?" She put her hand between his legs. He let his legs fall open and put his own hand on top, thick fingers pressing between her thin ones. "I haven't needed any yet," she squeezed. He grunted.
You wouldn't. I mean, people like you. You get invitations places, right? He looked up. He's a systems engineer. She's a housewife, I guess. She reads poetry, and she cooks with wine. People like that, it's funny, but I can't imagine them screwing. I guess they have to, though. They've got kids. She pulled her hand away and leaned up on his chest. And people like us. Her voice puffed against his chin. Screwing is the easiest thing to imagine us doing, right? But you can't think of us with kids, can you? She giggled and put her mouth on his, put her tongue in his mouth. Then she stiffened and squeaked, "Ow!" He laughed. "Let me take this thing off before I stab somebody." He raised his hips and pulled his orchid from the belt loops, pulled his belt out. They held each other in long lines of heat and cool. Once on his back, naked, under her, while his face rubbed her neck, and he clutched her rocking buttocks, he opened his eyes. Light came through the jungle of their hair. She halted, raising. He bent back his head. Beyond the trees, striated monsters swayed. The scorpions passed, luminous on the path below. More trees cut out their lights, and more and more. He looked up at her and saw across the top of her breasts the imprint of his chain before darkness. Then, like a two-petaled flower opened too early at false fugitive dawn, they closed, giggling, and the giggling became long, heavy breaths as she began to move again. After she came, he pulled the corner of the blanket over them. He tried to cheat me out of my money." She snuggled. "Mr. Richards. He told Madame Brown he'd pay me $5 an hour. Then he just gave me $5 for the whole afternoon, He turned. While he pushed against her leg, she said, "For God's sake, you're still all hard," and sucked her teeth. He did. Of course they fed me. Maybe he'll settle up tomorrow. But she took his hand and moved it down him. Again meshed, their fingers closed on him, and she made him rub and left him rubbing. She put her head down on his hip and licked and nipped his knuckles, the shriveled scrotal flesh. He beat till her hair on his thighs was nearly lost in some vegetative horror, then grunted, "Okay." His fist hit her face 3 times before he let her take him. She slid her arms behind his hip, put her legs around his, while he panted and let go of her hair. Anxiety lost outlines beneath glittering fatigue. Once he did something like wake to her back against his stomach. He reached beneath her arm to hold her breast, the nipple a button on his palm. She took his thumb as gently, he realized, as she possibly could, in case he slept. So he slept. There was gray light after a while. On his back he watched leaves appear in it. Suddenly he sat in one motion to his knees. He said, "I want to be a poet. I want to be a great, famous, wonderful poet." As he looked toward the hem of darkness beneath gray streakings, something caught in his stomach. His arms began to shake. He was nauseated, and his head throbbed and throbbed and throbbed. He opened his mouth and breathed roughly through it. He shook his head, felt his face shaking, and dragged his breath back in it. "Wow," he said. The pain receded and let him smile. "I don't think they make poets as great as I want to be." That only came out as a hoarse whisper. Finally he rose, naked, to a squat, and looked back at her. He thought she would have slept through. Her head was propped on her hand. She watched him. He whispered, "Go back to sleep." She pulled the blanket across her arm and put her head down. He turned for his shirt and took the pen. He opened the notebook to what he had written at the bar. Cross-legged on the blanket's edge, he readied to recopy. The paper was blued with half-dawn. While he contemplated the first word, distractions of book jackets, printed praise, receptions by people who ranged from Richards to new boys, the twig under his ankle brought him back. He shook his head again, shifted his ankle, again bent to recast fair copy. His eyes dropped in a well of Time magazine covers, Poet Refuses Pulitzer Prize, the audience's faces as he stood on Minor Latham's stage where he had consented to give a rare reading. He hauled himself back before the fantasy's intensity hit pain. Then he laughed, because he had still not recopied a word.
He sat a while more, unable to write for thinking, amused at his lack of control, but bored with its obvious lesson. Self-laughter did not stop the fantasies, but neither could the fantasies stop self-laughter. He looked in the lightening sky for shapes. Mist bellied and folded and coiled and never broke. He lay back beside her, began to rub her under the blanket. She turned to him and hid in his neck when he tried to kiss her. "I don't think I taste very good," she murmured. "I'm all sleepy." He licked her teeth. When he put his thumb in her cunt, she began to laugh through the kiss, till she caught her breath at his cock and another finger. His knees outside of hers, he swung his hips. His wet hand held her shoulder, his dry one her hair. Later, he woke again with his arms tight around her, the blanket wound around them from rolling. The sky was lighter. "You know, I shouldn't go back to that goddamn job," he said. "What do I need a job for here?" "Shh," she said, "shh," and rubbed his shaven cheek. "Now, shh." He closed his eyes. "Yes, who is it?" with a timbre of complaint. "It's Kid. Look, if it's too early, I'll come back." The chain rattled. "No, no, it's all right." Mrs. Richards in a green bathrobe opened the door. "Isn't anybody up yet? I didn't know how early it was." "It's all right," Mrs. Richards repeated. "It's probably about 8. She yawned. "Would you like some coffee?" "Thanks, yes. Can I use your bathroom?" He stepped by before she finished her sleepy nod. "You know you got a letter in your mailbox? Airmail?" "I thought the boxes were broken." "Your box is okay." He paused with his hand on the bathroom door jamb. "And there's a letter in it." "Oh, dear." He had already lathered for shaving before he registered her voice's despair. June, in blue slacks and a pink sweater, a daisy embroidered near the collar, brought full coffee cups to the table as he sat. "Good morning. Were you up?" "In my room. I'm always the early riser in this family. What have you been doing since yesterday?" "Nothing. This morning, before I came here, I copied out a poem I wrote last night." "Read it to me?" "No." She looked disappointed. "I guess I wouldn't want to read anything I wrote to other people, either." He held his cup in both hands, sipping. "Is that strong enough for you?" Mrs. Richards asked from the kitchen doorway. "I've got the jar of instant right here." "It's fine." Black coffee hung in his mouth's emptied center, losing heat. "Is Bobby up yet?" Mrs. Richards asked from the kitchen. "I heard him moving. What about Daddy?" "Let your father sleep, dear. He had a hard day yesterday." June asked, "Do you want some more coffee?" He shook his head, and with his movement the bitter taste spread over her yellow hair. The plants in their brass pots, the plaster candles on the green drape's pull. He smiled and swallowed it all. Apartment 19B was open, abandoned, and perfectly ordinary. Appliances in the kitchen, bath mat over the tub edge, the beds unmade, and there was not one book. Well, it would hold furniture. The legs of the easy-chair roared in the hall. "Silly," he mulled in the echo. "Why don't I ask them where they want it? Fuck. Tilt the chair to get it in." The chair roared. The daybed mattress on its side sissed. He left it leaning against the flowered couch and went back out into the hall for the chifforobe. 2 elevator doors opened. From one came wind, from the other Mr. Richards. "Hi there. Thought I'd stop up before I went out." His tie dropped, severe and indigo between worsted lapels. "What are you doing with all the junk?" Kid worked his feet on sandal sole and vinyl tile. I was putting it in the apartment down the hall." Mr. Richards walked past him, looked into 19B. "It doesn't matter too much." He looked back. "Does it?" They went together into 19A. "I figure I can get all this stuff out by tonight, Mr. Richards." Kid was relieved there was no protest. "Then I'll get the floors and everything mopped. I'll have it really nice. She'll like it. I'll do a good job." Mr. Richards frowned up at the dead bulbs. "If you'd rather, I could take the stuff into the cellar." Relaxed enough to offer, he knew the offer would be refused. "Only if you want." Mr. Richards took a breath and came in. His cordovan ground on the piled glass. He looked down.
Don't see any need to take it all the way to the cellar. I don't know what's in that cellar anyway.
Not moving his foot, he looked at the remaining furniture.
She'll like it. Yes. He took his hand from his pocket. Why don't you get your other shoe on, boy? You'll cut your foot all to hell.
Yes, sir. Mr. Richards stepped away from the sweeping and shook his head. Mr. Richards,
you know, I've been thinking.
Mr. Richards fingered his collar at his heavy neck. He might once have been a heavy man.
I mean, if it's a good idea for us to move, for Mary. What do you think? She takes to you, you know, and that's good. I was wondering what Edna was going to send us. She has some funny friends. Wondered about you, too, until I saw you out from under all that dirt. But you seemed like a nice kid. What do you think?
Your neighbors downstairs are pretty rough.
Do you think it'll do any good, coming up here?
It occurred to him to accuse, "You don't," but he shrugged.
What do you think? Go on, you can tell me. The situation we're all in now, we have to make ourselves be honest. I'll admit it's hard for me, but you try.
Why do you stay in the city?
Do you think she'd go? No, we live here. She wouldn't be able to do it.
Then a breath that had been held in him broke away painfully. Mr. Richards raised his thumbs to his belt.
Do you know, in here, in this house, I almost have the feeling that none of it's real, or just a very thin shell.
Kid wanted to frown, but didn't. Honest, he thought.
Mary lives in her world of cooking and cleaning and the children. I come home and nothing looks... I can't describe it. A man's home's supposed to be, well, a place where everything is real, solid, and he can grab hold. In our home, I just don't know. I come in from that terrible world, and I'm in some neverland I just don't believe in. And the less I believe in it, the more it slips. I think it's me sometimes. Mary's always been a strange woman. She hasn't had it that easy. She tries so hard to be, well, civilized. We both do. But what with this, he nodded toward the open balcony doors, outside layers of mist pulled from mist. She's got imagination. Well, that she's got, all right. It was the first thing I saw in her. My work, well, it's interesting, but it doesn't require that much what you'd call creativity. At least you probably wouldn't think so. But we get things done. Still, I like to come home to somebody who's got all sorts of ideas, reads books and things, but...
Mr. Richards' hands rubbed at his hips, searching for pockets.
Suddenly you begin to feel she's changing the world into her own ideas. She doesn't go out now, but who could blame her? And once you get inside the door, it's all hers.
She keeps a nice house, Kid offered.
Oh, she does much more than that. She keeps us, too. We all say things for her, you notice? Everybody who comes in there, she projects this, well, nervousness, and then you start to try and figure out what she wants you to say, and you say it. At first, so you won't get her upset, and then out of habit. You don't think so?
I don't. Well, not much.
You do, unless you just fit into it naturally. She used to always like musicians, and suddenly everybody who came to see us was a musician, or remembered that they used to play in the high school band or something. And that was fine until she had some people over to play some chamber music stuff.
He raised his head and laughed.
That was funny. They were terrible. Mary and I laughed about it for weeks.
He lowered his chin.
But that was the end of the music. Now, well, she's been reading that fellow you were talking about.
Ernest Newboy? Kid resolved not to mention meeting him again.
Yeah, and you're here. Once she tried to get interested in engineering. I brought home a few of our younger men and their wives. I brought the ones who had the ideas, like she said. That didn't last too long.
He shook his head.
But she makes it all go her way, which would be fine if I thought that it was real, that if I touched anything it wouldn't just crumble like eggshell, like plaster. You think I should talk to Edna?
He smiled. His hands found his pockets finally and sank in them.
Maybe it is just me. He looked around the room again. I hope moving does some good. Is Mrs. Richards happy? Not as happy as I'd like to see her. You know, we used to have another... Well, that's none of your affair. I won't put it on you. I've gone on too long already. Well, that's okay. Better go. Have to be in the office by 10 and the warehouse by 11:30. Hey, Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards turned in the doorway. You've got a letter in your mailbox, airmail. Mr. Richards nodded. Thanks. He went out. And Mr. Richards... When there was no answer, he went to the hall. Both elevators were closed. He put his hand in his pocket and felt the moist, crushed bill. He shook his head and started to work a dresser toward the door. 3 feet, and he decided to take the drawers out. After he'd moved furniture for a long time, he went out on the balcony. On the building across, smoke coiled. The mist to his right was bright as ivory. When he looked down, the top of a tree was just visible in pooling haze. He moved the final large pieces of furniture. Then, 2 at a time, he lugged off the cane-bottomed chairs. On the last lay the notebook. He rubbed his shirt pocket, wondering if he should take a break. The pen slipped under the cloth. He looked at the emptied room. In the doorway was the pail, the mop, the soap-box. He moved his teeth on one another, took up the book, and sat. He wrote slowly. Every little while he looked sharply up toward the door and even toward the window. 8 lines later he put the pen in his pocket. The already enlarged front knuckle of his left middle finger was sore and dented from the pen. He yawned, closed the book, and sat for a while watching the fog stretch and constrict. Then he tossed the book on the floor, stood up, and carried his chair into 19B. He used a piece of cardboard for a dustpan and carried the sweepings into the other apartment. Finding no can, he dumped them into a bureau drawer. Back in the kitchen, he clanked the pail into the sink. The water crashed on the zinc, swirled up in suds. Crashing diminished to roaring, muffled more and more in foam. I just don't know what I was thinking of. It's all right, ma'am, really. I just don't know what's the matter with me. Here they are. That's all right, Mrs. Richards. Right in the icebox. She swung the door back. See, I made them. I really did. 3 sandwiches, each with corner hole, lay on a plate. He laughed. Look, I believe you. I made them. Then I thought I'd send June and Bobby up. And then I thought again, oh, no, it must be too early for lunch, so I put them in the icebox. And then, she closed the icebox door halfway, I forgot about them. You could eat them now. Thank you. That's fine. All I wanted to tell you is I got the furniture all out and the back 2 rooms mopped and the back bathroom. Take them. She opened the door again. Go ahead. Go inside and eat. Oh, the icebox door slammed and just missed knocking the plate from his hand. Coffee. You'll want coffee. There, I'll start the water. Go on. I'll be in a minute. Maybe she is mad, he thought, and went into the living room, too. He sat on the L-shaped couch, put the plate on the coffee table, and peeled up the bread corners one after the other. Peanut butter and jelly, Spam and mustard, and... He stuck his finger in it, licked. Liver pâté. He ate that one first. Here you are. She put down his cup and sat on the other leg of the L to sip her own. It's very good, he mumbled with a full mouth, joggled the sandwich demonstratively. She sipped a while more. Then she said, You know what I want? She looked down at the notebook lying on the couch and nodded. I want you to read me one of your poems. He swallowed. No, I should go upstairs and finish mopping, and then clean up the kitchen. You can start getting your stuff together, and I'll take some of it up this evening. Tomorrow, she cried. Oh, tomorrow. You've been working terribly hard. Read me a poem. Besides, we don't have a thing ready. He smiled and contemplated murder. And here he thought it would be so much easier to get away with. I don't think you'd like them. Hands together in her lap, she leaned forward. Please. He dragged the book into his lap. Like I was covering myself, he thought. I could kill her. All right. Something tickled the underside of his thigh. It was sweat catching on the chain that bound him. I'll read. He opened the book, coughed. This one.
He took a breath and looked at the paper. He was very hot. The chains across his back pulled. He was hunching his shoulders. When he opened his mouth, for a moment he was sure no voice would come. But he read. He dropped word after word into the room's silence. Meaning peeled away from his voice and raveled. Sounds he had placed together to evoke a tone of voice missounded. The mouth's machinery was too clumsy to follow what his eye knew. He read each word, terribly aware how the last should have fallen. Once he coughed. For one phrase he grew quieter, easier. Then frantically, at a place where his voice closed out a comma, he wondered, why did I choose this one? I should have chosen anyone except this. Hoarsely he whispered the last line and put one hand on his stomach to press away the small pain. He took some more deep breaths and sat back. The back of his shirt was sopping. That was lovely. He wanted to and didn't laugh. Lost inside your eye, she misquoted. No, paraphrased. His stomach tightened again. Yes, I like that very much. He arched his fingers there and said, Thank you. Thank you. I feel, he thought, I'm too tired to kill anyone. Feel that you've given me something of yourself, a very precious thing. Oh, he nodded vaguely. Tension finally forced the laugh. You just like it because you know me. With the laugh, some of the tiredness went. Definitely, she nodded. I don't know any more about poetry than Arthur does, really, but I'm glad you read it, for the trust. Oh, something more terrifying than the possibility of murder happened in him. You really are? A cold metallic wire sewed somewhere, taking small stitches. I better get back up to finish the mopping. He began to move on the couch, preparing to stand. I'm very glad you read that poem to me. He stood. Yeah, sure. I'm glad you liked it, and hurried for the door. It closed behind him far too loud. In the hall, his face heating, he thought, she was going to say something else to me. What else was she going to... He hurried to the elevator. In 19B, he filled the pail again, kicked off his sandal, and slushed the mop in suds. Foam, mop strands, and water returned him to varied beaches. He mopped angrily, remembering waves. The water slopped his feet. It had been warm when he put it in the pail. Each stroke wet the baseboard further along. They're cheating me, he thought, and twisted the mop head. Among failing suds, the water was black. I've got to tell them, he thought, that I know it. At least ask them why they're not paying me what they said. Of course, they didn't say it to me. Not that I need the money, even. That made him even angrier. He sloshed up more beaches in his mind, moving from room to room. I don't have a name, he thought. Tides and tides rolled from the tangled cords. These things I'm writing, they're not descriptions of anything. They're complex names. I don't want her to believe what they say. I just want her to believe I said them. Somewhere... Japan? Yeah. I walked up the wharf from where the little boats were tied, and the black rocks gave out to sand, and everything, even the sand slipping back under my feet, looked miles away, like it used to all the time when I was tired, when I was a kid. One of the other fellows from the ship called to me. What did he call me? And how could I have possibly answered? His eyes stung. He sniffed for the detergent smell. Or was the smoke thicker? He wiped his face on his cuff. In the hall, people laughed. Footsteps. A door closed. Gooseflesh enveloped him. His next heartbeat shocked loose his breath. He breathed. Perhaps 10 seconds later, he realized how tightly he was holding the handle. He laid the mop on the floor, went to the open door, and looked into the empty hall for at least a minute. Then he got the mop and began to work again. They're cheating me, he thought, to replay the familiar. The tone was wrong. To think words set off pricklings. More water. His hands, soaked and soaked again, were translucent, the yellow all out of the horn, flesh white and ragged around the fragment nails and swollen crowns. Yeah, leprosy. He recalled Lanya sucking his middle finger with something like relief. What she liked was funny. especially what she liked in him. Her absence mystified. Slopping suds over recollected sands, he tried to hallucinate her face. It dissolved in water. He scrubbed the balcony sill and backed into the room, swinging cords from side to side. Confront them about his salary? Yes. Images of gifts for her. But he had not seen one store open, not one. Do they talk salary, he pondered, and I talk wages just to keep up? But we haven't talked. The inside of his mouth held much more room than the room. As he mopped, he seemed to stagger, shin-deep in tongue, bumping his knees on teeth, and his head against wet palatal rudi, grasping for an uvula to steady himself. He flopped the mop in the water again, eyes a-sting, and passed his arm across his face. The blunted chain raked his cheek. Energy searched through the mechanic of his body for points to wreck changes. The rhythm and slosh lopped talk out of the brain. I live in the mouth, he had been mumbling over and over, he realized as he stopped it. Stopping, he mopped harder at the swirling floor. You, he blinked at June in the doorway, didn't get, he grunted interrogatively. You said you were going to get me a picture of... Her knuckle made its habitual strike at her chin. Huh? But I thought you didn't. Her eyes beat, banal and wild. Then she ran from the door. Hey, look, I'm sorry. I didn't think you... Thought about running after her, sucked his teeth, shook his head, didn't, and sighed. In the kitchen he changed the dirty water in his pail for clear, then dry-mopped as much as possible of the flood. He worked methodically. Every once in a while he made a sound of disgust or shook his head. Finally he got to swiping after his own footprints, which was futile. You just made more. Balancing on one foot in the doorway, he fumbled at his sandal. Leather and wet flesh. He might as well throw it away. But the tab slipped into the buckle. He picked up his notebook and clacked to the elevator. Half a minute later the door opened. From the door beside it, where he did not want to look, came hissing wind. He stepped in. The thought, when he recalled it later, seemed to have no genesis. He did not press 17. 16 glowed before his falling finger in the falling car. No bell box was on the door. Cloth or paper covered the hole inside. Jaw clamped, he knocked, clamped tighter when something inside moved. The door swung back. Yeah? Hot grease clattered. Behind the man in the undershirt, the girl came forward, her features disappearing to silhouette before the hurricane lamp on the wall. What you want? The man asked. You want something to eat? Come on in. What you want? No, I just was... Well, he made himself grin and stepped inside. I just wanted to know who was here. You want to eat? You can. The girl behind the man's shoulder floated back far enough to take light on a cheekbone. Against the wall, people slept in iron bunks. Men sat on the mattresses on the floor. The lantern light cast down hard blacks to their left. The door swung behind Kid. When it slammed, only one looked up. Against the wall leaned a motorcycle with a day-glow gas tank. In one corner stood a dressmaker's mannequin, splashed with red paint, head twisted to the side, and looped with rounds of greasy chain, but none of the kind Kid wore under his shirt and pants. I've been doing work for the people upstairs. I was just wondering who was down here. The room smelled stale, and the cooking odor brought him momentarily back to a filthy fried food stand where he had not been able to finish eating in waterfront Caracas. That's why I came down. Somewhere the sound of water ceased. Wet, blonde hair dripping down his shoulders, a boy walked naked into the room, picked up a pair of black jeans. Glistening, he balanced on one leg. He glanced at Kid, grinned. Then his foot, bunioned, hammer-toed, and mostly ankle, with a dog's choke chain wrapped 3 times around it, went into the denim. The people upstairs? The man shook his head, chuckling. They must be doing something, all the shit that comes down here. What do they do to each other all the time? Hey, you want to smoke some dope?
Smokey, get our friend here some dope. Get me some, too. The girl moved away. You like dope, man, don't you? Kid shrugged. Sure. Hey, yeah, I thought you looked like you did. He grinned and hooked his thumbs over his beltless jeans. His first finger joints were tattooed love and hate. Between thumb and forefinger on the left was a large red 13. The noise that comes down here out of that place, was he beating her up last night? Huh? Kid asked. I thought you made all the damn noise. Someone else said, Oh, man, there was all sorts of crying and stuff coming down. And someone else, Look, 13. What come up from this place must be pretty weird, too, sometimes. The second voice was familiar. Kid looked for it. Sitting on the bottom bunk out of the light was the newspaper carrier Joaquin Faust, who now raised a finger in greeting. How you doing, kid? Kid gave back a bewildered smile. There was someone in the bed Faust sat on. Smoky returned with a glass jar, a plastic hose, and brass bowl in the rubber stopper. 13 took it from her. Goddamn water pipe, and you think somebody would fill it up with water or wine or something. That's nice, too, you know. Creme de menthe or something like that. He shook his head. Nobody's got time. On the wall he struck a wooden match. Some good hash, man. He pursed his lips on the rubber tube. The flame suddenly inverted over the brass. The bottle swirled with gray. Here you go, he mouthed with tucked chin. Kid took the warm glass and sucked sweet, chalky smoke. The arch of air grew solid beneath his sternum. Breath held, palate tight. Somewhere after 10 seconds, he felt sweat on the small of his back. Thanks. Smoke exploded from his nose. The pipe had gone to others. What kind of work you doing? Hey, 13, you gonna eat? Somebody called from the kitchen. Through the doorway, Kid saw an enamel stove, licked with burn marks. The boy from the shower stooped to buckle his boots. Give you a hand in a second. He tucked his cuffs into the boot tops and stood. Scratching his wet belly, he ambled inside and asked, What is that shit, anyway? I've been moving furniture around for them upstairs, Kid said. 13, that's you? 13 raised his tattooed hand, then snapped his fingers. Sure. Come on inside and sit. The girl passed 13 the water pipe, and he extended it toward Kid. And have another toke. Kid drew in another chestful and passed the pipe to someone else who wandered by. Holding in the hash, Kid noticed the mirror on the side wall, the end table with the crumpled antimacassar lingering from previous occupancy. He coughed, How, plosive with smoke, long have you guys been down here? What covered the door-hole was the framed photograph of mother, father, and 3 children in their dated sailor suits with the cracked cover glass. 2, 13 exploded smoke of his own. Much. Somebody left that in the hallway, you know. He nodded. 13 went on. I just been here a couple of weeks. I mean, in this place. Guys in and out of here all the time. I don't even know how long I've been in the city. Months, maybe. Cool. You? Days. He looked again to Faust. Faust was looking intently at the shape in the blanket. 13 looked too, shook his head. She got messed up, you know. I think she's got an infection or something. Of course, it could be bubonic plague, for all I know. He jabbed Kid with his elbow. Long as you're healthy, Bologna is great, but there's no doctors or nothing, you know. Yeah, that must be bad. From the kitchen. What did you put in this shit, huh? Will you stop bitching? Half of it's from last night. Then I know half of it won't kill me. Here, do something, huh? Scrape that. A kitchen knife growled over metal. This place used to be all scorpions. 13 nodded toward the bed. That's when she came here. She decided to be a member, which is fine if you can do it. Guys get messed up like that, too. But now she's got an infection, if that's what it is. Smoky returned with a waterless pipe, waiting at 13's shoulder. Kid took it, sucked. 13 nodded approval. You guys are... Kid loosed smoke spurts between his words. Scorpions? Shit, no. Well, you know, he scrunched his face with an appropriate hand joggle. I don't intend to be again, ever. And Denny in there," he thumbed at the boy from the shower who passed by the kitchen door, "ain't exactly on active duty anymore." And that one's Denny, Kid thought. 13 took the pipe, sucked, and went off into a coughing fit. "Hey, will she be all right?" Kid asked, coming to the bed. Faust made some non-committal lip movement, lost in beard. "Somebody ought to take care of this girl." He kneaded his maroon and raveled sleeve. She asleep, sleep, sleep." The hash was coming on. Sleep. The olive landscape, mountains of shoulder and hip, was immobile. Nobody there. Pillows? Faust moved over for him. Kid sat on the bed's edge, warm from Faust. "Isn't there a doctor any place in the city? All over the city? Faust's wrinkles shifted around his face. "These sons of bitches wouldn't know if there was. I can't figure out whether to let her sleep or make her eat." "She must be pretty tired if she can sleep through all this noise," 13 said. Coming up, Smoky handed the pipe to Faust, who closed his wrinkled eyelids when he sucked. "Maybe," Kid suggested, "you better let her sleep. Save some food for when she wakes up. That," 13 shook a tattooed finger, "is brains at work, Joaquin, which are in short supply around here. Man!" He shook his head, turned away. "Maybe," Faust nodded. Kid wondered whether it was Faust or the hash that muddled the meaning. "Here." He looked up for the pipe. Plate? A plate of... Denny, face and chest still wet, stood in front of him, holding out a plate in a white, bath-wrinkled hand. "Oh, thanks." Faust took the other one. "You ain't got no fork?" Denny asked. "No." It was rice, it was onions, it had string beans in it and corn. "Thanks." He looked up and took the fork. Water trapped on the white arm, shimmered in adolescent chest hair, broken with acne. 13 said, "You gotta give people food, you know. I mean, to be peaceable." Behind him, Smoky, plate just under her chin, ate eagerly. It had meat in it, too. Hash brought edges out from the grease that transformed the odor. He ate, and those were nuts? No, crisp potatoes. As the tastes staggered in his mouth, a muffled man's voice said something like, "Stop it, now stop it," and a woman's wail rose toward the metallic. He looked around, wondering which other room they were in. Faust glanced at the ceiling, so did 13. "See what I'm talking about?" He sucked his teeth and shook his head. "They really go on up there." The wail, which began to balk now towards sobbing, could have been either June or Mrs. Richards. He had not realized before how alike their voices were. Frowning, he ate more of the greasy rice. Bacon grease? Well, at any rate, bacon. And listened to forks tick tin. Denny ate on one of the mattresses on the floor, back to Kid. The marble knobs of vertebrae disappeared under the corn-colored hair, which dried, lightened, curled. 13 came from the kitchen at the rap on the door. "Hey, it's Nightmare." 13 stepped back in his sudden shadow. "Sweetheart, you just made hash time and have something to eat for dessert." It and the blazing apparition in the doorway went out. "Come on in." 13 stepped back again. "What can we do for you?" The tickings had stopped. "I'm looking," Nightmare stepped forward, jingling, "for motherfuckers who want to run." He pushed away the tangled braid from his shoulder. His hand stayed to massage the heavy muscle below the scratches, favoring that arm. "I'm not even going to ask you, 13. You're chicken shit." He nodded toward Faust. "Ain't she got out of the fucking bed yet?" Faust jammed another fork of rice somewhere into his beard and shook his head. 13 stepped back to one side of the door, Smoky to the other. Nightmare walked forward between them. His lips pulled from his broken tooth, and his face creased with something like concern. Then he shook his head. Kid thought how many different meanings could reside in one gesture.
The thought prickled through his stuttering mind. Nightmare, his eyes with the gray-green of wet clay, looked at him and blinked. "You staring like you got toothpicks propping up your eyelids again," Nightmare said, grimacing. "Every time I seen you, which is twice. I don't like that." Confused, Kid looked at his plate. "I ain't gonna do anything about it," Nightmare went on. "I'm just telling you I don't like it, understand? I mean, I like to make things clear." He looked up again. Nightmare laughed, a short, rough thing happening in his nose. "Okay, now, which of you cocksuckers wants a run? Hey, Denny, wrap something around your neck and come on." "I ain't finished eating," Denny said from the floor. Nightmare grunted and stepped over him. Denny ducked. "Hey, is that shit any good?" Kid hesitated in glistening sheets of clarity. Then he held out his plate and fork and watched Nightmare warily decide to take the dare. The scorpion took the fork in his fist, swept through the mixture, spilling some, and fork still in his mouth, chewed with grains about his lips. Still chewing, he grinned. "Hey, that's okay." As he handed Kid back the fork, 13 broke the tensions that, with the hash, had almost grown visible about the room. "Well, have a goddamn plate, will you? Here, Nightmare, I'll get you some. Hey," he turned to Smoky, "take him some hash while I get him something to eat." Nightmare sat down on the bed between Faust and Kid, leg against Kid's leg, arm against Kid's arm. The figure under the blanket behind them didn't move. Nightmare sucked the pipe. He let out with his smoke, "Now, you want to tell me what you're looking for, Kid, all the time?" "Man, he's higher than the World Trade Center's flagpole." 13 handed Nightmare a tin plate and a spoon. "I've been pumping hash in him all evening. What do you want to do all this heavy shit to his head for?" Nightmare took the plate, but waved 13 away with the spoon. "No, this is friendly. The Kid and me, we know each—" Faust, finished with the last of his rice, suddenly put his plate on the floor, stood, picked up his paper, and marched toward the door. "Hey, where you going?" Nightmare said. "Thanks for the meal," Faust mumbled to 13 without stopping. "Hey, motherfucker, so long!" Nightmare bellowed into the wake of ice. The door swung open for Faust. "Goodbye." Nightmare flipped his arm. The door slammed. The flung spoon clattered the picture frame. The picture swung. Nightmare laughed. Ice flushed away in the blowtorch of his hilarity. 13, first dubiously, then in full-throated hoarseness, laughed with him. "Toss me back my fucking spoon," Nightmare howled between landslides of laughter. It came back underhand from 13. "Now what's the old man all upset about, huh, Smoky? He's crazy, ain't he?" And looked over his shoulder as Smoky nodded corroboration. Nightmare had caught his spoon and now leaned toward Kid. "He's all fucked up in the head, you know, 'cause he thinks I messed up the bitch." He pointed the spoon at the form under the blanket. "I didn't mess her up. She got caught fighting fair. I wasn't even around. Shit." He swiped food into his mouth. "You know," grains fell to his wrist, to his jeans, to the scarred parquet, "some of these sons of bitches didn't want no bitches whatsoever in the business." He down-stabbed the air with his spoon. "Keep 'em away. Keep 'em out of here. They're just going to mess up the works." With a malicious grin, he looked around the room at the people leaning on the walls, sitting on the mattresses, or on the other bunks. 3 among the dozen of them were girls, Kid saw, but the lamplight was harsh and full of shadow. Nightmare's clay-colored eyes came back and caught his. "Then some of the bitches got together and beat the shit out of a couple of brothers." He reared back, heavy arms shaking. More food spilled from his plate. "Well, since I was boss man, I said, come right on in, ladies, and do your thing. Shit, I've been living off bitches since I was 10, so it ain't no news to me what they can do." He came forward again, his weightlifter's shoulder flattened to Kid's, and whispered conspiratorially, "When you knee 'em in the nuts, a bitch don't go down quite so fast either," which he thought was very funny, and laughed again. "Good people to have on your side." He took another mouthful and made another large gesture with his spoon. Grains scattered. "Magnificent shit," he said with his mouth full. "Magnificent. Which of you fine young ladies is responsible?" He swung his lowered head around, mimicking an exaggerated politeness. A heavy girl in a blue sweatshirt standing by the mannequin said, "It was one of the guys. Denny helped." "Hey, Denny."
Nightmare's small boomerang chin jounced. Denny looked up, still eating. "I should throw this motherfucker at you." Nightmare jerked the plate back to his shoulder. Kid jerked aside. But Nightmare returned the plate to his lap and laughed loudly and wetly. Denny hadn't even flinched. "People are very funny," Nightmare pronounced, recovering, nodding over another mouthful. "The ladies had their problems." He thumped his thumb against his sternum among rattling links. "I had mine, too. Some of the brothers just weren't interested in having no white people involved nohow." Kid glanced round the room again. Everyone in the room looked white. Nightmare saw him glance and lifted a finger. "Now don't get your idea from this. 13 here runs the lily-white rest home for depraved and indigent A-heads, but the true brotherhood is of a much deeper hue." "God damn, Nightmare," 13 said from the door. "Why are you always going on like that? We get spades here. There was—" he began to snap his tattooed fingers. "What's his name?" Nightmare waved in the air. "Tokens, mere tokens." The nails on his beefy fingers were overlong and crested black as an auto mechanic's. "'Cause I'm white," he said out of the side of his mouth to Kid. "These racist bastards here let me come round to look for replacement troops. Well, motherfuckers, I'd come round here even if I was black as George. And I'll keep coming round till both moons fall out of the sky and the sun comes up backwards." He looked at Kid directly. "And we're getting a few, too, though these shitheads would give up a nut before they'd admit that just a few of them even like it better living over there and being scorpions and hanging around this behavioral sink." His hand, which was still up before him, returned to hold the edge of his plate, about to slide off. "Yes, the ladies had to beat some heads." He glanced back at the figure behind them in the blankets. "And some of the ladies indeed got their heads beat. Well, I had to beat some heads, too, to attain my present status, and though I am now quite satisfied with my current position in the community, I would not be too surprised if my head eventually took some beating, too." He turned back, dark hair falling in tangles from his shoulder, and made a face. "Sisterhood, brotherhood, very powerful stuff, man." Grimacing, he shook his head. "Very powerful." "Eh?" Once again at Denny. "Denny, you gonna run? We need you tonight. You run it good, boy." "I don't know." Denny didn't turn. "Let me finish my dinner, huh?" Nightmare laughed again, looked around the room. "He's gonna come. I like that. The little bastard's gonna come. I don't think I'd even take any of the rest of you cocksuckers. Denny, it's a good run with us, ain't it? Go on, tell him." "Yeah," Denny said with his mouth full, then swallowed. "It's a good run, okay? Now, you see, these motherfuckers all think I want to be the daisy in a field of black orchids." Lower. "Though we have 2 or 3 of those, and no problems with 'em, but since I've been boss man, I take whoever wants in and knows their business." He nodded to Kid. "I'd even take you, and you ain't no nigger." "What?" He leaned back, narrowed his eyes, and raised a hand like an artist at a picture. "A half-blood American Indian on your father's side? Of course the light's a little dim." Kid grinned. "On my mother's." Nightmare grinned back, shrugged. "Well, you still got more meat on you than most of these sad-ass day-heads." A frustrated laugh came from across the room. 13 said, "Nightmare, why are you always down on us like that? You got us out as racists and chauvinist pigs and speed freaks to boot. We ain't had no speed around here for I don't know how long." Nightmare bounced on the bed with delight, the back of his wrist against his forehead, miming a distressed bell. "Me?" in falsetto. "Me?" even higher. "Me down on speed? I'm just waiting for you racist chauvinist pigs to get some more." Smokey said, "That blonde Spanish guy hasn't been around with any for a long time. I sort of wonder where he went." Somebody else said, "He probably burned the whole city." 13 began laughing again, moved across the room, laughing. Others moved too. Nightmare turned back to Kid. "How'd you like that idea, going on a scorpion run?" It must have suddenly struck him as funny. He guffawed, snorting, shook his head, and brushed rice grains from his chin with his fist. "You'd picked yourself a nice shiny orchid last time I saw you. What would you do in a real garden party, huh, Kid?" 2 more spoonfuls, and Nightmare's plate was empty. Holding it between thumbs and forefingers, he opened his knees and dropped it. "You think about that running. Maybe that's what you're looking for, huh? Let me tell you something." He fingered among the chains around his neck, held up the thin brass one with its round and triangular glasses, and shook it. "You're a fool to wear yours where anybody can see it, kid." Glass glittered, harsh in white lantern light. Why, you got yours on around your neck, He hadn't been aware that his shirt was half open. "Just shut up and listen now. Smokey over there, I know she's got one, but you don't see her with it out and waving it, no?" "You know," Kid said, "I figured two people who saw each other with these, well, they'd sort of trust each other, you know, because they'd know something about each other," and wondered if Madame Brown had arrived upstairs for dinner. Nightmare frowned. "Say, he's got a brain, you know." He glanced at 13. "The kid ain't that stupid. But I'll tell you, you look at this and you know something about me. I look at that and I know something about you. Well, what are we going to do with it, what we know, huh? I tell you what you'll do with it. You'll use it to put the longest, sharpest blade on that orchid of yours, soon as I ain't looking, between that rib and that rib." His fingers suddenly turned to his jabbed his side. "And don't think for 1 second I wouldn't do the same thing to you, so I don't trust anybody I see with one at all." He pressed his lips to make a little pig snout, and nodded, mocking sagesse. "Hey, just look at Denny." Finished with his food, Denny had walked over to the mannequin. He took up a heavy chain loop from it, draped dark links around his own neck. "I told you Denny'd run with me. Okay, man, you know when, you know where. Let me get out of this freak hole. I gotta hunt some more." He stood and lumbered over the mattresses. "I knew you'd come through, Denny. Hey?" He frowned at 13. "Do something with her," and gestured back toward the bed. "Yeah, sure, Nightmare." 13 opened the door for him. When he closed it, he looked back at Denny. Smokey at his shoulder blinked in anticipation. "Hey, man," 13 said slowly, after seconds of silence. "Are you still into that shit?" Denny put on another chain around his neck. It rattled on the one already there. 13 swung up his hands and grunted. "Come on, Denny. I thought you were going to stay out of all that." All right, it's your ass." Upstairs, a woman was laughing, and the laughter grew laughter. Stop it, will you?" in Mr. Richards' harsh voice. "Just stop it. Up it. Look, I'm going to have to get back to work." Kid stood up. "Thanks for the food, you know, and the dope. It's good stuff." Then he put on another loop, and 13 said, "Oh, yeah, sure." He seemed as disappointed at Kid's leaving as Mrs. Richards always was. "Come on down again and smoke some more dope. Don't mind Nightmare. He's crazy, that's all." "Sure." Kid went to the door, opened it. The moan stopped him. Hesitant, without vocal color, it came on behind. He started to turn, but his eyes stalled on the mirror. In it he could see practically the whole room. On the bed where he had been sitting, she had pushed herself up to her elbow. The blanket slipped down, and she turned a face wet as Denny's from the bath. It was puffed, bruised. Though her temples trickled with fever, the sound, as she swayed, came from the driest tissue. She blinked on balls of scarlet glass. The door clapped behind him. After 10 steps, he released his breath. Then he dragged back air, rasping with something like sobbing, something like laughter after sobbringer. "Excuse me." "Yes?" "Reverend Taylor? What can I do for you?" On the shelf behind the desk, tape spools turned. Organ music gentled in the shadowed office. Well, somebody told me I could get those posters here. Of George," he explained. "Harrison." "Oh, yes, certainly." Her benign smile as she pushed herself away from the desk made him, holding his notebook in the church foyer, absolutely uncomfortable. "Just reach over for the latch there, and it'll open." He pushed through the waist-high door. His bare foot left tile and hit carpet. He looked around the walls, but they were covered with shelves. The bulletin board was a shale of notices and pamphlets. The poster was down. "Now, which picture would you like?" She opened the wide top drawer. He stepped up. It was filled with 8x10 photographs of the rough-featured black man. Reverend Taylor stood up and spread a disordered pile of pictures across more pictures. "We have 6 of these. They're very nice. I'm afraid I haven't got them arranged, though. I just had to dump them in here. Let's see if I can pull out a complete set. Oh, I think maybe—" She paused, still smiling. The pictures in the drawer were all full-head photos. "No," his embarrassment hove home. "You probably don't have the ones I was looking for, ma'am. Somebody told me he'd gotten one from you, and I guess— Well, I'm sorry." "But you said posters, didn't you?" She closed the drawer, and her eyes a comment on her own misunderstanding. "Of course, the posters." She stepped around the desk, and the toes of her shoes beat at the hem of her robe. "We have 2 here. There's a 3rd in preparation, since that article in Mr. Calkin's paper about the moon." Behind the desk were portfolio-sized cardboard boxes. Reverend Taylor pulled one open. "Is this what you want?" "Really, I'm pretty sure you don't have." Harrison, naked and half erect, one hand cupping his testicles, leaned against some thick tree. The lowest branches were heavy with leaves. Behind him, a black dog, it could have been Uriel, sat in the dead leaves, lolling an out-of-focus tongue. Sunset flung bronzes down through the browns and greens. "It was done with a backdrop, right down in the church basement," she said. "But I think it's rather good. Is that the one you want?" "No," he said too softly and too quickly. "Then it must be this one." She flipped over a handful to let him see. Yes, that's it," and was still astounded with the memory. She peeled the poster from its identical twin and began to roll it up. "It had to be. Until the new one comes in," as jacket, genitals, knees, boots, and background purple rose into the white roll turning in dark fingers. "These are all we have. Here you go. I'll get you a rubber band." She stepped to the desk. "Hey," he said, putting belligerent stupidity in front of his disconcerted astonishment. "Why do you—" He stopped because the idea came, interrupting his question clearly and without ambiguity, to request the other poster as well. "Why do you have stuff like this here? I mean, to give away." Only later did it occur to him that her ingenuous surprise must have been as calculated to disarm as his naivete. When she recovered from it, she said, "They're very popular. We like to be up to date, and posters are being used a lot. They were done for us free, and I suppose that's the main reason. We've given out quite lots of the first one you saw. That one," she pointed to the one he held, "isn't in quite as much demand." "Yeah?" She nodded. "What I mean is, why—" She picked up a rubber band from the desk and stretched her fingers inside it to slip it over his roll. The band pulled in the fingertips. He thought a moment of his orchid. With deliberation, as though she had reached a decision about him, she said, "The poor people in this city, and in Bologna that pretty well means the black people, have never had very much. Now they have even less." She looked at him with an expression he recognized as a request for something he could not even name. "We have to give them," she reached forward, "something." The red rubber snapped on the tube. "We have to." She folded her hands. "The other day when I saw you, I just assumed you were black. I suppose because you're dark. Now I suspect you're not. Even so, you're still invited to come to our services." She smiled brightly again. "Will you make an effort?" "Oh, yeah." He doffed the poster. He'd realized before he probably would not come to a service. Now he resolved never to return at all. "Sure. What do I owe you for this?" One hand in his pocket, he fingered the crumpled bill. "It's free," she said, "like everything else." He said, "Oh," but his hand stayed on the moist note. In the foyer, he stepped around the dumpy black woman in the dark coat too heavy for the heat. She blinked at him suspiciously from under her black hat, pulled up her shopping bag, and continued toward the office door. Between what Nightmare had said earlier and what Reverend Taylor had just said, he found himself wondering, granted the handful he'd seen, just where all the black people in Bologna were. The poster under his arm, he hurried into the evening. "Hello," Mrs. Richards said, her eyes both wide and sleepy. She held her bathrobe at the neck. "Come in, kid, come in. I didn't know what happened to you yesterday. We were expecting you to come back down and eat with us." "Oh, well, when I got finished, I just thought—" He shrugged and entered. "You got coffee this morning?" She nodded and went off to the kitchen. He followed her, letting his notebook flap his leg. She said, "The way you left, I thought there might have been something wrong. I thought perhaps you weren't going to come back at all." He laughed. "I just went upstairs and finished my work. Then I went back to the park. I mean, you don't have to feed me. I do the work, you pay me for it, what you told Mrs. Brown you would. That'll be okay." "Of course," she said from the kitchen. He went into the dining room and sat. "Coffee, I mean, and a sandwich, and letting me use your bathroom and stuff, that's nice. I appreciate it. But you shouldn't put yourself out." He was talking too loud. More softly. "You see?" June, in pink slacks and robin's egg sweater, a bird appliqué near the neck, came to the door. "Hey," he said quietly, "I have something for you. Upstairs in 19. "What?" Then caught herself and mouthed, "What is it?" He grinned and pointed up with his thumb. June looked confused. Then she called, "I'll help you with the coffee, Mom." "That's all right, dear." Mrs. Richards came in with a tray, a pot, and cups. "If you want to bring in a cup for yourself." "Darling?" She sat the tray down. "Aren't you drinking too much coffee?" "Oh, Mother." June marched into the kitchen and returned with a cup. He liked putting his hands around the warming porcelain while the coffee went in. "I did something, you know, perhaps I ought not to have." Mrs. Richards finished pouring and spoke carefully. "Here, I'll bring it to you." He sipped and wished it wasn't instant. His mind went off to some nameless spot on the California coast, carpeted with rust-colored redwood scraps and the smell of boiled coffee, while a white sun made a silver pin-cushion in the tree-tops, and fog wrapped up the gaunt trunks. "Here," Mrs. Richards returned and sat. "I hope you don't mind." June, he saw, was trying to hold her cup the same way he did. "What is it?" On blue-bordered stationery, in black calligraphic letters, Mrs. Richards had written out his poem. "I've probably made all sorts of mistakes, I know." He finished reading it and looked up confused. "How'd you do that?" "It stayed with me very clearly." "All of it?" "It's only 8 lines, isn't it? It sticks very persistently in the mind, especially considering it doesn't rhyme. Did I make any terrible mistakes?" "You left out a comma." He slid the paper to her and pointed. She looked. "Oh, of course." "You just remembered it? Like that?" "I couldn't get it out of my mind. I haven't done anything awful, have I?" "Oh, it looks very nice." He tried to fix the warmth inside him, but it was neither embarrassment nor pride nor fear, so stayed unnamed. "You may have it." She sat back. "Just stick it in your notebook. I made 2 copies, you see. I'm going to keep one for myself. Forever." Her voice broke just a little. "That's why I was so worried when I thought you weren't coming back. You really go and sleep out in the park? Just like that? All alone?" He nodded. "There are other people there." "Oh, yes, I've heard about them, from Edna. That's amazing. You know, you haven't told me yet. Is it all right that I remembered your poem and wrote it down?" "Oh, yeah." He smiled and wished desperately she would correct that comma. "Thanks. You know, we can start moving stuff up today. You got everything already down here?" "We can?" She sounded pensive. "You mean you've got it all ready?" "I guess I should have come back last night and told you we could start today on the moving." "Arthur," who stood at the door tie loose, "Kid says we can move today. By the time you'll come home, dear, we'll be all upstairs." "Good. You really are working." When Mr. Richards reached the table, Mrs. Richards had his cup poured. Standing, he lifted it.
The cup's reflection dropped away in the mahogany, stayed vague while he drank, then suddenly swam up like a white fish in a brown pool to meet the china rim that clacked on it.
Gotta run. Why don't you get Bobby to give you a hand with the little stuff? Exercise'll do him some good.
Beds and things like that? Mrs. Richards shook her head. I really wonder if we shouldn't get somebody else to help.
I can get everything up there, Kid said. I'll just take the beds apart.
Well, if you're sure.
Sure he can, Mr. Richards said. Well, I'm on my way. Goodbye.
In his fingers the knot rose up between his collar wings, wobbled into place. He turned and left the room. The front door slammed. Kid watched the amber rim make nervous tides on the china, then drank the black sea.
I'd better go on upstairs and get last-minute things cleaned up. You can start putting things out. I'll be down in about 15 minutes.
He clinked his cup in his saucer and went out.
Where is it?
June called from the door. He closed the broom closet on the mop and pail. Over there, leaning against the wall. When he came in, she was staring at the white roll in its red rubber band. Her fist floated inches under her chin. "You're sure that's a picture of—"
"George," he said. "Harrison. Look at it."
She picked up the roll. On the floor, he saw the stack of her father's computer magazines she had brought up as excuse. She rolled the rubber band toward the end, but stopped. "Where did you get it?"
"You wouldn't believe me if I told you. They got them all over."
He wanted to avoid the specific answer.
"There's a woman minister who just gives him away."
He sighed. "At a church. Have you seen him again?"
"No. Aren't you going to open it?"
"I'm afraid to." The simplicity with which she said it surprised and moved him. The fog outside the windows was almost solid. He watched. She stood, head slightly bent and still.
"Does Madame Brown know about you and George?"
Her "no" was quick and soft. Her head whirled. He stiffened. "She goes to that bar, too. She knows him," he said. "That's why I was wondering." "Oh," so less intense. "She was in there the night you stopped me to ask about him." "Then it's good I didn't go in. She might have seen—" June closed her eyes, too long for blinking. "If she had seen me, that would have been just—" Her blonde energies were to him terrible but dwindling things.
"Why? I still don't understand. Are you so hung up on him? I mean, I know about what happened, and I mean, that doesn't matter to me, but I—"
He felt his question confused among hesitations and stopped it. She looked vulnerable and afraid. "I don't know. You wouldn't understand." Then even vulnerability fell away. "If I told you. They named that moon after him." He pretended not to stare.
"Enough other people are after him, too, I guess. That's why they have those, huh? Open it."
She shook her head with small, quick movements. "But they don't know." Unable to look at him longer, she looked down at the roll. "I know more than they do."
"Hey," he asked to fill the discomforting silence, "what did happen between you?"
"Go read about it in the Times." She looked up. He searched for the belligerence he'd heard. Her raised features held none of it.
"The night the black people had the riot?"
"I was out, just walking around. There was lightning and that immense thundering. I didn't know what had happened, and then I didn't even see the man with the camera until... It's just like it showed in the paper."
"Oh,"
which gave her none of what she'd requested. She walked toward the door. Just before she reached it, she finished removing the rubber band and unrolled the poster.
"Is that him?"
he asked, thinking it would be friendly rhetoric, but hearing a real request. The movement of the back of her head as she looked here and there became nodding. She glanced back. "Why did they make these?"
"I guess some other people felt the same way about him you do. I was talking last night with some friends. This girl I stay with, she's maybe a few years older than you are, and this guy, he's an engineer like your father. We were talking in a bar about whether I should give that to you." Her face began to worry on itself. "I didn't tell them your name or anything. They took it very seriously, you know, more seriously than I did at first. They didn't laugh at you or anything."
"What did they say?"
"That it was up to me, because I knew you, that some bad things could happen or some good things." "You like it?"
She looked again.
I think it's the most horrible thing I've ever seen." He was angry and swallowed to hold it. "Tear it up and throw it down the elevator shaft, then, if you want." He waited and wondered if her shaking head was confusion or denial. "I'd keep it if I were you." "Hey, what's that?" From the way Bobby ran into the room, Kid thought he would burst through the poster like a clown through a paper hoop. June crashed the edges together. "It's a picture." The white backing wrinkled against her thighs. "What's it a picture of?" "It isn't anything you'd be interested in." "Did you find it up here in a closet?" Bobby asked Kid, walking into the room. "I bet it's a naked lady. I've seen pictures of naked ladies in school before." June sucked her teeth. "Oh, really?" "Come on, let me see." "No." June tried to roll the paper. Bobby peered, and she whipped around. "It isn't yours." "Oh, I don't want to see your old naked lady anyway." "Hey, you really got the place cleaned up, Kid? We got to carry everything up here?" "Yeah. We got an awful lot of stuff in our house." Bobby looked dubious. "We'll make it." June finished rolling the crinkled poster, picked up her magazines, and started down the hall to the back of the apartment. "I'm just going to sneak in and look at it when you're not there," Bobby called. At the hall's end, a door closed loudly. "Come on," Kid said. "Leave your sister alone. Let's go downstairs and move some furniture." "Nah," Bobby complained, though he started to the door with Kid. "She'd tell on me if she caught me with a picture of a naked lady." They went out. "You tell on her," Kid said. "They'll take it away and you'll never see it." "Is it a naked lady?" Bobby asked wonderingly. "No, it's not." Kid rang the elevator bell. "What is it?" "A naked man." "Oh, come on." Bobby began to laugh as the elevator doors rolled open and stepped forward. "Hey, boy, this one." Kid grabbed Bobby's shoulder. The wind hissed. "Oh, wow." Bobby stepped back, then shrugged from Kid's grip on his shoulder. "Hey, I almost—" He shook his head. "You better watch yourself. Come on." They stepped into the other elevator. The door pulled darkness around them. Bobby, still breathing hard, pushed 17. "Does June always tell on you?" "Sure she does." "Well, not always." "What's the last thing she didn't tell on you about?" "What do you want to know for?" "Just curious." The door opened. Bobby, revealed beside him, had one hand around his chained wrist, stroking the clumsy beads. "I can't decide," Mrs. Richards announced when they walked in, "whether we should take the big things up first or the little things. I really haven't arranged this very well in my head. I assumed because we were moving inside the building it wouldn't be any trouble." "I want my old room." "What do you mean, dear? We're moving into a new apartment." "It's just the same as this one, only backward, and it's blue. I want my old room." "Of course, darling. What room did you think you were going to have?" "I just wanted to be sure." Bobby marched off down the hall. "I'll start putting my stuff together." "Thank you, dear." "I'll start with the couch and the beds and things, Mrs. Richards. They're the hardest. But once they're up, you'll really be moved in, just about, you know." "All right, but the beds, they're so big." "I'll take them apart. You got a hammer and a screwdriver?" "Well, all right. I guess if you're going to get them upstairs, you have to. I'm just feeling guilty that I didn't organize this thing any better. Now you want a screwdriver and a hammer. You're sure you'll be able to put them back together?" Mrs. Richards was pulling off the bedding as he came back from the kitchen with the tools. "You see, ma'am," he explained, hoisting off the mattress, "these big beds, the frames just come off the headboards." Even so, as soon as he got to work, he realized 5 full-sized beds to dismantle, move, and reassemble would take at least 2 hours. He'd been working for one when Mrs. Richards herself had already made several trips. He heard Bobby and June out in the front room. He put down his screwdriver as Bobby said, "You didn't tell on me about this and Eddie, so I won't tell about your old picture." Kid walked out of the bedroom and stopped by the living-room door. June, her back to him, was reaching into the sideboard. Silverware clashed in her hands. She turned with the bunched, heavy spoons and forks. "Only," Bobby continued by the bookshelf, "you shouldn't have taken yours off." This and yours apparently referred to the optic chain that bound his wrist. He was holding his arm up to show his sister. "Eddie took his off, and you remember what happened." "I was just scared," June protested, "because of all that other stuff. If you hadn't stolen that one from Eddie, he wouldn't have—" "I didn't steal it." "He didn't give it to you, did he?" "I didn't steal it," Bobby insisted. "If you say I stole it, I'll tell him about your bad picture." "It isn't bad." "Of course it's bad. If it wasn't bad, you'd let me see it." "Hey," Kid said. Both children looked. "Eddie's your brother, isn't he? What happened to Eddie, anyway?" Both looked at each other. The silverware recommenced clanking. Bobby moved his palm over his beaded wrist. "Okay," Kid said. "I guess it really isn't any of my business." "He went away," June said. "He ran away from home," Bobby said. "Only he came back a couple of times," June said, "and did terrible things. It would have been so hard on Mommy if he hadn't kept coming back like that." "Daddy said he was going to kill him if he ever came back like that again." "Bobby." "Well, he did, and Mommy screamed." "Look, it isn't any of my business," Kid concluded. "Once we have all the kitchen stuff upstairs, your mother can start getting ready for dinner. In your new apartment." Which sounded perfectly inane. He wondered where Eddie was. "We don't know," Bobby said in a way that once in the mental hospital, when someone did the same thing, made Kid go around for 10 hours thinking all the other patients could read his mind. "Where Eddie is now. He said he was going to another city. I wanted to go with him, but I was scared." June looked more and more uncomfortable. "Come on," Kid said. "Take the silverware. And Bobby, you start on those books. We'll have everything up at the rugs by the time your father gets home." He got most of the disassembled stuff into the hall, a couple of times thinking that the thumping, banging, and scraping might be causing as much unrest in 13's place as any running in the halls or banging on the doors had caused in the Richardses. He loaded springs and headboards into the elevator. The empty shaft, whose door apparently opened at whatever floor the car beside it stopped, hissed blandly by his side. The ride up in the dark with only bed springs, the orange number 19 before him, and his own harsh breath was oddly calming. "They should have the padding in the elevators when people are moving furniture," Mrs. Richards, waiting for him in the upper hall, admonished. "Well, there's no one to get it out for us. There's nothing we can do." In the new apartment an hour later, he had reassembled the frames and, going from room to room, put the springs on. He was sitting on the last spring, staring at the folded mattress on the floor, when Mrs. Richards came in carrying a small night table against her chest, its legs stuck forward like 4 horns. "You know, I didn't believe you were actually going to get them up here," she exclaimed. "You really have been working like a madman. You should take a rest, I think." He said, "Yeah, I'm resting," and smiled. She put the table down, and he noticed her distraught expression. For a moment he thought she'd taken offense at his flip answer, but she said, "They were back just a moment ago downstairs, running in the halls, making that terrible noise." Kid frowned. "I am so happy to be out of there." Mrs. Richards shook her head, and for a moment he thought she was going to cry. "I'm so happy. Really, I was practically afraid to take this," her fingers swayed on the night table's carved corner, "out of there and carry it up here. But we've done it. We've moved. We've done it." He looked about the room, at the folded mattress, the night table, at the dresser out from the wall, and the rugs were still downstairs. "I guess we have," he frowned. "Just about." A bubble grew at the cauldron's rim, reflecting both their faces, one front, one profile, tiny and distant. Johnny's spoon handle circling the soup passed. The bubble broke. Kid, still panting, asked, "You seen Lanya?" "Sure." Johnny's face was wider, ear to ear, than from chin to forehead. "She was right over there talking to Millie. Hey, before you run off again, will you two be back for dinner?" He rested the spoon on a black pipe, crusted with burnt grease, sticking from the cinder blocks. "I guess so. I took off before the lady at my job could get a chance to feed me." Soup ran down the granular gray, bubbled and popped. "Good." Grinning, Johnny went back to stirring. His khaki shirt sleeve, rolled loosely up his thin arm, swung. The shirt was about 3 sizes too big. "It'll be ready about time it gets dark. Lanya knows, but I guess I got to tell you again. Now come and eat any time you want, you hear? John and Millie won't mind." The Kid was crossing the worn grass among sleeping bags rolled or airing,
Knapsacks and pack braces scattered the clearing, lay piled around the picnic bench or leaned beneath the trees. She wasn't among the dozen spectators to the Chinese checker game between the squat, dark-haired man who sat cross-legged behind the board and rocked with his elbows on his knees, and a tall, freckled woman with crew-cut hair who wore much southwestern silver under and over her denim shirt. Her belt was silver and turquoise. As her long, freckled fingers, heavy with blue-stoned rings, moved and moved back over the marbles, Kid saw her nails were bitten badly as his own. A girl, who looked at first like nothing but a mop, squatted, two threadbare knees poked up either side, to paw through the cardboard carton of colored string, what was left of John's loom project. Another girl, her hair was the color of a car he recalled, whose owner said he'd just had it painted Mediterranean gold, sat on a dented brass drum, lacing a high-topped shoe, the kind with hooks in place of the last dozen eyes. Her pants leg was rolled up above a very red knee. A bearded boy stood beside her, talking and grinning, occasionally pushing his own bushy hair back from an earlobe pierced with a gold cross. His sneaker on top of the drum was wedged against her thigh. The drum itself held clay, cracked away from the side and shot with crevices. That was Millie's pottery project. Millie herself or Lanya were not there. Harmonica notes tangled with the smoky leaves above. He looked up. More music, but not from above, just far away. And from which? He looked around the clearing again, charged off into the brush, which dumped him on another park path, sloping up towards Silver Notes. He started after them, wondering at how little of the park he'd actually explored. The music moved away. Notes bent like blues and slid chromatically from mode to austere mode. It was as if her major influences, he grinned, were late Sonny Terry and early Stockhausen. At the top of the rise he saw them at the bottom, Millie's bare legs below her denim shorts, Lanya's jeans. Millie's heavy red hair shook as she gazed around. Lanya's scrap bronze bent to her harp. Shoulder to shoulder the two girls disappeared around a turn. He started to run after them, anticipated dialogue filling his mouth. "Hey, I just about got the Richards into their new apartment. All the big stuff is up, so Mrs. Richards gave me the rest of the day off. Tomorrow morning I take up the rugs and we put the furniture—" 2 steps, and erupting through it was the sudden and inexplicable urge to follow, to observe, to overhear. What he wanted to do, he realized, was watch Lanya when she was not watching him. The path curved right. To the right he pushed into the brush, making a lot of noise. Well, if they discovered him, he was discovered. He was still curious. The music halted. Were they talking? That path had sloped down. The ground he pushed over sloped up. Was he going to come out on them after all? A sharp drop stopped him. Beyond rocks, and a few trees grown crookedly on the slope, the path lay 16 feet below, which meant he figured they'd come around the bend right there and see him. They came around the bend and didn't. One hand above, he hooked a slender branch. Barefoot, flat, sandal on its toe, he waited, a smile ready behind his face to push forward when they noticed him. Would he get some snatch of conversation, possibly even about him, before they looked up and saw? "Perfectly terrified," Millie said in a tone neither flip nor rhetorical. "There isn't anything to be afraid of," Lanya said. "I'd think, with the rumors of rape and violation going around, you'd be fascinated to meet the man himself and get a look." "Oh, the rumors are fascinating enough," Millie said, in a perfectly horrible way. "And the man is rather nice." Lanya turned to harmonica, examining it as she walked. "Despite the rumors, don't you find reality more fascinating than a flicker of half-truths and anxiety-distorted projections?" The 2 young women passed beneath. He imagined his reflection sliding across her harmonica, her eyes starting up. "In principle," Millie said. "In practice, when the rumors get to a certain point, I'm willing to let the whole business alone and go off exploring in the opposite direction. Suppose the reality turns out to be worse than the rumors." "Oh, really?" Lanya raised her harmonica, played.
"You're going to chicken out again, aren't you?" She played another snatch. "Some day," Millie said pensively. "I wish you'd play a piece from one end to the other. The snatches are awfully nice." Kid looked after them. Lanya looked at her harmonica. "I guess that's because I never play for anybody else." "You should," Millie said. "I mean, everybody hears it anyway. Sometimes all those little pieces, pretty as they are, practically give me a headache because they aren't connected to each other." "I'll try," Lanya said. "And you should not try to avoid the subject. Are you going to chicken out?" "Look," Millie said, "going to meet George Harrison was your idea. I just said it might be interesting to talk to him." "But I've already met George," Lanya said. "I've talked to him lots of times, I told you. Going to meet him was your idea. I just said I'd make introductions." "Oh, you know everyone," Millie said. Her hair shook. And then, which was maddeningly beyond earshot, Lanya's answer was another burst of music that went on as they disappeared around the next turn. After a few wrong notes, the tune halted. Kid crab-walked down the dirt, stepped from behind the last bush, and looked where the girls had been. The mention of George Harrison left a funny feel. A subterranean frown battled the inner smile still behind his face. His cheek twitched, his lips moved to shape vowels from no languages he spoke. Again he was tempted to run after them, but his curiosity had shifted a thumb's width toward anxiety. The path apparently wound back the other way. Perhaps he could cut through again, overtake them once more? Speculation became resolution. He crossed into the bushes, again climbing. He scrambled over a stretch of rock, pushed forward through leaves. 10 feet away, 15, a long note from Lanya's harmonica, a flicker of Millie's bright hair. He crouched, cheek and one palm against bark. His bare boot over a root rocked him unsteadily. Through dull leaves he could just make them out. There was another musical sound, not her harmonica, but their two laughters. "Okay," he heard Lanya say. "We'll do it that way, if you want." "Oh, yes," Millie said. "Let's." "It's silly," Lanya laughed. "But all right. He's there every afternoon almost." "All right, we'll do it that way, but only because you're my—" They were farther away, so he heard less this time, except their laughter, leaving. What, he wondered, were they going to do what way that involved George Harrison? Were they going to see him now? Suddenly he was convinced they were. Their interchange, like schoolgirls planning a prank, upset him. What prank, he wondered, do two women sanely play on a man who just molested a girl only a few years younger than themselves? He remembered the obscene poster. He remembered his glimpse of Harrison at the bar. He stood again, took 3 loping steps through the brush, the worried laugh to stop them with, ready in his throat, thinking, "Hey, what kind of crazy idea have you two nuts gotten into your—" A root caught his sandal toe and spun him out on the concrete. He almost fell. Pushing up from one knee, he turned and was suddenly confused. Which way had they come from? Which way had they gone? He'd only glimpsed them this time. In both directions the path curved the same way. His faulty left-right orientation, always worse under strain, the plague of the ambidextrous, the doctor had once explained, gave way completely. Well, he'd come from that side of the road. He darted into the other, hoping to catch the path again and head them off. The growth, of course, was thicker. The slope here was so steep he had to scrabble with hands as well as feet, thinking, when was the last time I saw sunlight a golden flutter in bright green? The sky flickering through was the color of iron. The leaves, each in a caul of ash, were like grey velvet scraps or dead mice. Pebbles rolled underfoot. No, he thought, they can't be going to see George Harrison now. For all he knew, the conversation had changed subject completely between the first turn and the second. And where the hell was the third? Trees cleared to high boulders. He skirted one and, leaning on it, vaulted down a small drop, brush to side brush. Across flat rock, a section had been filled with cement to level it, was a building of black stones, rounded and the size of heads, webbed in white mortar. Above the building's several wings rose a square tower with a crenellated balcony of the same black stone. The building was not large, the tower was not quite 3 stories. The vaulted windows, paned with pebbled glass, deeply recessed, were so thin he would have had trouble climbing out. A waist-high wall of stone went along two sides of a large, informal courtyard in front of the building. On the corner, wearing black-framed glasses, work-shoe heels wedged in a deep tenon, elbows on the knees of soiled khaki coveralls, and reading the Times, sat George Harrison. Kid squatted. Leaves flicked up the image. Knuckles mashed in dirt, Kid leaned forward. Leaves tickled his cheek. Kid was afraid. Kid was fascinated. Whatever caused both left him clammy-handed. George took off his glasses, put them in his shirt pocket, slid from the wall, and, work-shoes wide and fist-heels up, stretched. Khaki creases fanned from flank to shoulder. Squatting, watching, curiosity and alarm resolved into a sort of self-righteous, silent mumble. Okay, fun is fun, but what sort of prank were they up to? George's face twisted under a metal sky, so low the city's fires had scorched and marred it like an aluminum pot-bottom. Beyond a break in the wall, which Kid realized only from her gait, had steps below it, Lanya, hair, nose, chin, shoulders, emerged. "Hey, George," she said, "you back here again this afternoon? City life too much for you?" Millie, had she chickened out, was not with her. "Huh?" The aspiration voiced and the vowel voiceless. George turned as she gained the top step. "You come back?" Back or by, Kid wasn't sure. "Here, too?" The T was nearly a D, and the final vowel was a strangely breathy one, from which the lips made no recovery, but hung heavy and open from teeth Kid could see, even from here, were large, clean, and yellow. How, Kid wondered, could this mauled and apocopated music be fixed to a page with Roman letters and standard marks of elision? He decided, it can't. "You taking an afternoon stroll, yeah?" George laughed and nodded. "I hear you playing before, and I think, she gonna come by? Or was it back? Here, maybe say hello." "Hello." Lanya laughed too and put her harmonica in her own shirt pocket. "I don't always come by," Lanya said. She, he realized, had misheard gonna, with its almost unstopped G and ends loose as L's, as always. "I saw you here a couple of days ago, but the last time we said hello was in the bar. Why do you come out here in the park every afternoon?" "To look at the sky," George shrugged. "To read the paper." Kid's ankle stung from squatting. He slid his foot over. Twigs crackled, but George and Lanya didn't hear. "Last time I was at the bar," Kid listened to the melodious inflection that catapulted the broad bass into the tenor at I and bar. I-N-E? Yes, but italics, he thought, would brutalize it to mere sarcasm. "I didn't even get a chance to say hello. You just running out of there with your friends." George looked up at the sky again. "Can't see nothing in all that mess. Can't see nothing at all." "George," Lanya said, leaning back against the wall, fingertips in her jean pockets and tennis shoes crossed, "this is a sort of question you lose friends over, but—" Kid remembered when she'd used the same phrase with him. "I was curious, so I figured I'd just ask. What did happen with you and that girl there was supposed to be all the pictures of in the papers?" "You know?" George paused to stick his tongue way down inside his cheek and turned half around with his hands in his pockets. "The first time somebody asked me that, I was mad as shit. But you ain't gonna lose you no friends, 'cause too many other people done asked me now." Lanya said quickly, "I was asking because my old man knows her, and he's been—" George's face took a strange expression. "Been telling me something about her, that's all." Lanya's face, after a moment, mirrored it, as if in an attempt to understand it. Kid felt his own face twitch. After a few seconds, George said, "Well, I got me an answer." "What is it?" In the khaki pockets, George's knuckles became a row of rounded points. "Well, now I done raped this little white gal, right? I told the papers right out, that's what I done." He nodded like a man agreeing with the obvious, then glanced at Lanya as though considering the new fact she brought. "Now there's rape and there's rape." George's hands came free. "You walking along one night and some guy jump—" George lunged, crouching. "Out and grab you." Kid in the leaves pulled back. Lanya blinked. "And pull you into some alley and tie you up, and other than that he don't touch you, but he pull his thing out and whack, whack, whack." Crouching, Harrison swung his fist up and down at his groin. Kid's jaw and buttocks clamped. Lanya, still leaning back on the wall, hands in her pockets, watched George's mime. "And it's oh so good, and wowee, that's good shit, man, oh." George stood, threw up his head, then let it fall slowly to the side with the end of the exhalation. His head came back up. "If he get one drop, one," the first rose with forefinger toward veiled heaven, "one drop on your handbag that is lying there 3 feet away," the fist fell, "in this state, that's rape, even though his pecker ain't touched you. Just dribbled on your handbag, like I say, see?" George nodded and considered. "And suppose some little girl who's 17 years, 364 days and 23 hours and 55 minutes old, she come up and say, 'Oh, honey, I want it so bad. Give it to me, baby, oh, please.'" George's long head went back again, wobbling side to side. "And she throw herself on the ground and pull down her panties and rubbing herself all up and down." In a jogging crouch, he dragged his forearms up and down between his legs, pale nails on black fingers clawing toward the ground. "And moaning, 'Oh, baby, do it to me, I want it so bad.' And you damn fool enough not to wait 5 minutes before you say—" George stood, punched the air. "Yeah, baby." Both hands went slowly back to his pockets. "Well, that's rape, too." "Wait a minute, George," Lanya said. "If you're walking home at 9 o'clock and somebody behind you grabs you by the throat and bangs your head into a wall and hisses he'll knife you if you scream or don't do what he says— No, wait a minute, listen. And you're pissing in your pants in little squirts while he cuts you once on the arm and twice on the leg just so you see he's serious, and then tells you to spread your legs and gives you a black eye when you shake your head because you're so scared you don't think you can. So you bunch up your skirts while he's got your ear between the blade and his thumb, and he keeps twisting and it's bleeding down your neck already, and he tries to pull you open with his hand and pokes and prods you with a half-hard dick, and he slaps you a few times because you're not doing it right. No, don't stop me. We're talking about rape now. And when he's got it about a half-inch in you, he shoots, and while he's panting and it's stripping down your leg, you finally get a chance to run. And when he lunges after you, he trips and drops the knife, shouting, "He's going to kill you now, he's going to kill you now." And for the next 4 days, you can't walk right because of what he did inside you with his fingers. And in court, because they do catch him, a lawyer spends 6 hours trying to prove that you gave him some come-hither look, or your hem was too high, or your tits were too big. But they put him away anyway. Only next week, they ask you to change schools because you're not a good influence anymore. Now, while you're telling me all this, don't forget, that's also rape." Lanya's forefinger speared the air. She leaned back once more. "Well," George said, "it is." "Yeah, that ever happened to you?" "A friend of mine." Lanya put her hands back in her pockets. "Here in Bologna?" "There aren't any schools in Bologna you can be asked to change." "No, it was before. But you men have a strange idea of the way the world works." "Now you," George said, "are trying to make me think about something, right?" "You think enough to bounce up and down here like a damn monkey and tell me a lot of bullshit. I asked you what happened. Tell me it's none of my business if you want, but don't give me that." "Well, just maybe," George said. "You got a funny idea, too, if you think this is something I didn't think about." He looked at Lanya. A smile lurked behind his face. "You asked me a question, see, and you don't want to hear my answer. The whole point, see, is rape is one pot with a lot of different kinds of stew in it. Some of them is tastier than others." George narrowed his eyes. "How you like it?" "What?" Lanya asked. "You like it rough, with fighting and beating and scratching and crying?" George leaned toward her, looking out of one eye, one hand between them, one fingertip wagging faster and faster. "And moaning, 'No, no, don't do it, please, don't do it,' but crawling back for more between trying to get away, and a few yeses slipping out every once in a while between the scratching and the biting?" "That's the way you like it?" "Yeah." George stood back, his fists closed. In the dirt, Kids opened. "You know what I tell my women? Hit me. Go on, fight me. I'm going to take it now. I'm going to take it, see, and you see if you can keep me from taking it. Then we do it, anywhere. In an alley, in a stairway, on a roof, in a bed." George's brows lowered. "That the way you like it?" "No," Lanya said. "That's not me. I'd rather do some of the taking myself." The black hand turned up its lighter palm. One shoulder shrugged. "Then you and me," George began to chuckle, "we just gonna have to stay like we is, friends, 'cause any other way we just wouldn't get along. Now, I've been liking it like that a long time, honey, and when you like it that way, when you do it that way, then you think about it, and you learn about it. And one of the things you learn is which women likes it that way, too. Now, you can't tell all the time without asking, and some like it more than others, but you learn." George's eyes narrowed again. "Now, you really want to know what it was like with her and me?" Lanya nodded. Kid's chin tapped the leaf that swung down and up to tap it back. "I asked." "There it was, you see." George's shoulders hunched. "All dark in the middle of the day, and lightning rolling easy and slow overhead, and the flames licking up and the smoke licking down, and people screaming, running, writing, bricks falling in the street and glass breaking behind me. I turned to see, and there she was, just staring at me. People going past her every which way, and her the only still one on the street, looking like she was about to eat the back of her own hand, all pressed up against her mouth like that, and from the way she was looking at me, I knew what she wanted, and I knew how she wanted it, and I knew I wanted it too." One hand was back in George's pocket. "Now, I tell you, that ain't something you know all that often. But when you do, you can either say, 'Shit, man,' and walk away, or, 'I know what I know.' Now, you and me, we wouldn't get along." The chuckle ran out into a sound too low to hear. George breathed. "But her and me, we got along." He suddenly turned, took a step, and halted as though his great body had been struck. "Shit, we got along." He turned back. "I ain't got along with nobody that well since I was 28 years old, and that's been more than 10 years. We was in this alley, and there was this light flashing on and off, and people had run in, run out, and we just didn't care. Or maybe that made it better. There wasn't nothing they could do or that they wanted to do." Suddenly he looked down and laughed. "I remember one old woman with a shopping bag full of empty old tin cans come running in and seen us, and started shouting bloody murder and running in and out and screaming, 'Get off that poor little white girl, nigger. You do that, they're going to kill us. They're going to kill us for sure.'" George shook his head. "The light, I guess, was this guy taking his pictures. I don't know if I really seen him or not. He wasn't there when I finished. I stood up, see, and she was lying there, still reaching for it, you know." Once more he shook his head, laughed once more. Both meant something different from when he'd done them moments before. "Like I say, she weren't no more'n 17, and she got hit, and she got punched, and she got thrown around, and she was yelling and screaming, 'No, no, oh, don't, oh, please don't.' So I guess it was rape, right? But when we finished," George nodded, "she was reaching for it. She wanted some more, awful bad." He tapped the air with a concluding forefinger. "Now that's a very interesting kind of rape. It's the kind they always have in the movies. It's the kind your lawyer friend was trying to make this other thing into. And when it gets to the law courts, it's a pretty rare kind. But it's the one they're all afraid of, especially between little bitty white girls and big black niggers." "Well," Anya said, "it still sounds a little strange. Okay, it's not my thing. But what do you think, say, about the guy I was telling you about, who did that to my friend?" "I think," George said, "I know a little bit more about him than you do, and I think if he'd maybe come talk to somebody like me first, we could have maybe worked something out where he didn't have to go and get himself and some little girl in trouble. About him or the girl, I don't think nothing. I don't know him. But I think what you told me about is very," and George dropped his chin, "very, very sad." Lanya took a breath. "I'm just still wondering about the girl. I mean the one you were with. Do you even know her name?" "Well, after I was finished, we did not exactly introduce ourselves." Suddenly George scowled. Look, you try and understand this. I don't give a shit about the bitch. I really don't. And suppose I did. Suppose afterward I done said, oh, hey, baby, that was so fine. Let's you and me get married and live all happily ever after so we can just take care of one another every night. What's she gonna say? You crazy nigger. I mean, a couple of times I tried that and it don't work. That ain't her thing. That ain't mine. She ain't interested in me neither. She interested in what she thinks about me. And that's fine by me. She know my name. It was in the paper. I give it to 'em for free, too. I told 'em I ain't ashamed of nothing I done. I like it like that, and I'm going to do it again any time, any place. And believe me, that's all she wants to know. George's scowl relaxed. Afterward, people was just gossiping around and saying her name was June or something like that. You say your old man know her? What'd he say about her? About, Lanya said, what you just did. She pressed her lips, considering. Then she said, she's looking for you, George. I saw her once come up to ask my old man after you. She wants to find you again. George's laugh launched high as Madame Brown's, and with his rocking head tumbled down into its easy bass. Yeah, she looking for me. She just circling and circling around me, getting in closer and closer. George's forefinger circled on the air, spiraled in. Just circling and circling, closer and closer, like the moon around the sun. Something, though Kid was not sure what it was, struck Lanya as funny, and she laughed too. George, you've got your images mixed up. You're supposed to be the moon, not her. Besides, the moon doesn't circle round the sun. Well, George said, maybe it usually don't, but this is Bologna, and you ain't got no way to tell what's going to happen here. His laugh grew, fell away. He came out of it with a serious expression. You see, I've been around. I know some things. How old are you? 23? On the head, Lanya said. You should be guessing in a fair. Well, I'm old enough to be your daddy. You're old enough to be June's daddy, too, Lanya said. Do you have any children? I got 5 of 'em I know about, George said, and one of them off a white woman, too, young lady. Green-eyed, mustard-headed, George screwed his face. Ugly little motherfucker. Well, maybe he ain't so ugly. And I got one of them as old nigh as her mama was when I first stuck it to her, too. George cocked his head the other way. And that ain't nowhere near as old as the little girl we was talking about. None of the 5 of them is here in Bologna. But I tell you, if I was to see that oldest girl of mine standing on the corner, looking at me like that little white girl was looking, I don't care if she my kin or not. I'd do the same fucking thing. Now you believe it. George, Lanya said, you are incorrigible. Well, sometimes you look pretty funny yourself, Miss Anne. Look, George got his explanatory tone. What it is that women wants it just exactly like men do. Only nobody wants to think about that, you know. At least not in the movies. They pretends it don't exist, or they pretends it's something so horrible, making all sorts of death and destruction and needless tragedy and everybody getting killed, that it might just as well not exist, which is the same thing, you see. Yes, Lanya said, I'd noticed. George, people are scared of women doing anything to get what they want, sex or anything else. Christ, you men are presumptuous bastards. If I was telling you how blacks really are the way you're telling me about women, you'd organize a sit-in. Well, George said, I just don't know if you went to the movies that much so's you'd know. After a moment, Lanya asked, what do you think's going to happen when you two finally do meet again, George? George's eyebrows, darker crescents on an iron-black face, the tarnished light erased all browns and reds, rose. Well, she gonna get closer and closer, just circling. One hand traced its spiral while the other waited for it at the spiral center. And circling and closer till George's cupped palms smashed. Kid blinked, his back muscles cramped. Blam! And the sky gonna go dark and the lightning gonna go roll over the night, wide as a river and slow as the sea, and buildings gonna come toppling, and fire and water both gonna shoot in the air, and people gonna be running and screaming in the streets. George winked, nodded. Gonna be just like last time. I think, Lanya said, you've got your images mixed again. She came away from the wall and ambled a few steps across the stone. "You're doing just what the movies are doing, making it into something terrible and frightening." "That's the problem, like I say. You see, I like it like the movies. But when we get together again, we just going to be doing our thing. You all is the ones who are going to be so frightened the city going to start to fall down around your head." George's head went to the side. He grinned. "See?" "Not quite," Lanya grinned back, "but let it ride." "Okay, what are you going to do afterward?" "Same as before, I guess. Blam! And excuse me, ma'am, and then be on my way. And then it starts all over." Once more that oblique expression came to George's face. "You say your old man, is she all right? I mean, is she okay and all?" "Yeah," Lanya said. "I guess so." George nodded. "Yeah, somebody told me back in the bar you done got yourself a new boyfriend. That's nice." Where, Kid wondered, was Millie? Things get around. Lanya smiled, and Kid had an image of her suddenly snatching her harmonica to fling up some fusillade of notes to hide her embarrassment. Only she didn't look embarrassed. He remembered wanting to overhear Lanya and Millie discussing him. The prospect of a discussion of him with George left him vaguely uncomfortable. Fingers hooked over her pocket rim, Lanya was toying with her harmonica. "Yeah, I don't know if I'd say I got him. How about getting?" "Well, you sure get yourself some winners. That last one," George shook his head. "What did you think of Phil, George?" The subject, almost as uncomfortably, had changed. "I thought he was crazy," George said. "I thought he was a stuck-up, uptight, tight-assed asshole. Smart. Oh, he was smart as a whip, but I'm still glad to see you shut of him." George paused, his brows wrinkled. "Though I guess maybe you ain't." "I don't know." Lanya's lowered eyes suddenly rose. "But that's easier to say if you got a new one, isn't it?" "Well," George's laugh came out surprising and immense, "I guess it is. Say, when you gonna bring your old man on down to Jackson and say hello?" "Well, thanks," Lanya said. "Maybe we'll come down, if we don't see you in the bar first." "Gotta check your new old man out," George said. "First, see, I thought maybe you got involved with one of them faggot fellas up at Teddy's. God damn, sometimes I think there ain't nobody in the city no more ain't a faggot but me." "Is that a standard male heterosexual fantasy?" Lanya asked. "I mean, to be the only straight man around when all the others are gay?" "I ain't got nothing against faggots," George said. "You seen them pictures them boys made of me? Something, huh? Some of my best friends is—" "George," Lanya held up her hand, her face in mock pain. "Come on, don't say it." "Look," George's gestures became sweepingly gallant, "I just like to make sure all my friends is taken care of. If you wasn't getting none, see, I was going to volunteer to make an exception in my standard methods of procedure and fit you in my list. We got to watch out for our friends, now don't we?" "That's sweet of you," Lanya said, "but I'm royally taken care of in that department." And Kid, gloriously happy, put his other knee on the ground and sat back. A thought circling below articulation suddenly surfaced, dripping words. "They know each other," were the first that fell off it. More followed, obscuring clear thought with lapped, resonant rings. He remembered the poster. It was the same man with the same dark, rough face. The face was laughing now. The same body. The khaki coverall was almost too loose, but now and again when a leg moved so, or a shoulder turned, it seemed about to tear at arm or thigh. That he'd seen reproduced, bared, black and bronzelit. "Well, then," George made a slate-wiping motion, "everything's fine. You two come on down. I'd like to meet this guy. You pick him pretty interesting." "Okay," Lanya said. "Well, I guess I'm going to be on my way. Just stopped in to say hello." Now, Kid thought, now Millie is going to jump out and— "Okay, I see you," George said. "Maybe later in the bar." "Now? So long." Lanya turned around and started down the steps. George shook his head, went back to the wall, glanced after her once, picked up the newspaper, and while he shook it out, speared 2 fingers at his breast pocket for his glasses. He got them on the 3rd try. Harmonica notes twisted up like silver wires in the haze. Kid waited 6 breaths, realizing finally he had misjudged Lanya's and Millie's intentions. Millie had apparently chickened out. Again he wondered from what. Backing into thicker brush, he stood with cramping thighs and, ignoring them, circled the court. The ground sloped sharply. This time, if he could overtake her on the path, he would not hide. The music wound in the smoke toward some exotic cadence that, when achieved, slid it into a new key, where the melody defined itself along burbling triplets, till another cadence in 6 measures took it home. He came out on the side of the steps. Small branches tugged his hips and shoulders, swished away. Lanya at the bottom of the flight ambled onto the path, dragging her music after like a silver cape, and she had almost completed the song. He had never heard her play it through. Its coda hauled up the end in one of those folk suspensions that juxtapose 2 unrelated chords to hold a note from one above the other and make chaos of it. Starting down the steps behind her, he got chills, not from fear or confusion, but from the music's moment, which sheared through mouse-grey mist glimmering in the leafy corridor. He tried to walk silently, twice stopped entirely, not to break the melody before its end. He was on the bottom step. She was 15 feet ahead. The melody ended. He hurried. She turned, lips together for some word that began with M. Then her eyes widened. "Kid?" And she smiled. "What are you doing here?" and took his hand. "I was spying on you," he said. "And George." She raised an eyebrow. "You were?" "Yeah." They walked together. "I liked your song." "Oh." He glanced over. She was more embarrassed, he realized, by his overhearing the music than the conversation. While he was wondering what to offer her to atone, she managed to say, "Thank you," softly, though. He squeezed her hand, she squeezed his. Shoulder to shoulder they walked up the path, while Kid's mind turned and sorted and wondered what hers turned and sorted. He asked suddenly, "The person you were telling George about who got raped, was that Millie?" Lanya looked up, surprised. "No. Or let's say that I'd rather not say." "Huh? What does that mean? No, or you'd rather not say?" Lanya shrugged. "I just mean Millie probably wouldn't want me to say, one way or the other." Kid frowned. "That doesn't make sense." Lanya laughed, letting it out so that it was only an expression, a breath through her nose, her head shaking. She shrugged again. "Look, just give me a simple answer. Was she or—" "Now you look," Lanya said. "You're a very sweet man, and I know you're not doing it on purpose. It's just the habit men get into of trying to undermine anything that goes on between 2 women. But stop it." He was confused. She asked, "Okay?" Confused, he agreed, "Okay." They wandered on. The song etched on memory, filigreed in memory, the silent, present trees. The sky had deepened to a color that could be called blue, in leaf-shaped flakes among them. Confused, he was still happy. At the commune clearing, Millie, with Johnny at the furnace, turned, saw them, and ran over. "Lanya, Kid!" And to Lanya, "Did you tell him?" Lanya said, "No, I didn't, yet." "Oh, Kid, I'm afraid—" Millie took another breath. She'd been running more than just from the furnace. "I'm afraid I was spying on the 2 of you most of the way back here." She laughed. "You see, we decided I was going to hide in the bushes and overhear Lanya and George." "Huh?" Kid said. Lanya said, "He's not so bad, after all." "Kid?" Millie said. "Oh, you mean George? No, of course he isn't." Back to Kid. "I was going to come out and join Lanya again on the path back from the weather tower. Then it wasn't the monastery, but he'd pretty well decided it couldn't have been, when I saw you pop out on the steps 30 seconds before I was going to." Kid said to Lanya, "Then you were expecting—" The half-dozen questions in his mind were halved again when Millie said, "I couldn't keep close enough to hear everything you were saying. If I had, I would have made too much noise. I just cut straight through and caught the paths on the snake turns. Oh, Lanya, it is a lovely song. Really, you've got to play it for other people. See, you can play it all the way through. I told you you could. You knew I was listening and you got through it. Just don't let people embarrass you." "Kid?" Millie frowned. "You look so confused, Kid." Suddenly she hugged him, red hair brushed dry against his face. He nearly stumbled.
Really, I'm sorry. She released him, put her hand on Lanya's shoulder. I didn't mean to spy, but you knew I was there. She looked imploringly at Lanya. I just couldn't resist. And she laughed. He blinked. He smiled. That's all right. The memory of the melody came again. It had not been a private moment he'd overheard, but one meant for a friend. Had that, he wondered, given it its beauty? Lanya was laughing too, so he laughed with them. At the furnace, Jommy banged his ladle on the cauldron. Come on, soup's ready, come and get it. About the clearing, with mess pans and mess pots, crocks and tin cups and bowls, 24 people gathered at the fire. Come on, let's eat, Lanya said. Yes, you too, kid, Millie said. Come on. He followed the girls toward the crowd. A thin, ginger-haired spade with gold-rimmed teeth gave him a dented enamel soup plate. I got 2, man. You can take this one. But when he reached the front at the furnace for his ladleful, it was John, with swinging vest and eyeglasses full of flame, not Jommy, who served. The sky was almost dark. Though firelight lay coppery against Millie's hair, he could not make out on either bare leg as he followed Millie and led Lanya out among the crowd, trying to balance his bowl. That scratch. Dusk had come quickly, and lingered, holding off dark. They sat on the rumpled blankets at her place. He squinted up between lapped leaves while the sky drizzled powdery rubbings, gritty and cool. One more day's work at the Richards, and I'll have them moved. You've got a name now, and a job. Are you happy? Shit. He stretched out on his back and felt beneath him twigs, creases, pebbles, and the beaded chain around him. I haven't even decided how to spell it, and they still haven't paid me more than that first $5. If they don't pay you, she stretched out too, why do you go back? He shrugged. Maybe they know if they gave me my money I wouldn't come. He shrugged again. It doesn't matter. Like I told Madame Brown, I'm just an observer. They're fun to watch. Thinking, someday I'm going to die. He glanced at her. Do you know, I'm afraid of dying. A lot. I am. Sometimes when I'm walking around, I think maybe my heart is going to stop. So I feel it just to make sure it's going, which is funny because if I'm lying down about to go to sleep and I can hear my heart going, I have to move into another position, or I get scared. That it might stop, and you'll hear it? She asked. Yeah, that happens to me sometimes. When I was 15 in boarding school, I sat on the edge of the main building roof for a long time and thought about committing suicide. I've never wanted to kill myself, he said, never in my life. Sometimes I thought I was going to, because I'd gotten some crazy compulsion to jump off a building or throw myself under a train just to see what dying was like. But I never thought that life wasn't worth living, or that there was any situation so bad where just sitting it out wouldn't fix it up. That's if I couldn't get up and go somewhere else. But not wanting to kill myself doesn't stop me thinking about death. Say, has this ever happened to you? You're walking along the street or sitting in a room or lying down on the leaves or even talking to people, and suddenly the thought comes. And when it comes all through you like a stop-action film of a crystal forming or an opening bud. I am going to die. Someday, somewhere, I will be dying, and 5 seconds after that, I will be dead. And when it comes like... He smashed cupped palms together in the air so sharply she jumped. That! And you know it. Know your own death for a whole second, 3 seconds, maybe 5 or 10, before the thought goes, and you only remember the words you were mumbling, like, someday I will die, which isn't the thought at all, just its ashes. Yes, that's happened to me. Well, I think all the buildings and the bridges and the planes and the books and the symphonies and the paintings and the spaceships and the submarines and the poems, they're just to keep people's minds occupied so it doesn't happen again. After a while he said, George Harrison. She said, June Richards, and glanced at him. When he said nothing, she said, I have this picture of us going down to the bar one night and you saying, "Hey, man, come on with me. I want you to meet a friend of mine." And George says, "Why, sure." And he probably would, too. He knows how small the world is he's acting moon for. So you take him, in all his big, black, beautiful person, up to that pink brick high-rise with all the broken windows, and you get a hold of Miss Demented Sweetness and Light, and you say, "Hey, lady, I've just brought you his midnight eminence in the flesh. June, meet George. George, meet June." I wonder what they'd talk about on her territory. He chuckled. "Oh, I don't know. He might even say thank you. After all, she made him what he is today." He blinked at the leaves. It's fascinating, life the way it is, the way everything sits together, colors, shapes, pools of water with leaves in them, reflections on windows, sunlight when there's sun, cloudlight when it's cloudy. And now I'm somewhere where, if the smoke pulls back at midnight and George and the moon are up, I might see two shadows instead of one. He stretched his hands behind him on the blanket. He knocked something, which was his orchid, rolling across his notebook cover. "When I was at art school," she said, "I remember an instructor of mine saying that it was only on days like you have here that you know the true color of anything. The whole city, all of Bologna, it's under perpetual north light." He said. What is this part of me that lingers to overhear my own conversation? I lie rigid in the rigid circle. It regards me from diametric points without sex and whys. We lie in a rigid city, anticipating winds. It circles me, intimating only by position that it knows more than I want to. There, it makes a gesture too masculine before ecstatic scenery. Here, it suggests femininity, pausing at gore and bone. It dithers and stammers, confronted by love. It bows a blunt, mumbling head before injustice, rage, or even its like ignorance. Still, I am convinced that at the proper shock it would turn and call me, using those hermetic syllables I have abandoned on the crags of a broken conscience, on the plains of charred consciousness at the entrance to the ganglial city, and I would raise my head. "You," he said suddenly, it was dark, "are you happy? I mean, living like that?" "Me?" She breathed a long breath. "Let me see. Before I came here, I was teaching English to Cantonese children who just arrived in New York's Chinatown. Before that, I was managing a pornographic bookstore on 42nd Street, and before that, for quite a while, I was a self-taught tape jockey at WBAI-FM in New York. And before that, I was doing a stint at her sister station, KPFA, in Berkeley, California. Babes, I am so bored here that I don't think since I've come I've ever been more than 3 minutes away from some really astonishing act of violence." And suddenly, in the dark, she rolled against him. "Gotta run." Click, the tie knot rose. "Hey, Mr. Richards." Kit put down his own cup. "Yes, kid." Mr. Richards, already in the doorway, turned back. "What do you want?" Bobby spooned at his frosted cereal. There was no milk. June traced a column in the Friday, October 24th, 1985 Times with her forefinger. It was several weeks old. "I want to know about my money." "You need some more? I'll have some for you when I get home this evening." "I want to know how much I'm getting." "Huh?" "Oh, well, we'll have to figure that out. Have you been keeping track of how long you've been working each day?" "More or less," Kid said. "Madame Brown told me you were going to give me $5 an hour." Mr. Richards took the doorknob. "That's pretty high wages." He shook his head thoughtfully. "Is that what you told her?" The knob turned. "We better talk about it later on this evening." And the door closed on his smile. Kid turned back to Mrs. Richards. She sipped, eyes flickering above the china rim. "I mean, that's what you told her, isn't it?" $5 an hour is quite high for unskilled labor." The cup lowered to her chin. "Yeah, but not for furniture movers. Look, let me go downstairs and finish bringing up the rugs and the clothes. It's only going to take another half-dozen trips. I'll be through before you get started on lunch." Kid got up too noisily and went to the door. Bobby's spoon, silent the exchange, crunched again. June's eyes had stayed down, but once more her finger moved. From the doorway, Kid glanced back at her, as moments before her father had glanced back at him, and tried to set her against George's and Lanya's conversation of the previous afternoon. But with blonde head bent over the paper at the edge of dark wood, blonde and pink reflection fuzzed in the polish, she seemed as at home among the fluted white china cups, the brass pots of plants, the green rugs, the blue-flowered drapes, her mother, her brother, the wide windows, or the green wallpaper with its paler green florals. Down on 17, he came into the apartment, unchained, unlocked, and thought, why didn't we take the rugs up first? That was silly not to have taken the rugs up. Like mottled eels, the underpad, a smaller, darker eel, printed with a design that till now he'd only seen on corrugated ceilings. The rugs lay against the living-room wall. Outside the window, pale leviathans swam. Piles of books sat on the floor. Pilgrimage was on top of one. For the third, or was it the fourth or the fifth time, he picked it up, read at random pages, waiting to be caught and driven into the work. But the receptivity he tried to bring was again and again hooked away by some pattern of shadow on the bare vinyl tile, some sound in the apartment below, some itch in his own body, and there went all his attention. Though his eyes moved over the print, his place and the print's sense were lost. At last he laid the book back on the pile and put a book from another pile on top, as though, and wondered why he thought of it this way, the first book were his own. He stood up, he had been squatting, and gazed around. Still to be moved were bridge tables from the back storage closet, folding chairs with scrolled arms, green cushions and black metal hinges, and toys from Bobby's room scattered among them. A set of 4 nest tables was crowded with small, bright breakables. He wandered down the hall. There was the carton of papers from Mr. Richards' den, and turned into Bobby's room. Most of what was left was evidence of the older brother who'd once shared it, a handkerchief that had fallen out of a bureau drawer yesterday showing the monogram E.G.R. Propping the closet door were 3 small cartons with Eddie written across them in magic marker. On the floor was the Bologna High School yearbook. Kid picked it up and paged through. Edward Gary Richards, soccer team, GO volunteer, the cafeteria staff's favorite 2 years running, was camera shy. He laid the book down on the boxes, wandered across the hall into June's room. On the window-sill was the teepee of an empty matchbook and a white plastic flower pot still filled with earth, which, June had told him yesterday, had once grown a begonia her Aunt Marianne had given her 2 Easters ago. In memory, he refurnished the space with the pieces he'd taken upstairs the previous day, and tried to pull back, also from memory, the image of June that had come to him in George's overheard converse. Memory failed at a sound outside. Kid stepped back into the hall as Bobby came from the living room. He grunted over an armful of books. "I'm taking these upstairs." "Why don't you take about half of them?" "Maybe," 2 books fell. "I'd better." June came in. "Oh, hey, I'll take some of those." They divided the stack. Left. Where, he wondered as the door closed, the unlatched chain swung and swung over green paint, is my notebook? Of course, down the hall in what had been the back bedroom, from when he'd stopped in this apartment out of habit when he'd first come in the morning. He had momentarily forgotten that the Richards were living in 19 now. In the back bedroom, another file box stood off-center in the middle of the floor. The notebook was on the window-sill. Kid walked up to it, looked at the worn, smeared cardboard. Outside, small darknesses moved below the mist. What, he thought, should I say to Mr. Richards about my money? Suppose Mr. Richards comes back this evening and doesn't bring up the subject. Kid considered writing down alternative opening lines and rehearsing them for Mr. Richards' return. No, that's exactly the wrong way. It's almost 9 o'clock, he thought, and too smoky to tell people from shadows at 17 stories. Something thumped. A girl cried out. A second thump, and her pitch changed. A third, it sounded like toppling furniture, and her cry swooped. A fourth ended it. That was from the apartment below. Breaking glass much nearer brought his eyes from the floor. Kid went to the living room. Mrs. Richards, kneeling over something shattered, looked up and shook her head. He stopped before her restrained confusion. I dropped one of them. He could not tell what the figurine had been. So thin, these walls are so very thin. Everything comes through. I was so startled. By the nest tables, she picked faster in the bright black shards, white mat overside. I hope it wasn't anything you really... but was halted by his own inanity. Oh, that's all right. Here, I've got it all. She stood cupping chips. I heard that awful... and I dropped it. They were going on pretty loud. He tried to laugh, but before her gaze he let the laugh die in breath. Mrs. Richards, it's just noise. You shouldn't let yourself get so upset about it. What are they doing down there? Who are they? He thought she might crush the ceramic between her palms. They're just some guys, some girls, who moved into the downstairs apartment. They're not out to bother you. They think the noises from up here are pretty strange, too. Just moved in? How do you mean they just moved in? He watched her expression lurch at fear, and not achieve even that. They wanted a roof, I guess, so they took it over. Took it over? They can't come in here and take it over. What happened to the couple who lived there before? Management doesn't know things like this are going on. The front doors used to be closed at 10 o'clock every night, and locked. The first night they started making those dreadful sounds, I sent Arthur out for one of the guards, Mr. Phillips, a very nice West Indian man. He's always in front of our building till 1 in the morning. Arthur couldn't find him. He'd gone away. All the guards, and the attendants for the garage. I want you to know I put that in my letter to management. I certainly did. She shook her head. How can they just come in and take it over? They just... Ma'am, there aren't any more guards, and nobody was living there. They just moved in, just like you're moving into 19. We're not just moving in, Mrs. Richards had been looking about. Now she walked into the kitchen. I wrote management. Arthur went to see them. We got the key from the office. It isn't the same thing at all. Kid followed Mrs. Richards around the stripped kitchen. How do you know nobody was living there? There was a very nice couple downstairs. She was Japanese or Korean or something. He was connected with the university. I didn't know them very well. They'd only been here 6 months. What happened to them? She looked back just before she went into the dining room again. They left, just like everybody else. He still followed. She carried the broken things clacking down the rugless hall. I think something awful happened to them. I think those people down there did something awful. Why doesn't management send some new guards? She started into Bobby's room, but changed her mind and continued to June's. It's dangerous. It's absolutely, terribly dangerous without guards. Mrs. Richards... He stood in the doorway while she circuited the room, hands still cupped. Ma'am, what are you looking for? Some place to throw... She stopped. This. But you took everything upstairs already. You know you could just drop it on the floor. He was impatient, and his impatience embarrassed him. I mean, you don't live here anymore. After the silence in which her expression became curious, she said, You don't understand the way we live at all. But then you probably think you understand all too well. I'm going to take this out to the incinerator. He ducked back as she strode through. I don't like to go out in the hall. I don't feel safe. I'll take it out for you, he called after her. That's all right. Hands still together, she twisted the knob. When the door banged behind her, he sucked his teeth, then went and got his notebook from the window. The blue-rimmed stationery slid half out. He opened the cover and looked at her even letters. With his front teeth set, he took his pen and drew in the comma. Her ink was India black, his dark blue. Going back to the living room, he stabbed at his pocket several times. Mrs. Richards came in with a look of accomplishment. His pen caught. Mrs. Richards, do you know that letter's still down in your mailbox? What letter? You've got an airmail letter in your mailbox. I saw it again this morning. All the mailboxes are broken. Yours isn't, and there's a letter inside it. I told you about it the first day I came here.
Then I told Mr. Richards a day later. Don't you have a mailbox key?
Yes, of course. One of us will go down and pick it up this afternoon.
Mrs. Richards, something vented still left something to come.
Yes, kid.
His teeth were still set. He sucked air, and they opened. You're a very nice woman. You've really tried to be nice to me, and I think it's a shame you have to be so scared all the time. There's nothing I can do about it, but I wish there was. She frowned. The frown passed.
I don't suppose you'd believe just how much you have done.
By being around?
Yes, and also by being, well...
He could not interpret her shrug. Mrs. Richards, I've been scared a whole lot of my life, too, of a lot of things that I didn't know what they were. But you can't just let them walk all over you, take over. You have to...
I am moving.
Her head bobbed in emphasis.
We are moving from 17B to 19A.
Do something inside yourself.
She shook her head sharply, not looking. And you are very presumptuous if you think you are telling me something I don't know.
Now she looked up.
Or your telling me makes it any easier.
Frustration drove the apology. I'm sorry. He heard his own reticence modify it to something else.
Mrs. Richards blinked. Oh, I know you're just trying to... I am sorry. But do you know how terrible it is to live inside here? She gestured at the green walls. With everything slipping away. And you can hear everything that goes on in the other rooms, in the other apartments. I wake up at night and walk by the window, and I can see lights sometimes moving in the smoke. And when the smoke isn't so heavy, it's even worse, because then the lights look like horrible things crawling around. This has got to stop, you know. Management must be having all sorts of difficulty while we're going through this crisis. I understand that. I make allowances. But it's not as though a bomb had fallen or anything. If a bomb had fallen, we'd be dead. This is something perfectly natural. And we have to make do, don't we, until the situation is rectified? She leaned forward. You don't think it is a bomb?
It isn't a bomb. I was in Ensenadas in Mexico just a week or so ago. There was nothing about a bomb in the papers. Somebody gave me a lift who had an L.A. paper in his car. Everything's fine there. And in Philadelphia.
Then you see, we just have to wait. The guards will be back. They will get rid of all these terrible people who run around vandalizing in the halls. We have to be patient and be strong. Of course, I'm afraid. I'm afraid if I sit still more than 5 minutes, I'll start to scream. But you can't give in to it any more than you can give in to them. Do you think we should take kitchen knives and broken flower pots and run down there and try to scrape them out?
No, of course not.
I'm not that sort of person. I don't intend to become that sort. You say I have to do something. Well, I have moved my family. Don't you think that takes a great deal of inner strength? I mean, in this situation? I can't even let myself assess how dangerous the whole thing really is. If I did, I wouldn't be able to move at all.
Of course it's dangerous. But I go out. I live outside in it. I walk around in it. Nothing happens to me.
Oh, Edna told me how you got that scab on your face. Besides, you are a man. You are a young man. I am a middle-aged woman.
But that's all there is now, Mrs. Richards. You've got to walk around in it, because there isn't anything else.
It will be different if I wait. I know that because I am middle-aged. You don't, because you're still very young.
Your friend, Mrs. Brown...
Mrs. Brown is not me. I am not Mrs. Brown. Oh, are you just trying not to understand?
He gathered breath for protest, but failed articulation.
I have a family. It's very important to me. Mrs. Brown is all alone now. She doesn't have the same sort of responsibilities. But you don't understand about that. Perhaps in your head you do, but not inside. Not really.
Then why don't you and Mr. Richards take your family out of all this mess?
Her hands, moving slowly down her dress, turned up once, then fell. One can retreat. Yes, I suppose that's what I'm doing by moving. But you can't just give up entirely, run away, surrender. I like the Labrie apartments. Her hands pulled together to crush the lap of her dress. I like it here. We've lived here since I was pregnant with Bobby. We had to wait almost a year to get in. Before that we had a tiny house out in Helmsford, but it wasn't as nice as this, believe me. They don't let just anyone in here. With Arthur's position, it's much better for him. I've entertained many of his business associates here. I especially liked some of the younger, brighter men, and their wives. They were very pleasant. Do you know how hard it is to make a home?" His bare heel had begun to sting just from the weight of standing. He rocked a little. "That's something that a woman does from inside herself. You do it in the face of all sorts of opposition. Husbands are very appreciative when it works out well, but they're not that anxious to help. It's understandable. They don't know how. The children don't even appreciate. But it's terribly necessary. You must make it your own world, and everyone must be able to feel it. I want a home here that looks like my home, feels like my home, is a place where my family can be safe, where my friends, psychologists, engineers, ordinary people, poets, can feel comfortable. Do you see?" He nodded. He rocked. "That man Calkins, the one who runs the Times, do you think he has a home? They're always writing articles about the people who are staying with him, visiting with him, those people he's decided are important. Do you think I'd want a place like that? Oh, no. This is a real home, a place where real things happen to real people. You feel that way, I know you do. You've become practically part of the family. You are sensitive, a poet. You understand that to tear it all apart and set it up again, even on the 19th floor, that's taking a desperate chance, you see. But I'm doing it. To you, moving like this is just a gesture. But you don't understand how important a gesture can be. I cannot have a home where I hear the neighbors shrieking. I cannot. Because when the neighbors are shrieking, I cannot maintain the peace of mind necessary for me to make a home. Not when that is going on. Why do you think we moved into the library? Do you know how I thought of this moving? As a space, a gap, a crack in which some terrible thing might get in and destroy it. Us, my home. You have to take it apart, then put it back together. I really felt as though some dirt or filth or horrible rot might get in while it was being reassembled and start a terrible decay. But here, once more she waved her hand, I couldn't live here any more. But if everything outside has changed, then I have to be, she let her skirt go, stronger inside. Yes? Yeah. He was uncomfortable with the answer, forced. I guess so. You guess? She breathed deeply, looking around the floor as if for mist fragments. Well, I know. I know about eating, sleeping, how it must be done if people are going to be comfortable. I have to have a place where I can cook the foods I want, a place that looks the way I want it to look, a place that can be a real home. Then she said, You do understand. She picked up another ceramic lion from the nest tables. I know you do. He realized it was its twin that had shattered. Yeah, Mrs. Richards, but... Mom, June said over the sound of the opening door. She glanced hesitantly between them. I thought you were going to come right back up. Is that my shell box? She walked to the cluster of remaining furniture. I didn't even know we still had it in the house. Gee, Bobby said from the doorway. We've almost got everything upstairs. You want me to take television? I don't know why, June said. You can't get any picture on it anymore. Just colored confetti. You better let Kid take the TV. You can help me carry the rug. Oh, all right. June dragged the carpet roll by one end. Bobby caught the other. Are you sure the two of you can manage that? Mrs. Richards asked. We got it, June said. It came up like a sagging 15-foot sausage between them. They maneuvered across the room. Mrs. Richards slid the nest tables back. Kid pushed aside the television. June going forward and Bobby going backward. Hey, don't back me into the damn door, Bobby said. Bobby, his mother said. June grunted, getting the rug in a firmer grip. I'm sorry. Bobby hugged the rug under his arm, reached behind him for the doorknob. Darn door. Okay? You got it all right? June asked. She looked very intense. Uh-huh. Bobby nodded, backing out into the hall. June followed him. The edge of the rug hissed by the jam. Just a second. She shoved the door with her foot and was through.
All right, but don't push me so fast, Bobby repeated out in the echoing corridor. The door swung to. Mrs. Richards, I'll take the television, if you want. She was stepping here and there, searching. Yes, oh, certainly, the television. Though June's right, you can't see anything on it. It's terrible the way you get to depend on all these outside things. 50 great empty spots during the evening when you wish a radio or something were there to fill them up. But the static would be just awful. Wait, I could take the rest of these things off the tables and you could carry them up. Once we get the front room rug down, I'm going to try putting that end table beside the door to the balcony. That's what I really like up there, the balcony. When we came here, we applied for an apartment with a balcony, but we couldn't get it then. I'm going to split these up and put them on either side of... Out in the hall, June screamed. A long scream he could hear empty her of all breath. Then she screamed again. Mrs. Richards opened her mouth without sound. One hand shook by her head. He dashed between the television and the tables, out the door. June, dragging one hand against the wall, backed up the hall. When he caught her shoulder, the scream cut and she whirled. "Bobby!" But had almost no voice at all. I didn't see the... Shaking her head, she motioned down the hall. He heard Mrs. Richards behind him and ran 3 more steps. The rug lay on the floor, the last foot sagging over the sill into the empty elevator shaft. The door nudged it, went ka-chunk, retreated, then began to close again. "Mom, Bobby, he fell in the..." Ka-chunk. "No. Oh, my dear God, no. I didn't see it, Mom. I didn't. I thought it was the other. Oh, God, Bobby, no, he couldn't. Mom, I didn't know. He just backed into it. I didn't see..." Ka-chunk. Kid hit exit with both palms, vaulted down the flight, came out on 16, sprinted to the end of the hall and beat the door. All right, what the fuck you... 13 opened for him. "Banging so hard for..." "A rope," Kid was gasping. "Or a ladder. You guys got a rope and a flashlight? The boy from upstairs, he just fell down the elevator shaft." "Oh, wow." 13 stepped back. Smoky, behind his shoulder, opened her eyes very wide. "Come on, you guys got a light and a ladder and a rope?" A black woman with hair like 2 inches of Brillo, with hints of rust, shouldered Smoky aside, stepped around 13. "Now what the fuck is going on, huh?" Around her neck hung some dozen chains, falling between her breasts, between the flaps of a leather vest laced through its half-dozen lowest holes. Her thumb hooked a wide, scuffed belt. Her wrists were knobby, the back of her hands rough, dark skin rounded above the belt and below the vest bottom. "A boy just fell down the goddamn elevator shaft." Kid took another breath and tried to see past the crowd that had gathered at the door. "Will you bastards get a ladder and a rope and a light and come on, huh?" "Oh, hey, man." The black woman looked over her shoulder. "Baby, Adam, Denny, you had that line. Bring it out here. Some kid fell down the shaft." She turned back. "I got a light." A brown triangle of stain that looked permanent crossed her 2 large front teeth. "Come on." Kid turned away and started back down the hall. He heard them running behind him. As he ducked into the stairwell, Denny's voice separated from the voices and footsteps around it. "Fell down the elevator? Oh, man." And a barking laugh. All right, Dragon Lady, I'm with you." Sudden light behind him flung his shadow before him down the next flight. At the landing he glanced back. The bright scales, claws, and fangs careened after him, striated and rigid as a television image from a monster film suddenly halted in its projector. It was the dragon he'd seen his first night in the park, with Tack. He could tell because Griffin and Mantis glimmered just behind, and sometimes through it. Bleached out like ghosts, the others clustered down, streaked with sidelight. Kid ran on, heart hammering, breath scoring his nasal roof. He fell against the bottom door. It sagged forward. He staggered out. The others ran behind. Harsh light lay out harsh shadow, dispersing the lobby's gray as he crossed. "How do you get down into the fucking basement?" He hammered the elevator bell. "The downstairs is locked," 13 said. "I tried to get in when we first got..." Both elevator doors rolled open. Dragon Lady, light extinguished, swung around him into the one with the car, wrenched away the plate above the buttons. The plate clattered on the car floor as she did something with switches. "Okay, I got both doors locked open." Kid looked back.
The two other apparitions swayed forward among the others standing, and called, "Where's the rope?" He held the other jam and leaned into the breezy shaft. Girders rose by hazy brick. "I can't see too much." Above and in the wind a voice echoed, "Oh, no, he's down there. He must be terribly hurt." And another, "No, Mom, come back. Kid's down there. Mom, please. Bobby, are you all right? Please, Bobby. Oh, dear God." Kid strained to see. The vaguest suggestion of light up in the distance. Was it some upper, open door? "Mrs. Richards!" His shout vaulted about the shaft. "You get back from that door." "Oh, Bobby, Kid, is he all right? Oh, please let him be all right. Mom, come back, will you?" Then lights around him moved forward, harshening the brick, the painted steel. On the shaft wall shadows of heads swung. Some grew, some faded. New shadows grew. "You see anything?" Dragon Lady asked, crowding his shoulder. "Here." Her arm came up, hooked his. "Lean on out further if you want." He glanced back at her. She said, her head to the side, "I ain't gonna let you fall, motherfucker." So he hooked up his arm. "Got me?" "Yeah." Their elbows made a hot, comfortable lock. He leaned forward, swaying into the dark. She led him slowly out. The other lights had filled the door, flushing the shaft with doubled shadows. "You see anything in there?" Which was not Dragon Lady's voice, but Denny's. "The junk down there. On darkness like velvet. Cigarette packages, chewing gum papers, cigarettes and cigarette butts, matchbooks, envelopes, and there to one side, heaped up." The glitter in it identified the wrist. "Yeah, I can see him, I think." "Can you see where he is? Bobby? Bobby, Kid, can you see him?" "Oh, my God, he fell all that way. He must be hurt so badly." "I can't hear him. Is he unconscious? Can't you see where he is yet?" "Mama, please, please, come back from here." Behind him, Dragon Lady said with soft brutality, "Christ, I wish that bitch would shut the fuck up." "Look, man," 13 said behind him, "that's her kid down there." "Don't man me, 13, Dragon Lady said, and Kid felt her grip, well, not loosen, so much as shift, about an inch. His shoulder tensed. "I still wish she'd keep quiet." "I brought the crowbar," somebody said, "and a screwdriver. Do you need a crowbar or a screwdriver?" "After that fall," Dragon Lady said, "there can't be too much left of him. He gotta be dead." "Shit," Dragon Lady 13 said. "His mama's right up there." "I said he's gotta be dead. You heard me?" "Mom, come on. Can you see him down there?" "I can't see anything. I can't hear anything." "Oh, Bobby, can you hear your mommy? Please, Bobby." The grip suddenly sagged. For a moment Kid thought he was falling. Dragon Lady, still holding, had leaned in behind him. Her voice roared about his ears. "Your son is dead, lady!" And Kid was pulled away. "Come on, let's get you back." 13, with an unhappy expression, shook his head. Denny, up front now, gripped a length of wound clothesline. "You want to get him up? You take the rope. We'll hold you while you go down." Kid took hold of the doubled end, tucked his head through, and hooked his arms over. Griffin and Mantis flanked the door. 13, Denny, and Dragon Lady were handing out the other end among them. "You just hold on," Kid said. "I'll climb down." He got onto his knees at the sill, holding the edge, one rough hand lost in Griffin light, dropped one leg down, then the other. The shaft at his back was cool. He could not tell if the wind came from above or below. He went over the edge, had to keep away from the wall first with his knee, then with his foot. "You all right?" Denny asked, legs wide, fists close. Kid grunted, pulling on the ropes, taut around his back, pushing something glass into his back, and taut under his arms. "Yeah." The slanted bar of the door mechanism slid under his bare foot. His sandal toe scraped metal. Swaying at either side of the door, the apparitions loomed, luminous. Once he called, "You can lower it a little faster than that. I'm okay." "Sorry," which was 13, catching his breath. And the rope. His shin scraped the basement door sill. His bare foot hit something and slipped in either grease or blood. He turned while the rope sagged around him and looked at the... He had to be dead. The shaft was momentarily silent except for the wind. Finally Dragon Lady called down, "You still okay?" "Yeah." Kid took a breath. "I'll tie the rope around him. You can haul him up." He slipped the rope from under his arms, pulled it over his head, but left it around one shoulder. He stepped forward on the oozy filth, stooped, and tugged a leg from where it had wedged between two blackened bumper plates. "Is he alive?" 13 called. Kid took another breath. "No." He pulled at the arm, got a grip around the chest, which was all soft against him. His own shirt front soaked immediately. Blood dribbled along his forearm. Standing, he dragged the body back a step. A foot caught, pulled free. The leg fell back against his thigh wet, warm to the knee. Dragging it, limp, reaching for the rope, he thought, is this what turns on blood and blade freaks? He thought of Tack, he thought of George, hunted in himself for any idle sexuality. He found it disconcertingly a small warmth above the loins that, as he bared his teeth and the rope slid through his sticky hand, went out. "Let me have another couple of feet." Well, he had found it before in auto-wrecks, in blue plush, in roots, in wet wood with the bark just stripped. Rope dropped over his shoulder. The voices 18 floors up came again. "Oh, Mom, is he all right? Kid, have you found him yet? Bobby? Bobby, can you hear me at all? Oh, Mom, you heard. Bobby, are you all right?" He got the rope around the chest, got a clumsy knot done, like trying to do it with your hands in glue, that maybe would hold. Bobby sagged against Kid's knees, heavy enough to make his bare foot slide backward. "Okay." He tugged the rope. He could see it run across the sill above him, go taut and slow. The weight lifted from against him. A sneaker dragged across his foot, thumped against the door, and swung away again, and raised, dripping on his cheek. He smeared at his face with the heel of his hand and stepped back. "Jesus Christ!" from a girl at the doorway, silenced everything but the wind and the reverberating voice. "Bobby, Bobby, please, can you hear me at all?" Another boy said, "Hey, wow!" Then Denny's nervous laugh. "Oh, man, that's a mess." Dragon Lady said, "All right, I'm untying him here. You get that rope down to the kid." Standing on the bottom of the shaft, his bare heel wedged against one caked girder that crossed the bumper plates, Kid stared up. For a moment he thought the elevator car descended at him, but it was a trick of light from the flanking beasts, both of whom swayed and flickered at the edge of sight. The rope fell at him. He grabbed it with one hand, then the other. Someone pulled it. It rasped his coated palms. "Hey!" It went slack again. Dragon Lady leaned in, the rope wrapped around one fist. "You got it now?" "Yeah." Once more he shrugged it over his head, under his arms. "Got it." They tugged him up. When his head reached the sill, Denny and somebody else were on their knees, catching him around under the armpits. The sill scraped his chin, his chest. Smoky simply put her hand over her mouth and stepped back behind 13. Kid crawled over, got to his feet, moved a few steps forward. The others fell back. "God damn!" Dragon Lady shook her head, eyes wide, and rolled the rope against her thigh. "God!" Denny, with a funny smile, stepped back, black-lined nails moving over his chest. "Wow, you really—" He shook back pale hair, seemed to be considering several things to say. "You look just about as bad as—" He glanced at the floor. 13 said, "We got some clothes up at the place. You want to look through them for something to change into? Well, that's all right." "Oh, yeah." Kid looked down at blood on himself, on the floor. It didn't run. It looked like jellied paste. "Thanks." He looked at the thing on the floor, too, while wind and the woman's voice made torrents in the shaft. "I better get him upstairs." Bobby's shirt had ripped across the back. The flesh that wasn't torn was purple. "You could make a sling or something," 13 offered. "Hey, do we got any more of that canvas stuff?" Someone he didn't recognize said, "We threw it out." Kid sucked his teeth, stopped, got his arms under Bobby's shoulders, tugged him over. One eye, open, had burst. The face, as though it had been made of clay, was flattened across one quarter. 13, glancing up the shaft, said, "Dragon Lady, why you want to go hollering up at her about her kid's dead?" "Because," Dragon Lady said, "if I was his mother, I'd want to know." "But suppose he was still—" "Man, that ain't like getting dumped out a 2-story window. That's 17, 18 flights." Kid wedged his hand under the knees, stood unsteadily, stepped back.
Watch it! Denny grabbed Kid's shoulder. You don't want to go back down there again now, do you? Kid said, Make the elevator go. In his arms the body was heavy, not so warm, and dripped less. Huh? From Dragon Lady, who was coiling up the rope. Oh, yeah. She swung into the car, did something else to the switches above the buttons. The door started to close. She stopped it with her forearm. Ka-chunk. Denny stepped back as Kid carried Bobby inside. Baby, Adam, you go on up with the others, Dragon Lady said from the back of the car. But Kid, turning to face the door as it rolled to, could not tell which of the people standing behind 13 and Smoky she addressed. Their light shields had been extinguished. A moment into darkness, he heard Dragon Lady's hand move among her chains, and the car filled with light. So you can see what you're doing, the dragon said. Here, I'll push the floor. Which one, 17? Yeah, he nodded, stepped aside. The car rose. The dragon beside him, he realized, was bigger than the elevator. Since it was light, he would have expected walls and ceiling to cut off that side claw, the top of that head. The effect, however, was that those places in the blue enameled walls and ceiling seemed transparent, and the claw and the head shone through. The apparition was reflected on 4 sides. Standing there, shifting the weight in his arms, Kid had to shift it several times, he noticed the striations, like a muzzy image on some vertical television screen, raced to the left if he swayed right. If he swayed left, they raced right. Kid said, I don't think you should get out with me. The dragon said, I wasn't planning to. He shifted the weight again, looked down at it, and thought, it smells... It has a specific smell. And there was an annoying piece of paper. He glanced down over the knees. Was it a matchbook? Stuck to his bare foot. Why, Kid thought, why am I standing here with this armful of heavy, heavy meat filthy with blood? Then something raked inside his face. His throat clamped, his eyes teared. Either fear or grief, it extinguished as quickly as the lust that had momentarily raked inside his loins. He blinked, again shifted his weight to the sandaled foot. The bare one stuck to the floor. Beside him, the swayings and motions that might tell him Dragon Lady's thoughts were hidden in light. He shifted back the other way. His sandal stuck too. The car slowed, the door opened. Mrs. Richards' fist rose to strike her chin. The gesture was a stronger version of June's. Mrs. Richards stepped back, and back again. June caught her mother's arm. Mrs. Richards closed her mouth and her eyes and began to shake. High, brittle sobs suddenly crackled the silence. You better take your mother upstairs, Kid said, and stepped after his grotesque shadow into the hall. June's head whipped back and forth between him and her mother, till an edge of shadow swept over his. It was not him she was staring at, but the bright apparition in the closing elevator. I'll put him in the old apartment. Bobby's? June whispered and smashed back against the wall to avoid him as he passed. Yeah, he's dead. Behind him, Mrs. Richards' crying changed pitch. The other elevator door, against the rolled carpet, went ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. He shouldered into 17B, put the boy in his own. Kid walked down the hall, turned into the bare room. One of Bobby's hands, the one with the chain, all stained, struck and struck his shin. All he had to do was look at what he lugged, not to be sad. He tried not to drop it on the floor, lowered it, almost fell, and dropped it. He pulled at the bent leg. It bent again, at the wrong place, so he stood up. Christ, the blood! He shook his head and peeled his shirt from stomach and shoulders. Starting for the door, he unbuckled his pants, and holding them with one hand, they dropped to his thighs, stepped into the hall. Mrs. Richards, standing in the middle of the hall, began to shake her head and cry again. He scowled and pulled his pants up. He'd been heading for the bathroom, but, exposed to her astonished grief, he was thrown back to the moment of sexual response at the shaft bottom. Shit, he thought. Ma'am, why don't you go upstairs? There's nothing you can do. Being here won't make you feel any better. June? June half hid behind her mother. Why don't you take her upstairs? Suddenly he didn't want to be there at all. Look, I've got to go get something. Holding his pants closed, he went past them into the living room, picked up his notebook, and holding it in front of his lap, stalked out the door. 13 said, I guess she's taken it pretty rough.
and stepped back to let him in. "Shit!" Dragon Lady glanced at the ceiling. The sound of crying, high and stifled, dripped into the room like something molten. "Why don't you shut up?" Dragon Lady said. "Look, man," 13 started. I know. Somebody just asked me if I wanted a glass of wine. Well, I sure as shit do. Baby, Adam, you bringing that damn wine?" "You said," Kid began, "you had some clothes." "Oh, yeah, sure. Come on in." Denny, who was resting a glass jug on the crook of his arm, said, "I think he wants to use the bathroom." "Yeah, you want to wash up. Tub's a mess, but you can use it if you want. What's the matter?" Nothing. But Denny's last sentence had caused Gooseflesh more unpleasant than either grief or terror. "Yeah, I better wash up." "Down the hall. It don't have no fucking windows. I'll get a lantern." 13 lifted one from a nail in the wall. Kid followed him into the john. In the swaying lantern light, he saw a line of rust along the middle of the tub to the drain. The enamel had flaked here and there from black patches. "We had to put a fucked-up scorpion in here a couple of nights back. Name was Pepper, and he put something in his arm he shouldn't have. Put him in the bathtub with his spurs on, and he tried to kick holes in it." Lantern high in one hand, 13 bent and picked up a screw from the tub bottom, looked at it, shrugged. "Use any of those towels you want. We don't got no washcloths." He put the lantern down on the back of the toilet. Kid put the notebook on the seat top, turned on the water, and picked up the soap. Flakes of rust had dried into it. With a gray towel, torn, he swabbed the bottom of the tub. There was no stopper, so he rolled it up and plugged the drain, then got in before the water had covered the bottom. "Do you want something to drink?" a girl called through the door. "Yeah." While he sat scrubbing at his face, he could hear the crying upstairs. He wondered if she were moving from room to room. The girl came into the bathroom with a white cup in her hands. She wore jeans, was heavy, and had a cheerful face that was trying to look very serious. "Here you are, that poor boy." She bent down, spilling curly hair from her shoulder, and put the cup on the tub edge. She had loose, heavy breasts under a blue sweatshirt. "That must have been awful." Her voice was breathy, and he thought she probably giggled a lot. The thought of her giggling made him smile. "It wasn't nice." "You live upstairs?" she asked. Perhaps she was 17. "I just work there. You know, if you keep on staring at me like that, I'm going to get all excited." She giggled. He leaned back in the tub. "See? I told you." "Oh!" She gestured mock frustration. Left. She had to push past Denny, who stood in the door now. He gave a sharp, short laugh. "You really got yourself messed up, huh, kid?" "Yeah. Well, I guess we couldn't leave him down there." "I guess not." Denny came in and sat on the toilet cover, picked up the notebook. "Hey, kid, this yours?" He nodded, only realizing now that Denny's kid had neither capital K or extra D. Kid grinned and picked up the mug. Around him the water ran brown. The matchbook from his foot floated under the spigot. When he sipped, his mouth burned. "Shit, what is this?" "Whiskey," Denny said, looking up. "You want wine? We got wine, but I thought maybe you'd want something good and strong. I mean, after—" His hair swung in pale blades. "That's fine." "You write all this?" "Yeah, leave it alone." "Oh." Quickly, Denny put it on the floor between his boots. He rubbed 2 fingers on his naked chest a while. Then he glanced up and said, "She's really going on, huh? I guess that's 'cause she's his mama?" Kid nodded and ground his knuckles in the soap. "I got all that junk off my face?" "No, on the side, under your chin." He lathered there. The lantern showed the suds gone tan. Denny gestured. "What you got a hard-on for?" "Your scrawny ass hanging over the back of your pants." "Yeah?" Denny grinned. "Be the best piece you ever had." But when Kid sloshed the lather off his face, Denny was still looking at it. "How'd your run go?" Kid asked. "With Nightmare?" "Yeah. It was a fuck-up," Denny shrugged. "We didn't get nothing. Time before was really good. Next time be good, too." "What you guys run after?" Kid drank some more and rubbed the rusty soap on his stomach. "You all that interested in scorpion shit?" Kid shrugged. The soap bobbed away. Denny nodded. "You interested? You asked Dragon Lady." "Not that interested." He retrieved it, pushed it between his toes. You ask her, she'll tell you if she thinks you want to know. Dragon Lady, she likes you. Suddenly Denny stood. So does Nightmare. I'll be back in a second. Kid took another drink and fell to scrubbing again. His nails were lined, ruined rim and bitten cuticle, with brown. He dunked his head, rubbed it, lifted it. Dark streaks wormed from the drippings. Here you go, kid. Denny came back in with an armful of clothing and sat down again on the toilet. Now we got this pair of pants, and this pair. No, that's pretty raunchy. I guess these'll fit you. Nice belt, too. I don't know who left all this shit. You think there'd be a shirt in here, you know? I thought scorpions didn't wear shirts. Kid stood up in the loud water to soap his groin. Denny glanced at him once more. Shit, I better keep my ass out of your way. You want a black leather vest? That'd look good on you, kid, you know. Scorpions just wear vests, usually. You seen the one I got? How old are you? 16, followed with a questioning glance. 15, Kid decided. I'm practically a dozen years older than you. Stop calling me kid. Huh? You are? Yeah. Now throw me that other towel. As he caught it, the door crashed back. Dragon Lady lurched in, dark face twisted, stained teeth bared, shaking a fist with one finger up. Look, when you go back upstairs, you tell that bitch to cut it out, you hear? It's driving me up the fucking wall. God damn, I know it's her kid, but, well, Jesus Christ, she's been whining up there a fucking hour. She looked at the ceiling and bellowed, I mean, go out and take a walk, lady. Dragon Lady. Denny's interruption seemed to take in none of the scorpion's rage. We dragged the cocksucker up there for her. She keep it up, I'm going to go up there and beat the shit out of her if you don't quiet her down. Anger and the cold air. His erection, anyway, was gone. The walls are thin. He rubbed himself with a bunch towel. Dragon Lady? Well, you won't. The kid was asking about the run. Kid sensed the hesitant disobedience or some acquiescence to previous commitment, but he could not be sure whether the newly implied capital was respectful or mocking. Yeah? Dragon Lady's anger was quickly exhausted. Look, let me out of here and see what I can do upstairs, Kid said. We'll talk about it some other time. He wished Mrs. Richards would quiet, too. Oh, yeah, sure. Try and shut her up, huh? Dragon Lady backed out again. You don't want the vest? Denny still pawed in the heap. The crying suddenly rose in pitch. Outside, Dragon Lady said, God damn! Yeah, I want the fucking vest. Kid stepped from the tub, reached down and drained the whiskey. Twin warmths of agreement and alcohol turned through him. Denny, still sitting, was bent almost double as he sorted the clothing. His belt loops tugged his jeans below his buttocks crevice. Kid sucked his teeth again and toweled his groin. What's she here for, anyway? Dragon Lady? Denny glanced up, unbending. Yeah. You remember when you were here last time? Nightmare was collecting us for the run? Denny shrugged and fell back to sorting. Well, she's bringing us back, I guess. Oh. The door opened again. The girl stood there with a plastic cup this time. Oh, she said, I didn't know you were... That was to Denny, who didn't look up, so she said to Kid, Denny told me I should bring you another glass after 15 minutes. Did you finish the first one? You don't give a fuck whether he finished it or not, Denny said, still bent over. Just give it to him. I'm finished. She blinked rapidly while they exchanged mug for cup. Then, without glancing at Denny, she left. Kid drank some more, then put the cup on the tub edge. Thanks. Denny still didn't say anything, almost as though embarrassed. In black jeans and leather vest, Kid went into the front room. Oh, man, Dragon Lady was saying, this is just too much. The crying was louder here. Dragon Lady, Smoky said, tugging at the tassels of her macrame belt, why do you shout things up there like that? It isn't necessary. Well, Dragon Lady said, thumb hooked around hers, if I was making that big a fool of myself after about an hour, I don't know as how I wouldn't appreciate somebody telling me to cut it out, like they meant it. Which Smoky seemed to think was funny. 13's reaction, though, was silent, hand-throwing frustration. He moved almost protectively between the two women. Smoky didn't seem to mind. Look, 13 said with the settling gestures of the palms, if your neighbor, I mean your own neighbor, is going through that, you're just obliged.
Obliged, see, to put up with. Dragon Lady threw her glass. It missed 13. Smoky ducked too. Hey, watch! 13 shouted. Pieces of glass rocked on the floor. Wine licked down the wall. Smoky just blinked and looked like she didn't know whether to be amused or angry. But Dragon Lady launched into doubled-over laughter. Oh, 13, you are so... Chain swung, flung back around her neck as she stood. You are so chicken shit. She laughed again. Maybe Kid thought scorpions just yelled loud, laughed a lot, and threw things. Baby, Dragon Lady shouted, Adam, we're gonna get out of here soon. Goodbye, Kid said at the door, and went. The girl in the blue sweatshirt who had brought him the whiskey was the only one who said goodbye. Somehow, though, he was sure it was time to leave. In the hall it occurred to him he hadn't even noticed if the sick girl was still in her bunk or not. He carried the nest tables into 19A. Mrs. Richards stood in the middle of the room. He said, I thought I'd bring these up with me since I was coming. You said you wanted them by the... Then went and put them by the balcony door. Your clothes, she said. I was going to give you some of my son's clothes. Oh, I got these. They were all black, too. Her hands gripped one another beneath her breasts. She nodded. Is June all right? She kept nodding. I thought I heard you downstairs, but when I went in, you'd already gone up. The nodding continued till suddenly she averted her face. I'll go bring the rest of the stuff up, ma'am. He returned with rugs over each shoulder and dumped them. Mrs. Richards was out of the room. On his next trip, he'd considered Bobby's toys, but decided he'd better leave those down there. She passed through and did not look at him. 3 more trips and everything, toys too, he took them to Bobby's room and put them in the closet right away, was up. He sat on the easy chair and opened his notebook. A rusty line still ringed the gnawed lozenges of his nails. He took his pen, clipped to a buttonhole in the vest now, and turned pages. He was surprised how few empty ones were left. He turned to the last and realized pages had been torn out. Their remains feathered inside the coil. The cover was very loose. 6 of the holes in the cardboard had pulled free. He turned back to the furthest front free page and clicked his pen point. Then slowly he lost himself in words. Both legs were broken. His pulped skull and jellied hip. He paused. He rewrote. Both legs broken, pulp-eyed, jelly-hipped. Only somewhere in there, his tongue balked on unwanted stress. He frowned for a way to remove a syllable that would give the line back its violence. When he found it, he realized he had to give up the EDs and reorder 3 words. What was left was a declarative sentence that meant something else entirely, and made his back crawl under the leather vest, because, he recognized irrelevantly, it was far more horrifying than what he had intended to describe. The first conception had only approached the bearable limit. He took a breath and a clause from the first 3 lines to close the passage, and writing it, saw only 1 word in it was necessary, so crossed out the others. Mrs. Richards came into the room, circled it, searching, saw him. "You're writing. I didn't mean to disturb your writing." "Oh, no," he closed the book. "I'm finished." He was tired, but he was finished. "I thought perhaps you were writing some sort of elegy for—" and dropped her head. "Oh, no," he said, and decided elegy was the title. "Look, you've got everything up here. Maybe I should just go on and leave." "No." Mrs. Richards' hand left her neck to reach for him. "Oh, you mustn't go. I mean, you haven't talked to Arthur about your pay, have you?" "Well, okay." He sat back. Mrs. Richards, all exhausted nervousness, sat across the coffee table from him. He asked, "Where's June?" "She's in her," ended by vague gesture. She said, "It must be awful for you." "It's worse for you." He was thinking, her son's clothes? She couldn't have meant Bobby. We weren't anywhere near the same size. "Edwards?" "Mrs. Richards, I can't even say how sorry I—" She nodded again, chin striking her knuckles. "Oh, yes, you don't have to. I understand. You went down there and brought him—" In the pause, he thought she was going to cry. "Back. How can I say thank you for that?
You went down there. I saw when you brought him up. How can I say—" "It's all right, Mrs. Richards, really." He wanted to ask her about the structure of light that had been in the elevator car with him, and could think of no way. Momentarily he wondered maybe she hadn't seen it, but moved his jaws on one another to dispel those implications. "I don't have to wait here for Mr. Richards. I can catch him another time. You might want to be alone with him when—" The disorganized movements of her face stopped. "Oh, no, I want someone here. Please stay. Stay for me. That would be—" She began to look around in the seat of her chair. "The kindest thing you could do." "All right." What she looked for she did not find. "I want somebody with me. I need somebody." She stood. "With me. Here." Again she circled the room. "It's so strange. I haven't the faintest idea what I'll say. I wish I could phone him. On the phone it would be so much easier, but I just have to wait. He'll come in the door, and I'll say, 'Arthur, this afternoon June backed Bobby into the elevator shaft, and he fell down 17 flights and killed himself.'" She looked into the kitchen, crossed the room, looked down the hall. "Are you sure you wouldn't feel better if I went?" He wanted to go, could not conceive her wanting him to remain, even though she waved her hand at him, even though she said, "Please, you have to stay." "Yes, ma'am, I will." She came back to her chair. "Doesn't feel like we live here. The walls are blue. Before they were green. But all our furniture, it's all in the proper place." "The rugs aren't down yet," he suggested. Well, it filled the silence. "Oh, no, I don't think it's the rugs. It's the feeling. It's the feeling of trying to make a home for my husband and my—" Then she pressed her lips together and dropped her head. "Look, Mrs. Richards, why don't you go in and lie down or something till Mr. Richards gets back? I'll put the rugs down," and thought abruptly, that's what she wanted me to say. So I'll have to tell him. Who told the damn kids to take the rugs up anyway? And couldn't remember whether it was him or her. But she shook her head. "I couldn't sleep now. No. When Arthur comes back—" No. The last was calm. She pushed her hands into her lap. Bobby's pile of books still sat in the corner. Kid wished he had put them away. She stood. She walked the room once more. Her motions began definitively, but lost focus in a glance. First out the balcony doors, next into the dining room, now toward the hall. She stopped behind her chair. "Arthur," she said, followed by what sounded more like a comma of address than of apposition. "He's outside." "Ma'am?" "Arthur is outside. In that." She sat. "He goes out every day. I can watch him from the window, turn down 44th there and disappear into the smoke, like that." Outside the balcony door, buildings were blurred. "We've moved." She watched the fog for the length of 5 breaths. "This building, it's like a chessboard. Now we occupy a different square. We had to move, we had to. Our position before was terrible." Smoke pulled from the window, uncovering more smoke. "But I didn't know the move would cost so much." And more. "I'm not prepared for this. I'm really not. Arthur goes out there every day and works in systems, Maitland Systems Engineering. Then he comes home." She leaned forward. "Do you know, I don't believe all that out there is real. Once the smoke covers him, I don't believe he goes anywhere. I don't believe there's any place to go." She sat back. "I don't think I believe there ever was. I'm very much in love with that man, and I'm very much in awe of him. It frightens me how much I don't understand him. I often suspect that he isn't happy, that going out to work every day and that—" she shook her head slightly— "that it doesn't give him anything real, the inner things he needs. Whatever it is he does out there, it frightens me. I picture him going to a great, empty building filled with offices and desks and workbenches and technician shops and drafting tables and filing cabinets and equipment closets. No people. He walks up and down and looks into the open office doors. I don't think he opens the closed ones. Sometimes he straightens a pile of papers on somebody's desk. Sometimes he looks through a pile of circuit plans, but he puts them back neatly That's all day, with no one else there. Do you think any of the windows are broken? Do you think he sometimes turns on a light switch and only one of those long fluorescent tubes flickers, faintly orange at one end? There's something wonderful about engineering, you know. I mean, you go in and you solve problems, you make things with your hands, with your mind. You go in and you have a problem to work with, and when you've finished solving it, you've, well, done something with real, tangible results, like a farmer who raises a crop. You can see that it's there. You don't just push a button again and again, or put endless piles of paper in the proper drawers. Engineers are very wise, like farmers. They can also be very dense and stubborn. Oh, I don't know what's out there where he goes to every day. He won't talk about it. He used to, but not now. I don't know where he goes every morning. If he walked around the streets all day, I could tell that. That's not it. But whatever it isn't good for him. He's a good man. He's more than a good man. He's an intelligent man. Do you know he was hired right out of his class in college? Oh, they were doing that a lot a few years ago. But it wasn't as common as all that when we were in school. He needs something. I'd seem like a silly woman if I said worthy of him, but that's what I mean. I've never understood what was out there. She looked again through the balcony doors. I've suspected that whatever was there wasn't really what he needed, what would make him happy. Oh, I learned a long time ago you don't look for that, but the thing you do try for, excellence, contentment. Oh, no, not in a great empty office building where the lights don't work, where the windows are broken, where there aren't any people. There are probably people there, Kid said uncomfortably. Probably a skeleton staff. Madame Brown and I were talking about that. It's probably like at the management office. Ah, her hands met in her lap. Yes, she sat back. But I'm only telling you how it feels to me. When the smoke thins, I can look across at the other buildings. So many of the windows are broken. Maybe the maintenance men in Arthur's office have already started putting in new panes. The maintenance is always better in a place of business. Well, there's more money involved. I just wonder when we can expect some sort of reasonable return to normal here. There's a certain minimum standard that must be kept up. They should send somebody around, if only to let us know what the situation is. Not knowing, that's the worst. If I did know something for sure about plans for repairing the damages, for restoring service, lights and things, when we could expect them to start. She looked oddly annoyed. Maybe they will, he suggested. Send somebody around. You'd think they would. We've had trouble with them before. There was a huge crack. It opened up in June's ceiling. It wasn't our fault. Something upstairs leaked. It took them 3 months to send somebody. But they answered my letter right away. Meanwhile, I just have to muddle on. And every morning I send Arthur out of here, out into that. She nodded. That's the crime. Of course, I couldn't keep him back. He wouldn't stay. I'd tell him how dangerous I thought it was out there, all the awful things I'm afraid might happen, and he... Oh, I wish he'd laugh, but he wouldn't. He'd scowl and go. He goes away every morning, just disappears down 44th. The only thing I can do for him is try and keep a good home, where nothing can hurt him, at least here, a happy, safe, and... He thought she'd seen something behind him and was about to turn around, but her expression went on to something more violent than recognition. She bent her head. I guess I haven't done that very well. I haven't done that at all. He wished she would let him leave. Mrs. Richards, I'm going to see about that stuff in the back. He thought there was some stuff in the back still to be put in place. You just try and take it easy now. He got up, thinking, when I come back I can put down the living room rug. There's nothing I can do, he justified, to sponge up her grief, and I can't do nothing. He opened the door to Bobby's room, where the furniture had still not been put against the walls, and June's fists crashed the edges of the poster together. "Hey, I'm sorry. I didn't realize this was your—" But it was Bobby's room. Kid's apologetic smile dropped before her astounded despair. "Look, I'll leave you alone." "He was going to tell," she whispered, wide-eyed, shaking her head. "He said so. But I swear," and she crushed the poster all together now, "I swear I didn't do it on purpose." After a few moments he said, "I suppose that's the first thing that would have occurred to anybody else in his right mind, but I didn't even think of it till just now." Then, and was afraid, he backed out of the room and closed the door, unable to determine what had formed in her face. I'm just an observer, he thought, and thinking it, felt the thought crumple like George's poster between June's fists. Walking toward the living room, he envisioned her leaping from the door to bite and rake his back. The doors stayed closed. There was no sound, and he didn't want to go back to the living room. Just as he came in, the lock ratched and the hall door pushed open. "Hello, guess who I found on the way up here?" "Hi, Mary." Madame Brown followed Mr. Richards in. "Honey, what in the world is that mess down in the lobby? Looks as though somebody—" Mrs. Richards turned round on the couch. Mr. Richards frowned. Madame Brown, behind him, suddenly touched her hand to her bright jewel chains. Mrs. Richards squeezed the fabric of her skirt. "Arthur, this afternoon Bobby— June— Bobby—" His eyelids snapped wide enough to pain the sockets. He rolled, scrabbling on snarled blankets and crushed leaves, flung his hands at her naked back. Had he nails, he would have torn. Lanya said and turned to him. Then, "Hey," because he dragged her against him. "I know," she mumbled beside his ear, moving her arms inside his to get them free. "You want to be a great and famous—" His arms shook. "Oh, hey!" Her hands came up across his back, tightened. "You were having bad dreams about that boy." He shook his head beside hers. "It's all right," she whispered. She got one hand high enough to rub the back of his shoulder. "It's all right now. You're awake." He took 3 rough breaths, with stomach-clenched silences between, then let go and rolled to his back. The red veil between him and the darkness here, then there, fell away. She touched his arm. She kneaded his shoulder. "It was a really bad dream, wasn't it?" He said, "I don't know," and stopped, gasping. Foliage hung over them. Near the horizon, blurred in fog, he saw a tiny moon, and further away, another. His head came up from the blanket, went slowly back. They were 2 park lights, which, through smoke, looked like diffuse pearls. "I can't remember if I was dreaming or not." "You were dreaming about Bobby," she said, "that's all, and you scared yourself awake." He shook his head. "I shouldn't have given her that damned poster." Her head fell against his shoulder. "You didn't have any way to know." Her hand dropped over his chest, her thigh crossed his thigh. "But," he took her hand in his, "the funny lack of expression Mr. Richards got when she was trying to tell him how it happened. And in the middle of it, June came in and sort of edged into the wall and kept on brushing at her chin with her fist and blinking, and Mrs. Richards kept on saying it was an accident, it was a terrible accident. And Madame Brown just said, 'Oh, Lord,' a couple of times, and Mr. Richards didn't say anything. He just kept looking back and forth between Mrs. Richards and June, as though he couldn't quite figure out what they were saying, what they'd done, what had happened, until June started to cry and ran out of the room. 'It sounds awful,' she said, 'but try to think about something else.' I am." He glanced at the park lights again. Now there was only one. Had the other gone out? Or had some tree branch, lifted away by wind, settled back before it? "About what George and you were saying yesterday, about everybody being afraid of female sexuality and trying to make it into something that reeks death and destruction all about it. I mean, I don't know what Mr. Richards would do if he found out his sunshine girl was running around the streets like a bitch in heat, lusting to be brutalized by some hulking, sadistic buck nigger.
Let's see, he's already driven one child out of the house with threats of murder. Oh, kid, no. And the sounds that come out of that apartment when they don't think anyone's listening are just as strange as the ones that come up from 13s, believe me. Maybe she's got good reason not to want her old man to know. And if Bobby was threatening, in that vicious way younger brothers can have, to show the poster to her parents, well, maybe just for an instant when she was backing him down the hall and the door rolled open, from some sort of half-conscious impulse it was easier to shove, or not even to shove, but just not say anything when he stepped back toward the wrong kid, Lanya said. Now, come on. It would be just like the myth, her lust for George, death and destruction, only suppose it was an accident. He took another breath. That's what frightens me. Suppose it was, like she said, just an accident. She didn't see it all. Bobby just backed into the wrong shaft door. That's what terrifies me. That's the thing I'm scared of most. Why? Lanya asked. Because... He breathed, felt her head shift on his shoulder, her hand rock with his on his chest. Because that means it's the city. That means it's the landscape, the bricks and the girders and the faulty wiring and the shot elevator machinery, all conspiring together to make these myths true. And that's crazy. He shook his head. I shouldn't have given her that poster. I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. His head stopped shaking. Motherfucker still hasn't paid me my money. I was going to talk to him about it this evening, but I couldn't then. No, it doesn't sound like the most propitious time to bring up financial matters. I just wanted to get out of there. She nodded. I don't want the money. I really don't. Good. She hugged. Then just forget about the whole thing. Don't go back there. Let them alone. If people are busy living out myths you don't like, leave them do it. He raised his hand above his face, palm up, moving his fingers, watching them, black against 4/5 black, his arm muscle tiring, till he let his knuckles fall against his forehead. I was so scared. When I woke up, I was so scared. It was just a dream, she insisted. And then, look, if it really was an accident, your bringing that poster didn't have anything to do with it. And if she did do it on purpose, then she's so far gone there's no way you could possibly blame yourself. I know, he said. But do you think... He could feel the place on his neck, her breath brushed warmly. Do you think a city can control the way the people live inside it? I mean, just the geography, the way the streets are laid out, the way the buildings are placed? Of course it does, she said. San Francisco and Rome are both built on hills. I've spent time in both, and I'm sure the amount of energy you have to spend to get from one place to the other in either city has more to do with the tenor of life in each one than whoever happens to be mayor. New York and Istanbul are both cut through by large bodies of water, and even out of sight of it, the feel on the streets in either is more alike than either, say, Paris or Munich, which are only crossed by swimmable rivers. And London, whose river is an entirely different width, has a different feel entirely. She waited. So at last he said, Yeah, but thinking that live streets and windows are plotting and conniving to make you into something you're not, that's crazy, isn't it? Yes, she said, that's crazy, in a word. He slid his arm around her and could smell her wake-up breath cuddling her. You know, when I pulled him out, blood all over me like a flayed carcass off a butcher hook, you know, I had half a heart on? That's too much, huh? She reached between his legs. You still do. She moved her fingers there. He moved in her fingers. Maybe that's what I was dreaming about. He laughed sharply. Do you think that's what I was... Her hand contracted, released, moved forward, moved back. He said, I don't think that's going to do any good. Against his chest he felt her shrug. Try. Not so much to his surprise, but somehow against his will ceased, and it did. I let my head fall back in this angry season. There tensions I had hoped would resolve, merely shift with the body's machinery. The act is clumsy, halting, and without grace or reason. What can I read in the smell of her? What message in the code of her breath?
This mountain opens passages of light. The lines on squeezed lids cage the bursting balls. All efforts dying here coalesce in the blockage of ear and throat to an acorporal lucence, a patterning released from pleasure, the retained shadow of pure idea. The leaf shattered in his blunt fingers. Leaf and flesh, he ground the flakings with his roughened thumb, were the same color, a different texture. He stared, defining the distinction. "Come on!" Lanya caught up his hand. Flakes fluttered away, some he felt cling. Notebook under his other arm, he stood up from where he'd been leaning on the end of the picnic table. "I was just thinking," Kid said, "maybe I could stop off at the Labries and try to collect my money." "And keep Mr. Newboy waiting?" Lanya asked. "Look, you said you got them all moved." "I was just thinking about it," Kid said, "that's all." A young man with a high, bald forehead and side hair to his naked shoulders sat on an overturned wire basket, one sandal resting over the other. He leaned forward, a burned twig in each hand. They had smudged his fingers. "I take these from you crossed," he said to a girl sitting Indian fashion on the ground before him, "and give them to you crossed." The girl's black hair was pulled back lacquer tight, till, at the thong whipped a dozen times around her ponytail and tied, it broke into a dozen rivulets about the collar of her pink shirt. Her sleeves were torn off. Frayed pink threads lay against her thin arms. With her own smudged fingers she took the twigs. "I take these from you," she hesitated, concentrated, "uncrossed, and I give them to you." She thrust them back. "Uncrossed?" Some spectators in the circle laughed. Others looked as bemused as she did. "Nope, got it wrong again." The man spread his feet, sandal heels lining the dirt, and drew them back against the basket rim. "Now watch." With crossed wrists he took the sticks from her. "I take these from you, uncrossed," his wrists came apart, "and I give them back to you." John, scratching under the fringed shoulder of his Peruvian vest with one hand and eating a piece of bread with the other, came around the furnace. "You guys want some more?" He gestured with the slice, chewing. "Just go take it. You didn't get it till we were already halfway through breakfast." Gold-streaked hair and gold wire frames set off his tenacious tan. His pupils were like circles cut from the overcast. Kid said, "We had enough, really." In the basket on which the bald man sat, "I take these from you uncrossed, and I give them to you crossed." More laughter. A half-dozen loaves of bland, saltless bread had been brought over by two scorpions, who had taken back 2 cardboard cartons of canned food in exchange. Kid said, "You're sure that's today's paper?" which was the 3rd time he'd asked John that over the last hour. "Sure, I'm sure." John picked the paper up off the picnic table. "Tuesday, May 5th. That's May Day, isn't it? 1904. Faust brought it by this morning." He folded it back, began to beat it against his thigh. "Tell Millie when she gets back, thanks again for the clean shirt." Lanya tucked one side of the rough-dried blue cotton under her belt. "I'll bring it back later this afternoon." "I will. I think Millie's laundry project," John mused, beating, munching, "is one of the most successful we've investigated, don't you?" Lanya nodded, still tucking. "Come on," Kid said. "Let's get going. I mean, if this is really Tuesday." "You're sure you said Tuesday now?" "I'm sure," Lanya said. "Nope, you're still doing it wrong. Now watch. I take them from you crossed, and I give them to you uncrossed." His fingers smudged to the second knuckle, and bunched at the base of the charred batons, came forward. Hers, smeared equally, hesitated, went back to fiddle with one another, started to take them again. She said, "I just don't get it. I don't get it at all." Fewer laughed this time. "So long," Kid said to John, who nodded, his mouth full. They made their way through the knapsacks. "That was nice of them to feed us." "Again," he said. "They're not bad kids." "They're nice kids." She brushed at her clean, wrinkled front. "Wish I had an iron." "You really have to get dressed up to go visit Calkin's place, huh?" Lanya glanced appraisingly at his new black jeans, his black leather vest. "Well, you're practically in uniform already. I, unlike you, however, am not at my best when scruffy." They made their way toward the park entrance. "What's the laundry project?" he asked. "Do they have some place where they pound the clothes with paddles on a rock?" "I think," Lanya said, "Millie and Jommy and Wally and what's-her-name with all the Indian silver found a laundromat or something a few days ago, only the power's off. Today they've gone off to find the nearest three-pronged outlet that works." "Then when did the one you have on get done?" "Millie and I washed a whole bunch by hand in the ladies' john yesterday, while you were at work." "Oh." "Recording engineer to laundress," Lanya mused as they passed through the Lion Gate. "In less than a year," she humphed. "If you asked him, I suspect John would tell you that's progress." "The paper says it's Tuesday." Kid moved his thumb absently against the blade of his orchid he hooked through a side belt loop. Inside it, the chain harness jingled each step. "He said come up when the paper said it was Tuesday. You don't think he's forgotten?" "If he has, we'll remind him," Lanya said. "No, I'm sure he hasn't forgotten." He could press his thumb or his knuckles against the sharp edges and leave only the slightest line that later, like the other cross-hatches in the surface skin, filled with dirt, but he could hardly feel it. "Maybe we'll avoid any run-ins with scorpions today," he said as they crossed from Brisbane North to Brisbane South, "if we're lucky." "No self-respecting scorpion would be up at this hour of the morning," Lanya said. "They all sleep till 3 or 4, then carouse till dawn, didn't you know?" "Sounds like the life." "You've been in Calkins's place before, you keep telling me. It'll be okay?" "If I hadn't been in there before," she slapped her harmonica on her palm, "I wouldn't be making this fuss." 3 glistening notes. She frowned and blew again. "I think you look pretty good, Scruffy," he said. She played more notes, welding them nearly into melody, till she changed her mind, laughed or complained or was silent before beginning another. They walked, Lanya strewing incomplete tunes. His notebook flapped his hip. His other hand was pedaled in steel now. He swung in twin protections from the curb. "I wonder if I'm scared of what he's going to say." Between notes. "Mr. Newboy, about my poems." "Shit, I'm not going to see him. I want to see where Calkins lives. I don't care what Mr. Newboy says about what I write." "I left 3 perfectly beautiful dresses there, upstairs in Phil's closet. I wonder if they're still there." "Probably, if Phil is," he said from within his protections. "Christ, no. Phil hasn't been in the city for weeks." The air was tingly and industrial. He looked up on a sky here, the color of clay, there, the color of ivory, lighter over there, like tarnished tin. "Good idea," Lanya said, "for me to split." "I got you." Slipping her hand between blades, she grasped 2 of his fingers. Even on her thin wrist, turned, the blades pressed, rubbed, creased her skin. "Watch out, you're gonna—" But she didn't. Over the wall hung hanks of ivy. At the brass gate she said, "It's quiet inside." "Do you ring?" he asked, "or do you shout?" Then he shouted, "Mr. Newboy!" She pulled her hand gingerly away. "There used to be a bell, I think." She fingered the stone around the brass plate. "Hello?" from inside. Footsteps ground the gravel somewhere behind the pines. "Hello, sir," Kid called, pulling the orchid off, pushing a blade into a belt loop. Ernest Newboy walked out of shaggy green. "Yes, it is Tuesday, isn't it?" He gestured with a rolled paper. "I just found out half an hour ago." He did something on the inside of the latch plate. The gate clanked, swung in a little. "Glad to see you both." He pulled it open the rest of the way. "Isn't the man who used to be a guard here any more?" Lanya asked, stepping through. "He had to stay in there all the time." She pointed to a small green booth out of sight of the sidewalk. "Tony?" Mr. Newboy said. "Oh, he doesn't go home till sometime late in the afternoon, but practically everybody's out today. Roger decided to take them on a tour." "And you stayed for us?" Kid asked. "You didn't have to." "No, I just wasn't up to it. I wouldn't have gone anyway." "Tony," Lanya mulled, looking at the weathered paint on the gate shed. "I thought his name was something Scandinavian." "Then it must be somebody else now," Mr. Newboy said.
He put his hands in his pockets. "Tony's quite as Italian as you can get. He's really very nice."
"So was the other one," Lanya said. "Things are always changing around here."
"Yes, they are."
They started up the path. "There are so many people in and out of here all the time, I've given up trying to keep track. It's very hectic. But you've picked a quiet day. Roger has taken everyone downtown to see the paper office." Newboy smiled. "Except me. I always insist on sleeping late Tuesdays." "It's nice to see the place again," Lanya consented. "When will everybody be back?"
"I would imagine as soon as it gets dark. You said you'd stayed here before. Would you like to wait and say hello to Roger?"
"No," Lanya said. "No, I was just curious."
Mr. Newboy laughed. "I see."
The gravel, chewing Kid's calloused foot, turned between two white-columned mock temples. The trees gave way to hedges, and what might have been an orchard further. "Can we cut across the garden?"
"Of course. We'll go to the side terrace. The coffee urn's still hot, I know, and I'll see if I can find some tea cakes. Roger keeps telling me I have the run of the place, but I still feel a little strange, prying into Mrs. Alt's kitchen just like that."
"Oh, and you don't have—" Kid and Lanya began together.
"No, I know where they are,
and it's time for my coffee break."
That's what you call it here?"
"You'll love these," Lanya exclaimed as they stepped through the high hedge. "Roger has the most beautiful flowers, and brambles coiled the trellis. Dried tendrils curled on splintered lathe. The ground was gouged up in black confusion here and there. "What in the world?" Lanya began. "What happened?" Mr. Newboy looked puzzled.
"I didn't know anything had. It's been like this since I've been here."
"But it was full of flowers. Those sun-colored orange things, like tigers, and irises, lots of irises." Kid's foot cooled in moist ground.
"Really?" Newboy asked. "How long ago were you here?"
Lanya shrugged. "Weeks, 3 weeks, 4.
"How strange." Mr. Newboy shook his head as they crossed the littered earth. "I'd always gotten the impression they'd been like this for years."
In a 10-foot dish of stone, leaves rotted in puddles. Lanya's head shook. "The fountain used to be going all the time. It had a Perseus or a Hermes or something in it. Where did it get to?"
"Dear me," Newboy squinted. "I think it's in a pile of junk behind the secretary cottage. I saw something like that when I was wandering around, but I never knew it had anything to do with a fountain. I wonder who's been here long enough to know."
"Why don't you ask Mr. Calkins?" Kid said.
"Oh, no, I don't think I would do that." Mr. Newboy looked at Lanya with bright complicity. "I don't think I would do that at all."
"No," said Lanya, face fallen before the desolation. "I don't think so." At the brim's crack, the ground, oozy under thin grass, kept their prints like plaster. They passed another vined fence, a deal of lawn, and, higher than the few full trees, the house. On a rise off to one side was another house, only 3 floors, the secretary cottage. Set in the grass, a verdigris plate read, "May." From the 5 fat stone towers, he sought a 6th for symmetry and failed to find it. It looked as though a modern building of dark wood, glass, and brick had been built around an old one of stone. "How many people does he have here?" Kid asked.
"I don't really know," Mr. Newboy said. They reached the terrace flag. "At least 15, maybe 25. The people he has for help, they're always changing. I really don't see how he gets anything done for looking after them, unless Mrs. Alt does all that." They climbed the concrete steps to the terrace. "Wouldn't you lose 15 people in there?" Kid asked. The house here was glass. Inside were maple wall panels, tall brass lamps, bronze statuary on small end tables, between long couches covered in gold velvet, all wiped across with flakes of glare. "Oh, you never feel the place is crowded." They passed another window wall. Kid could see 2 walls covered with books. Dark beams inside held up a balcony, flanked with chairs of gold and green brocade.
Silver candlesticks, one near, one far off in shadow, bloomed on white doilies floating on the mahogany river of a dining table. Sometimes I've walked around thinking I was perfectly alone for an hour or so, only to come across a party of 10 in one of the other rooms. I suppose if the place had a full staff, dried leaves shattered underfoot, it wouldn't be so lonely. Here we are. Wooden chairs with coloured canvas webbing sat around the terrace. Beyond the balustrade, the rocks were licked over with moss and topped by birches, maples, and here and there thick oaks. You sit down. I'll be right back. Kid sat. The chair was lower and deeper than he thought, and pulled his notebook into his lap. The glass door swung behind New Boy. Kid turned. What are you looking at? The November garden. Arms crossed, Lanya leaned on the stone rail. You can't see the plaque from here. It's on top of that rock. What's in the November garden? She shrugged. Nothing. The first night I got here, there was a party going on there. November, October, and December. How many gardens does he have? How many months are there? What about the garden we first came through? That one, she glanced back, doesn't have a name. She looked again at the rocks. It was a marvelous party, with coloured lights strung up, and a band, violins, flutes, and somebody playing a harp. Where did he get violins here in Bologna? He did, and people with lots and lots of gorgeous clothes. Kid was going to say something about Phil. Lanya turned. If my dresses are still here, I know exactly where they'd be. Mr. Newboy pushed through the glass doors with a tea wagon. Urn and cups rattled twice as the tires crossed the sill. The lower tray held dishes of pastry. You caught Mrs. Alt right after a day of baking. Hey, Kid said, those look good. Help yourself. He poured steaming coffee into blue porcelain. Sugar? Cream? Kid shook his head. The cup warmed his knee. He bit. Cookie crumbs fell and rolled on his notebook. Lanya, sitting on the wall and swinging her tennis shoes against the stone, munched a crisp cone filled with buttercream. Now, Mr. Newboy said, have you brought some poems? Oh, Kid brushed crumbs away. Yeah, but they're handwritten. I don't have any typewriter. I print them out neat after I work on them. I can probably decipher a good copy. Kid looked at the notebook, at Lanya, at Mr. Newboy, at the notebook. Here. Mr. Newboy settled back in his seat and turned through pages. Ah, I see your poems are all on the left. Kid held his cup up. The coffee steamed his lips. So, Mr. Newboy smiled into the book and paused. You have received that holy and spectacular wound which bleeds. Well, poetry. He turned another page, paused to look at it not quite long enough, in Kid's estimate, to read it. But have you hunkered down close to it, sighted through the lips of it the juncture of your own humanity with that of the race? Sir? Whether love or rage, Mr. Newboy went on, not looking up, or detachment impels the sighting, no matter. If you don't do it, all your blood is spilled pointlessly. I suppose I'm merely trying to reinvest with meaning what is inadequately referred to in art as universality. It is an inadequate reference, you know. He shook his head and turned another page. There's no reason why all art should appeal to all people. But every editor and entrepreneur, deep in his heart of hearts, is sure it does, wants it to, wishes it would. In the bar, you asked about publication. He looked up brightly. That's right, Kid said with reserve and curiosity. He wished Newboy would go on, silently, to the poems. Publishers, editors, gallery owners, orchestra managers. What incredible parameters for the creative world. But it is a purgatorially instructive one to walk around in, with such a wound as ours. Still, I don't believe anybody ever enters it without having been given the magic shield by someone. Newboy's eyes fell again, rose again, and caught Kid's. Would you like it? Huh? Yeah. What? On one side, intoned Newboy with twinkling gravity,
is inscribed, "Be true to yourself, that you may be true to your work." On the other, "Be true to your work, that you may be true to yourself." Once more Newboy's eyes dropped to the page. His voice continued, preoccupied. "It is a little frightening to peer around the edge of your own and see so many others discarded and glittering about in that spiky landscape. Not to mention all those naked people doing all those strange things on the tops of their various hills, or down in their several dells, some of them, Lord, how many, beyond doubt, out of their minds. At the same time," he turned another page, "nothing is quite as humbling after a very little while as realizing how close one has already come to dropping it a dozen times oneself, having been distracted, heavens no, not by wealth or fame, but by those endless structures of logic and necessity that go so tediously on before they reach the inevitable flaw that causes their joints to shatter and allow you passage. One picks one's way about through the glass and aluminum doors, the receptionist smiles, the lunches with too much alcohol, the openings with more, the mobs of people desperately trying to define good taste in such loud voices one can hardly hear oneself giggle, while the shebang is lit by flashes and flares through the paint-stained window, glimmers under the police-locked door, or, if one is taking a rare walk outside that day, by a light suffusing the whole sky, complex as the northern aurora. At any rate, they make every object from axle-trees to zarfs and finjons cast the most astonishing shadows. Mr. Newboy glanced up again. "Perhaps you've followed some dozen such lights to their source?" He held the page between his fingers. "Admit it, since we are talking as equals, most of the time there simply wasn't anything there. Though to your journal," he let the page fall back to what he'd been perusing before, "or in a letter to a friend you feel will take care to preserve it, you will also admit the whole experience was rather marvelous, and filled you with inadmissible longings that you would be more than a little curious to see settle down, and, after all, admits. Sometimes you simply found a plaque which read, 'Here Mozart met Da Ponte,' or 'Rodin slept here.' 3 or 4 times you discovered a strange group heatedly discussing something that happened on that very spot a very long time by, which, they assure you, you would have thoroughly enjoyed had you not arrived too late. If you can bear them, if you can listen, if you can learn why they are still there, you will have gained something quite valuable. For God's sake, put down that thing in your hand and stay a while. It's a terribly tempting invitation. So polite themselves, they are the only people who seem willing to make allowances for your natural barbarousness. And once or twice, if you were lucky, you found a quiet elderly man who, when you mumbled something about dinner for him and his slightly dubious friend, astounded you by saying, 'Thank you very much, we'd be delighted.' Or an old woman watching the baseball game on a television who, when you brought her flowers on her birthday, smiled through the chain on the door and explained, 'That's very sweet of you boys, but I just don't see anyone now, any more, ever.' Oh, that thing in your hand. You still have it, don't you? Sir, maybe if—" Newboy moved his hand, looked back down. "It starts out mirrored on both sides, initially reassuring, but ultimately distracting. It rather gets in the way. But as you go on, the silvering starts to wear. Now you can see more and more directly through." "Really?" Newboy glanced up quickly, then returned his eyes to the page. "It's a lens. The transition period is almost always embarrassing, however. While you are still being dazzled with bits of your own reflection, you've begun to suspect that it might, after all, be a one-way glass, with a better view afforded from out there. Still, once used to it, you find the view more interesting. With only a little practice, you get so you can read both legends at once, without having to stop what you're doing to turn the thing around. Oh, and how many, many times you came close to clashing into someone you thought buck naked, only to find his shield had grown transparent as your own. You became chary of judging too quickly who still has and who has discarded his. And when some youngster glitteringly protected through malice, or worse, some incomprehensible vision of kindness, shouts up at the dreadfully stark crag on which you happen to be panting, or down into the fetid ravine from which you are manfully trying to clamber with only one arm free, "You're naked, don't you understand?" You may momentarily squint to make sure the double legend is still etched before you, but you are not liable to waste much energy setting him straight unless your own vision of kindness is as incomprehensible as his. There are more important things to do. As best you can, you go about doing them, but things still interrupt. Now your eyes are deviled by a recurrent polychrome flash. You try to ignore it, but its frequency increases. From habit, you check the cut runes to make sure, but frankly, during the moments of illumination, it is practically impossible for you to read them, much less decide whether they still contain sense. The thing you have been bearing, not to mention staring through all this time, has become an immense prism. Newboy leaned back now, his eyes somewhere on the underside of the balcony. Did I say the first transition was embarrassing? This one is monstrous, and it is the same fear, one-way glass. If only you didn't remember all those other endless elderly ladies with their watercolor sets, the old men with their privately printed poems, whom one had, out of politeness, brought flowers for or invited out to dinner, as well, even though their heads were wrapped in tinfoil, and they babbled ceaselessly about poetry and truth. After all, they were nice in a useless sort of way, which is, after all, the only way to be truly nice. You even could discern 2 or 3 of the proper letters among the foil folds, admittedly cut from cardboard and taped there with sticking plaster. Are all these humbling fireworks some sort of cruel second childhood, a defect in the eye? You begin to suspect, as you gaze through this U-shaped hole of insight and fire, that though it is the most important thing you own, never deny that for an instant, it has not shielded you from anything terribly important. The only consolation is that, though one could have thrown it away at any time, morning or night, one didn't. One chose to endure. Without any assurance of immortality, or even competence, one only knows one has not been cheated out of the consolation of carpenters, accountants, doctors, ditch-diggers, the ordinary people who must do useful things to be happy. Meander along, then, half-blind and a little mad, wondering when you actually learned, was it before you began, the terrifying fact that had you thrown it away, your wound would have been no more likely to heal. Indeed, in an affluent society such as this, you might even have gone on making songs, poems, pictures, and getting paid. The only difference would have been, and you learned it listening to all those brutally unhappy people who did throw away theirs, and they do, after all, comprise the vast and terrifying majority, that without it, there plainly and starkly would have been nothing there. No, nothing at all. Newboy fixed his eyes on Kidd's. Kidd smiled and felt uncomfortable. Then he felt belligerent, which maybe tainted the smile. He was going to say, "Do you always rap like this when somebody—" The notebook suddenly slipped from Newboy's knees. The poet bent, but Kidd snatched it up first. Its back cover had fallen open. Kidd frowned at the final block of handwriting that ran off the page bottom. He read, "The sky is stripped. I am too weak to write much, but I still hear them walking in the trees, not speaking. Waiting here, away from the terrifying weaponry, out of the halls of vapor and light, beyond Holland and into the hills, I have come to—" "Do you—" Kidd's hand fell on the page. He looked up slowly. The chain snaked around his wrist, up his arm. It crossed his belly, his chest, between the vest flaps. "Do you think that's what they mean?" "Pardon me?" Kidd hooked his thumb beneath the chain and pulled it. "These. Do you think that's what they're supposed to mean?" Mr. Newboy laughed. I haven't the faintest idea. You have them, I don't. I've seen people with them here, but no. No, I was just using them. Oh, no, I would never presume to say what they meant. Kid looked down again. Do you always go on like that to people who bring you poems? He asked, with nowhere near the belligerence he had intended. He grinned. Newboy was still laughing. Go on, Newboy waved his hand. You read some of them to me now. He sat forward, took another sip, then put his cup down. No, really, I want to hear some of them out loud. All right, Kid said, expecting to feel resentment, but experiencing a different anxiety altogether. He noted with concern once more the number of pages left with free sides. Read the one about the dog thing. I like that one. Muriel? Newboy nodded, hands together in his lap. Kid turned toward the front of the book. He began to read. Breathlessness left about the third line. Somewhere, something like enjoyment bloomed under his tongue, and rather than tripping it, somehow made it more sensitive. So that without pause, he realized how the vowels in both loom and flow took off from the same point, but went different places. He found his face hollowing for the more resonant tones. He let them move the muscles about his mouth, till staccato T's and K's riddled the final line and made him smile. Lovely, Newboy said, in a rather horrifying way. Read the one in front of it. He read and lost himself in the movements of his mouth, till a momentary convocation in the ear stunned him into a shriller voice. Then the long sounds quieted the answer. There are two voices in dialogue in that one, aren't there? Newboy commented at the finish. I didn't pick it up, just glancing at it. Huh? Oh, yeah. Maybe I should set them apart on the page. No, Mr. Newboy sat up in motion. No, believe me, it isn't necessary. It would be perfectly clear in a page of print. It was my attention reading, believe me. Just go on. He read. What had come to him as images, among which he had pecked with tongue-tip and pen-point, returned, shocked, luminous, sometimes more, sometimes less luminous than memory, but so rich he thrust them out with his tongue to keep from trying to eat them. It's so much fun, Newboy said, that you enjoy your own poems so much. Have you ever noticed how free verse tends to turn into iambic pentameter all by itself? Especially by people who haven't written much poetry. Sir? Well, it's only natural. It's the natural rhythm of English speech. You know, when the line goes ba-da, 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 ba-da. Oh, now don't sit there and look confused. Read some more. I'm not going to get pedantic again. I'm enjoying this, really. Kid was happily embarrassed. His eyes dropped to the page. Kid read, turned, read. Several times he thought he must be going on awfully long. But Newboy motioned for another, and once asked to hear both versions. I saw that you had two when I was looking through, and after the earlier version, well, most of your revisions are in the right direction, and had him reread several more. More confident, Kid chose others now, went back to one he had left out, then skipped ahead, gathering some enjoyment that was not pride, was greatest when he was least aware of the man eating cookies before him, was a supportive pattern in the caverns under the tongue. He stopped to glance at Newboy. The poet was frowning at something not him. Lanya said, in a voice that made Kid turn, frowning, 10 feet down the terrace, I didn't mean to interrupt. It was blue, it was shredded, it was silk. What's that? My dress. She came forward, carrying it over her arm. I looked upstairs in the observatory wing for my dress while you were reading. Christ, it's a mess up there. Mr. Newboy frowned. I didn't even know anybody was staying there. It doesn't look like anybody is, she said. Now, is that on the 3rd floor? Lanya nodded. Roger said something about not using that section. The doors were closed, weren't they? I thought it was something about plumbing repairs. They were closed, but they weren't locked, Lanya said. I just went right in. They were using it when I was here. I was just looking for the room Phil and I stayed in, but The carpets have been pulled up off the floor and torn. Looks like somebody yanked the light fixtures out of the ceiling, with about a foot of plaster each. In the bathroom off our bedroom, the sink's just sitting in the middle of the floor, and all that lovely blue Victorian tile work has been smashed. There are 2 holes in the wall that look like they've been put there with a battering ram, and somebody's slashed all the mattresses." She looked down at the shredded material. "And my dress, it was balled up in a corner of the closet. The clothes bars were all pulled down, and the clothes hook had been hammered back and bent or something." She held the dress up. "Somebody had to do this. It looks like somebody's been at it with a razor. But what in the world for?" "Oh, dear," Newboy said. "Why, that's perfectly—" "I mean, it doesn't matter," Lanya said, "about the dress. When I left it, I didn't think I was coming back for it, but why in the world?" She looked at Kid, at Newboy. Suddenly she said, "Oh, hey, I didn't mean to interrupt." She pulled the dress together into a ball, leaned back against the balustrade. "Please go on. Don't stop reading, Kid." Kid said, "Let's go up and take a look at—" "No," Lanya said, surprisingly loud. Newboy blinked. "No, I really don't want to go back up there." "But—" Kid frowned. "Roger did ask us all not to go in that wing," Newboy said uncomfortably. "But I had no idea it was—" "I closed the doors." Lanya looked at the blue silk in her fist. "I should have left this up there." "Maybe some wild party got out of hand?" Kid asked. Lanya said, "It didn't look like any party to me." Newboy, Kid suddenly saw, and realized at the same time that Lanya saw it too, was upset. Lanya's response was, "Is the coffee hot? I think I'd like a cup." "Certainly." Newboy stood, went to the urn. "Go on, Kid," Lanya said. "Read another poem," as Newboy brought her the cup. "Yes," the elderly poet, collecting himself, returned to his chair. "Let's hear another one." "All right." Kid paged through. They were all in some conspiracy to obliterate, if not Lanya's news itself, at least its unsettling effect. And he's got to live here, Kid thought. There were only 3 more poems. After the second, Lanya said, "That's one of my favorites." Her hand moved over torn blue, folded over the wall, and he read the third. "So now," Kid said, primarily to keep something going, "you've got to give me some idea of what you think of them, whether they're good or bad." A thought which hadn't occurred to him once since he'd come. Only previous mental rehearsal brought it out now. "I thoroughly enjoyed hearing you read them," Newboy said. "But for anything else, you simply have to say to yourself, with Man, I cannot know, and you cannot tell me." Kid smiled, reached for 3 more cookies on the tea wagon, tried to think of something else. Newboy said, "Why don't we take a stroll round the grounds? If it were a bright sunny day, it would be quite spectacular, I'm sure, but it's still nice, in an autumnal sort of way." Lanya, who was looking into her cup, suddenly raised her eyes. "Yes, that's an idea. I'd like that." And that, Kid realized, was Newboy's kindness to Lanya. Somehow, after her initial confidence, a moodiness had surfaced, but she had jumped to dispel it with movement and converse. She put down her saucer, got down from the balustrade. Kid started to ask her, "Are you going to take your—" But obviously she wasn't. What, he wondered, as they walked along the terrace and turned down the low steps, would be the emotional detritus from the violence upstairs in himself. But as he wondered, Lanya at the bottom step took hold of his little finger in a hot, moist grip. They walked across grass till rock rose from under it. They climbed stone steps. They crossed a bridge with wrought railings. A waterfall rushed beside them, stilled beneath them. "This is April," Mr. Newboy informed them from the plaque in the bridge's center. They crossed it. The corner bit Kid's heel. "You must know these quite well," Newboy said to Lanya. "Not really, but I like them," she nodded. "I've always meant to ask Roger why he has September and July in each other's place." "Are they?" Lanya asked. "I must have walked round here 50 times and never noticed." They left the bridge to stroll under huge-leafed catalpas, past bird baths, past a large blonde sundial, tarnished brown and blank of shadow. Stone benches were set out before the hedges in
August. Beyond the trees he could see the lawns of September. They passed through high stone newels, where a wrought-iron gate was loose from the bottom hinge, and finally once more they were on the gravel driveway, curving through great, squat evergreens. Mr. Newboy walked them to the front gate. By the green guard shack they exchanged goodbyes, so longs, I really enjoyed myself, you must come again, and more goodbyes, during which Kid felt, as a gate latch clanked behind them, each person had spoken one time too many. He turned on the sidewalk to take Lanya's hand, sure she would bring up the shattered observatory wing the moment silence settled. They walked. She didn't. After a dozen steps she said, "You want to write, don't you?" Which, he realized, was what this compulsion to articulation was. "Yeah," he said. "I guess I'll stop off at the bar, maybe do something there." "Good," she said. "I'm going back to the park first, but I'll come by Teddy's later." "Okay." She ambled beside him, shoulder-brushing his, sometimes looking at the houses beside them, sometimes at the pavement before them, sometimes glancing up at the willow-lapped wall. He said, "You want to go off and play your harmonica, don't you?" Knowing it by the same pattern of silent cues she had known his desire. He put his arm around her shoulder. Their walks fell into sync. "Yes." He thought his own thoughts, occasionally glancing to wonder what hers were. Silent on the circuit of the year, speech is in excess of what I want to say or believe. On the dismal air, I sketch my own restraint, waking reflexively, instant to instant. The sensed center, the moment of definition, the point under such pressure it extrudes a future and a past I apprehend only as a chill, extends the overlay of injury with some retentive, tenuous disease, the refuse of brick-and-mortar-grinding violence. How much more easily all machination were such polarized perception to produce so gross an ideal. Speech, the notebook's owner had written across from the page where Kid wrote now, is always in excess of poetry as print. "Hello." He looked up from the counter. In the cage the silver dancer bowed to thin applause and flicked through the black curtain, then down as the dog gave a short bark. "Muriel." "Hello, Madame Brown. I haven't seen you in a while." "Odd. I haven't seen you either." She laughed, high to low. "God, this place is dead tonight. May I sit down? You can pretend to buy an old woman a drink." "Sure." "But I'm interrupting your work." He shrugged. "I'm sort of at a stopping point." As Madame Brown sat, the bartender brought her usual and replaced Kid's beer. "What are you writing? Another poem?" "A long one. It's in the natural rhythm of English speech." She raised her eyebrow, and reflexively he closed the book, then wished he hadn't. "How are Mr. and Mrs. Richards? And June?" "Oh," she flattened her knuckles to the wood, "like always." "They like their new place?" She nodded. "I was over there for dinner night before last, but this evening they're having other guests, apparently. It was quite amusing to watch Mary try and make sure I didn't just accidentally drop around tonight." She didn't laugh. "Oh, yes, they're quite settled in now." She sat back. "I wish there were some more people. The city soaks them up. Or maybe people are just leaving." Kid put the orchid on the cover of his book where it balanced on the three longest prongs. "I guess you have to carry that around, don't you?" Madame Brown laughed. "Perhaps I ought to get one. Perhaps I've just been very lucky in this dangerous city." From opposite sides he moved his hands together till his blunt fingertips bumped in the cage, and the blade points tugged back the skin between, burning now, about to cut. "I've got to go back to see them." He separated his fingers a little. "About my money." "You haven't been paid?" $5, the first day." He looked at her. "That morning I met you in the park, you said they'd told you they'd pay $5 an hour." She nodded and said something softly. He thought he heard, "Poor Kid," but could not tell if poor were preceded by you or followed by comma and capital. "How did they tell you?" She looked at him questioningly. "What did they say to you, exactly?" She turned her frown to her glass. "They told me that if I found a young man who might help them with their moving, I should tell him they would pay him $5 an hour."
Mr. Richards? That's right. It's one of the reasons I took the job, though Lord knows you don't need it here. But I guess they knew what they were doing then. You should have spoken to him. He'd have given you something. I want him to give me what he said he was going to. Shit, I couldn't ask him that last day. Yes, it would have been a little odd. I'm going to have to go back and talk to him, I guess. He opened his notebook. I think I'm going to write some more now, ma'am. I wish there were more people here. She pushed back from the bar. Well, it's early. But she wasn't listening. He went through the pages till he found, As print is in excess or words, I want to write, but can fix with words only the desire itself. I suppose I should take some small comfort in the fact that, for the few writers I have actually known, publication, in direct proportion to the talent of each, seems to have been an occurrence always connected with catastrophe. Then again, perhaps they were simply a strange group of— Bada, he whispered, and turned over the notebook to the blank page. Bada, 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 bada. The letter was still in the mailbox. Among the bent and broken doors, red, white, and blue edging crossed this one intact grill. He thought he could see the inking of a return address. I can pretend, he thought, it says Edward Richards, from a hotel in Seattle, Washington, off Fremont Avenue on 3rd. He could make some things appear like that when it was this dim. He turned and went to the elevator. Someone, at least, had mopped the lobby. He pressed the button. Wind hissed from the empty shaft. He stepped into the other. He'd come out in the pitch-dark hall before, as the door went ka-chunk. He realized habit had made him push 17, not 19. He scowled in the dark and walked forward. His shoulder brushed a wall. He put out his hand and felt a door. He walked forward till he felt another. Then he stopped, because of the smell. He scowled harder. By the time he reached the next door, 3, 4 doors on that side of the hall, the odor was nauseous and sharp. Jesus, he whispered. His breath echoed. He made himself go on. The next door, which had to be the Richards' old apartment, swung in under his hand. The stench made him reel and lose kinesthetic focus. He hurried back, twice banging walls, one with his left shoulder, one with his right. He was wondering how long it would take him to feel for the elevator bell. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. One of the doors had caught on something. Between ka-chunks, reminiscent of his own breath, came wind. He paused, disoriented in the putrid dark. The left elevator door? The right? Then fear, like the lightest forefinger, tickled his shoulder. He nearly bent double and staggered against the wall, which was not a wall, because it gave. Inside the exit door he caught the banister and stumbled down. Faint light grayed the glass of flight below. Gulping fresh breath, he came out in the hall of 16. One bulb burned at the far end. His next gulp checked explosive giggles. Kid shook his head. Well, what the fuck were they supposed to do with it? He started down the hall, grinning and disgusted. Still, then why did I go to all that to drag it up? When he knocked on the door, rattling suggested it was opened. When he pushed it in, a girl caught her breath. Hey, who's home? He asked. Who is it? She sounded afraid and exhausted. The window let in dark blue over the iron bunks, piles of clothing, an overturned stool. It's the kid. He was still grinning. They're all gone, she said from the muddle of blankets. There's just me. Please, they're all gone. I'm not going to do anything. He stepped in. She pushed herself up on her elbow, brushed hair back from her face, and blinked bruised eyes. You're the one who was sick? I'm better, she whined. Really, I'm better. Just leave me alone. 13, and the others, how long have they been gone? She let herself fall, sighing. Are they coming back? No. Look, just, do you have food and things? Please, yes, I'm all right. They split a couple of days ago. What do you want? Because he had once feared her, he stepped closer. Don't you have any light? Lights, huh? Plurality and inflection baffled him. Look, I'll be all right. Just go away. Lights? Over there. She gestured toward the mannequin. He went to see what she pointed at. Has Faust been coming to check you out? He was all worried about you last time I was here. Bald plaster breasts were snaked with chain.
"Yeah, he comes. Look around the neck." That was further instruction. "Some guy left them. He ain't gonna come back." She coughed. "They don't got no battery." He lifted the heavy links from the jointed neck. The smile was paint-streaked and chipped under one eye. "Lights? Light shield?" The thing linked to the bottom clicked on the plaster chin, nose, forehead. "All right, now just go, will you?" "It doesn't have a battery?" She only sighed, rustled her covers. "All right, if you say you're okay, I'll go." Something in him thrilled. That's what he'd heard people say. The fear was low, the physical reaction runneled and grave. He dared the mirror. Her bunk was filled with shadow and crumpled blankets. "All right," he repeated. "Goodbye. Tell 13 or Denny if they come back." She sighed. She rustled. "They're not coming back." So he shut the door behind him. Ominous. But what would he have had her tell? He put the chain around his neck. A blade snagged the links. He pulled his bladed hand away. Light shield? The thing leaked to the bottom was spherical, the diameter of a silver dollar, black and set with lenses. The heavy links crossed the brass chain and glass bits. He ran his thumb around the back of his vest, shrugged the lapels closed, and walked up the hall. The elevator opened. Rising in the dark, 19 suspended orange at eye level, he thought about batteries and rubbed his naked stomach. At the Richards' new apartment door he heard voices. A woman, neither Mrs. Richards nor June, laughed. He rang. Carpet-muffled heels approached. "Yes?" Mrs. Richards asked. "Who is it?" The peephole clicked. "It's Kid." The chain rattled. The door swung back. "Why, come in. Bill, Ronnie, Lynn, this is the young man we were telling you about." Air from the opened balcony doors beat the candle flames. Light flapped through the foyer. "Come in, come in. Kid's some friends of Arthur's, from work." "Arthur? They came over for dinner. Would you like some coffee with us, and dessert?" "Look, if you're busy, just let me talk to Mr. Richards a minute." "Kid," Mr. Richards called from the dining room, "come on in, will you?" Kid sought for an expression, but finding nothing adequate for his impatience, came patiently inside. He settled on a frown. Mrs. Richards' smile was perfect. Kid went into the dining room. The woman sitting next to Mr. Richards was doing something with her earrings. "You write poems," Mary told us. "Are you going to read us some?" "Huh? Oh. No. I didn't bring any." The man across from her took his leather-patched elbows from the tablecloth. "That's a rather dangerous-looking thing you did bring." "Oh," Kid looked at the orchid. "Well, it's almost dark out." He snapped the band open, shucked the finger harness, while the people up and down the table chuckled. From where he stood, the flame at the white wax taper tip covered June's left eye. She smiled. "Here," Mrs. Richards said behind him. "Here's a chair. Move down a little bit, Sam. Pour him a cup of coffee, Arthur." "What do you think I'm doing, honey?" Mr. Richards said with total affability. A large woman in brown corduroy began to talk again with the man on her left. The cup passed from hand to hand to hand. The woman in the green dress smiled, but couldn't keep her eyes, pale gray, from flicking at the steel cage he had set on the corner of the tablecloth. She put the cup beside it. Mrs. Richards held the back of her chair, about to sit. "Really, like I was just telling you, Kid absolutely saved our lives. He was such a help. We were beginning to think of him as part of the family." At the other end of the table a large man rubbed one finger against his nose and said, "Mary, you've been about to bring in that dessert for 15 minutes now, and I'm on my second cup of coffee." Mrs. Richards laughed. "I have been talking on. Here, I'll bring it in right now." "June," Mr. Richards said from his end of the table, "go help your mother." June, her small fists whispering in white taffeta, rounded the table for the kitchen. The man beside the woman in green leaned around her and said, "Mary's just been going on all about you and your poems. You just live downtown, near the park?" "Yeah," he said. "Where do you live?" "Aha!" Still leaning forward, he fingered the collar of his sports shirt. "Now that's a very good question." His nails were not clean, and the side of the collar was frayed. "That's a very good question indeed." He sat back, still laughing. Still plucking at her earring, the woman at Mr. Richards' right said, You don't look like a poet. You look more like one of those people they're always writing about in the Times." "Scorpions?" said the very blond man, tweed and leather elbow patches over his clasped hands. "His hair isn't long enough." "His hair is long," insisted the earring plucker. "Long enough," explained the blond man, and turned to look for a napkin fallen by June's vacated chair. Kid grinned at the woman. "Where do you live?" She stopped plucking, looked surprised. "Ralph and I used to be out on Temple, but now we've been staying—" and stopped because somebody said something on her other side, or may have even elbowed her. "You like it better there?" Kid asked, vaguely curious as to where Temple was. "If you can like anything in Bologna right now." Mrs. Richards entered with a large glass bowl. "What is that?" the man on Madame Brown's left asked. "Jell-O?" "No, it isn't Jell-O." Mrs. Richards set the bowl before Mr. Richards. "It's wine jelly." She frowned at the purple sea. "Port. The recipe didn't mention any sugar, but I think that was probably a mistake, so I put some in anyway." Beside Mrs. Richards, June held a bowl heaped with whipped cream, glossy as the taffeta, wrapped around one wrist, glittering in the candlelight. No, Kid thought, she wouldn't have taken them off the... But the idea made him grin. "Do you want to serve that, Arthur?" At his corner, Kid contemplated being belligerently nice to the woman with the earring, but she was too far away. He turned to the woman beside him in green. "You work with Mr. Richards?" "My husband used to," she said, and passed him a white-capped dessert dish. He ate a spoonful. "Maple." He said and swallowed, "have to talk to Mr. Richards about some money." "You like it here?" "Oh, it's a very nice apartment. You moved all the furniture for them, they told us." He smiled, nodded, and decided he just couldn't take grape Jell-O with maple-flavored whipped cream. The man beside the woman leaned around again. "I didn't really work with Arthur. I used to work for Bill over there, who used to do statting for MSE, where Arthur works. So Lynn and me, we just came along." "Oh," Lynn said deprecatingly, while Kid drank coffee. "We just have to extend ourselves, you know, while all this is going on." That's what I'm doing. A bunch of us have gotten together, you see. We're living together we're living together. I mean, we were just about to get chased out of our house by some of the guys with those things, you know." The man pointed to the orchid. "But today I'd wear one if I had it." "No, you wouldn't," Lynn insisted. "You wouldn't." "It's pretty rough," Kid said. "The way we got together," Lynn went on to explain, "it's much better for the children, you see?" "Yeah, sure." He'd heard her suddenly helpless tone, and he responded to it. "What's there around here to write poems about?" That was her husband again. "I mean, nothing ever happens. You sit around, scared to go outside, or when you do, it's like walking into a damn swamp." "That's the whole thing," Lynn acknowledged. "Really. In Bologna, I mean now, there's nothing to do." From her father's side, June said, "Kid writes lovely poems." Under the candles, shadows doffed in the cream. "Oh, yes," Mrs. Richards affirmed, setting down dishes of jelly before the large woman in corduroy and the blond man in tweeds. "Kid, you will read something to us, won't you?" "Yes," Mr. Richards said. "I think Kid should read a poem." Kid sucked his teeth with annoyance. "I don't have any. Not with me." Mrs. Richards beamed. "I have one. Just a moment." She turned and hurried out. Kid's annoyance grew. He took another spoonful of Jell-O, which he hadn't wanted. So drank the rest of his coffee. He hadn't wanted that either. "Here we are," Mrs. Richards cried, returning. She slipped the blue-edged paper before him. "Oh," Kid said, "I forgot you had this one." "Go on, read it." "Better be good," said Blonde and Tweedy, affably enough. "Otherwise, Ronnie'll run the other way every time she sees you on the street, because she thinks you're a—" "I don't go out on the streets," Ronnie said. "I want to hear what kind of poems you write. Go on." A man who wasn't Mr. Richards said, "I don't know very much about poetry." "Stand up, Kid," Mr. Richards said, waving a creamy spoon, "so we can hear you." Kid stood and said as dumbly as possible, "Mr. Richards, I just came to see you about getting my money for the work I did," and waited for reaction. Mr. Richards moved his shoulders back and smiled. Somewhere, outside in the hall, a door closed. Mrs. Richards, holding the edge of the table and smiling, nodded. "Go on, kid," Ronnie said to Mrs. Richards. "He wants his money. He's a pretty practical poet." Though she spoke softly, everyone laughed. He looked down at Mrs. Richards' copy of his poem and drew his tongue back from his teeth for the first word. In the hall, a man screamed, without words or inflection. Footsteps, some dull thuds. The scream changed pitch at each of them. Kid started reading. He paused at the third line, wanting very much to laugh, but didn't look up. Footsteps, running voices arguing, a lot of them. Kid kept reading till he reached Mrs. Richards' omitted comma. Lynn, beside him, let out a little cry. From the corner of his eye he saw her husband take her arm. Somebody banged on the wall outside with what sounded like a crowbar, and the screaming cracked to a hysterical Mexican accent. "Oh, come on, please, come on, let me alone. Don't fool around like that. No, come on, no, don't, please." Kid read the last lines of his poem and looked up. The crashes had moved from the wall to the door and fell with timed, deliberate thuds. Within the crash, as though it were an envelope of sound, he could hear the chain rattle, the hinges jiggle, the lock click. As he looked around the table, the thought passed with oblique idleness, "They look like I probably do when somebody's eyes go red." Outside, above the shouting, somebody laughed. Kid's own fear, dogged and luminous and familiar enough to be almost unconscious, was fixed somewhere in the hall. Yet he didn't want to laugh. He still wanted to giggle. Out there, someone began to run. Others ran after. A muscle on the back of Kid's thigh tensed to the crashing. He smiled, vaguely, confused. The back of his neck was tickly. Someone's chair squeaked. "Oh, for God's sake, why don't they—" And where rhythm predicted the next crash, only her word fell. "Stop!" Footsteps lightened, tumbled off down steps, retreated behind banged doors. Kid sat down, looked at the guests, some of whom looked at him, some who looked at each other. The woman in corduroy was looking at her lap. Mrs. Richards was breathing hard. He wondered if anyone liked his poem. "They do that around here too, huh?" Sam forced jocularly. Then a woman Kid could not really see at the table's end spilled coffee. "Oh, I'll get a rag!" Mrs. Richards screamed and fled the room. 3 people tried to say nothing in particular at once. But when Mrs. Richards returned with a black and white op-art dish-towel, one voice detached itself, a hesitant baritone. "For God's sake, can't we do something about that? I mean, we've got to do something." Of several feelings, the only sharp one Kid felt was annoyance. "Mr. Richards," he said, still standing. "Mr. Richards, can I talk to you now?" Mr. Richards raised his eyebrows, then pushed back his chair. June, beside him, surprisingly concerned, touched her father's arm, restrainingly, protectively. Mr. Richards brushed her hand away and came down the table. Kid picked up his orchid and went out into the hall. The woman in corduroy was saying, "When you can think of something to do, will you please let me know what it is? You'll have my cooperation 100%. 100%, believe me." At the door, Kid turned. "We should get this $5 an hour business settled now, don't you think, Mr. Richards? Because it'll just—" Mr. Richards' slight, taut smile broke. "What are you trying to do, huh?" he demanded in a whisper. "What are you trying to do? I mean, $5 an hour? You must be crazy." Mrs. Richards, still holding the dish-towel, drifted up behind her husband's shoulder, blinking, in perfect imitation of Smokey with 13. "I mean, just what are you trying to do?" Mr. Richards went on. "We don't have any money to give you, and you better understand that." "Huh?" Because it seemed absurd. $5 an hour?" Mr. Richards repeated. "You must be crazy." His voice was insistent, tense, and low. "What does somebody like you need that kind of money for, anyway? It doesn't cost anything to live in this city. No food bills, no rent. Money doesn't mean anything here anymore. What are you trying to do? I've got a wife, I've got a family. MSE hasn't had a payroll for months. There hasn't even been anyone in the damn office. I gotta hold on to what I have. I can't spend that kind of money now with everything like this. I can't—" "Well, isn't that what you told—" He was angry. "Oh, shit. Look, then, why don't you—" Then he reached around to his pocket. Mr. Richards' eyes widened as the orchid Kid held flicked by him. But Kid only dug at his pocket. "Then why don't you keep this, too?" Mr. Richards swayed when the moist green knot bounced off his shirt and fell to the floor, unfolding like paper on fire. Kid turned the lock and pulled the door open. The chain stopped it. Ratch! At 2 inches. Mrs. Richards, immediately beside him, fumbled with the catch. A step into the hall, he looked back to show them his disgust. The astonishment Mr. Richards returned him, as Mrs. Richards, with varied bitternesses at her eyes, closed the door on it, was unexpected, was satisfying, was severed with the door's clash. He counted the 15 paint-chipped dents before he decided, someone was laughing inside again, to go. In the elevator he dropped, ruminating. Once he looked up to wrinkle his nose at a faint putrescence, but dropped on. Echoing in the shaft, with the wind, were footsteps from some stairwell, were voices. There was no one in the lobby. Satisfied? His annoyance, at any rate. But all the vague and loose remains roiled and contended for definition. "Bada, bada, bada?" he asked. "Bada, bada," he answered, sitting. It listed like oil in turbulence. At last, "Bada, bada, bada?" formed around the fragments of a question, but "bada, bada" fit no worded answer. He flexed his fingers on the pen point till they ached, then went back to struggling with the recalcitrant quantities of sound overlapping their scents. He reread some dozen alternate lines for the beginning of one section. With the delight of resignation, he decided, with the change of a this to a that, on his initial version. A candle on the high window-sill cast the batteryless projector's swinging shadow across the notebook opened on his naked thigh. Someone knocked just at the point he discovered he was copying, in quick, cramped letter, the same line for the 4th time. His mind had meandered on. "Are you in there?" Lanya asked. "Huh?" He looked up at the door's layered scrawl. "Yeah, I'm coming out now." He stood and pulled his pants up from around his shins, pulled the flush chain. "He said you were in there." She nodded toward the bartender when Kid opened the door. "Come on." "Huh? Where?" She smiled. "Come on." She took his hand. "Hey," he called, passing the bar, "you want to keep this for me again?" The bartender leaned over for the notebook. "In the usual place, kid." He reached up and stuck it through the cage bars. She paused at the door to ask, "How did it go with the Richards?" "I gave him back his fucking $5." Her confusion suddenly went in laughter. "That's too much. Tell me what happened." And she tugged him on into the hallway and out to the street. "What happened?" she asked again, shrugging her shoulder into his armpit. They walked quickly down the block. When she turned to glance at him, her hair tickled his arm. "He didn't want to pay me. They were having a dinner party or something there, so I gave him back what he gave me already, you know." He rubbed his chest underneath his vest flap. At his hip, the orchid's harness jingled. "You know their kid, the little boy. They just left him—" He shook his head against hers. "Hell, I don't want to talk about that. Where are we going?" "To the park, to the commune." "Why?" "I'm hungry, for one thing." "Just as well I'm not talking." She hurried him across the street into an ocean of smoke and evening. He tried to smell it, but his nostrils were numb or acclimated. The lions gaped in the blur with stony, astonished protest. They neared the foggy pearl of a functioning streetlight. "This morning," Lanya said, "after you went away to write, some people said that there had been some new fires at the other end of the park." "Smoke's sure thicker." "Down there," she nodded. "Before, I thought I could see it flickering, and it hadn't even gotten dark yet." "There couldn't be any fires in the park," he announced suddenly. "The whole thing would just burn up, wouldn't it? It would either all burn, or it wouldn't." "I guess so." "Did they send anybody to check? Maybe they should get some people down there to dig one of those things, break front." "Break front?" And heard the word resonate with images of a charred forest, where years back he had tramped with a canister of water strapped to his shoulders, hand pumping from the brass nozzle into sizzling ash. "Maybe you and John and his people could go." She shrugged under his arm. "No, really, I'd rather not go down there." From her voice he tried to reconstruct what it told him of her expression, and remembered her sitting on the stone railing with arms full of torn blue silk, You're scared to death." Her head turned abruptly in question or affirmation. "Why?" She leaned her head forward and surprised him by reiterating, "Come on," quietly, sharply. His bare foot went from concrete to grass. The night billowed and sagged. Habit guided them through a maze of mist. He saw quivering fires, but they were from the commune's cinder-block furnace. People moved silently, listlessly before flame. Perched along the picnic table, in a variety of army jackets, paisley shirts, and grubby tank tops, young people stared through stringy hair. Someone dragged a sleeping bag in front of the fire. Shadow, pale, hairy skin, black leather. Tack stood back from the fire, arms folded, legs wide. The ornate orchid of yellow metal hung from his belt. 3 scorpions stood behind him, whispering. One was the red-headed, freckled black who had pipe-whipped him at Calkins. The other 2 were darker, but his initial start was followed by no more uneasiness. Somebody swaggered past with a cardboard carton of tin cans, crumpled cellophane wrappers, paper cups. He realized, very surprised, he was very high. Thoughts swayed through his mind, shattered, sizzled like water in hot ash. "It's the smoke," he thought frantically. "Maybe there's something in this fog and smoke." No. John walked by the fire's edge, bald chest glistening between his vest, stopped to talk with Tack. They bent over Tack's weapon. Then, at John's wrist, brass leaves, shells, claws. From the ornamented wristband the overlong yellow blades of the orchid curved down around John's fingers. He was making motions from the elbow as if he would have beat his leg were his hand unarmed. Tack grinned, and John moved away. Kid blinked, chill and unsteady. There was Lanya. She had moved from his side, talking with some of the people around the table. Isolate questions pummeled inarticulately. A muscle twitched in his flank, and he was terribly afraid of it. He stepped, brushing shoulders with someone who smelled of wine. The fire put a hot hand against cheek, chest, and arm, leaving the rest of him cool. Millie shook her hair somewhere in the shadow of a tree. Bloody copper shingles rattled her shoulders. Why were they here? Why did they mill here? His inner skull felt tender and inflamed. Watch them, listen to them, put together actions and conversation snatches. He searched the screen where perception translated to information, waiting for somebody to dance, to eat, to sing. He wished Lanya had told him why they had come, but he was very tired, so he moved around. "Someday I'm going to die," he thought irrelevantly, but blood still beat inside his ear. He stepped backward from the heat, and backward again. Where was Lanya? But was too distraught to turn his head. Everything meant, loudly and insistently, much too much. Smoke untwirling over twigs, the small stone biting his heel, the hot band from the fire across his lowered forehead, the mumblings around him that rose here, fell there. Millie stood a few feet in front of him, bare legs working to a music he couldn't hear. Then John crashed down, cross-legged in the leaves beside her, fiddling absently with the blades around his hand. A while ago, he realized, he had thought once again, "Please, I don't want to be sick again, please," but had hardly heard the thought go by, and could only now, disinterestedly, discern the echo. Something, or one, was about to emerge into the clearing, he was sure, and was equally sure that, naked and glistening, it would be George, it would be June. "Isn't this stupid?" someone Kid couldn't see was saying. "When I could be in Hawaii?" Tongue-tip a pink bud at the corner of his lips, John stared at Millie's shifting calves. He raised his bladed hand, a reflection crossed his chin, and, with a sharp downward sweep, cut. Millie gasped, bit off the gasp, but made no other sound. She did not step, she did not even look. Astounded, Kid watched blood in a torrent wide, the thought struck irrelevantly amidst his terror, as a pencil run down her heel.